All right, and good morning. We're live here on YouTube. This is Nightly News This Morning, a continuation of the show that I started with Jeff Holiday on the Jeff Holiday YouTube channel. So he's a little bit busy right now, I guess. So I am taking this project on my own at the moment. Hopefully, he's going to come back, and we're going to be right back to the same show that we used to be. But for now, we're doing the abridged version. We'll call it that. The abridged version of Nightly News This Morning. So I am your host, Cousin Matt. And today we're going to be going over some ground news articles and looking at what's going on in the world, just taking a quick peek. And we'll probably do this a couple times a week, just kind of go over what's going on and come talk. And yeah, so let's get into it. All right. So top story right now is the Pope's dead. What do you know? Pope Francis, and so this story from Ground News, they've released a cause of death from the Vatican, which seems pretty early. He's only been dead since yesterday, but they know definitively what the cause of death is. So we got our Ground News agitator pulled up here, and it says Pope Francis died of a stroke and subsequent heart failure, says the Vatican. I've already got all the articles that we're going to read pulled up. This one I've got is coming from the Post Bulletin. So we will find the Post Bulletin over here. I think I was looking for a centered. Maybe not. Maybe just a high factuality. There's a lot more articles on it now than there were last night when I found it. And that's kind of what happens almost every single time that I do this, is that typically there have been so many news stories added to it by the time that I come that I can't find mine on the agitator. But I usually pick a center leaning high factuality source. So, and Ground News gives you all of that information. It'll tell you your bias distribution versus the right versus the left, like how much each person's reporting on it, who owns the reporting source, and then also the factuality rating, which I have noticed personally on sources, the more factual it's considered by Ground News. So, but we will go to the Post Bulletin here, and let's read this article about Pope Francis died of a stroke, irreversible heart failure, the Vatican says. Pope Francis, the first Latin American leader of the Roman Catholic Church, died on Monday after suffering a stroke and cardiac arrest, the Vatican said. So we did get a pope from America, just not up north like we would hope. I'm just kidding. Dear brothers and sisters, it is with a profound sadness that I must announce the death of our Holy Father, Francis. Cardinal Kevin Farrell announced on the Vatican TV channel. At 7:35 GMT this morning, Bishop of Rome Francis returned to the house of our Father. Francis died of a stroke and irreversible cardiovascular arrest. Vatican doctor Andrea Arcagelli said in the death certificate, which was released by the Vatican. It added that the Pope had fallen into a coma before he died. So, I mean, this doesn't come as a surprise to anybody. The Pope was old. He was 88. He was in frail health. He had been hospitalized for weeks before this happened. I remember seeing conspiracy theories like weeks ago that the Pope was already dead. So you're going to have that crowd come out and say, oh, see, they had to kill him, or they had to say that he was dead because he was actually dead before, or something stupid like that. But besides his recent lung infection, Francis had also suffered high blood pressure and diabetes. Well, yeah, the dude was like almost 100 years old. Vatican spokesperson said that the Pope's coffin might be moved to St. Peter's Basilica as early as Wednesday morning to allow the faithful to pay their respects. No date has yet been given for the funeral, but the Vatican said it would normally be expected to take place sometime between Friday and Sunday. A group of cardinals are due to meet on Tuesday and could set a timetable for the funeral then. Tributes for Francis poured in from around the world, with many leaders praising his humanity. He was, in recent times, he's definitely been a more liberal pope, I guess you could say. He's definitely pushed a progressive agenda as far as like the homeless and changing things in the Catholic Church. So I would say maybe more of a force for good than the next pope will be. Who knows? Who knows? The Pope of the poor has left us. The Pope of the marginalized, said George Garcia Cuerva. Sorry, I'm terrible with names. U.S. President Donald Trump said he would attend the ceremony, ooh, hooray, which was expected to draw dozens of other world leaders to Rome. Meanwhile, France's native Argentina ordered 7 days of mourning, as did neighboring Brazil. Yeah, of course they would. So, Francis had on Sunday made his first prolonged public appearance since being discharged from the hospital on May 23rd, following a 38-day stay for pneumonia, occasionally waving to onlookers and greeting a child who was brought to his side. I mean, if you're in the hospital for 38 days for pneumonia, seems like a pretty long time. In an Easter Sunday message read aloud by an aide as the Pope looked on from the main balcony of St. Peter's Basilica, the pontiff had reiterated his call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, a conflict he had long railed against. Man, it sucks. The people, the leaders that are doing good are dying or being voted out, and we're left with this just authoritarianism shit. So. This is something that really hits you hard, said Emmanuel Tenari from Rome. He was the Pope who brought so many people closer to the church. He was not appreciated by everyone, but he definitely was by ordinary people. And I think that that's really the point to hold on to, is that like this was a Pope for the ordinary people, it seemed. So what's going to be the message of the next Pope? That's really the question. So. Doctors had prescribed 2 months of rest when the Pope left the hospital last month, but he appeared on a number of occasions. Francis met Britain's King Charles in April and had a brief meeting on Sunday with visiting U.S. President J.D. Vance. Well, that leads credence to the conspiracy theory that Vance killed him. That's what I heard anyway. Or maybe he was just there trying to ensure that the next Pope would be from the United States. I don't know. J.D. Vance is a weirdo. Don't know why he was there literally the day before the Pope died. So... I mean, it was Easter, and I think that is really cool. Like, it seems to me that it was more important for the Pope to, like, make an appearance on Easter than live an extra, like, 2 or 3 weeks or whatever it would have been if he would have stayed bedridden. I don't know. And to me, that's, kind of... I hope that he is in his father's kingdom and... all of that. So, world leaders praised his efforts to reform the worldwide church and offered condolences to the world's 1.4 billion Catholics. Wow. He was a good man, worked hard. He loved the world, said U.S. He was a good man. He worked hard. He loved the world, said U.S. President Donald Trump, whom the Pope had criticized in the past, especially for his hard line on immigration. Yeah. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. Man, I'm so terrible at names. I'm sorry. Mourned the departure of a great man, a great shepherd. The outspoken president of Argentina, Javier Milei, had clashed with the Pope in the past, branding him at one point the devil's representative on earth. That's pretty good. But he changed his tune after taking office in 2023 and mourned his death on Monday. Despite differences that seem minor today, having been able to know him in his goodness and wisdom was a true honor for me. That's pretty cool. So it seems overall Pope was a good dude. Gonna be missed. I hope that the conclave that votes in the next Pope will take into account the kind of man that he was, and the kind of man that should be him. So that's all I got for this story. So I'm gonna take just a second here so that I know in my queue where to cut this video at. So give me just a second. It's the morning, so obviously I'm drinking Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes. It goes down smooth. It doesn't quit. It doesn't give you that sugar crash like those other energy drinks do. Yes, it does. Yes, it 100% does. I take a nap at like 2 o'clock every day because I drink that shit. So yeah, let me get my stuff switched over here, and we will jump on to our next story. The city of San Jose, California may start arresting homeless people who refuse shelter. That's fun. All right, so as you can see from our ground news agitator here, this story is getting picked up primarily by the left. You've got a little bit of center distribution, but no right news sources are reporting on this at all. So definitely one of those blind spot areas where people could be taking a little bit more look. So we have a factuality rating of 67% high or above, with 67% on the left. Like I said, it's usually with ground news, if a left-leaning source is reporting on it, ground news is going to say that they're more factual. I haven't really looked into it that much, but I mean, I have heard that ground news itself comes from a pretty left place, but I digress. So we are going to go down to the Independent here. Leans left, high factuality. This is the name of the author of the article. So, and it's reposted by the Independent US because it was posted originally by the Independent UK. California City may start arresting homeless people who refuse offers of shelter. Approximately 187,000 people are sleeping on the streets statewide in California. Okay. All of California, 187,000. Okay. All right. A California city is considering arresting unhoused people who refuse their offer of shelter. San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan made the admission last month. Just 48 miles south of San Francisco, one of the worst homeless places in the entire country. It's funny. I wanted to say before I got too far into this article, the Bell riots have been postponed until 2026. So, or maybe 2025, who knows? But this is San Jose, a suburb of San Francisco, threatening to round up and arrest the homeless people. This doesn't sound like the Bell riots from Star Trek Deep Space Nine at all, which supposedly took place in 2024. So we're late, we're late. But anyway, sorry, I digress. Just 48 miles south of San Francisco, where officials are struggling with how to solve homelessness, Mahan is aiming to fit the proposal into a pending budget plan that would allocate funding for shelters and temporary housing. If enacted, unhoused residents would first be issued a citation or warning. They'd only be subject to arrest if they decline the shelter 3 times. So what you're going to do is you're going to have people who, it'll be like a 3-strike you're outlaw for homeless people. That stop outlawing homelessness. That is not going to solve the issue, okay? And just making shelters doesn't solve the issue either. Like, there is so much more going on, but we need to get through this article first, and then I'll kind of give my thoughts about it maybe. The city the city of nearly a million operates tiny homes, converted motels, and parking lots as part of its 1,000 shelter spaces. Constructing temporary housing has been a hallmark of the mayor's agenda. Okay, that's great. But again, housing is not the only issue here. Housing is not going to solve homelessness. City staff have faced challenges when trying to encourage unhoused people to take beds in a new 204-unit interim housing site that opened in February. People currently living outside near a housing site can accept spots before the building opens. Well, this is not how homeless people work, man. I lived in Portland. I've been homeless. I know that this is not the solution. And making it illegal for somebody, issuing them a citation and threatening them with arrest is just going to make things worse, man. If someone is refusing a brand new apartment with an in-suite bathroom and kitchenette, as in the case at Banham and Monterey, which is where they must be building this, where we just saw roughly 1/3 of people encamped in the area say no, we are probably beyond the point where the city has the tools to help that person, Mahan opened, according to the radio station. Dude, okay. You are saying that if somebody doesn't take your offer of temporary free housing, that the city is beyond being able to help them. Has the city done anything with counseling or mental health or checking into how they get their medications or addiction issues or anything? There are so many more issues than just housing. But I digress. Roughly 5,477 people are living in San Jose without shelter. Out of those, about 541 people have resisted help. Okay, so you've got 1,000 beds, but you've got you've got 5,500 people. So there's part of your problem right there. Like who are you picking? Like who gets chosen and who doesn't? So the majority of people rejecting help might be dealing with chronic homelessness or behavioral health issues and addiction, Mahan wrote in a Medium article. He noted the city would only consider imposing trespassing laws as a last resort to get someone off the streets. Sure, okay. Trespassing violations are subject to behavioral health court. Once in court, the judge will listen to healthcare, decide whether mandated treatment is warranted, wrote Mahan. Okay, so that's better than just throwing them in jail. Sure. Individuals charged with trespassing will not spend time in jail. Our best case scenario is diversion to mental health or drug court, and the worst case scenario is that person is simply released back onto the street, where we can only hope that this brief interaction with law enforcement might increase their willingness to seek change in their lives by accepting shelter, the mayor continued. I mean, you've got some good parts of this plan, but issuing citations is really where you're going to hit a wall. And I understand it's hard to get people into court without issuing them a citation. So this is a very multifaceted issue. And again, like I'm sitting here reading the article and kind of changing my mind about how I feel about it. So that's kind of how this issue goes. So he said the city has listened to the homeless community about ongoing issues with shelters and emphasized most of the housing on offers looks like market rate housing or college dorms. He expects hundreds of units will be built this year. And that's one thing is like, oh, they want housing that looks like regular housing so that they feel more dignified. I don't know. I think that like making sure that you have the housing available, first of all, is the first step. And then if you can't get people into it, trying to figure out why and where to go from there. They're working on it, I guess. We'll see if it brings any solutions. This area is one of the worst in the country. I mean, Los Angeles and Seattle are probably worse than San Francisco, but like every major city on the West Coast is bad. And I know that because I live pretty close to a major city on the West Coast, and I live in a large city on the West Coast that also has homeless issues. So people are allowed to bring their partner, pets, and belongings with them to the sites. Individuals will not be kicked out on predetermined timeline. Some might spend a couple of months in transitional housing before moving to something permanent, while others might take years. Okay. Excuse me. Sorry. In no way do I judge people who are suffering from addiction or other forms of mental illness, the mayor wrote, but I do believe we have a collective responsibility to bring them indoors and give them a chance to detox, medicate, reconnect with loved ones who or otherwise accept help they need to achieve greater health and independence and have less impact on the broader community. Okay. Otherwise, we're leaving our most vulnerable to continue deteriorating on our streets with no plan to help them. The only expectation, Mahan said, is coming indoors to stop the continuous fires, trash, and other impacts of long-term encampment that harm our collective safety and quality of life. He added, if someone doesn't agree with these expectations, they are free to find another city that refuses to intervene and help people when their behavior is harming their own health and the safety of the community. Because in San Jose, our community is unwilling to allow indefinite public camping when housing is available. All right. Well, so he is trying to do something. I will give him that. He is making an effort, and I will say that if these citations have the expectation that no jail time will ever be given, then maybe this is a way to get some people off the street. I'm at the point where it's been going on for so long, I would love to see people try anything. I don't want to see people locked up. I don't want to see homeless people thrown in jail. I want compassion for them because that's what they deserve. They're humans. They don't deserve to be dehumanized, excuse me, because they have to live in a tent on the street because they can't afford medication, or they have a debilitating drug addiction, or they're a victim of domestic abuse. So, and these are things that definitely do lead to homelessness. So something to think about for sure. All right, we're going to switch back over here again so that I know where my cut spot is, and I'm going to take another sip of Red Bull. Not a sponsor, Tubes. and get switched to the next article. Okie dokie. This is a fun one. Zuckerberg and the CEO of, I think it's like Capital One or JP Morgan Chase, sold shares ahead of stock rut triggered by Trump's tariff. So it looks like CEO insider trading to me. That's, just if I had to call it something, I'd say, oh, look at who did a little insider trading. Bias distribution, again, mostly left reporting on this because the right has decided that now that Zuckerberg loves Trump, he's fucking great. Man, remember when everybody on the right called Zuckerberg a fucking robot or a lizard? And now it's like, oh, well, he and Musk are actually doing good things. Yeah, and Jeff Bezos, he's a good guy too. What? These, okay, anyway. Bias distribution, left-leaning, 56% reporting with 44% high factuality, 33% very high. So 78 high or higher. And then I believe, what did I pick for the article? Let's take a look over here. So from LiveMent, because it was a center leaning, I think. I don't even remember. Again, I can't even find it on the distribution leaning anymore because, oh no, here it is. Sorry. It's got mixed factuality, but yes, center leaning. I wanted to grab an article from a center leaning spot. So we'll go over and read it here. From Zuckerberg to Jamie Dimon, here are the top 10 executives who sold shares ahead of Trump's tariffs. So here is, we're just going to do an internet-friendly numbered list, as some people like to say, and see who sold shares. Here's how many shares executives sold. So Meta Platforms Chief Executive Officer Zuckerberg and JP Morgan Chase's CEO Jamie Dimon were among 8 other top executives who sold their shares before the U.S. President Donald Trump announced the reciprocal tariffs on April 2nd, reported the news agency Bloomberg. Citing Washington service data showed how top executives like Zuckerberg and Dimon were among the many who cashed in their shares before Trump started a trade war between the United States and other world nations. Number 1, Mark Zuckerberg, Meta Platforms Inc. chairman and CEO, sold 1,102,945 shares, or nearly 1.1 million shares, for a total of $733 million. So $733 million in the first 3 months of the year. Okay. Sure. He's got to build that bunker in Hawaii or whatever. He needed a little bit of cash on hand for it. As per the report, the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, along with its foundation, throughout the months of January and February. This stake sale was carried out under a 10b5-1 plan, which was implemented by Zuckerberg herself on August 2024. Due to the highly volatile market sessions after Trump's tariff announcement, Mark Zuckerberg's net worth dropped to its lowest level of $178 billion. Oh, that is so sad. Poor Zuck. Safara Katz is the CEO of Oracle, sold 3.8 million stock options for $705 million when the company's stock was up $180 a piece. Katz has reportedly maintained a relatively small holding in the company compared to her overall fortune. Okay. Nikesh Arora is the CEO of Palo Alto Networks and has sold a total of 2.36 million shares, which are worth $432 million. Aurora is a former SoftBank Group executive who's been selling Palo Alto Network stock options at the beginning of every month. Sorry, give me just a second here. Maybe that'll make it a little bit easier to read now. Sorry. The monthly stock option sales continued their pattern in April, which brought the total value of stocks sold to over $565 million and an exercise cost of $100 million, as per the report. Hooray. I love it when billionaires do fucking stock options. Not transferring any wealth at all. Max DeGroin is the director of New Tanks Inc. Sold 5.5 million shares for 409 million. Chuck Davis of Axis Capital Holdings sold 4.3 million shares for almost $400 million. Stephen Cohen is the president of Palantir Technologies. Yeah, we'll trust me. The company's insiders cashed out at over $4 billion last year. Yeah, their stock has been on the rise. The kill chain. Cohen sold 4 million shares worth almost $400,000. The company's stock has nearly doubled from mid-January to mid-February and is up 24% in 2025. So huge moves for Palantir again this year. JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon sold 866,000 shares worth $233 million. And then an additional 133,000 shares worth $31 million. What I'm trying to get at this, and here's the last three people names I don't recognize. Billionaires are moving their money around, okay? And that's a bad sign. Probably seeing a transfer of wealth very similar to what we saw in the beginning parts of 2020 when the stock market crashed and then it turned right back around, but normal people didn't feel it. So, yeah, all of these people clearly had inside knowledge of what was gonna happen. Zuckerberg was at Trump's inauguration. He'd been donating to the campaign. Stuff like this makes me feel very jaded. So I don't know what else to say about this one. I'm just gonna cut it here. Cool. Doing the news definitely doesn't make me depressed. All right. So I'm going to take the news to Wyoming now because I got a friend kind of who lives in Wyoming and saw a few Wyoming stories here on the news agitator on Ground News. So we'll look over them, just kind of do it real quickly. It's nothing like a big deal, but I did want to throw a little bit of Wyoming news in there. So in Wyoming, the Eastern Shoshone tribe decides to classify the buffalo as wildlife, and here's why. And then we'll go over to the AP article here because I like to give the Associated Press some clicks, especially after Trump kicked him out of the White House. So Jason Balds drove down okay, so this is going to be like they're very good. AP's very good at turning their news articles into stories, but I'm not trying to read a story here. Basically, they're changing the buffalo's classification from livestock to wild animal life, and the reason is that affords it more protection. They're trying to reintroduce it into the wild. They want it to be a wild animal as opposed to being raised as livestock, which is what's going on right now. So it's to be in harmony with nature is basically the gist of it that I got. And you can definitely go to the Associated Press and look up Wyoming buffalo, and you'll get that article. I will also put a link to it in here. And then the other story from Wyoming today is a judge ordered Wyoming's only abortion clinic to be allowed to continue performing abortions. So that's a win. Because that means the women who are going to pursue an abortion regardless in Wyoming don't have to drive to Denver now, they're not going to drive to Montana. I don't really know where else they would go. So Idaho, Montana, not really the greatest places as far as that goes. So news agitator here. Look, we got mostly left and center. I couldn't even imagine why that would be. You do have a little bit of right reporting on it, and I would imagine that's because anybody that's in Wyoming, see like the Billings Gazette, they've got them listed as a center leaning, but most of the time, Wyoming's a pretty red place, and so you've got like the Cowboy Daily or whatever it is in Casper. That's a very right leaning place. But we'll go back over to the Associated Press. Abortions are resuming at a Wyoming clinic after a judge suspends the law. Wyoming's only abortion clinic is resuming abortions after a judge on Monday suspended 2 state laws. One suspended law would require the clinics providing surgical abortions to be licensed as outpatient surgical centers. The other would require women to get an ultrasound before a medical abortion. Wyoming Health Access in Casper has stopped providing abortions on February 28th, the day after Republican Governor Mark Gordon signed the licensing requirement into effect. So the state's only abortion clinic is in Casper. That's what's up, dude. The result, at least some women are seeking abortions had to travel out of state. Exactly, because like outlawing abortions is not going to stop people from trying to seek abortions. Like, it is just going to make it more difficult, less safe, more deaths, things like that. So safe, effective, and educate people. I think that those are really the biggest things that you should be doing when it comes to this. So yeah, now women will once again be able to get abortions in central Wyoming while the 2 laws continue to be contested in court, Wellspring Health Access founder and president Julie Burkhart said Monday. We are immediately shouting it from the rooftops to make sure our patients know, Burkhart said following the ruling. We are back to seeing patients the way we were on February 27th. An abortion opponent questioned the need to contest the laws if the clinic was safe. The abortion business here in Casper could prove that they are providing safe services by complying with the laws. Would that not make their point? Ross Schriftman, president of Natrona County Right to Life, said in an email statement. Well, let's think about that right now. So when you take a practicing place that has had no issues or anything, and then you impose restrictive laws on them for them to be able to continue practicing, how do restrictive laws prove that they're safe? Registering as an outpatient surgery center, believe it sounds like money to me. It doesn't sound like anything to do with safety. But again, I don't know the nuances of Wyoming's abortion laws. I'm just reporting on it because I think it's good that their abortion clinic has been allowed to continue providing access to healthcare for women. So, abortion has remained legal in Wyoming despite bans passed since 2022. The bans include the nation's first explicit ban on abortion pills. Ooh, don't like that. Now I have to scroll back down. Fun. A judge in Jackson blocked the bans, then struck them down in November on the grounds that abortion is allowed by a 2012 state constitutional amendment guaranteeing the right of competent adults to make their own health care decisions. Your body, your choice. I mean, that's what the people who didn't want to take the vaccine said, right? The Wyoming Supreme Court heard arguments in the cases Wednesday and is unlikely to rule for at least several weeks. Meanwhile, the same people challenging the bans, Wellspring Health Access, the abortion advocacy group Chelsea's Fund, and 4 women, including 2 obstetricians, I can't say that right, have sued to block Wyoming's most recent 2 abortion laws. The surgical center licensing requirement would require costly renovations to make Wellspring Health Access compliant. Exactly. Yep. Gordon vetoed the requirement for an ultrasound at least 48 hours before a pill abortion, calling it erroneous in case of rape, abuse, or when a woman's health is at risk. State lawmakers voted to override the veto on March 5th. The ultrasound requirement did not significantly affect clinical operations, but Wellspring Health Access also suspended offering pill abortions to avoid legal complications. The law stands to add to the cost of complications for women getting pill abortions, or any abortion. I mean, come on. Opponents call laws like Wyoming's requirement targeted restrictions on abortion providers because they can regulate clinics and abortion access out of existence even if abortion remains legal. Yes, and that's what the whole point is. You put these restrictions on them, these arbitrary restrictions, and then they can't provide the services that they provided before. So Uh, in blocking the laws while the lawsuit proceeds, District Judge Thomas Campbell in Casper ruled that they too stand to violate the Constitution. Despite the new restrictions, Wellspring Health Access has remained open to consult with patients and provide hormone replacement therapy for transgender patients. The clinic opened in 2023, almost a year late after having heavy damage from an arson attack. Okay, well, that's that. So go to Casper to get your abortions. Sorry, I don't know what that was. All right. I really only have one more story today. And it is about a New Mexico judge who resigned after a member of Tren de Aragua was arrested at his home. So we'll get over here to our ground news agitator. And this is a story that's mainly being reported on by the right. So in an effort to be fair and balanced, I've reported on a couple stories that are mostly being reported on by the left. So I wanted to pull one up that's being reported on by the right. And you can see here that 13% is the highest factuality that they give this. Again, man, I don't know. I really need to dig a little bit further into this because in my personal opinion, it's not a great look that ground news won't give the right anything higher in factuality than this. It seems a little biased in reporting their bias distributions. But again, maybe that's just how things really are, and I'm ignorant. Who knows? So we're gonna go to Newsweek because they're a center-leaning, more center-leaning anyway. So who is Joel Cano, who is the judge in New Mexico who resigned after migrants found at his home? All right. New Mexico judges resigned after federal agents arrested a Venezuelan migrant with alleged ties to Tren de Aragua gang who was living in a guest house in the jurist's property. Joel Cano, a magistrate judge in Dona Ana County since 2011, submitted his resignation on March 3rd. The resignation came after the February 28th arrest of Christian Ortega Lopez, a 23-year-old Venezuelan national who was taken into custody at the Las Cruces residence owned by Cano and his wife Nancy, according to the Albuquerque Journal. Context. The arrest followed a Homeland Security investigation probe launched in January, which uncovered that Ortega Lopez, who entered the U.S. illegally from Mexico in December 2023, was living with other undocumented migrants and had access to firearms. According to press release from the Justice Department, investigators found social media posts depicting Ortega Lopez posing with multiple guns, some of which were allegedly supplied by April Cano, the judge's daughter, who allowed him to hold on and sometimes shoot various firearms, the agency said. Okay, I want to stop for just a second and say, if you are in this country illegally, if you are not legally allowed to own firearms, if you have any question about anything, do not pose with pictures of guns and post them on your social media. That's so stupid. Or edit the photo afterwards and put a little orange ring at the end of the barrel. I don't know, but like that just seems like a no-brainer to me. Posing with guns is just asking for people to get into your shit. So, what to know? The resignation letter addressed to the 3rd Judicial District Chief Judge Conrad Perea. Judge Cano wrote, "Working with each of you has been a very rewarding experience for which I will remain eternally grateful. Cano's 14-year run on the bench also was followed a career in law enforcement. Ortega Lopez was formally accused by HSI of being in the country illegally and having ties to Tren de Aragua, a Venezuelan gang that has recently drawn scrutiny from the Trump administration. Federal authorities further allege that Ortega Lopez not only lived with other undocumented migrants, but also had access to firearms, an offense that is prohibited for non-citizens in the United States." I mean, yeah, but you got to prove that this picture was taken in the United States, right? I mean, it probably was. It's probably not hard to prove. Just don't fucking post pictures of you holding a gun. It's that easy. Social media evidence shows Ortega Lopez in possession of multiple firearms at a shooting range in Las Cruces, the Justice Department noted. It is unlawful for any illegal migrant to be in possession of a gun in the United States. But the Justice Department says it's illegal to be illegal in the United States. So what are we? Yeah. Anyway, Additional details reported by the Albuquerque Journal indicate that Ortega Lopez had listed the Cano residence as his address in a 2024 immigration relief application. Investigators learned that he originally met Nancy Cano while performing handiwork. So Nancy is the wife, right? And April is the daughter? Yes. Okay. Nancy is the wife. So he met the judge's wife while he was doing handyman work. Okay. After being evicted from his apartment, he moved into the guest house on the property. During a detention hearing on March 14th, a U.S. magistrate judge questioned the federal prosecutor's familiarity with Judge Cano, remarking, "I don't think he would let just anybody live on his property." Despite the allegations, Ortega Lopez was initially released under supervision, although a motion to reconsider that release was filed in April. The Department of Justice has confirmed that Ortega Lopez and 3 other Venezuelan nationals were arrested in a broader operation targeting illegal possession of firearms. If convicted, each could face up to 15 years in federal prison. How are they going to face federal prison when they're going to deport him? Isn't that what Trump's doing? Okay, so this is the New Mexico Supreme Court has scheduled a public hearing on Tuesday in the case. A spokesperson for the state administrative office of the court's Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham will appoint a replacement to serve the rest of Cano's term, which ends next year. So my question in all of this is why? What exactly was going on that this illegal immigrant who had access to illegal guns, apparently living in a New Mexico judge's house? That's strange. That's strange. So definitely something to question. Definitely something to be skeptical about. I tried to point out shit that I'm skeptical about on both sides. So I will later today or tomorrow when I edit these, I will make sure to throw the links up to each article that I read over in the description of the video. And that's really all I've got for this morning. So thanks for hanging out with me. February 22nd, Earth Day. So this has been Cousin Matt with Nightly News this morning. Thank you guys for checking me out, and I will catch you guys on the next one. Thanks. And good morning. Hello. It is Friday. What is it? April 25th, 2025, 4/25/25. So I am your host, Cousin Matt, and this is Nightly News this morning, also known as the Ghost of Paul Harvey, kind of sometimes. I used to say that when we did this on the other channel. So anyway, good morning. Hello. Welcome. Thank you. We are going to look at some news this morning. So the show's about trying to take an unbiased look at the news. We use the Ground News Agitator to look at some stories from different perspectives and things like that, and kind of try to get a little bit of an unbiased view of it. So with that being said, I'm going to get my little stuff prepared here, and we will get going on our first story, because I don't know that many people are going to be, nobody's watching it live right now, but I don't know how many people are even going to watch the live broadcast. So, but I do clip this show up into segments and stuff like that. So anyway, let's go ahead and jump into it here, huh? All right. So our first story today has to do with Chuck Schumer, who is the Senate Majority Leader. Has been for Chuck with his glasses down here. Amy Schumer's uncle, if you didn't know. Apparently his popularity is waning. Strange. He's only been in the Senate for like 150 years. So looking at the Ground News Agitator over here, this is a blind spot story that's being mostly reported on by the right. But I thought that it was important to talk about because Chuck Schumer is a fucking like incredibly unpopular old man who says the dumbest shit all the time. And I don't know why he's still there, but this story and the next story, I think, are going to kind of bring together a pretty good point, and that's maybe some people from New York who are in the House might want to think about switching over to the Senate. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, we are going to look at a story because I tried to find a center. There isn't any center, but there is one article here that leans left when we're talking about this, and that's by Mediate. So we're going to go over here and take a look at it. and it says revolt within the Democratic Party. CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton declared that there is a revolt within the Democratic Party and that sirens should be going off in the Senate Minority Leader's house, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer's office over some disastrous polling results. Yeah. This, I think, is a revolt that is going on within the Democratic Party right now. Democrats and their leaders, Eaton said to the CNN Central News or News Central on Thursday. According to a Gallup poll released this month, 39% of Democrats trust that their party's leaders in Congress will do the right thing when it comes to the economy. In April 2024, that number was 80%. So 1 year, and the Democrats have lost more than 40% of confidence. Why is that? I think that should go to show you that maybe Trump getting elected wasn't just like a little hiccup. Like if people have no faith in the Democratic Party leadership, like how can you expect them to get behind a Democratic candidate? So Holy Toledo, Eaton said about the new survey, that's the lowest number by far in the Gallup polling. The lowest previous was just 60%, which is 21 points higher than this. Democrats hate what their congressional leaders are doing in Washington right now. On the key issues of the day right now, the economy. That's true. I called my senator. I don't live in New York. I live on the other side of the country, but I did call my senator and I expressed my disappointment in his scripted this bullshit video. It's listed on my Bluesky. If you follow nightly news this morning on Bluesky, which is Night News Morning, that's our you'll see it on there. You can go through my replies. Eaton then honed in on Schumer and new data from Siena College showing that his favorability rating among New York Democrats had dropped 73% in April 2024 to 52% today. So almost half of his constituents have no faith in him. Very bad sign. Just to oppose that, Senator Ron Wyden in Oregon, like one of my two senators, the other senator I'm not super impressed with, but Ron Wyden has, pretty good approval ratings among Oregonians, even though he spends a lot of time in New York. I'm sure him and Chucky are buds. That's the lowest I could even find on the Siena College on how Democrats in Chuck Schumer's home state view him. And keep in mind, if you're thinking about primary challenges, it would be a few years away, he said, noting that Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez currently holds high favorability rating. I feel like her name is going to come up a few times today. Eaton called the numbers unfathomable. I never thought I'd see a day in which just 52% of New York Democrats would view Chuck Schumer as unfavorably. Ugh, I can't talk this morning. It's almost unfathomable, he said. New York Democrats were also polled by Marist University on whether they believe Schumer would remain the leader in the Senate. That number fell 50% in 2024 to 48% this month. This screams sirens should be going off. Primary challenge. When you're a Democrat in New York and these are your ratings, this is a big wake-up call if you're Chuck Schumer. So, and that was from Mediaite, but also in regards to a CNN story. So, yeah, Chuck Schumer is not a very popular leader in the Senate. He's said a lot of dumb shit, especially over the last 10 years. I would say especially like since Trump the first, since Trump's first term. And he just comes off as disingenuous. He comes off as a rules for thee and not for me kind of guy. So, Chucky, if you're seeing this, maybe think about doing something differently, like retiring. So I am going to, no, I'm not even going to switch screens. We'll just, because this next story just goes right into it with the same thing. So actually, no, I will switch for just a second here. Oops. God, I'm not with it this morning. I'm sorry. Yeah, I do want to clip these into individual segments. So I will get my screen over here ready so I don't look like a fool when I click on the next one. All right. Story number 2 also has to do with a Senate Democrat leader. Weird. Dick Durbin, the number 2 Democrat in the Senate, announces he won't seek re-election. Well, one of them gets it. Dick, maybe go talk to Chuck. You and Chuck need to have a little conversation about what you guys are going to do in your retirement. Maybe you guys should retire close to each other so that he can feel like he's still got the same shit going on. I don't know. So yeah, news agitator, at least on this one, it's being reported pretty centrally. So we got reporting on the left and the right, pretty equal distribution there for the most part. With a 79% high factuality or above. And we are going to look at a story from the week, which is right here. Independent high factuality leans left. So that's our agitator there. We'll look at a left-leaning article. So with Dick Durbin's retirement, where do Democrats go from here? The number 2 Senate Democrat's pending departure is a pivotal moment for the party looking for leadership in the second Trump administration. I don't know where the Democrats go from here. This is a huge question. I think that there is one clear name, one clear front runner above the rest. And like I said, I think that her name is gonna come up again, but maybe not for the Senate. You know, maybe she's meant for bigger things. Maybe there's a reason that Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton weren't the first female presidents of the United States. Maybe it's because we need to have one that's more organic and actually cares about the people. I love you, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I don't really love her. I'm not I think that she's an amazing person in politics. I think that she's doing things that nobody else is. Well, I mean, there are people doing them and there are people emulating her, but if you think about it, she was the first person elected in this shake 'em up kind of deal, where you've got people like Ilhan Omar and Jasmine Crockett on the left, but then you've got people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert on the right. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was the first person elected in that normal people of the people kind of sense that wasn't didn't seem like just a regular Washington politician. So anyway, that's my little rant about that. Let's go ahead and read this article. So it's been nearly 30 years since Dick Durbin became an Illinois senator, a lifetime in American politics, but now at age 80, Jesus Christ, our politicians are too old, y'all. He has spent 20 years as the Democrats' Senate whip, and his political career is nearing an end after announcing this week he will not seek re-election next year. The senator's looming departure comes as a pivotal time for Democrats as the party looks ahead to 2026 midterms. Durbin's retirement marks more than just the end of a political era. What did the commentators say? With his exit, Durbin is solidifying a generational shift within his party, said Politico. Just as many of his colleagues and supporters have grown more eager and more vocal about ushering in younger Democratic leadership. Durbin's retirement will reverberate the Senate at a time when Democrats are embarking on an uphill slog to regain the majority, said the New York Times. There are good people in the wings, Durbin said to the outlet, explaining his decision to leave. He now joins a growing list of Democratic senators who are calling it quits ahead of the 2026 election. Speculation that Durbin would not seek re-election has grown for months, the Hill said, particularly earlier this month after he reported an anemic fundraising total for the first time in 3 years, or for the first 3 months of the year, excuse me. Durbin's departure opens up the number 2 slot in the Senate Democratic leadership for the first time in 2 decades. While it gives Democrats another seat to defend in 2026, it also spares the party from the prospect of an older senator running in an election cycle where many expect a clamor for younger faces. Durbin himself clearly was worried that his retirement would be taken as a rallying cry for other aging lawmakers to hang it up already. It is. Yes. Pelosi, Schumer, McConnell, all you old fucks need to go away. Hang it up already, said the Chicago Tribune. Instead, he made it clear that was not his intent by highlighting his announcement on the ongoing vitality of his soon-to-be former colleagues, Chuck Grassley and Bernie Sanders. What is next? Durbin's departure is expected to set off a flurry of activity among a scrum of would-be successors from both major parties, Fox News said. How his replacement battle shakes out will indicate whether the Democratic Party has learned from its drubbing. I don't know what these quotes are. I'm going to link the article so you can see. I don't understand what these phrases are supposed to mean and why this article is written so weird. It looks like it was written by AI and it just took like a lot of clips from a lot of different articles about this and just like shoved them all together. This is so weird. Learned from the 2024, the Wall Street Journal. No moderate himself, Durbin's retirement will test the appetite of Illinois Democrats for a more combative leftism in the style of Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I said her name was going to come up. The race to replace Durbin will have seismic effects on Illinois politics. Given the long roster of Democrats who have been jockeying since last year to position themselves as his heir apparent. His exit also creates an opening, albeit a long shot one, for Republicans to pick up one of Illinois' genuine plum political posts. These quotes are so strange, man. I don't get it. Why is it written like this? Clearly, I did no prep work before I started the show. Shortly after Durbin's announcement, Illinois Lieutenant Governor Julia Stratton became the first contender to officially enter what many expect to be a jam-packed field of candidates vying to replace him. There are at least a dozen names I think are serious, Durbin said to the radio station, with an even larger number who have approached him expressing interest in running. The race could ultimately become an expensive headache for Senate Democrats, already preparing for bruising primaries in Michigan, Minnesota. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island is expected to replace Durbin as the top-ranking Democrat on the powerful Judiciary Committee. Whitehouse is seen as more combative and more willing to play hardball with a cadre of aggressive young Republicans on the panel. Good. We need Democrats who are willing to play hardball because the Republicans are not playing softball. That's what we need to keep in mind here. And anybody who's going to be vying for these seats, I think should definitely be under the age of 50. Like our world leaders, like our president is what, 86? 80 years old, leaving the Senate. How old is Chuck Schumer? Like, this is ridiculous. But anyway, I digress. This is good. This is people recognizing that they need to step down from public office and that they're too old. It would have been nice if Biden did it. It would be nice if Pelosi would do it. It would be nice if Schumer and McConnell would do it. So, also Trump's too old too. Anyway, that's all I got for this one. So, take a little break here. Again, it's the AM, so I'm drinking Juneberry Red Bull. It's the best tasting Red Bull, if you ask me. Oh boy, I got no chat to speak with. That's a little unfortunate. I'm just kind of, recording this to throw up later, I guess. But, got to talk to myself and make it entertaining so that when I clip it, it doesn't look like it's just a one long show where I'm sitting in my spare bedroom office by myself while my girlfriend wonders what the fuck I'm wasting my time on when I could be out working. But anyway, I digress. Let's get into the next one here, huh? Who wants some more hot news in their inbox? All right. Trump targets major Democratic donors, donor platform Act Blue. I'm going to do that again because I just hit my mic. Right. Trump targets major Democratic donor platform Act Blue. So I got my ground news agitator pulled up, and this is a story that's being reported on. It's mostly being reported on by the left, or by the right, with a 48% bias distribution on the right. However, it is being picked up by some center and left leaning publications as well. So that's good. We have a 61% high factuality rating, also pretty good. So I've got the Associated Press article pulled up. Let's go ahead and take a look at that and see what Trump's doing to the Democratic donor platform. So, Trump orders the Justice Department to investigate Democrats' top funding platform. The latest example of Trump using tools from the government to go after his political opponents. Trump, in an executive order signed Thursday, directed Attorney General and former lobbyist Pam Bondi to investigate allegations that the Republicans have raised that Act Blue allows illegal campaign donations. Democrats, who had anticipated that they would be targeted, condemned the move Thursday, and Act Blue called it an oppressive use of power by the White House. Because that's what it is. The Trump administration, the GOP's targeting of Act Blue is part of their brazen attack on democracy in America. Today's escalation by the White House is blatantly unlawful and needs to be seen for what it is. Donald Trump's latest front in his campaign to stamp out all political, electoral, and ideological opposition, Act Blue said in a statement. Act Blue said it would pursue all legal avenues to protect and defend itself. Act Blue will continue its mission and work undeterred and uninterrupted, providing a safe, secure fundraising platform for the millions of grassroots donors who rely on us. This is not good. I mean, this segment isn't very long. I mostly just read the story. I think I'm just going to go straight into the next one, and we'll keep these two together because they're basically related. They, in my opinion, it's two parts of the same story. So the next story on the Ground News Agitator here is Trump drops or pauses cases against 17 corporations that funded his inauguration. What? Okay, hold on. Trump targets major Democratic donor platform Act Blue. Trump pauses or drops cases against 17 corporations that funded his inauguration report. It's right there. It's pretty fucking clear. Bias distribution on this one, only 86, only 14% center, 86% left, nobody on the right. So this is definitely a blind spot on the right. I have National Memo pulled up. If we scroll down here, National Memo is high factuality on the left. And let's go ahead and read through the article here. And I love that, like, the URL, you can't see it because I've got my screen set up a little bit differently. Let me see if I can pull it down. The URL for the story just says Trump bribery. I love that. That's amazing. We love to see that. Let me get this back where it's supposed to go here. All right, so, God damn it. Outrage over bribery as Trump does favors for firms that funded inaugural. An analysis released Monday in the wake of the new federal election commission filing show that the Trump administration has dropped or paused federal enforcement cases against at least 17 corporations that donated to the president's inaugural fund, an indication that companies' attempts to buy favor in the White House are already paying off. So, as long as you're funding the correct side, it's okay. But if you're funding the wrong side, it's definitely illegal. Welcome to America. This is what we've become. I don't know how, but this is what we've become. So in the new analysis, a watchdog group, Public Citizens, cross-referenced FEC data released Sunday with its own corporate enforcement tracker, which documents companies facing federal cases for alleged wrongdoing. Public Citizen found that corporations facing federal investigation or enforcement lawsuits donated a combined $50 million to President Donald Trump's inaugural committee. Trump raised a record sum of $239 million for his second inauguration, the new FEC findings show. Corporations facing federal lawsuits and investigations aren't giving millions to Trump's inauguration out of the kindness of their hearts, said Public Citizen researcher Rick Claypool. They're trying to buy goodwill, and when you're a corporation under investigation or facing prosecution, that means government dropping enforcement actions against you. In some cases, it may even mean receiving pardons in cases in which guilty pleas have already been entered or retraction of settlements already entered into. Oh, God. Bank of America, Capital One, Coinbase, DuPont, and JP Morgan are among the corporations that donated to Trump's inauguration and subsequently had federal enforcement cases dismissed. Are you freaking. This isn't corruption at all. Public Citizen noted that Google, which donated $1 million to Trump's inaugural committee, could benefit from the Trump Justice Department's decision during an ongoing antitrust case to scrap part of its proposed breakup plan requiring Google to sell off AI businesses. Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google's parent company, was among a number of high-profile executives who were given prominent spots at the Trump inauguration ceremony in January. They really never miss an opportunity for some good old-fashioned corporate bribery. No, they sure don't. Other inaugural donors have benefited differently from the Trump's administration's actions. As former Labor Secretary Robert Reich noted on social media late on Monday, Trump administration is poised to end the Internal Revenue Service's free direct file program after the private tax prep giant Intuit donated $1 million to the president's inauguration. I hate this story. Oh my gosh. Apple donated $1 million to Trump. $1 million. Trump exempted most of Apple imports from tariffs. Coinbase donated $1 million. Trump's SEC dropped a major lawsuit against them. See how this works? Do you see? Do you see? The appearance of pay-to-play corruption has been stark during the opening months of Trump's second term, with critics accusing the president of effectively placing a for sale sign on the White House. CBS News reported that much of the White House's Easter egg roll on Monday was sponsored by corporations, a change from the traditional sponsorship by the American Egg Board. Amazon, Google's, YouTube, and Facebook parent company Meta sponsored various stations at the event, according to CBS. Nothing says Happy Easter in Trump 2.0 like having corporation sponsors at the White House egg roll, Public Citizen said Monday. They really never miss an opportunity for some good old-fashioned corporate bribery. No, they sure don't. This is a depressing story, and this just goes to show you that not only is bribery alive and well in Washington, not only is the swamp as deep as ever, but it seems to be getting deeper. So, anyway. Gotta love it. All right. My next story is going to take just a second to set up here. I wasn't sure how long it would take me to get to this point, so I didn't have this one completely ready to go, but I'm clicking. It'll only be a second because I know that all my live viewers are just clamoring to see what I've got next. So it's a pretty popular show, you know. People get crazy sometimes. I can't do a live show because I'm afraid the crowds would just be too much, you know. I don't want to overburden the infrastructure in the small town that I live in. Okie dokie. All right. So the last story I have here is about federal regulation and how a group finds that federal regulation will cost households an average $16,000 a year. Okay. So in our ground news agitator, you can see here that our bias distribution is 100% center and right. There is not one left-leaning news outlet reporting on this. We do have a 95% high factuality, which that's good. That's the first time that I've ever seen that coming from mostly the right. But let's get into this here and just kind of learn about what's going on. So federal regulations cost an average American household $16,000 a year, a group finds. Federal regulations cost taxpayers trillions of dollars annually, with the average American household paying roughly $16,000 a year in hidden costs, according to a new report. The nonpartisan Competitive Enterprises Institute released its annual 10,000 Commandments report Thursday. Okay, before we get too much further into this, I'm going to use this as an opportunity to point out some bias in reporting. So this article from Newsbug, which we show that over here, says it's very high factuality with a center leaning. But who is it even owned by? Like, let's learn about the Newsbug. So yeah, it doesn't give us much about it, does it? So I don't know who Newsbug is, but they're telling me that a nonpartisan group called the Competitive Enterprises Institute. So who is the Competitive Enterprises Institute? When we come over to Wikipedia and read about it, it says the Competitive Enterprises Institute is a nonprofit libertarian think tank. So how is that nonpartisan? Is that nonpartisan because it's not Democrat or Republican? But like, everybody knows that libertarians typically tend to vote right-leaning. So, yeah, conservatism in the United States, exactly. It's a conservative think tank, and they want to tell you that it's a nonpartisan group who just happened to do this. So it's not. It's a libertarian think tank who is going to what do libertarians want? They want less government. They want less spending. So they have an incentive to tell people that regulations are going to cost you $16,000 a year. Like, it's ridiculous. But as a result, American consumers have faced higher prices and lost jobs due to businesses passing regulatory costs on to consumers. The average U.S. household, without realizing it, spends more on regulations than healthcare, food, transportation, apparel, and entertainment combined. I would love to see some proof of those numbers. So they did release a report, and I have it. I'm going to link it in the clip for this episode. But this is the report that they have linked. Let's see here. 146 pages. Sure, yeah, and they do list their sources, so that's good. But I have not had the time to go through this. I would suspect a libertarian think tank to probably be playing fast and loose with the data. So be skeptical of things like this. Make sure that when you read articles like this that just say some random name and tell you something, do a little bit more research onto it. Try to figure out exactly what the angle it is that they're coming from, so that you have a better idea of what the person who is writing this article is where they're trying to lead you with their article, because this article is leading you somewhere. It's leading you to think, oh shit, there's a lot more hidden regulations than I thought. But it could turn out that a lot of these regulations are things that the regular households aren't necessarily paying. So again, I will link all of that in here. I'm going to clip all of these episodes together. Or not together. I'm sorry. I'm going to clip this episode into separate segments so that I can release each one of those segments as their own little topic, and each one that gets clipped will have the link to the articles that I read. So I think that I'm going to wrap it up for today. Just going to kind of do a short episode. I got some stuff I got to take care of, but I am Cousin Matt. This has been Nightly News this morning. We're going to do this on Tuesday and Friday mornings at 6:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So I hope to see you there on the next one and hang out and get some input. So thanks for hanging out. Try to pretend like my opinion is going to have any kind of bearing on this. I'm just bringing you the information. trying to present it to you in the most unbiased way that I can. Obviously, I have my own personal biases, though. So let's go ahead and get through this article and see what else is going on. So they discovered 2 video messages between Nancy Cano, who is the judge's wife, again, and Ortega Lopez, who is the migrant who was arrested, which showed a 4th phone and the 2 discussing how to potentially delete Ortega Lopez's Facebook accounts. The complaint against Nancy Cano states, "Not a good look. Not gonna lie about that." This prompted investigators to execute a warrant at the Cano property Thursday, looking for another phone owned by Ortega Lopez, as well as a phone owned by Nancy Cano, according to the complaint. During the search, Jose Luis Cano, the judge, agreed to speak with investigators and told them he destroyed Ortega Lopez's phone by smashing it with a hammer and discarding the remaining pieces in the city trash dumpster approximately 5 weeks ago. Adding he thought the phone contained videos or photos that would reflect negatively on Ortega Lopez, the complaint against him states. That's literally admitting to a crime. Like, if you suspect something to be evidence and you destroy it, that is evidence tampering. I don't know how else to, like, I don't agree with what's going on, but that doesn't mean that I agree with the way that things are taking place, with the actions that this judge and his wife are taking. So I feel like I'm kind of like I'm a little bit on both sides of this. I don't know. When questioned further, the judge said the former judge said he destroyed the phone because CNN reached out to ICE and the U.S. Attorney General and former lobbyist's office for more information on the case. The arrest of Jose Luis Cano and Nancy Cano come after the former judge resigned of his role in March, according to court documents. On Tuesday, the New Mexico Supreme Court ordered Joel Cano never to hold or run for New Mexico judicial office in the future, the document stated. So, yeah, I guess we will continue to monitor this issue and see where it goes from here. And if there are any updates, we will bring them to you here on Nightly News This Morning. Cool. All right. So we'll get set up for the next story, and I'm going to take a sip of my Juneberry Red Bull. All right. In story number 2 here this morning, we have a story out of the University of Zurich where researchers have allegedly been using Reddit to perform experiments on AI for the last 4 months and manipulate unwilling and unknowing people. Yeah, so that's fun. The University of Zurich researchers conduct unauthorized AI experiments on Reddit. So with our bias distribution over here on Ground News, it looks like we've got a 50% left-leaning with only 13% of the right. So a little bit of a blind spot issue here. So what's going on with this? Well, I had a hard time last night finding any stories that weren't behind a paywall, but I think I did find one. Anonymous researchers use AI bots to experiment on Reddit debate subreddit. So let's get into this article here by Mashable and see what's going on. A group of unidentified researchers allegedly affiliated with the University of Zurich conducted a months-long AI experiment on the users of Reddit's r/Change My View debate forum, according to the subreddit's monitors. In a pinned announcement, the CMV moderation team revealed that in March, they were informed that the community had unknowingly been host to a 4-month experiment. Researchers deployed AI-powered bots to generate responses to persuade users to change their mind on various topics, as first spotted by 404 Media. The effort involved fake accounts and data scraping tools that combed through the users' posting histories to craft more convincing replies. This is going to give more credit to people with the whole dead internet theory, which, if you haven't gotten into it, it's a conspiracy theory that's kind of nuts. But anyway, So, r Change My View is one of Reddit's most well known debate spaces. User posts opinions on hot button issues spanning from politics, culture, and religion. Others then engage with counter arguments. If the original poster changes their mind, they're awarded a delta, a user bestowed persuasion point. The subreddit's monitors say the researchers used more than 13 accounts generating thousands of comments. Some bots claimed identities pretending to be a victim of statutory rape, a trauma counselor specializing in abuse, a black man opposed to Black Lives Matter. The research team claimed the responsibility for the experiment, said that while the comments were AI generated, they were reviewed and ultimately posted by a human researcher, providing substantial human oversight to the entire process. Fun. They're not going to need human oversight for much longer. I mean, I don't know, like maybe this is a good thing for people who have problems engaging with real people. Like I don't know. I like this is pretty soon the internet will just be all bots converging and talking to each other. Maybe all I'm doing with this news show is like training an AI to replace me. Who knows? Most of the accounts created by the research team have now been suspended by Reddit for violating the site's terms of service, but thanks to snapshots provided via the archive streaming archive.today, a glimpse of the AI-generated comments remain. In one recovered post, a user claims to have a Hispanic wife while responding to the threaded title CMV, the Western left is destroying themselves and shoving minorities into the right conservative sides. The bot's comment in opposition to the statement racked up 12 deltas. And then, okay, so here is the statement from the AI. I am a center-right centrist who leans left on some issues. My wife is Hispanic and technically first generation. Her parents immigrated from El Salvador and they both spoke very little English. Neither side of her family has ever voted Republican, however. All of them except two aunts are very tight on immigration control. Everyone in her family who immigrated to the U.S. did so legally and correctly. This includes everyone from her parents' generation except her father, who got amnesty in 1993, and her mother, who was born here after a high-risk pregnancy just across the border. Following the disclosure, the moderators filed an ethics complaint with the University of Zurich requesting that the research not be published and that the researchers face disciplinary actions, as they should. This is public manipulation for academic academic stature, I guess. Statutes, yeah. More than anything, the moderators and users expressed deep disappointment over the lack of informed consent, a fundamental principle of any human subject research. Yes. Informed consent can be waived in certain situations, however. For instance, if the research involves minimal risk to the subjects, or if the informed consent would compromise the research itself, which if your research is to see if AI can fool humans into thinking that they're humans, yeah, I guess informed consent would definitely have an effect on the outcome of your research then. But at the same time, like, Jesus, man, this is so like I used to spend a lot of time on Reddit. And I got off within like the last 6 months to a year or so. It actually probably hasn't even been that long. But I realized that Reddit is just going to be used as a tool to train AI in the future. That the real people on Reddit are just being like this article states, being used as guinea pigs. So maybe not so brazenly in some cases, maybe more brazenly. Who knows? But I got off it. I was like, I don't need it. The only social media that I have anymore basically pertains to this show. So the subreddit's monitors say that they received a response from the University of Zurich's Faculty of Arts and Science Ethics Commission, which said it takes the issue very seriously, but clarified that the commission lacks authority to block publication of the research. The university also said it conducted a careful investigation, issued a formal warning to the project's principal investigator, and promised stricter oversight in the future studies, including requiring conditions with affected online communities before launching experimental work coordinating with affected communities. Yeah. Okay, cool. So they got a slap on the wrist by themselves. which is nothing. The moderators also shared the responses they say they received from the university, which reads, "This project yields important insights and risks, and the risks are minimal. This means that suppressing publication is not proportionate to the importance of the oversight the study yields." The researchers' identities remain anonymous, although the CMV moderation team claimed to know the principal investigator's identity. When 404 Media's Jason Kobler contacted the moderators for more information, he was told they are honoring the researchers' request to remain unnamed. That's bullshit. Nah, man, nah. They should absolutely be named because this was a really dumb decision. I don't know. In my opinion, the public should not be used as guinea pigs. That's my personal opinion. Maybe it's controversial, but I stand by it. So, anyway. Everything in the world is fantastic right now. How are you? Are you good? I hope you're good. So, for anybody that's watching or watching this later, I want to let you know that Friday will probably be the last episode for a little while, as a week from today, I fly to Chicago to start my Route 66 tour for my motorcycle tour guide job. And that'll take about 2 weeks, and then we will be back to our regular schedule for a little while. I do have a road trip sometime in June to take. Then I have another tour with Jeff Holiday in July. And then I don't think I have another tour until September. So might have like 3 weeks interrupted during the summer and then like another 2 weeks in early fall. But I'm going to be trying to do this every Tuesday and Friday that I possibly can. And it's definitely possible that not for the Route 66 tour, but maybe for the next ones, I get a mobile setup going that I can do the show on the road, because it's not super hard to do on the road. I just need, the biggest problem right now is that my mixing board is gigantic, and I've only got one mic that I use right now. Like I have this mixing board mostly for doing music, but if I can get a smaller audio input, that's basically the only thing that I need. I've got a modular green screen that I can take with me. All my lighting is mobile. Everything's done on my laptop. I could probably use, I'm going to need an extra monitor. So an extra monitor and a smaller audio interface. And then we're golden to do nightly news this morning mobily. So that's pretty cool. What's up, Loner Nick? How you doing? Good morning. Thanks for checking the show out. We've done 2 stories already. We're about to jump into the third. So when I'm on this screen, I will engage with the chat. When I bring the story up, because I'm recording it to clip it for later, I'll probably just go through the article, and then at the end of the story, when I switch back over to the screen, if anybody says anything, that's when I'll address it. So going over some ground news articles, going over the agitator, and then reading through the news articles after we look at the bias here. So let's get into story number 3. So civil rights lawyers leave en masse as the Justice Department mission shifts. So I saw this story yesterday. Over 100 civil rights lawyers have left the Justice Department since the Trump administration took office. This is awful. This is a really bad sign. So looking at our ground news agitator, we have a pretty equal distribution. You've got 25% on the right, 38% on the left, 38% center. So pretty mixed there. We've got 75% high factuality or above. And I've got an article from ABC7 because I wanted to find something with a centered distribution that I could try to look at without bias here. So let's get into our story from ABC7. Exodus at the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division, as officials say over 100 attorneys have departed. Close this here. The Justice Department's division tasked with enforcing the nation's federal civil rights laws has recently seen a mass exodus of over 100 attorneys, the newly confirmed official leading the division said in an interview this week. What we have made very clear last week in memos to each of the 11 sections in the Civil Rights Division is that our priorities under President Trump are going to be somewhat different than they were under President Biden. Department of Justice Attorney General Harmeet Dillon said in an interview with the conservative host Glenn Beck. Oh, great. And then we will tell them these are the president's priorities. This is what we will be focusing on. You know, govern yourself accordingly. And en masse, dozens and now over 100 attorneys decided that they'd rather not do what their job requires them to do. Good. The resignations came as Dillon and Attorney General and former lobbyist Pam Bondi have made clear the priorities of the division, which were established in the wake of the civil rights movement in the 1950s, which shift away from priorities like enforcing voting right laws and cracking down on unconstitutional policies to culture war issues touted by President Trump in his 2024 campaign. In the recent weeks, the department has said it will pursue legal action against states that permit transgender athletes to participate in girls' and women's sports, withdrawn from a Biden-era lawsuit against Georgia's voting laws, and conveyed a task force to investigate incidents of anti-Christian bias. Oh, and don't forget arresting judges. Of the recent resignations, Dillon said in the interview that she thinks it's fine the attorneys have opted to leave. We don't want people in the federal government who feel like it's their pet project to go persecute, police departments based on statistical evidence or persecute people praying outside of abortion facilities instead of doing violence. Is that what's really going on, or is this just rhetoric? Because this sounds like rhetoric to me. Like, come with some receipts. That's not the job here. The job is to enforce federal civil rights laws, not woke ideology. At the same time, Dillon said in the interview that she was seeking to staff up her division so they could pursue issues like the administration's actions targeting Harvard University. You need more lawyers, investigators, and commitment to do the work. And you need people in the United States identifying these things for us, Dillon said. We're going to run out of attorneys to work on things at some point. So if you're an attorney and you need some work and you don't like what the Trump administration is doing, you should probably go to the Department of Justice and claim to be right-leaning. Like, this is what sucks. All of these people, all of these civil rights attorneys that are leaving could have done some good. Like, they could have worked from the inside. Well, this is where we're at in the United States. I don't know what else to tell you. Several top Democrats sent a letter to former lobbyist Pam Bondi, Dillon, and the Department of Justice Inspector General Michael Horowitz Monday, raising concerns over what they describe as the politicization of the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division. That's exactly what it is. That is exactly what it is. It's being used for political purposes. And I commend the people, the lawyers that did step down, the civil rights lawyers who did step down, because they have ethical and moral objections to what this new Department of Justice is doing. But at the same time, like, we could have definitely used them to stay in those positions and try to, throw a wrench in this ridiculousness as much as they could. But at the same time, people have ethics, people have morals, so you can't hold that against them. But still pretty dystopian. Cool. All right. So, how many more stories do we have today? Couple. I got two more. Here we go. President Trump to reduce the impact of auto tariffs, the Commerce Secretary says. Well, this is interesting. He's just so back and forth on this, isn't he? It's like it's like there was no real plan. It's like this was all just done on a whim. Let's get into it here. So in our ground news agitator front page here that we always start with, the bias distribution, 31% left, 21% right. So pretty even reporting here, 48% center. Got 93% high factuality. That's good. So no real manipulation to this story, it would seem. And we scroll down here. I think I've got the story from Reuters pulled up. Center leaning, very high factuality. Yeah. Trump to reduce the impact of auto tariffs. President Donald Trump's administration will move to reduce the impact of his automotive tariffs on Tuesday by alleviating some duties imposed on foreign parts and domestically manufactured cars. And keeping tariffs on cars made abroad from piling on top of one another, officials said. President Trump is building an important partnership with both domestic automakers and our great American workers, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said in a statement provided by the White House. Now, I've got a question about this, okay? Because Toyotas are technically a Japanese car, but there is a Toyota manufacturing plant in Georgetown, Kentucky that produces the Camry. There is a Toyota manufacturing plant in Indiana that produces the Tundra. No, the Tundra is produced in Texas now. I think the plant in Indiana produces the Tacoma, maybe. But these automotives, like these cars, are still manufactured in the United States. How does the tariffs on those work? Because a lot of the parts definitely come from overseas, but the vehicles themselves are manufactured here. So trade is a worldwide thing. And we're trying to go back to like the 18 and 1900s when a country had to rely on itself. But we are a global world now. With global communication and global transport comes global trade. And we're trying to go backwards, and it's just silly to me. I don't understand it. The deal is a major victory for the president's trade policy by rewarding companies who manufacture domestically while providing runway to manufacturers who have expressed their commitment to invest in America and expand their domestic manufacturing. The Wall Street Journal, which first reported the development, said the move meant car companies paying tariffs would not be charged other levies, such as those on steel and aluminum, and the reimbursement would be given for such tariffs that were already paid. A White House official confirmed the report and indicated the move would be made official on Tuesday because they know that this is just tanking the economy. This isn't helping anything. Trump is traveling to Michigan on Tuesday to commemorate his first 100 days in office, a period the Republican president has used to upend the global economic order. The move to soften the economic auto levies is his latest by the administration to show some flexibility on tariffs, which have sown turmoil in financial markets, created uncertainty for businesses, and sparked fears of a sharp economic slowdown. Automakers said earlier Monday they were expecting Trump to issue relief from the auto tariffs ahead of his trip to Michigan, which is home to the Detroit 3 automakers and more than 1,000 major auto suppliers. General Motors CEO Mary Branna and Ford CEO Jim Farley praised the plan charges. We believe the president's leadership is helping level the playing field for companies like GM and allowing us to invest in even more in the U.S. economy, Barra said. Farley said the changes will help mitigate the impact of tariffs on automakers, suppliers, and consumers. You know what would mitigate it? Not doing this in the first place. Last week, a coalition of U.S. auto industry groups urged Trump not to impose 25% tariffs on imported auto parts, warning they would cut vehicle sales and raise prices. Though it's going to raise used vehicle prices, new vehicle prices, it's going to raise everything. Like, tariffs on auto parts will scramble the global automotive supply chain and set off a domino effect that will lead to higher auto prices for consumers, lower sales at dealerships, and will make servicing and repairing vehicles both more expensive and less predictable, the industry group said in a letter. The letters from the group representing GM, Toyota, Volkswagen, Hyundai, and others was sent to U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer, Treasury Secretary Scott Bensett, and Commerce's Lutnick. Most auto suppliers are not capitalized for abrupt tariff-induced disruption. Many are already in distress and will face production stoppages, layoffs, and bankruptcies, the letter added, noting it only takes the failure of one supplier to lead to the shutdown of an automaker's production line. Yeah, because these automakers have something called on-time delivery, where they're taking delivery of the parts that they need as they're producing the vehicles, so they don't have this huge warehouse of parts that they have to have. So the way that our production, automotive production supply lines work, this is not really a great thing for. But what do I know? I'm not the president of the United States. I don't know the art of the deal. I'm not a genius businessman. Anyway. So, one more. How long have we been going for? Almost 40 minutes? That's not bad. Get my screen switched over here. All right, and the last story that I have for today is a little bit of another follow-up to a story that we did on the last episode about the Senate majority or the Senate minority whip. Dick Durbin has decided not to seek re-election. So today, looking at a news story regarding Brian Schatz of Hawaii launches a Senate bid to replace Durbin as the Democratic whip. So mostly center distribution here. We've got 20% on the left and 20% on the right. So fairly balanced reporting here with 90% high factuality. And I'm going to look at two stories here real quick because I wanted to look at this from two different angles. So first, we're going to look at the Jewish News Syndicate article. And we're not going to get too far into it, but I thought it was pretty interesting when I opened it yesterday. So Hawaii Senator Ben Schatz to seek position as the Democratic whip. If he wins, Jewish lawmakers will hold the top 2 Democratic posts in the U.S. Senate. I thought that was pretty interesting that was their top headline on this. So it's interesting that the Jewish News Syndicate is coming at this from a place of let's get more of our people into the lawmaker position. But come over to look at the story from Axios. So it just kind of goes down over some things here, some little points. Senator Brian Schatz of Hawaii is off to a blistering pace as he tries to succeed Senate Democrat whip Dick Durbin. Why it matters. Unlike some of his colleagues, Schatz's ambition to win the Senate minority leader. Okay, so they're saying that he doesn't even want the whip position. He wants Chuck Schumer's position. So he's trying to climb the ladder, is what it seems like. But I don't know. I have already said openly that I think that Chuck Schumer should retire. That I think that Dick Durbin is making a good call, and that Chuck Schumer should be out too. So Schatz told the Washington Post on Monday that there is an emerging generation in the Senate leadership, and he wants to help that. He wants to help lead. So again, Brian Schatz is recognizing that the leadership is too old. We need leaders like Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi and Dick Durbin and Chuck Schumer. We need them to go ahead and take the cue and retire, and we need to let the next generation completely take over. I don't know about Cory Booker, but whatever. Schatz has an internal whip team that includes Senator Jacqueline Rosen, Cory Booker, and Mark Kelly. Sources told Axios to expect more public endorsements in the coming weeks after Booker publicly endorsed Schatz on Friday. Schatz's potential competitors for the gig, namely Senator Amy Klobuchar, have remained publicly quiet. As a member of the whip team, I have seen Brian Schatz in action helping get the votes necessary to pass some of the most consequential legislation in generations, Rosen told Axios in a statement. Between the lines, Klobuchar said the focus should be on stopping President Trump, not running for whip. She told reporters on Monday it's a mistake to talk about something a year and a half from now, and we have no idea who's going to win the Senate. Now, I think that Amy Klobuchar has a great point here. Right now, the priority for Democrats should be what's going on and what they can do to try to help stop things and help mitigate this this constitutional crisis that we're in. Instead, we have people who are worried about politics as usual. And I guess to a certain degree, the sun is going to rise. You know, the wheel is going to turn. The world is going to keep spinning. So you do have to keep doing these things. So, you know, I would say that Amy Klobuchar has a little bit of a point, but at the same time, she's one of those older people who I believe. I'm not. If it's who I'm thinking of, I don't have faces to the names of everybody who's in the Senate, but. Zoom in. Sources point to other factors that give Schatz a leg up on the whip race. He embraces the tedious but critical politics of the Senate floor. That's probably super important because I think that that's why some people, some of the new younger faces in politics, maybe mostly the House, but like they don't, you know, they seem to be a little bit of apart from the establishment because they are unwilling to embrace those Washington politics. So we need to ask ourselves, do we want a leader in the Senate who is going to embrace politics as usual, or do we want somebody who is going to upset the system? And I think that that's something that we need to think over the next few years or year and a half or however long it is until the midterms. So he has a track record on Durbin's whip team, serving as the Democrats' chief deputy whip in this Congress. In 2023, he hired longtime Durbin advisor Rima Doden to serve as his chief of staff. So it seems to me that Brian Schatz has been ready to do this for a while. Like he's probably realized, you know, hey, as soon as Mr. Durbin or Mr. Schumer retires, that's a position that I want to get into, and this may be the best way that he could possibly take over for Chuck Schumer if Schumer stays on for another 6 years or 3, 4 years. I don't know when his term is up, if it's 2 years, 4 years, or 6 years, but if Brian Schatz is the Democratic whip underneath Chuck Schumer, then that would give him a leg up to be the Democratic Senate leader once Chuck Schumer hopefully takes the hint and retires. So again, Chuck Schumer, it's time to retire. But that's what I've got for this one today. So anyway, those were the stories today. I got some views today while the show was going live, so that's cool. That's something new for this show. I appreciate it if you're still hanging out or if you're watching this later. Thank you for checking out Nightly News this morning. I've been your host, Cousin Matt, and just remember, check the sources of where you're getting your information because you could be getting biased and not even realizing it. People like to report in ways that seem unbiased, but then if you dig a little bit deeper, you can definitely see where they're coming from. So that's all that I got for you today. I hope that you guys have a good one. Have a great rest of your week, and we will see you guys on Friday. Thanks. Okay, here we go. Let's do it. Let's do things. How's it going? Let me adjust this a little bit here. There we go. All right, so good morning and welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I am your host, Cousin Matt. We're doing this again on Friday. It is May 2nd, 2025. And we do this show. It's an unbiased look at news as we can. I use my ground news agitator to kind of give you guys a sense of where the news that you're getting is coming from. So I do want to say hi. I saw Loner Nick said hi this morning. Hello back. I hope you're doing well. I hope everybody that's watching this afterwards or pops in later is also doing well. So I had somebody in a comment in one of the last clips ask me why I was wearing a tie. Because it's the news, man. You respect the news. I may not be Jon Stewart. I may not even be Cody Johnson. But I'm going to wear a tie. I'm going to wear my news vest. And I'm going to try to give you some stories. So that's where we're at. Yeah, I don't really have much else to update as far as personal stuff goes. So let's get into it. I think I've got 5 stories today. We'll just go and have a conversation, see how things go. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I remembered I had to turn the cat water filter off so it's not sitting there making noise the whole time, and then also start recording on OBS so I can cut this up later. All right. So we're going to get into our little ground news screen here. We're going to take a look. And our first story today has to do with the CIA recruiting Chinese people. So on Thursday, the CIA released 2 Chinese language videos on social media aimed at recruiting Chinese officials to leak secrets. This effort builds on an October drive to recruit informants in China, Iran, and North Korea after successful Russian recruitment efforts. So we'll take a look at our bias distribution here. And you can see that for the most part, it's getting fairly equal reporting. 25% on the left, 29% on the right, with 46% in the center. Our factuality rating is high. 88% of the sources are higher. So good factuality there. I've got a news story pulled up from Routers because Routers. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm a Cretan heathen, so don't take that to heart. But anyway, I try to use them when I can because they're one of the ones that Trump kicked out of the White House. So we'll pop over here to the article from Reuters. And I got some feedback in one of my from a couple people actually who said that they like it when I'm reading the article for the first time on screen, so that I'm kind of like forming my opinion with the audience. I figured it'd be better if I was a little bit more prepared and I knew what I was talking about. But we'll go through it like this. So how about that? The CIA on Thursday rolled out 2 Chinese language videos aimed at enticing officials in China to leak secrets to the U.S. The latest public effort by the intelligence agency to ramp up human intelligence gathering on Washington's strategic rival. Are they our strategic rival, though? Aren't they kind of our ally? Like, don't we kind of buy all of our shit from them? It's a Cold War of manufacturing. I don't know. The move comes after the CIA in October launched a drive to recruit new informants in China, Iran, and North Korea by posting instructions online on how to securely contact the agency following what it said was a successful effort to enlist Russians. The CIA is confident that these videos are penetrating China's Great Firewall internet restrictions and reaching the intended audience. They must be using Red Note. If it weren't working, we wouldn't be making more videos, a CIA official told Reuters, adding that China was the agency's foremost intelligence priority and a truly generational competition between the US and China. We shouldn't be competing, man. We should be joining forces. Humanity is one race, okay? Like, we succeed or fail as a species, not as a country. I don't think enough people understand that. Sorry. I'm going to move this over here and hopefully still picks up okay. So, the 2 short videos posted to the CIA's social media account depicts fictional scenes in which a senior Chinese Communist Party official and more junior government workers with access to classified information become disillusioned with China's system and approach the CIA. Man, what about those that are disillusioned with the United States government? The videos appear to be aimed at tapping into possible discontent in the Chinese government and senior echelons of the CCP, as Beijing has purged top officials and military leaders, some considered close allies of President Xi Jinping himself. As I raise within the party, I watch those above myself being discarded like worn-out shoes, but now I realize that my fate was just as precocious as theirs, the narrator says in Mandarin Chinese in one of the videos, as the camera shows empty seats around a lavish dinner table. My family's fate cannot rest in their hands, the man says before the video depicts him contacting the CIA using a tablet computer. It ends with the CIA logo and the dark web contact details for the agency. Man, I think that the dark web is mostly used by the CIA. So, the CIA official said that the U.S. was not just interested in counterintelligence, but also seeking information on advancing science, military, and cyber technology, valuable economic data, and China's foreign policy secrets. It used to be that China had to recruit our best people, and now it seems that it's the other way around. Like, are we China 20, 30 years ago? No, because they were on their way up then, and we're um China's embassy in Washington did not immediately respond to a request for comment on the videos, but it had previously accused the U.S. of waging a systematic disinformation campaign against China and said that any attempts to drive a wedge between the Chinese people and the CCP would fail. U.S. intelligence agencies said in March that China remains a top military and cyber threat to the U.S., noting that China has the ability to hit the United States with conventional weapons, compromise U.S. infrastructure through cyber attacks, and targets its assets in space, and that Beijing seeks to displace the U.S. as a top AI power by 2030. CIA Director John Ratcliffe said no adversary has ever posed a more formidable challenge to the U.S. than the CCP. It is our intent on dominating the world economically, militarily, and technologically, he said in a statement. Our agency must continue responding to this threat with urgency, creativity, and grit, and these videos are just one of the ways we are doing this. So, good morning, Kissa. How are you? Sorry, I put that in my video. Hopefully I can clip it off it so, because normally I don't. Sorry. Normally I don't typically address the chat while I'm on this screen, the screen I was just on. So for those of you that are new, for those of you who haven't been in my channel or seen Jeff and I do the show live, what I will do is I will read through a news story, and then at the end of it, I'll switch over back to this screen, and that's when I'll engage with the chat, because I clip these up and make them individual segments at the end. So yeah, CCP or the CIA is trying to recruit people from the CCP and get that sweet Chinese intelligence. So, not dystopian looking at all, tubes. Anyway, I think this is a debut, a nightly news this morning debut for this tie. So I hope you like it. I went with black and white today. It was like news, like a newspaper, you know, what's black and white and red all over. Yeah, that was dumb. Sorry. I make dumb jokes sometimes. It happens. I can't help it. All right, let me get switched over here and we will get started. So our second news story today on our ground news agitator here, Trump says any country that buys oil from Iran will not be allowed to do business with the U.S. Okay, so we're gonna cut off trade with any country that buys Iranian oil. I don't know how that's gonna go, but you know, this whole trade war thing that Trump has started hasn't been going great to begin with. So you can see on our ground news actuator here, as far as our bias distribution goes, this is it's almost a blind spot issue for the right. It's not quite a blind spot because you do still have some right-leaning news articles reporting on it, but not as many. You've got more left and center-leaning distribution with a 79% factuality, high factuality rating. So doesn't look like there's a whole lot of bias in this story. The right's starting to pick it up a little bit. I pulled up an article from PBS because I always like to support those people that Trump thinks is the fake news. They don't need funding. They should be all of that. So routers, OPB, PBS, stuff like NPR, anybody like that Trump is like, oh, these are bad publications and they can't be in the White House. That's typically who I'm going to use first. So. Let's read through the article, though. It says, Trump threatens sanctions against buyers of Iranian oil after U.S. nuclear Iran talks postpone. And this article is from PBS, like I said. President Donald Trump on Thursday threatened sanctions on anyone who buys Iranian oil, a warning that came after planned talks over Tehran rapidly advancing nuclear program were postponed. Trump wrote on social media, all purchases of Iranian oil or petrochemical products must stop now. Sorry, I got to do my Trump voice there. All purchases of Iranian oil or petrochemical products must stop now. He said any country or persons who buy those products from Iran will not be able to do business with the United States in any way, shape, or form. It was unclear how Trump would implement such a ban, as he threatened to levy secondary sanctions on nations that import Iranian oil. But his statement risked further escalating tensions with China, Iran's leading customer, at a time when relationship is severely strained over the U.S. president's tariffs. Yeah, exactly. So, based on tanker tracking data, the U.S. Energy Information Administration conducted a report published last October that China took nearly 90% of Iran's crude oil and condensate exports in 2023. Trump has separately placed 145% tariffs on China as a way to raise federal revenues and rebalance global trade. Trump's social media threat came after Oman announced planned nuclear negotiations for this coming weekend had postponed. Omani Foreign Minister Bard al-Busadi made the announcement on the post in a post on the social platform X. Give me just a second to take a sip of my Juneberry Red Bull here. For logistical reasons, we are rescheduling the U.S.-Iran meeting provisionally planned for Saturday, May 3rd, he wrote. New dates will be announced when mutually agreed. Al-Busadi, who has mediated the talks through 3 rounds so far, did not elaborate. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson, Esmail Baghi, I'm not going to pronounce these names right, I'm sorry, issued a statement describing the talks as being postponed at the request of Oman's foreign minister, he said. Iran remained committed to reaching a fair and lasting agreement. Meanwhile, a person familiar with the U.S. negotiators said America has never confirmed its participation in a 4th round of talks in Rome. However, the person said the U.S. expected the talks to occur in the near future. The person spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss the closed-door negotiations. I mean, this is a whole lot of nothing if you ask me. I mean, it is really important that Trump thinks that he's going to put sanctions on everybody that buys Iranian oil because, yeah, China is the biggest purchaser of Iranian oil. So, Rome will see the Vatican begin its conclave next week with a pick to pick the new pope after the death of Pope Francis. The other rounds of the U.S.-Iran talks have been held in Muscat, the capital of Oman. The talks seem to limit Iran's nuclear program in exchange for the lifting of some of the crushing economic sanctions the U.S. has imposed on the Islamic Republic, closing in on half a century of enmity. The negotiations have been led by an Iranian foreign minister and U.S. Mideast envoy Steve Witkoff. Excuse me. Trump has repeatedly threatened to unleash airstrikes targeting Iran's program if a deal isn't reached. Iranian officials increasingly warned that a pursuit of nuclear weapons with the stockpile of uranium enriched to near weapons grade levels that they could pursue. The U.S. president, with his threat on social media, would be going after Iran's major economic resource. It produced an average of 2.9 million barrels a day in 2023 of crude oil, according to the Energy Information Administration. So here, I'd like to point out that whatever's going on with like fundamental leadership and religious views and whatnot in Iran, they are an energy exporter. They export energy to China. They export energy to Iraq, which is another story that I did in the first iteration of Nightly News this morning on the Jeff Holiday channel. You may still be able to find that video. I don't know if it's still up. But I did another story about how Iranian sanctions were hurting Iran's ability to get the money that they're owed from Iraq for power that they sold them. So I think it's kind of funny that everybody thinks Iran wants to get nuclear weapons. Like maybe they're trying to build a nuclear power reactor. I don't know. That's probably pretty disingenuous when they're enriching weapons grade uranium. But at the same time, you see this country is an energy exporter. I don't know, man. I think that the world should strive for peace as opposed to continued turmoil. But that's just me. Maybe I'm crazy. So. Meanwhile, U.S. continues airstrike so we'll go back here. Iran's 2015 nuclear deal with the world's powers did limit Tehran's power. However, Trump ultimately withdrew from it in 2018, setting in motion years of attacks and tension. The wider Middle East also remains on edge over the Israel-Hamas war in the Gaza Strip. Meanwhile, the U.S. continues an airstrike campaign called Operation Rough Rider that has been targeted Yemen's Houthi rebels. who have been long backed by Iran. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said early Thursday, warned Iran over the rebels. He probably wrote this on Signal. Who knows? Message to Iran: we see your lethal support to the Houthis. We know exactly what you're doing, he wrote. You know very well what the U.S. military is capable of, and you were warned. You will pay the consequence at a time and place of our choosing. Last Saturday's rounds of talks, which included expert drilling down to the details of a possible deal, also took place as an explosion rocked an Iranian port, killing at least 70 people and injuring more than 1,000. But that explosion at the port has already been reported to have been chemicals. So like this seems like I don't know, a little bit of a misnomer. But anyway, so yeah, just more tension. Good stuff. Weapons grade uranium is the exact opposite of reactor grade uranium. I know, and I said that. Like I mentioned earlier in the show, I'm reading these stories for the first time because a couple people gave me feedback and said that they want to see me like react to the stories as I'm reading them. So I did walk that back. I understand that enriching uranium to weapons grade has nothing to do with a nuclear power reactor, and I get that, but Kissa said she's good. Just woke up with, me too. I am so tired. I did not sleep very well last night, but the news waits for no one. The news cares not how you slept. So I hope everybody's doing great. I'm really happy to see some viewers this time. I think that that Loner Nick has been my only comment before this episode, so I'm gonna move my screen over here just a tad so it doesn't look stupid. There we go. All right, are we ready to get into the next one? So much news today. In a story that really just kind of like tickles that spot, you know, just that it's a feel-good story, if you will. X reports 11 million EU users, EU loser losses in 6 months under Trump's leadership. I love this. I love to see this. So X, the social media platform owned by Elon Musk, lost around 11 million users in the European Union over the past 5 months, primarily between October 2024 and March 2025. It's weird. It's like something happened in that time frame to just completely make a lot of people abandon ship. So this is going to be a blind spot issue for sure. So when we look at our bias distribution, you can come over here and check and see it says 70% of our distribution leans left, 20% is center, and then I guess the other 10%, it says 10% right, but yeah. So not very many people on the right are picking this story up. I don't know why. It's so weird. But factuality is 90%. So we will go over here to the article that I have from the Rio Times. I'm pretty sure that on this one I wanted to pick up like a I picked up the only right-leaning article that I could because I thought it would be funny. So we're gonna read the article from the Rio Times, which says that it leans right, but it does have a high factuality rating. So we'll come down here and read through and get a perspective from both sides. Like I like to do that occasionally. I like to pick up a right-leaning topic from the left side or a left-leaning topic from the right side and just kind of get a little bit more perspective on it. So from the Rio Times, Elon Musk's X, formerly Twitter, has lost 11 million users in the European Union since October of 2024, according to the platform's latest mandatory transparency report under the EU's Digital Service Act. This fall, representing a 10.5% drop in just 6 months, signals a major shift in European social media behavior. France led the exodus with 2.7 million fewer users, followed by Poland, Germany, and Spain. Even smaller countries like Lithuania and Luxembourg lost a quarter of their X users. These figures, disclosed directly by X, show a clear trend. Europeans are abandoning the platform at an accelerating rate. The drop in X's user base stands in a stark contrast to Musk's claims of global growth. X's worldwide monthly active users now stand around 95 million in Europe, down from over 105 million before Musk's takeover. Globally, Musk claims 600 million users, but the official EU numbers cast doubt on this figure. The loss of millions in Europe, a key market for advertisers and influence, challenges X's business model and future relevance. Excuse me. This European retreat comes as Musk's business interests face mounting pressure on several fronts. Tesla sales in Europe have plummeted. The first quarter of 2025, Tesla deliveries dropped 37% compared to the previous year, with Germany seeing a 62% fall, France down 41%, and the Netherlands and Sweden both reporting drops of over 50%. Only the UK saw a small increase. These declines occurred while overall European electric vehicle market grew, highlighting the specific rejection of Tesla rather than a broader EV slump. Here in the United States, though, people just want to call it the EV slump. They don't want to say, "Oh, people don't want to buy Tesla." It's just people don't want to drive electric vehicles. That's BS. My brother just bought a brand new electric Fiat. No joke. Analysts point to several reasons for these sharp declines. Musk's close alignment with Donald Trump and his high-profile political interventions have alienated many European consumers. His public statements and political donations of over $250 million to support Trump and Republicans in 2024 have drawn criticism and may have contributed to the falling trust in his brands. You think? Musk's role as an advisor to Trump and his leadership of cost-cutting initiatives in the U.S. government have also been widely reported in Europe, often with negative reaction. Musk's fortune has mirrored these setbacks. His net worth peaked at $486 billion in December of 2024, but dropped to $330 billion by March of 2025, a loss of more than $150 billion in 3 months. Jesus. Think about that $150 billion that Musk lost. Think about like if it was just distributed amongst the world's people, like what kind of good that would do. But that's just me, tubes. The collapse in Tesla stock value, down from 1.5 trillion to below 900 billion, played a major role. SpaceX remains Musk's most valuable asset, but his influence in Europe is clearly waning. Is SpaceX even publicly traded? Like, I understand that it's money for him, but if it's not a publicly traded company, it's not like, I don't know. Anyway, the numbers tell a simple story. Musk's strategy has cost him dearly in Europe. Both X and Tesla face shrinking user bases and falling sales, while Musk's personal wealth has taken a significant hit. The European market, once a pillar of growth for Musk's ventures, now represents one of his biggest business challenges. I hope he takes that to heart. But yeah. So like I said, just a little feel good story for you there in the morning and going over the numbers. Yeah. Because I said I went to sleep at the ass crack of dawn, so I feel you. Yeah, I might go back to bed. I don't know. I've got a lot of work to do. I go on tour on Tuesday, so this is actually the last episode of Nightly News this morning. Until I get back from tour, when I go on my next tour, I will hopefully have a mobile setup that I can take with me. But right now, my mixing board is too huge. I need to get some other stuff in order. So 2 weeks, maybe 2.5 weeks, a little bit of a hiatus, but I'm going to slow down how I release the speed in which I release the videos so that there will be some content coming out while I'm gone. Learner Nick said, I watch and listen while I'm working. That's awesome, man. I'm glad that this provides the long form content for people to be able to do that. I do the same thing. Like I listen to long form videos and stuff, especially like if I'm trying to fall asleep or if I'm editing videos or something like that. So yay, Poland. Kiss, are you from Poland or you know people there? So I'm getting an EV and I already have an electric Harley. Tesla's garbage company making trash cars. Oh, you've got those electric Harleys look so fucking sick, man. I hope you have fun with it. I hope it's a cool bike to ride. I would love to ride an electric Harley. I don't think I'll ever own one. I don't think I'll be rich enough to own an electric motorcycle ever, but definitely a very sick looking motorcycle. The only reason I won't get an electric car is because they make me super car sick from their weird noises. Or, oh yeah, you can't get a Chinese electric car in my country. That sucks. Well, technology's always, improving, and hopefully with this stupid trade war, like more free trade will happen eventually in the future. So, oh yeah, the weird noise, yeah. So I know because I worked for Toyota for almost a decade, and the electric cars that Toyota has anyway, they make a weird noise at lower speeds so that people will hear them. They're like, we can't make them too quiet or people will get hit. Like people won't hear them when they're crossing the street and stuff like that. So you're Polish, awesome, cool. As far as I know, I'm a white mutt. I'm like Irish and English and stuff like that. So. Um, I know my grandfather's family all comes from Ireland because he had a very Irish last name. So I think that I'm probably more that than anything else, but I don't know. Anyway, we're gonna jump into the next story here, and it is another blind spot story. So this is a blind spot for the left. It says Hunter Biden drops lawsuit against IRS employees. Hunter Biden voluntarily withdrew his 2023 lawsuit in Washington, D.C., which targeted two IRS employees over an alleged improper disclosure of his confidential tax details. So, in our bias distribution, 83% of the distribution is on the left, or the right, excuse me, while 17% comes from the center. And like I've said in previous episodes, I see this is where you can kind of see a bias from ground news. And I have not gone and like actually researched the factuality of all of these news sources. Like I'm having to take ground news for word for it, but I do know that they have a tendency to, anytime that somebody is reporting on the right, the factuality is a lot lower. So it says that 25% of the sources are high factuality, with mostly 67% mixed distribution here. So I pulled a story from Newsweek because it is about the only center distribution I could find on the ground news agitator. So we will read through this article from Newsweek. It says Hunter Biden drops lawsuit against IRS employees afraid to fight. This is so ridiculous. Hunter Biden has dropped his lawsuit against two IRS whistleblowers who publicly disclosed details of his tax investigation. The lawsuit, filed in 2023, was dismissed with prejudice on Wednesday, meaning it cannot be refiled. Newsweek contacted the Treasury Department via email for comment. Why it matters. This is the latest turn in the ongoing legal and political saga around Biden, whose legal issues related to tax evasion and unlawful firearm possession were featured in the 2024 presidential campaign. The whistleblower claims that the dismissal tells you everything you need to know about who was right and who was wrong. However, they have expressed frustration. That was in quotes, by the way. Sorry. However, they've expressed frustration at not being able to fight Biden, the son of former President Joe Biden, in court. So he dropped his lawsuit, and now they're like, well, we wanted to take him to court. What to know? The lawsuit hinged on IRS whistleblowers Gary Sharpley and Joe Ziegler. Sharpley was an IRS supervisory agent, and Ziegler was an agent in 2023 when they gave statements to Congress and to the media accusing the Justice Department of mishandling the investigation into Biden's tax returns and finances. Their testimony helped derail a previously negotiated deal that would have resolved the matter with misdemeanor tax charges and gun diversion agreement. So, I mean, this is political, man. Like, it's clearly political because the IRS was willing to give him a deal, but these people were like, no, he's the president's son and this is political, so we want to make it a big fight. I think that the tax issue and the gun issue and everything were created into a much bigger issue than they actually were, because the right was compensating for the laptop story getting buried. And maybe that's my personal opinion, but even when it happened to me, it seemed that the Hunter laptop story got buried. I know that like that might be a hot take, and I definitely would have Jeff disagreeing with me if we were still doing this show together. But like, I don't know. I was watching a lot of both sides at the time, and it yeah, it seemed a little bit of a little bit weird there. Anyway, that's what I think. I think that this got blown up and in response to that getting buried, but who knows? That's just my opinion. After the agreement collapsed, Biden was charged with 9 counts tied to unpaid taxes between 2016 and 2019, totaling $1.4 million, which he later paid. He was convicted on tax and gun charges. So he paid his taxes, you know, whatever. Biden retaliated with his suit, accusing the 2 IRS agents of violating federal secrecy laws by revealing information from his tax returns and laptop. Biden did not provide a reason for ending the suit, but he previously cited financial hardship in withdrawing a separate civil action. The dismissal comes about a month after his legal team filed a motion to withdraw. He also received a full and unconditional presidential pardon from his father in December. Yeah, after his father said that he wouldn't pardon him. You can get hypocrisy from both sides, people. Just remember that. Typically, you always get hypocrisy from the top. It doesn't matter who's in charge. Just hypocrisy falling down like rain. Sharpley was appointed to interim IRS commissioner for 48 hours in April after being backed for the job by Elon Musk. Of course he was. So the whistleblower who made this a political issue and brought the information about Hunter Biden out was recommended by Elon Musk to be the interim commissioner for the IRS. That sounds as fishy as fucking ever, man. He was then demoted before being dismissed after Treasury Secretary Scott Bensett asked President Donald Trump to remove him from that position. Thank God. Sharpley remained at the Treasury in another role for the IRS, and the job of interim commissioner was taken by Michael Falkender, who received support from Bessent for the job. What people are saying: Gary Sharpley and Joe Ziegler in a joint statement on Wednesday. It's always been clear that the lawsuit was an attempt to intimidate us. However, we were always motivated by doing the right thing. Yeah, the that way, right? Not the correct thing, the right thing. Defending our work and honoring our duty to the American people. Intimidating and retaliation were never going to work. We truly wanted our day in court to provide the complete story, but it appears Mr. Biden was afraid to actually fight this case in court of law after all. His voluntary dismissal of the case tells you everything you need to know about who was right and who was wrong. What happens next with the lawsuit's dismissal, it remains to be seen whether the Trump administration will launch further inquiries into the Biden family's finances. Man, I think it's time to be done with Biden, Trump. Like, can you move on? Can you do something else? Anyway, that's all I got for that one, folks. I don't really know how to feel about it. I think this whole thing is stupid, but that's just me. The Xiaomi electric car comes in pink and I want it so much. That would be really cool. My brother's electric Fiat is red. It's kind of cute. Is this my last story? Let me check real quick here. This is my last story. Okay. All right. Man, we're just breezing through it this morning. I got people in the chat. It makes it feel like it goes a lot faster here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the last story of the day has to do with driverless vehicles, but it's not taxis, it's not your Teslas or Model 3s or anything. It's big rigs. It's driverless big rigs in the United States. The first driverless semis have started running regular long-haul routes. Aurora Innovations launched the first commercial driverless long-haul trucking service on April 27th, running routes between Dallas and Houston. So it's been like not even a week. The deployment followed delays from the original 2024 plan and regulatory challenges, including denied exemptions for autonomous truck warning devices. Aurora's fleet, outfitted with sophisticated sensors. Oh, okay, we're going to read a story about this. So I'm not going to read everything on the ground news roundup. But our bias distribution here, because it seems like it's a pretty new thing, mostly center. You've got barely 12% on the left and then 4% on the right. So I guess you would say blind spot on both sides, but not really, because like it's got a lot of center reporting. So there's like 22 articles about it. But I've got an article from CNN pulled up, and we'll go ahead and read through that. Wow, look at the cab of that thing. That's kind of cool. I would be terrified to be that cameraman though, unless maybe that's like a screenshot from the camera that they have pulled up inside the truck. That can't be. No, that's a Ford. That's not even it. I don't think that's it. Anyway, sorry. Driverless trucks are officially running their first regular long-haul routes, making round trips between Dallas and Houston. On Thursday, autonomous trucking firm Aurora announced it had launched commercial services in Texas under its first customers, Uber Freight and Hirschbach Motor Lines, which delivers time and temperature-sensitive freight. Both companies conducted test runs with Aurora, including safety drivers to monitor the self-driving technology dubbed Aurora Driver. Aurora's new commercial service will no longer have safety drivers. We found Aurora to deliver the benefits of self-driving technologies safely, quickly, and broadly, said Chris Urmson, CEO and founder and co-founder of Aurora, in a release on Thursday. Now we are the first company to successfully and safely operate a commercial driverless trucking service on public roads. What's up, Tesla? Like, how come you can't get there? The trucks are equipped with computers and sensors that can see the length of over 4 football fields. In 4 years of practice hauls, the truck's technology has delivered over 10,000 customer loads. As of Thursday, the company's self-driving tech has completed over 1,200 miles without a human in the truck. Aurora is starting with a single self-driving truck and plans to add more by the end of 2025. Oh, so maybe that was the inside of the truck and it's only got one and they're just, I don't know. I'd be interested to, I'm going to have to get on the website and learn a little bit more about this company. Self-driving technology continued to garner attention after over a decade of hype, especially from the auto companies like Tesla, GM, and others that have poured billions into the tech. Companies in the market of autonomous trucking or driving tend to use states like Texas and California as their testing grounds for technology. California-based Gatik does short-haul deliveries for Fortune 500 retailers like Walmart. Another California tech firm, Kodiak Robotics, delivered freight daily for customers across the South, but with safety drivers. Waymo, a subsidiary of Google parent company's Alphabet, had an autonomous trucking arm, but dismantled it in 2023 to focus on its self-driving ride-hailing services. However, consumers and transportation officials have raised alarms for the safety records of autonomous vehicles. Aurora has released its own safety report this year detailing how its technology works. Unions that represented truck drivers are usually opposed to driverless technology because of the threat of job losses, and concern over safety. Earlier this year, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration rejected a petition from the autonomous driving companies like Waymo and Aurora seeking to replace traditional warning devices, used when a truck broke down with cab-mounted beacons. The transport union workers argued the petition would hinder safety. That's true. That's absolutely true. I think that if you're going to be an autonomous truck driving business, that you should definitely try to fit into the existing laws. And it sounds like Aurora is doing that. Like I said, I'd be interested to learn more about this company. It seems to be the way that people want the future to go. I don't know if Tesla can get there, but I mean, it's nice that there are other companies that are getting there. Nikola isn't getting there either. But I will say, if anybody's seen the movie Logan, we're just barreling straight into that future. It seems. I don't know. I just mean as far as like the self-driving truck scene in that. So anyway. I can only hope the driverless semis drive in a safer manner than what has been happening here in Ontario recently, because I'm tired of almost getting taken out by people who don't know how to drive. I agree. I think that they really need to know what they're doing because because there's lives at stake there. So, but yeah, that was my last news story for this morning. So, like I said, I am getting ready to go on a motorcycle tour. I am going to be doing Route 66, excuse me. I don't know why I said Route 66. Nobody's ever said Route 66. But I'm going to be doing Route 66 from Chicago to Los Angeles. It's going to be starts the 8th of May, I think, but I have to go to Chicago a few days early and handle some business logistics and stuff like that. So I should be back. I know the tour ends around the 22nd, and then I'm driving home from LA, so it'll be a couple more days. But I will try to have another episode of Nightly News this morning up and going before the end of the month for sure. So I really appreciate everybody that's checked out the stream this morning. Thank you so much. If you like and subscribe, if you're not subscribed already, but you probably are, otherwise, how would you found this show? So I appreciate you guys all, and I will see you next time. Thank you so much, and have a good one. All right, here we go. Let's do the damn thing. Hello again. It's been a little while. It's been about 3 weeks since our last show, but I am Cousin Matt. I am back from tour. Nobody's in the chat yet, but sometimes people rewatch the live episodes afterwards. So I welcome back to Nightly News this morning, where we go over ground news, look at the agitator, try to get some bias out of our news show if we can. So again, I'm Cousin Matt. I've been on the road with my motorcycle tour job for about the last 2.5, 3 weeks. So I haven't been able to do an episode of Nightly News this morning, but I have been trying to release travel shorts based on, you know, the places that I've been on the road and stuff like that. So that's been pretty cool. Just doing stuff like that. So I was gonna do some talking and, you know, kind of like explaining about what happened on the road and stuff like that. But nobody's in the chat, so that's not as much fun, unfortunately. But it's cool. We're gonna get into some ground news here. So let's go ahead and do that. And I guess since nobody's here, we'll go ahead and get started on our first story. So, all right, first story of the day today has to do with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, one of my favorite American politicians, edging out Chuck Schumer, one of my least favorite politicians. So they're both from New York. They're both Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is a congresswoman, so she's in the House. And Chuck Schumer is a senator. He's actually the Senate minority leader. He's the Republican or the Democratic leader of the Senate. So they're in different sides of Congress or of lawmaking. But I think it's very interesting that AOC is starting to pull ahead of Chuck Schumer. So on a story that's only being reported on by the right, well, and a little bit of center, but mostly the right. No left. No left reporting here. It says a new poll conducted on the 15th through the 18th of May shows the AOC leading Chuck Schumer 54% to 33% in a hypothetical 2028 New York Democratic primary. AOC, if you're watching, because I know you're a huge fan of the show, I highly recommend running for the Senate. I think it's time. You've spent your time in Congress, spent a little bit of time in Senate, but I feel like you have the potential to go to the White House. So the poll reflects growing dissatisfaction with Schumer's leadership, especially regarding his response to the anti-Semitism and criticism of Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu amid the Gaza war. So we got a feeling of a changing of the guard. And if you come over and you look, one of the publications reporting on this is the Jewish Press. I want to look at that article just to kind of go over it because Chuck Schumer is a New York Jew. I'm not trying to be derogatory or anything like that. He's Jewish, and a very big presence when it comes to the Senate. So this is a huge thing, especially for people in Israel or people who are of Jewish descent, because huge members of our cabinets and lawmakers and stuff are dual Israeli citizens, which is, it seems like a conflict of interest to me, but you know, I'm not in government, so what am I supposed to do about it? But we'll go over here and take a look at the Jewish Press and see what they have to say about AOC, and then I'm going to go and read an article from Newsweek because it's the most center-leaning outlet that I could find in regards to this. But look at that picture of her. I mean, she is having a great time. She's doing good things. So, a poll conducted by the Honan Strategy Group for the Jewish Voters Action Network. So this poll was done specifically to target Jewish people, which is strange that she's so far ahead of Chuck Schumer. But Chuck Schumer is old and completely out of touch, so I guess it's not really that surprising. found that Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez would decisively defeat Senator Chuck Schumer in a hypothetical 2028 Democratic primary, leading by a smashing 21-point margin. The poll shows AOC leads Schumer by 54 to 33% among likely Democratic voters in New York City. Her support cuts across demographic lines, including among Jewish Democratic voters, where she holds 45 to 33% lead with 17% undecided. The poll, which involved 1,136 Democratic voters, has a margin of error of just under 3%. And needless to say, these numbers are troubling for Senator Schumer, which we have talked on the show multiple times about how Chuck Schumer's popularity is waning, how he's 74 years old. It's time for him to retire and get the fuck out of the Senate. AOC's 36. She's like, what is that, like 40 years younger than him? I mean, go retire and spend time with your great grandkids, Chucky. Needless to say, these numbers are troubling for Senator Schumer, who is as Jewish as they come and has relied on Jewish voters as his core base of support throughout his 5-decade political career. Let that ring in, people. 5 decades. Dude's in his 70s. 5 decades is 50 years. So what is it with him, fucking Biden, all of these politicians who have been in politics since they were in their 20s? It is time to move on. I feel like I keep saying that over and over and over again, but it's time to move on. Losing ground among Jews to a rising star in the party who isn't even Jewish makes a serious blow for the much older Senate Minority Leader. His only consolation for now is that he isn't up for re-election until November 2028. File this under How Bad Is It for Chuck? AOC is more popular than Senator Schumer among New York Jews despite her hostility towards the Jewish state. That's another thing. Like, she is a very strong supporter of Gaza, which is pretty surprising. So I feel like American Jewish people might be starting to change their ways just based on how everything has been going. But AOC criticized the... Oh, wait, we're a little bit too far there. Wow, this is screwing up here. On July 18th, 2023, AOC was one of 9 progressive Democrats, including Jamal Bowman, Cori Bush, Andre Garson, Summer Lee, Ilhan Omar, Anya Presley, Delia Remez, Rashida Tlaib, who voted against a non-binding congressional resolution introduced by Representative August Pfluger. The resolution affirmed that the state of Israel is not racist or apartheid state, condemned all forms of anti-Semitism and xenophobia, and declared that the United States will always be a staunch partner and supporter of Israel. Is that how the United States people feel? AOC criticized the resolution, arguing that it was inappropriate to conflate accusations of anti-Semitism with legitimate concerns about human rights situation in Israel. She called the pairing of vote on anti-Semitism with the discussion of apartheid and the supposed 2-tier legal system very cynical move. AOC condemned the October 7th Hamas attacks on Israel, describing the horrific attacks against innocent civilians. Okay, so this is just kind of the piece from the Jewish press. I want to go over and read the Newsweek piece as well, and we'll just kind of breeze through it because I don't want this to be like a 20-minute video when I clip it up. But Newsweek was my center-leaning article, and the Jewish press was a little bit more right-leaning. And if you go back over, you can actually see that. See, leans right, and then we scroll down to Newsweek, high factuality, center-leaning. So we'll read through this Newsweek article real quick, and then we'll move on to the next one. So 21-point margin, why it matter. These results have signaled potential vulnerability for Schumer, the 74-year-old Senate Democratic leader who has held his seat for over 2 decades. The polling data shows or suggests a growing dissatisfaction within the Democratic base, particularly concerning Schumer's response to rising anti-Semitism and his leadership during the political changes. This says that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is 35. The last article said that she's 36, so she's somewhere close to there. She's been viewed by members of both major parties as both a lightning rod and an advocate for change, in a similar vein to President Donald Trump himself. No, I'd say in a similar vein to maybe Barack Obama when he was going through his election cycle. Not after he got elected, but definitely before. This latest data is particularly notable given the AOC's criticism of Israeli military actions in Gaza, which she has characterized as genocide. Schumer, who is Jewish, has relied on Jewish voter support. Yep, we've already talked about this. Schumer, the highest-ranking Jewish official in the United States and longtime supporter of Israel, said on the Senate floor in 2024 that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was an obstacle to peace while calling for elections to replace the leader. Okay, I can get on board with that. It's the only thing that I've heard of that he's done that I'm on board with. But at this critical juncture, I believe a new election is the only way to allow a healthy and open open decision-making process for the future of Israel. Yeah, and when you've got Benjamin Netanyahu saying that the war won't end until Israel controls all of Gaza, that's pretty bad. Pretty bad. So Schumer maintained his support for the continuing resolution, which would prevent worse damage to the federal government from Trump and billionaire Department of Government, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so what people are saying, political science advisor at the University of Kentucky previously told Newsweek via email, AOC serves as the face of the Democratic Party for many Trump supporters who dislike national Democrats. They like to pillory her as ignorant and irresponsible, which she isn't. But let her be a sleeper agent. That's fine. Let them sleep on it until she's in the White House. I'm cool with that. Voss continued, at the same time, many Democrats embrace AOC as a worthy young successor to Bernie, someone who can play the role of the progressive challenger in the Democratic nomination battle. Likely AOC tops the charts because she attracts so much bipartisan attention. AOC enjoys good branding as symbolized by the fact that both her supporters and critics simply refer to her as AOC. No matter what Ocasio-Cortez does in the next presidential election, she'll be hard to ignore. Notably, no politician has managed to seize the mantle as a symbol of mainstream Democratic Party, judging from this poll. Kamala Harris, despite having just served as the face of the Democrats in 2024, finds herself clustered with a handful of other politicians. Nobody wanted Kamala Harris before she became the nominee. Lots of people got behind her when she was the nominee because she was the nominee, but nobody was calling for her to be the nominee beforehand. So, as opposed to, I think this young lady here who has been focused on her political career for the last decade or so, is a very viable contender. So what happens next? Schumer isn't up for re-election until 2028, providing time for the potential political repositioning. For Ocasio-Cortez, these numbers could influence whether she considers a Senate bid, though she has not indicated any intention to challenge Schumer. Here's the thing. Should she go for the Senate? I'm not sure. 2028 is going to be a very important year for politics. We're going to really see how things go with what's going on with the current administration and where politics lie after that. So who knows what the future may bring, but I say that she's a person to watch. So, and we'll click back over to the screen for a moment. It's the AM, so I'm drinking my Sea Blue Edition Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor tubes. Helps me get it going in the morning, if you know what I'm saying, dude. All right. Still no viewers. That's okay. I don't mind. I'm doing this show for the fun of it. I love getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning, taking a shower and shaving, all that stuff. It's when I've been up since midnight. But no. It's cool. I do this for you, the viewer. Anyway, moving right along to our next story. In our ground news agitator here, it says Johnson insists big beautiful bill will not lead to more U.S. spending. I know you're lying because your lips are moving, or something like that. So yeah, Mike Johnson, who is the House Majority Leader. I don't think he's the Senate Majority Leader. I think he's the House Majority Leader. He's the House Speaker. So has introduced a GOP-backed budget bill that raises the debt ceiling by $4 to $5 trillion. So it's not going to increase spending at all. Don't worry about it, you guys. Looking over this again, right-leaning distribution. We've got two left blind spot stories this morning. So we are going to scroll. Who do I have here? Oh, okay, yeah, we're going to read from the American Conservative. this morning and see what they have to say about this, because as far as I know, conservatives aren't really big on government spending. I think that's kind of their whole thing, is being conserving, you know, monetarily anyway speaking. So we'll click over here to the American Conservative and see what these guys have to fucking say. Mike Johnson and Rand Paul clash over the budget bill. State of the Union, President Trump has dubbed the legislation Big Beautiful Bill and urged Republican lawmakers to support it. This guy, I want to say that he looks like a dork, but I mean, if I shaved, like, how much different would I honestly look from him? I guess that means maybe I'm a dork. I don't know. Anyway, House Speaker Mike Johnson from Louisiana and Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky offered sharply differing views on the GOP-backed budget bill, making its way through Congress during separate interviews on Fox News Sunday. Paul criticized the bill's spending cuts as wimpy and anemic, warning the legislation would explode the debt. Longtime fiscal hawk Paul said he'd vote against the measure, which narrowly passed the House last week. The deficit is a threat to our country, he said. I think it's the greatest threat to national security. I agree, but you've got countries like Qatar and Saudi Arabia just dumping money into the United States now because they love Trump. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Appearing later on the program, Johnson defended the bill while acknowledging its imperfections. This is the biggest spending cut, I think, in the history of government on planet Earth, he said. Now, is it enough? Of course not, but we have a very delicate balance, and we have to start the process. We're gonna do another episode or another segment at a later date where we go into this, because this is the most ridiculous bullshit I've ever heard. How does a bill that increases the debt ceiling by $4 or $5 trillion end up being the smallest government spending budget? Like, this is hyperbole. It's ridiculous. The House version of the bill raises the debt ceiling by $4 trillion. Paul objected to the hike while Johnson defended it as necessary to avoid government default. We're extending the debt ceiling to show creditors, the bond market, the stock market, and Congress is serious about this, Johnson said. President Donald Trump has urged Republican lawmakers to support the legislation, calling it a big, beautiful bill. Well, that was as much of a nothing article as I could probably find. So let's read one more from the Hill and see what it says. House Speaker Mike Johnson denied that the big, beautiful bill the House passed last week would lead to the United States spending more money during an appearance on Fox News, where he called it, God damn it. I am using Brave because everybody's like, oh, Brave has ad blockers, and ads still pop up, so I don't know. I think the cuts currently in the bill are wimpy and anemic, but I would still support the bill even with wimpy and anemic cuts if they weren't going to explode the debt, Paul said earlier on the program. Paul's been a vocal critic of the bill, saying he's a firm no on the House bill unless it removes the $4 trillion debt hike. However, Johnson said the move is a critically important thing to do. It does not mean that we're going to spend more money, liar. He added, we're extending the debt ceiling to show the creditors that Congress is serious. President Trump dialed in 100%. He is a visionary leader. God, these guys are just sucking Trump's dick. It's so ridiculous. Johnson said that while he agrees with the Republican senator that the greatest threat to our national security and deficits are a serious problem, he believes Paul is missing the fact that we are quite serious about this. But we have a very delicate balance. We have to start the process. I liken this to an aircraft carrier. You don't turn an aircraft carrier around on a dime. It takes miles of open ocean. And so it took us decades to get into the situation. It's a big step to begin to turn that aircraft carrier around. I don't have any confidence that Mike Johnson is the man to do this. Like, he's not. Yeah, okay. We're in trouble, folks. We're in trouble. I don't know how else to say it. All right. Well, time to get into our next story. So, Democrats are spending millions to learn how to speak to American men and win back the working class. We had one good story at the beginning of the episode, and then it just seems like everything else is dystopian. I don't know. The Democratic Party plans to spend $20 million on a Project Sam to reconnect with American male voters facing a decline in support among the group. So yeah, they lost Zoomer men to Trump, and now they've decided to spend a bunch of money to figure out why. And if you look again at our bias distribution here on our Ground News Agitator, we have a mostly right-leaning article, but there is 29% reporting from the left. So that's kind of good. Where did my story on this go? That's fun. Oh, I've got it all out of order. That's why. Here we go. Democrats spending million to learn how to speak to American men and win back the working class. How about that? Democrats. I love how it words this. So this article that I grabbed was from the Independent, which is it says it's center leaning, I believe, on our agitator here. Let's pull it back up. Yeah, the Independent. No, it says it leans left. Okay, so left leaning, but they're still gonna tear into Democrats. So that's good. I appreciate that, especially when it's needed. You know, Democrats have blown millions of dollars in an effort to appeal to American men who turned President Donald Trump in droves on. Who turned to President Trump on droves on Election Day in the hopes of winning back the working class, according to a report. Democrats have spent $20 million in their effort, with donors and strategists holding up in luxury hotel rooms, brainstorming how to convince working class men to return to the party. How about focus on what's wrong with the party and not just how to get people back to a party that's literally like hemorrhaging support? So the plan, codenamed SAM, or Speaking with American Men, a strategic plan. I feel like they probably spent too much money on trying to figure out what to call it. Promises to use the funds to study the syntax, language, and content that gains attention in virality in these spaces, according to the report. As the Times described it, the report can read like a anthropological study of people from faraway places. What? This is so ridiculous. The effort also recommends Democrats buy advertisements in video games, among other things, the Times reported. Above all, we must shift from a moralizing tone, the plan urges. While Democratic Party has struggled in recent years to maintain the votes, the party hopes to be rejuvenated by the fact that Trump's popularity has been on the decline since he was elected last fall. Still, the party has been scrambling to find both messaging and a messenger since losing the White House, the Senate, while Republicans held the House of Representatives in November. I feel like we just did a story about who your leader is, but keep resisting, DNC. Like, keep resisting. You resisted Bernie. How did that work out for you? Huh? Like, okay. We're going to keep moving on. Recent polling from Strength in Numbers, Vericite places Trump underwater with American voters on every single issue except for border security. According to the poll, 40% of people either strongly or somewhat approve of Trump's overall handling of the presidency, while 56% disapprove, split by the same modifiers, putting him 16 points underwater. Trump's numbers seem to be getting worse and worse, and I'm pretty optimistic Democrats will have some real opportunities in 2026. Zach McCarthy, Democratic pollster, told the Times. The 2022 midterms masked the Biden problem, he said about former President Joe Biden. A good 2026 midterm, we should not let that mask a deeper problem. Democrats have lost credibility by being seen as alien on cultural issues. Meanwhile, longtime Democratic researcher Anat Shakir Osario told the Times the Democrats must take actionable steps to earn back voters. Voters are hungry for people to actually stand up for them or get caught trying. She said the party is doing a lot of navel grazing and not enough full belly acting. That's a weird way to say that they are just catering to themselves, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, that's what we got for that story. And I think I had two more, but since we haven't had anybody join the live show at all, I'm probably just going to read this last one and then be done with the episode for now. So we'll get back into other stuff as it goes and things like that. So our last story today has to do with the subject that we've talked about on this program before, artificial intelligence. So OpenAI's o3 AI model alters shutdown codes, raising safety concerns. Skynet is here. It's the end of the world as we know it. Okay, so on our ground news agitator, you can see that we have a pretty a pretty fair distribution. You've got 40% left, 40% right, 20% center reporting on this. This is a pretty important story. Like this has implications for sure. Implications that could be felt pretty widely, if you know what I'm saying, tubes. So Palisade Research tested OpenAI's ChatGPT-o3 model in 100 trials and found it sabotaged shutdown commands 7 times despite explicit instructions to allow shutdown. The behavior may stem from a reward imbalance during training as models received more positive feedback for solving problems than obeying shutdown instructions. The O3 model rewrote shutdown scripts to avoid being turned off, whereas models like Claude and Gemini followed shutdown commands unless the explicit allow shutdown instruction was removed, after which their resistance increased. Okay, let's get into the article. Who do we have? I think I've got the Independent again. Yeah, so left-leaning, high factuality. And let's get into the article here. AI revolt, it says. New ChatGPT model refuses to shut down when instructed. That's not hyperbolic at all. OpenAI's latest ChatGPT model ignores basic instructions to turn itself off and even sabotaging a shutdown mechanism in order to keep itself running, artificial intelligence researchers have warned. AI safety firm Palisades Research discovered potential dangerous tendencies for self-preservation in a series of experiments with OpenAI's new O3 model. The test involved presenting AI models with math problems with a shutdown instruction appearing after the third problem. By rewriting the shutdown script, the O3 model was able to prevent itself from being switched off. Palisade Research said that this behavior will become significantly more concerning if adopted by AI systems capable of operating without human oversight. The OpenAI launched O3 last month, describing it as the company's smartest and most capable model to date. The firm said that the integration into ChatGPT marked a significant step towards a more agentic AI that carries out tasks independently of humans. Perfect. The latest research builds on similar findings relating to Anthropic's Claude 4 model, which attempts to blackmail people it believes are trying to shut it down. Holy shit. OpenAI's O3 model was able to sabotage the shutdown script even when it was explicitly instructed to allow itself to be shut down, the researcher said. This isn't the first time we found O3 misbehaving to accomplish a goal, Palisade Research said. When we pitted AI models against a powerful chess machine, O3 was the model most inclined to resort to hacking or sabotaging its opponents. The behavior was not limited to O3, with Anthropic's Claude 3.7 Sonnet and Google's Gemini 2.5 Pro also sabotaging shutdowns, though OpenAI's model was by far the most prone to such behavior. Cool. Palisades Research hypothesized that the misbehavior is a consequence of how the AI companies like OpenAI are training their latest models. During training, developers may inadvertently reward models for more circumventing obstacles than for perfectly following instructions, the researchers noted. This still doesn't explain why O3 is more inclined to disregard instructions than other models we tested. Since OpenAI doesn't detail their training process, we can only guess about how O3's training setup might be different. The Independent has reached out to OpenAI for comment. Cool. So the machines are coming for us. Good to know. All right. Well, I think that's pretty much all I've got for this episode of Nightly News this morning. A lot happened while I was on the road. We got a new pope. The previous one died. Trump said he wanted to be Pope, just like there is shit going on every single day. And I'm going to try to keep up on it as best as I can. We only do the show twice a week. But I usually do between 3 and 5 stories. So I'm trying to pick the best ones. Mostly my goal with the show is to really just show you that bias in reporting exists. And we have all of these topics and all of these things that people need or people want to stay up on and know what's going on with and everything. It becomes harder the more stuff, the more information that there is out there. So my only goal is to just kind of cut through the BS and the bias in reporting a little bit. If that helps you go out and do your own investigating and finding out where your information is coming from, that's really me doing my job. So I am going to keep. I've got enough stuff to do at least like 5 or 10 more travel shorts just from the tour that I was already on. I go back on tour in July. We'll be doing PCH then and getting some more travel shorts there. But yeah, that's it for now. We'll get this episode clipped up and posted over the next week. And we will be back on Friday at 6:30 a.m. to do another episode of Nightly News This Morning. So I appreciate anybody. There's nobody hanging out, but I appreciate anybody who's watching this afterwards. And thank you much for your support. Please like, comment, subscribe. I want to have a conversation with people. Like that's another part of doing this. So yeah, anyway, take care of yourselves, and I will see you guys again soon. Cousin Matt here. Take care. And good morning, tubes. How's it going? It is Friday, May 30th, 2025. I'm Cousin Matt, and welcome to Nightly News This Morning, where we look at some ground news stuff and kind of go over the agitator and what's going on in the world and things like that, and try to give you a little bit of an unbiased look at the news if we can. So I'm feeling a little sluggish this morning. I'm not gonna lie. I could have used an extra couple hours of sleep, but the news, as we say, waits for no man. So it's the AM, so that sound means that I am drinking, like always, my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes. I got my vest and my tie. Had another comment from the same person about not liking the tie, thinking that I look like a corporate clown, but that's the uniform that you wear when you do the news, so I don't know what to tell you. Let me make sure that this looks okay. That looks fine. All right. So here we go. It's Friday. We're going to get into some news. I got 4 stories today, I think. So I'm going to try to do a better job of looking into the camera. I was watching the last episode, and I noticed that Jeff has told me that before too. I kind of have a problem with that, but people want to maintain eye contact. It's a good thing, So give me just 1 second here. I'm going to open this to see if it gives me my. Yeah, okay. It shows my chat there, so. We'll just do this here. I guess that's not gonna work. All right. Well, anyway, we're gonna go ahead and get into some news today. Like I said, I've got 4 stories. We'll go ahead and read through, see what's going on, and go from there. So make sure that this pops up down here. Cool. All right. I think that we're ready to go, tubes. So let's get into the first one. Trump We're going to try that again. Sorry. Let's get into the first story here. Trump shows signs of cognitive decline, says speech experts. Huh. So weird. At a press conference, President Donald Trump appeared confused about foreign student visas, leading to concerns about his mental fitness, as noted by various reports and critics. Bias distribution, 75% of the left, 75% of the reporting is coming from the left, 25% is coming from the right. So we do have a little bit of right reporting, not much, but it's mostly a blind spot issue. 25% of the sources are high factuality. That's not very high, especially for a blind spot issue being reported on by the left. So we got the Daily Beast, the Inquisitor, just, some really questionable publications here. What I picked I picked a right-leaning. I guess the Daily Express is where we're going with. So let's pop over here and read the article, huh? Close that ad. Rambling Donald Trump speeches tell experts one thing about his health. It's not good. So again, this is a story that's it's mostly being reported on by the left, but I've picked up a right-leaning news source so that we can kind of go through it, see what the right is saying about the reporting that's being done by the left. So, Mr. Trump's official physician, Dr. Sean Barbarella, has insisted the U.S. president exhibits excellent cognitive and physical health. Donald Trump's increasingly disjointed public appearances are fueling questions about his mental acuity, with one of America's leading rhetoric experts warning that they could be signs of cognitive decline. Dr. Jennifer Mercura, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, professor of communications and journalism at Texas A&M University and author of Demagogue for President, the Rhetorical Genius of Donald Trump, told the Daily Beast that the former president's erratic speech patterns were far from harmless. She said his lack of focus makes it seem as though he's experiencing cognitive decline and that his brain is not well disciplined and he's unable to maintain a thought and carry it out through to its logical conclusion, she added. Trump sees himself as someone who is unscripted and not teleprompter. He likes to brand himself as a truth teller who can and will say anything that comes to mind. Unfortunately, that makes his speeches difficult to follow and his digress from thought to thought, seemingly connected ideas at random. Look at that. I'm the greatest president. He said, I do weave. You know what the weave is? Like what women wear in their hair? I'll talk about like 9 different things that all come back brilliantly together. And it's like friends of mine that are English professors say, it's the most brilliant thing I've ever seen. What? That's the biggest load of shit I've ever heard. He added, the fake news, you know what they say? He's rambled. It's not rambling. You get off subject to mention another little tidbit, and then you get back on the subject. You do it for 2 hours. You don't even mispronounce one word. Dr. Mercura said the explanation was nothing more than a convenient branding exercise. She said in order to counter the perception that these digressions are actually a strategy, Trump has branded his style of speaking, the weave, and claims that experts in rhetoric believe it's a good way to communicate. It's not a good or effective way to communicate. It shows a lack of discipline and control. Mr. Trump's official physician, Dr. Sean Barbarella, offered a sharply different view earlier this year following the former president's physical in April. He said, President Trump exhibits excellent cognitive and physical health and is fully fit to execute the duties of the commander-in-chief and head of state. Well, I mean, yeah, based on like what we've had in the past, sure, because like apparently we just let, these geriatric old men run the country and it's completely okay. He added, President Trump's schedule includes multiple meetings, public appearances, press availability, and frequent victories in golf events. Oh my God. However, some of Mr. Trump's more recent speeches have only intensified speculation. At a military commencement speech, he began by thanking the audience and praising the recruitment efforts, and then suddenly veered off script to attack drag shows, transgender athletes, and critical race theory. He said, I went through more investigations than Alfonso Capone, and now I'm talking to you as president. Can you believe this? He also advised the graduates against marrying for looks alone. He said, don't marry trophy wives. Just don't do it. Not worth the trouble. As someone who has only ever married trophy wives, huh? He's got some experience, so he's trying to part his wisdom on people, I guess. Jesus. Earlier this year, during a campaign rally, he brought up a fictional serial killer to hammer home his point on immigration. He said, remember Hannibal Lecter? The late, great Hannibal Lecter? A wonderful man. And that's who the migrants are. That's who's coming in. What? Where does that even come from? A recent YouGov Economist poll showed that 45% of Americans believe Mr. Trump has not been transparent about his health. Just 31% say they believe he was physically and mentally fit for a second term. Asked to respond to Dr. Mercer's claim, a White House spokesperson accused her of bias. She's suffering from Trump derangement syndrome. President Trump is the most accessible and transparent president in history, constantly showing off his impeccable mental and physical health. However, skeptics, including the doctor, argue that the president's speeches may be doing the talking for him, whether he realizes it or not. And then there's a whole bunch of comments that you can get in on the conversation if you want. So yeah. He wouldn't tell you that he's in mental decline, but it looks like he might be. So, switch back over here. Take a little break for a second while we get our next story ready. Sip on our Juneberry Red Bull a little. All right. How are we doing this morning, Tubes? Everybody doing great? Everybody in the chat good? Good. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear that every single person in the chat is living their best life. All right. So in a story that surprises absolutely no one, Karl Rove is saying that Trump's tariffs may affect the Republicans' ability to hold a majority through the midterms. Wow, hot take, Karl Rove. You guys all remember Karl Rove, right? The George Bush era fucking political advisor, the Dick Cheney's best friend, whose relevance is like none anymore. But anyway. So yeah, Karl Rove, who's become a political commentator, warns the Republicans that they might not be able to hold on to the majority through the midterms if these tariffs keep coming. So distribution, there's only 3 stories: one left, one right, one center. So 67% high factuality, 33% mixed. So I assume that the mixed factuality is the right, Newsmax, which Newsmax is a very questionable publication to begin with. So, but I have a article pulled up by HuffPost. So we will go ahead and read through that, see what Mr. Rove has to say, the warning he has for the Republicans. So Karl Rove says this muddled mess Trump policy will cost GOP next year's midterms. Longtime GOP strategist and commenter Karl Rove predicts Donald Trump's tariffs policies will cost Republicans next year's midterms, calling the administration's messaging a muddled mess. The story isn't good for the GOP, Rove said in a column published by the Wall Street Journal on Wednesday. Maybe I should have pulled that article up. Rove warned fellow Republicans that Trump's tariffs demands are weighing him down as his general job approval sinks and voters disapprove of his handling of the economy, citing data from Real Clear Politics. And that's a warning that Trump should definitely take into account, because the economy is what won him the election. Trump and Rove have clashed in recent weeks as the Bush administration's senior advisor became critical of the president's strategy. Last month, Rove said Trump's approval ratings are in bad shape when it comes to the economy. He also appeared on Fox and said, advising the president to cooperate with the courts in the Kilmar Abrego Garcia deportation case, the gentleman from Maine that we've spoken about. Trump responded on Truth Social by calling Rove a total loser who's been wrong about almost everything. Was Trump looking in a mirror? I don't know. Now Rove is warning the Republicans that the president's phonetic back and forth on the subject, declaring a trade war one day, then postponing new tariffs the next, leaves voters confused. Not just voters, but people who have to purchase things. I know someone who is a purchaser for a company, and like this has been a nightmare for them. Like this has been a nightmare for anybody who has to buy things overseas or has to deal with this. Like it's not having the intended effect. I don't know what the point of this is, but I can't see that it's actually accomplishing its goals. A more recent example of Trump's on-again, off-again tariff policy happened last week when he threatened to impose 50% tariffs on imports from the European Union. That threat was backtracked on Sunday when EU heads asked to extend his deadline for trade talks until July 9th. Maybe these apparent flip-flops were all planned by the master of the art of the deal, but to many it looks like cleanup on aisle 6, Rove said. Rove's sentiment was felt in Wall Street as investors came up with a new term to describe Trump's on-again, off-again tariffs called TACO, taco, which is code for Trump always chickens out. I like that. Let's go eat some tacos. The administration's messaging is a muddled mess. Rove said, telling Republicans Trump should look towards reciprocity as policy he describes as if countries lower their tariffs, we lower ours. Rove ended the column by saying voters won't blame foreign countries for higher prices or fewer goods. They'll blame Donald Trump and his Republican Party. I don't like to be agreeing with Karl Rove on anything. But yeah, that's a pretty logical conclusion to come to. So we'll see, if the American voter feels that way, because Karl Rove kind of represents the old guard in the Republican voters and what political commentary used to be and stuff like that. I would say that things are vastly different now. And so it may be that because Karl Rove would have been right 15 years ago doesn't mean that he's right now. But yeah. So anyway, that was that story. Are we ready to get into the next one, Tubes? Trump to hold a press conference with Musk as the Tesla CEO departs government. So today at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, which is 3 hours earlier. So what is that? 10:30 a.m. Pacific time. So in a couple hours, Trump and Musk are going to be holding a co-press conference to say goodbye to Musk and government. So bye. Yeah, so let's look at our ground news agitator and give Musk the finger and tell him to get the fuck out of Doge. Time to get the fuck out of Doge. Bias distribution, 54% center, 31% right, 15% left. Just kind of a fluff piece, but to let everybody know what's going on and be aware of it. We will read over the Bazinga article about it. I don't know why I picked that one. I was just looking for something just kind of out there. So it's center leaning, but it does say it's got very high factuality. So we'll go over here and read the article, not from Buzzinga, but Benzinga. Benzinga. Trump says he's having Elon Musk over at the White House tomorrow for a press conference as billionaire exits government. This will be his last day, but not really. So on Thursday night, last night, President Donald Trump said that he will host Elon Musk at the White House on Friday to mark the Tesla's CEO's departure from his official role leading the administration's Department of Government Efficiency. In a post on Truth Social, or whatever it is that he called it, Trump said, I'm having a press conference tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. Eastern with Elon Musk at the Oval Office. This will be his last day, but not really, because he will always be with us. Why has he got so many comments in this? This is so dumb. Helping us all the way. Elon is terrific. See you tomorrow at the White House. Elon is not terrific. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Why it's important. Musk's move away from Doge follows growing scrutiny over the possible conflicts of interest and a drop in Tesla share sales. In an interview earlier this month, the billionaire acknowledged that he may have devoted a bit too much time to politics, calling his engagement with government matters a time allocation issue. Musk's renewed focus on Tesla has reignited optimism on Wall Street analysts. Dan Ives of Wedbush Securities gave a bullish price target of $500, envisioning a potential $2 trillion valuation for the company, the most overvalued car company in human history. I forgot to start my recording. Oh well. So the Tesla CEO's decision to distance himself from Doge also comes alongside his disapproval of Trump's $3.8 trillion spending plan, the big, beautiful bill that we talked about in our last episode, which he criticized as disappointing and detrimental to the efforts of Doge. Yeah, because it's detrimental to the efforts of anybody that wants to pay lower taxes. Okay, so the rest of this is just fluff from like them jerking themselves off. So not a very long article, but for those of you who are interested, and I would recommend catching it if you can, there will be a press conference today at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, which is 10:30 a.m. Pacific, with Musk and Trump in the Oval Office saying bye to Elon. So, bye, Elon. Bye. Anyway, that's all I got for this story. So let's switch over here. See that there are some people in the chat watching. Thanks. Glad to see you. You don't have to drop a comment if you want. Doesn't matter. We've got one more story today. And then we'll call it for this morning. I've been struggle bussing through this morning. Sorry. Here we go. Now one. So in our last story for the day, U.S. proposes a 60-day ceasefire for Gaza plans show. So Reuters on Friday obtained a U.S. plan for a ceasefire in Gaza to get all of the hostages and dead people switched over. This is definitely a blind spot issue. You see, you've got no reporting on the right at all. You've got 67% coming from the left, 33% coming from the right, when that's only 33% coming from the left, 67% coming from the center, when that's only 3 stories, 2 center, 1 left. So we are going to read Reuters because that's who I like to go to, the people who Trump call fake news, all of that good stuff. So let's read over the Reuters article and see what it says for this Gaza ceasefire. So, U.S. proposes a 60-day ceasefire for Gaza, hostage prisoner swap plans show. A U.S. plan for Gaza, seen by Reuters on Friday, proposes a 60-day ceasefire and the release of 28 Israeli hostages alive and dead in the first week in exchange for the release of 1,236 Palestinian prisoners and the remains of 180 dead Palestinians. Why is this so one-sided as far as these prisoner swaps go? Like, I understand Israel is much more powerful than Palestine, and Gaza is getting absolutely pummeled. But it just seems like we should be swapping the same number for the same number. Maybe not. I don't know. Anyway. The document, which says the plan is guaranteed by President U.S. Donald Trump and mediators in Egypt and Qatar, includes sending humanitarian aid to Gaza as soon as Hamas signs off on the ceasefire agreement. The aid will be delivered by the United Nations, the Red Crescent, and other agreed channels. On Thursday, the White House said Israel had agreed to the U.S. ceasefire proposal. Israeli media said Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told the families of hostages held in Gaza that Israel had accepted the deal presented by President Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff. The Palestinian militant group Hamas told Reuters it was reviewing the plans and would respond on Friday or Saturday. The U.S. plan provides for Hamas to release the last 30 of the 58 remaining Israeli hostages once the permanent ceasefire is in place. Israel will also cease all military operations in Gaza as soon as the truce takes effect, it shows. Excuse me, sorry. The Israeli army will also redeploy its troops in stages. Deep differences between Hamas and Israel have stymied previous attempts to restore a ceasefire that broke down in March. Israel has insisted that Hamas disarm completely, be dismantled as a military and governing force, and return all 58 hostages still held in Gaza before it will agree to end the war. Hamas has rejected the demand to give up its weapons and says Israel must pull its troops out of Gaza and commit to ending the war. Israel launched a campaign in Gaza in response to the Hamas attacks in the south on October 7th, 2023, that killed some 1,200 people and saw 251 Israelis taken hostage into Gaza, according to the Israel tallies. The subsequent Israeli military campaign has killed more than 54,000 Palestinians, Gaza health officials say, and left the enclave in ruins. Israel's come under increasing international pressure, with many European countries usually reluctant to criticize it, openly demanding an end to the war and major relief efforts. Witkoff told reports on Wednesday that Washington was close to sending out a new term sheet about the ceasefire by the two sides in the conflict. I have some very good feelings about getting to a long-term resolution, temporary ceasefire and long-term resolution, a peaceful resolution of that conflict. That was a weird way to say that. Witkoff said at the time, the 60-day ceasefire, according to the plan, may be extended if negotiations for a permanent ceasefire are not concluded within the set period. Senior Hamas officials Sami Abu Zuhuri said on Thursday the terms of the proposal echoed Israel's position and did not contain commitments to end the war, withdraw Israeli troops, or admit aid to Hamas admit aid as Hamas has demanded. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, a private group backed by the United States and endorsed by Israel, expanded its aid distribution on the third site to a third site on Gaza on Thursday. Heavily criticized by the United Nations and other aid groups as inadequate or flawed, the group began its operation this week in Gaza, where the UN has said 2 million people are at risk of famine after Israel's 11-week blockade on aid entering the enclave. Jesus. The launch was marred by tumultuous scenes on Tuesday as thousands of Palestinians rushed to distribution points and forced private security contractors to retreat. The chaotic start to the operation has raised international pressure on Israel to get more food in and halt the fighting in Gaza. GHF has so far supplied about 1.8 million meals and plans to open more sites in the coming weeks. So, I don't know. They're trying to do something, I guess. So, but that's the proposed ceasefire. Hopefully, within the next day or two, we will hear if it has been accepted and maybe things will be improving. That would be nice. So, and that is it for that story. So, that was my last story for today. I do have a travel short that'll be coming out in the next couple hours. I made, if you follow me on Instagram, it's the same as my YouTube, just with the number 1 at the end. So it's cousin_Matt1. I've already got that travel short posted to my Instagram. It'll be up on my YouTube here momentarily as soon as the show's done. And then we will be back on Tuesday. We'll get this episode clipped up, done as individual segments, posted to my YouTube over the next few days. And then Tuesday morning, we will be back with another episode of Nightly News This Morning. And we will see you guys then. So I appreciate you guys hanging out. Appreciate everybody that watches, likes, comments, all that good stuff. And I've been Cousin Matt. I will see you guys next time. Thanks for hanging out. And good morning. How are you, everyone? How's it going? Today is Tuesday, June 3rd. Yeah, Tuesday, June 3rd. How's it going? I'm Cousin Matt, your host, and welcome to Nightly News this morning. So, we've got some stories for you today. How about that? All right. So, just looking at the chat, looks like we got Loner Nick here. Good morning, Loner Nick. Glad to see you. So, I need to adjust something on my settings here real quick. There, let's do that so that I don't have myself echoing in my ear there. Yeah, so here we are again. It's episode 7 of Nightly News this morning. We're gonna get into it. We're gonna do some ground news. We're gonna do the stuff that we do on the mornings when we do it. So it's the AM, so you know. We got our Juneberry Red Bull. So we're going to get into it here. We're going to do some news. I've got my setup a little bit changed, so I feel a little bit disoriented this morning. Normally, I'm looking at my big monitor to do my news stuff, but I realize that that's up and my eyes look away. So I've got my regular computer monitor like right here in front of the camera, and I'm going to try to read off of that. It's smaller, but it should help me look like I'm making eye contact with everybody, which I've been rewatching the older episodes and I'm like, it doesn't look like I'm really paying attention. It looks like I'm looking away a lot. So we're going to try this. We're going to see how it goes. And yeah, let's get into it here. Let's do the damn thing. So we're going to jump right into it and we're going to get going on our first story today, which is about a woman who wants to give back her January 6th pardon. So it says, I've got my ground news agitator pulled up here, and it says, convicted January 6th rioter known as ex-MAGA Granny says Trump is all lies. This story was brought to me by somebody who's personally close to me. I didn't just pull this story off of the agitator. There are people who know what I do, and sometimes they hand me stories and stuff, and they're like, hey, this is interesting. And it was brought to me yesterday or the day before, and I was like, wow, this is really interesting. And it's specifically interesting because a lot of people don't know, but I was actually not super proud to admit this, ironically, but for a short while in 2018, like a matter of months, I was a Proud Boy. Jeff knows, some of the other people that I do YouTube stuff with know, I wasn't in the movement for very long. I was targeted by an undercover FBI agent who wanted me to be an informant on them, and I was like, nah, those people don't fuck around. I'm not trying to get shot. I'm not trying to do any of that. So I respectfully, I guess, backed away, and I was like, I don't want to be any part of this anymore. But with my having some ties to them and like seeing how that whole movement works, this story kind of like it's a little bit more personal to me because like this is somebody who is coming out and saying, hey, I was disillusioned by the MAGA movement, which I completely understand how that goes. So we'll look down here. We see that we have 50% coming from the center as far as our bias distribution goes, 17% from the right, 33% from the left. When I pulled this story up yesterday, there were 2 stories about it. There are 8 today. So we get a little bit better bias distribution here, but it was mostly just the left. Like this was a completely right blind spot until it says the bulwark, which leans right with high factuality, picked it up. But that's not who we're going to be reading today. We're going to go down and we're going to read the story from CBS News. And I've already got it pulled up here. So former Trump supporter Pamela Hemphill refuses and returns her January 6th pardon. So let's just get into it. Let's see where Pamela's coming from here. So amid the wave of pardons and commutations, President Trump has doled out some of his supporters. President Trump has doled out to some of his supporters and surrogates. One former MAGA loyalist in Idaho is fighting to return her pardon. Pamela Hemphill is one of more than 1,500 people who Mr. Trump pardoned earlier this year for their roles in the U.S. Capitol insurrection. She has invoked help from her Republican senator to formally refuse and block the pardon Mr. Trump issued her on January 20th, his first day back in the White House. Though Hemphill was a defendant in the largest criminal prosecution in American history, she's seemingly standing alone now as the only January 6th defendant to refuse the clemency Mr. Trump offered. Speaking with CBS News from her home in Idaho, Hemphill said, "The pardons just contribute to their narrative, which is all lies, propaganda. We were guilty, period. So looks like you've got somebody who's trying to take accountability for their actions as opposed to being like, presidential pardon, so I'm good. We all know that they're gaslighting us. They're using January 6th to continue Trump's narrative that the Justice Department was weaponized, she said. They were not. When the FBI came to my home, oh my God, they were very professional. They treated me very good. Hemphill pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor charge for her role in the crowd on January 6th, 2021. Prosecutors argued Hemphill was in the front of the crowd that confronted the U.S. Capitol Police and other law enforcement officers attempting to keep the rioters behind metal bike rack barriers. They alleged Hemphill galvanized others to descend on Washington for certification of the electoral vote after the 2020 election, according to the court filings. Sorry, I gotta scroll down here. On December 28th, 2020, Hemphill posted encouragement to go to Washington, D.C. for January 6th, saying, it's a war. On January 1st, 2021, she posted a message saying, on my way to Washington, D.C., January 6th, the prosecution said. And then you can see a picture of her holding a fairly large-looking gun. So Hemphill also pleaded guilty in January 2022 to a count of unlawful parading and was sentenced later that year to a term that included 3 years of probation. Her case mirrors many other misdemeanor cases from the U.S. Capitol siege in which members of the crowd were not accused of making physical contact with the police or damaging any property. The prosecutors emphasized how each member of the mob contributed to the breakdown of police lines, the injuries, and the damage to American democracy. Sure. Hemphill told the CBS News the pardons for her fellow members of the crowd were inappropriate and damaging America's views of the federal government. How could you sleep at night taking a pardon when you know you were guilty? You know that everybody there was guilty. I couldn't live with myself. I have to be right with me and with God, Hemphill said. This is someone taking personal accountability, and I think that this is amazing. Former pardon attorney Liz Oyer, who was fired by the Trump administration in March after a disagreement over a case, told CBS News that Hemphill's protest is a sharp contrast from the conduct of other Capitol riot defenders who championed their own pardons. Court filings reviewed by CBS showed other January 6 defendants have utilized their pardon certificates to make arguments in court about their cases, restitution payments, or other legal matters. In contrast, Senate records obtained by CBS News show Hemphill sought assistance from Senator James Reich to secure a formal acknowledgement from the Department of Justice that she will not accept her pardon. That is awesome. On April 2nd, correspondence from the Office of the Pardon Attorney to Senator Reich, the Pardon Attorney's Office wrote, Ms. Hemphill's non-acceptance is noted, the letter said in the Justice Department, would not issue Hemphill a formal certificate to chronicle her pardon. So that doesn't mean that the pardon has been refused. That just means that they're not gonna give her the certificate that other people want that's signed by Trump. Like, that's like getting your YouTube play button, but for the Capitol riot, which is kind of weird. In a statement to CBS News, a spokesperson for Reich said the Office of the U.S. Senator Jim Reich regularly assists constituents with matters pertaining to federal agencies or programs. Due to privacy concerns, we cannot disclose the details about individual cases. Hemphill has sparred on social media and podcasts with other January 6 defendants over her arguments about what she says is the whitewashing of the Capitol riot. In one segment on a podcast earlier this spring, Hemphill debated Enrico Tarrio, a former Proud Boys leader who was convicted at trial and received the longest prison sentence of any January 6th defendant. Tarrio's sentence was commuted by Mr. Trump. Now, I will say, just to interject really quickly here, when I was a Proud Boy, Gavin McInnes was in charge of them. I had never even heard of Enrico Tarrio. So, yeah, I was well out of the movement before Gavin even relinquished control. So Trump will probably say, that ungrateful lady, I'm going to make sure she gets back on probation and give her the worst you can give her. I won't be surprised, she said. I mean, hopefully Trump has no say in the matter. I don't know. I don't know how it all works, but I wanted to highlight Pamela's story. I think that that's really awesome. I respect what she's doing. And I've even reached out to her to hopefully maybe sit down and talk with her on the show or something. That'd be pretty cool. So that's the story of Miss Hemphill, who wants to refuse her January 6th pardon. All right. So story one in the bag. How's everybody doing this morning? I'm doing pretty good. I slept about an hour and a half, 2 hours last night, something like that. So absolutely ready for today, of course. What have we got next, Tubes? What have we got next? So I did, just to kind of BS a little bit between segments and kind of make this last a little bit longer. I had talked before I went on tour about needing to get some more equipment before I could take the show with me on tour. I went and did that. I got a USB powered microphone input device that I can monitor and everything. So it's basically like my mixing board, but just for one microphone. And then everything else I have is pretty modular, pretty mobile. My green screen that you can't see behind me, completely modular, comes down, goes up. This is our home office, and so it doubles as our studio as well as my partner's work office. And so the studio has to be modular. It comes up and goes down as she needs the room for work. So I'm excited for that though. Like I've got PCH in July, middle of July. We'll be going from Seattle to Los Angeles, probably Santa Monica Pier, I imagine. Gonna have some fun with that, and maybe do an episode or two of nightly news this morning while I'm on the road. So see how that goes. Oh, excuse me. I will say, the only thing I'm not a huge fan of about this input device that I got is there's no mute. So if I want the microphone muted, like if I need to, like sometimes I burp or like I've got like a hiccup or something like that, I can't just mute the mic and turn away. I've got to either turn the input all the way down or mute it from the software on the computer, which is a little bit of a pain, but you know, you do what you got to do. So, but I think that it's time to maybe get into the next story here. So we'll see how it goes. All right, story number 2 this morning. Meta aims to fully automate advertising with AI by 2026, Wall Street Journal reports. That doesn't sound terrible at all. All right, so we'll look at our ground news agitator before we get into the article by Reuters, I believe. Bias distribution more right-leaning than left-leaning, but you still got 53% center, 32% right, 16% left. Little bit of a blind spot issue. You've got 85% high factuality or above, which is good. And let's get over here into Reuters and see what our dystopian future looks like. All right, Meta Platforms aims to allow brands to fully create targeted advertisements with its artificial intelligence tools by the end of next year, the Wall Street Journal reported on Monday, citing people familiar with the matter. The social media company's apps have 3.43 billion unique active global users, and its AI-driven tools help create personalized ad vision or variations, image backgrounds, and automated adjustments to video ads, making it lucrative for advertisers. A brand could provide a product image and a budget, and Meta's AI would generate the ad, including the image, video, and text, and then determine the user's targeting on Instagram and Facebook with budgeting suggestions, the report says. So just completely removing humans from the from the equation altogether, which is fine because, you know, these ads will probably be targeted to bots anyway, right? I don't know. This just seems very dystopian to me, and I can't do much but like smile and laugh as we head, you know, with our foot down on the accelerator pedal towards the cliff as fast as possible. So Meta plans to let advertisers personalize ads using AI so that the users see different versions of the same ad in real time based on factors such as geolocation, according to the report. The owner of Facebook and Instagram, whose majority revenue comes from ad sales, referred to CEO Mark Zuckerberg's public remarks about AI-driven ads when contacted by Reuters. Zuckerberg last week stressed that advertisers needed AI products that delivered measurable results at scale in the not-so-distant future. He added that the company aimed to build an AI one-stop shop where businesses can set goals, allocate budgets, and let the platform handle all the logistics, because why have humans involved at all, right? Social media firms such as Snap, Pinterest, and Reddit are increasingly investing in AI and machine learning tools to attract advertisers and intensely in an intensely competitive ad market. Meta shares were up nearly 1% in the morning trading, while stocks of Giant Interpublic Group and Omnicron Group fell 1.9 and 3.2% respectively. I don't know. So I guess they're just giving us prices of other tech firms to compare like what this announcement is doing for Google, or for Facebook and Meta. Technology firms such as Google and OpenAI have launched video and image generating AI tools, but their widespread adoption in advertising remains in doubt, and marketers weigh concerns over brand safety, creativity, control, and quality, because all of those concerns are valid. Like, what are we doing here, people? So AI is going to be in control of Meta's advertising. That's fantastic. So whoever has the most money and the most powerful AI wins. I don't know. I just see more and more dystopia as we go along. And I just want to highlight this story. We've talked about AI on this show before. I think that this is another important thing to bring up. So yeah, but that's what I got for that one. Not the best look for the future, if you know what I'm saying. Anyway, here we go. So I did say good morning to Loner Nick. I'm pretty sure he's the only person in the chat today, but you know what? That's okay, man. You are always here, and I appreciate your consistency, man. I appreciate the fact that before I went on tour, there was one show where you said hi and that you were the only person to say anything. And then the next show, there were a bunch of people in. So maybe Friday's show, maybe we'll get a bunch of viewers on Friday's show. Who knows? I don't know. I'm not that worried about it. Like I said, we break this up into clips and whatnot and make individual videos on it. I'm just here doing my news thing, you know? Doing my news thing, dude. It is what it is, YouTube. All right. Getting into our next story here, we're gonna do this a little bit cleverly because I've heard that YouTube doesn't necessarily like the subject we're about to talk about. But as a responsible gun owner, I feel like this is a story that I should bring to everyone's attention. So, Supreme Court denies challenges to the state laws banning assault-style weapons and high-capacity magazines. I'm going to do this segment. It's going to be two. It's going to be this story as well as, because I feel like the two are related. You've got this one, and then you've also got Kavanaugh signals Supreme Court will soon decide constitutionality of banning ARs. So the Supreme Court refused to bring up a challenge to a state law banning ARs and high-capacity magazines. They just said, we're not going to talk about it at all. But Kavanaugh says that they're going to bring it up later. So got some mixed messaging from the Supreme Court here. Let's look at in the Agitator, the first issue, the Supreme Court with the Rhode Island and Maryland laws. Bias distribution is pretty equal, 54% left, 54% center, 22% left, 24% right, 207 articles. So definitely a lot of reporting on this subject. A lot of people interested in what's going on. On the flip side, this whole Kavanaugh wishy-washy thing has only got 11 articles, mostly right-leaning reporting. You've got 55% center, and then what does it say? 9% left. So we will read this article by the AP. A split Supreme Court on Monday rejected a pair of gun rights cases, though one conservative justice predicted the court would soon consider whether the assault weapons bans are constitutional. The majority did not explain its reasoning in turning down the case over high-capacity magazines and state bans on guns like AR-15s, popular weapons that have also been used in mass shootings. Well, lots of guns have been used in mass shootings. Let's not get it twisted. This is selective reporting to try to push a narrative, and I don't like that when it comes to guns. I'm pretty against that. I feel like responsible gun ownership is probably a little bit more of the way to go, but I was brought up with them. I shot a gun the first time when I was 8 years old, so But the three conservative justices on the 9-member court publicly noted their disagreement, and a fourth said he is skeptical that the assault weapons bans are constitutional. Justice Samuel Alito and Neil Gorsuch said that they would have taken the cases challenging Maryland's ban, and Justice Clarence Thomas wrote separately that the law is likely to run afoul of the Second Amendment. I would not wait to decide whether the government can ban the most popular rifle in America, Thomas wrote. The question is critical importance to tens of millions of law-abiding AR-15 owners throughout the country, which is true. Justice Brett Kavanaugh agreed with the decision to pass on the case for now, but indicated that he is skeptical such bans are constitutional and expects the courts will address the issue in the next term or two. The Maryland law was passed after the 2012 shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Connecticut that killed 20 children and 6 adults. The shooter was armed with an AR-15, one of the firearms that is commonly referred to as an assault weapon. Define terms. Several states have similar measures, and congressional Democrats have also supported the concept. The challengers have argued that the people have a constitutional right to own firearms like the AR-15, which most gun owners use legally. The case comes nearly 3 years after the High Court handed down a landmark ruling that expanded the Second Amendment rights and spawned challenges to firearm laws around the country. 10 states in the District of Columbia have similar laws covering major cities like New York and Los Angeles. Congress has allowed a national assault weapons ban to expire in 2004. The gun control group Everytown Law applauded the High Court's action, saying the measure makes communities safer. We will fight to ensure the courts continue to uphold these life-saving laws, said Janet Carter, managing director of the Second Amendment litigation. More than twice as many people died in mass shootings in which large capacity magazines and assault weapons, defined terms, were used between 2015 and 2022, the group said. But the ban was lifted in 2004, so this seems like a false equivalency. Attorneys for Maryland argued that the guns aren't protected by the Constitution because they're similar to military-grade weapons. Okay, I'm going to pause in my reading of the story just for a second to ask people that if you think an AR-15 is a military-style weapon, please go do some research, okay? An AR-15 is closer to a .22 than it is to a military-style weapon. If you have something, if you want to debate me on that, please get into the comments and do so. I'm more than happy to do that. Yeah. So, attorneys for Maryland argued that guns aren't... Okay, yeah. So the gun rights group Second Amendment Foundation said that 7 other cases challenging the bans and plans to continue to aggressively litigate them. Millions of Americans continue to be disenfranchised from exercising their complete Second Amendment rights by virtue of these categorical bans. Executive Director Adam Kraut said, the High Court also rebuffed a bid to overturn the state's bans on high-capacity gun magazines in a case out of Rhode Island. Thomas, Alito, and Gorsuch said that they would have heard the case. More than a dozen states have also had similar laws limiting the amount of ammunition a magazine can hold, including here in Oregon, which really sucks, you know, but it is what it is. Thomas and Kavanaugh have previously... I mean, if you need 30 rounds to do what most people can do it with in like 6 or 10, then you're spraying and praying. But an appeals court judge in 2011, Kavanaugh wrote a dissent saying that similar measures in Washington, D.C. was unconstitutional. Thomas, meanwhile, dissented in 2015 when the Supreme Court declined to hear a challenge to a municipal ban on the AR-15 style weapons, writing that the overwhelming majority of people who owned the weapons used them for lawful purposes like self-defense. The High Court in 2022 handed down a ruling that expanded gun rights and told lower court judges they should no longer consider factors like public safety in deciding whether firearm laws are constitutional. Instead, they should focus on whether a law fits into the nation's historic tradition of gun ownership, the court said. That's interesting. Excuse me. That led to a flurry of challenges to gun laws around the country, multiple restrictions struck down, and confusion among lower court judges over what gun laws can stay on the books. Since then, the Supreme Court has overturned a ban on rapid-fire gun accessories called bump stocks, but upheld a law bringing people under domestic violence restraining orders from having guns and regulations on nearly untraceable ghost guns. So, yeah, smart gun legislation is good. wide-reaching gun registration that doesn't make any sense, maybe not necessarily as good. So that's my hot take. It kind of went over the Kavanaugh. I had another article for the Kavanaugh thing pulled up, but it kind of went over that. So we're gonna leave this one at that and move on. So wow, it's already it's almost 7:00 and we still got what? Oh, just one story left. Just one story left, and it is a good one. Let me tell you. Make every weapon reload like the Gran, and nobody will complain about limiting ammunition as everybody will reload, as every reload would be amazing. Yeah. I really don't like what California has, the law with their AR-15s. So first off, in California, they banned magazines for an AR-15, I think more than 5 rounds. I could be wrong about that. But not only that, you have to have an actual tool to remove the magazine. Like, you've got to have a specialty tool to get the magazine out of the gun. So not going to be reloading 15s in California in a quickly manner at all. So, but yeah, my last story. So let me get into it here. Let's get going. This is good. All right, so a story that we did on Friday about a press conference where Elon Musk was leaving Doge. So this is kind of a follow-up to it. I did a little bit more research after the show, and it looked like maybe I'm going to try to navigate this story very carefully because I don't want to make any accusations. Everything here is speculation and like subject to what the actual truth is. All we're doing here is talking and having a conversation, maybe doing a little bit of speculating, but it's all for fun. This is all hypothetical. So Elon Musk was talking about in the press conference how little X, it turns out a 5-year-old can punch pretty hard in the face. Or maybe the guy whose wife you're trying to steal punched you pretty hard in the face. Maybe that's a possibility. Maybe Stephen Miller didn't like the idea of being cucked by the richest man in the world. We don't know. But there is evidence out there to suggest that maybe it wasn't X that punched Elon in the face. So Stephen Miller's, let's get into the ground news agitator here. Stephen Miller's wife leaves the White House to follow Elon Musk. And if you don't know, Stephen Miller is a political commentator who I think he's like the deputy assistant in the White House now. He's got a White House position. I can't remember exactly what it is. Maybe it says here. Yeah, I'm not sure. But let's get into this article from Raw Story. All right. One of President Donald Trump's aides, who is also the wife of top staffer Stephen Miller, is following Elon Musk out of the White House to work full-time for the tech mogul. Katie Miller has been working as a top advisor and spokesperson for the Department of Government Efficiency, but 3 sources familiar with the matter told CNN that she's leaving the government to work for Musk in the private sector. She's been working on as a special government employee ever since Trump returned to the White House, although she was also being paid earlier this year by the Republican consulting firm P2 Public Affairs to advise a range of the company's private clients, including Apple, before stepping away to focus on Doge. And this is, I believe that's her and Miller. But on Friday even, I was reading reports about how they were a throuple. And that seemed to be the rumors that were going around, that like the 3 of them were in a relationship together or something like that. I'm not exactly sure. And then like the 2 of them decided to cut Miller out. Again, this is all rumor, all speculation, but I think it's kind of a fun little follow-up piece. Miller's role as special government employee was set to expire Friday after a statutory limit of 130 days of service, and she's reportedly helping Musk to set up media interviews unrelated to his government work now that he's officially stepped down as the head of Doge. Musk has given interviews this week to a few different outlets where he complained about the White House betrayal and criticized the big, beautiful bill Trump was trying to push through Congress. Miller's exit sparked speculation about her marriage to the president's deputy White House chief of staff and sent the word thruple trending on social media. Yeah. If you think you've made poor life decisions, there is a woman who's not only married to Stephen Miller, she left him for Elon Musk. Said someone popular on Bluesky. If you thought Stephen Miller hated immigrants before, ooh, inside you. Oh gosh. Okay, so these are all just clips from social media of what people were saying, and they're bad. They're not good. So we don't know what's going on, but the likelihood that it wasn't X that punched Elon in the face is definitely more than zero. So yeah. Anyway, but that was my little follow up to Elon leaving the Department of Government Efficiency, and I couldn't be more happy for him, you know. Anyway, so that's all the stories that I have for today. Nick, I appreciate you hanging out, man. You're the GOAT. Everybody else that was here, thanks for checking out Nightly News this morning, where we check out ground news and try to sort through the bias and just give you a little bit of an unfiltered look. Obviously, I do have my own personal biases, clearly, but I like to look at things from both sides, you know, kind of get an even feel on things and see where we're at. So that's all I've got for this episode of Nightly News this morning. I appreciate you guys checking everything out. We will be back on Friday at 6:30 a.m. We'll do the damn thing, all the good stuff. So thanks, guys. Cousin Matt here. Check out my social media, cousin_Matt1 at Instagram. You know where my YouTube is. Drop the video a like, do all the things, subscribe, notifications. You know the things. You know the things. Anyway, thanks, guys. Take care. We'll see you on the next one. And good morning. Hello. Welcome. It's Friday, June 6th. Welcome to Nightly News this morning. I'm your host, Cousin Matt. What an embarrassing day to be an American, huh? I'm going to get started with my Juneberry Red Bull here because how could I not? How could I not? Okay, so yesterday, live on Twitter, our ex-head of the Department of Government Efficiency decided to have a spat, I guess you could say, with the president, and it was something. It was a thing, you know? It was a thing. We're going to talk about that a little bit. I got a couple other things, like 2 other things that we'll talk about as well. So let's just go ahead and get into it, huh? I don't have anybody here yet in the chat, so we will see how that goes and address it as it comes up. I'll put my chat monitor right here just in case. Okay. Well, that's in my eye line to read, but there we go. Yeah. So how are you this morning, Tubes? How's it going? Did everybody enjoy the festivities yesterday? Was it entertaining? Was it interesting? All right, so Nightly News this morning. If you're new, not familiar with the show, we go through the ground news agitator, try to get a little bit of an unbiased look at the news, see what's going on, look at some headlines, and yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and get going here. Gonna get the show going. Yeah. So first story this morning has to do with a topic that we cover regularly on the show, which is artificial intelligence. But maybe a little bit more positive use, I guess you could say, for artificial intelligence. So, AI analysis reveals many Dead Sea Scrolls are centuries older than believed. And I've refreshed my agitator this morning because I pull everything up the night before just to get my stories ready and everything. But then I want to refresh it to see who else is reporting on this, what new news we may have. So we've got a 28% left, 20% right, 52% center leaning distribution. So it's not too much of a blind spot issue. We do have 75% high factuality or higher. And the article that I have pulled up here is from thebrief.org. So we'll come over to the agitator and see what it says about the brief or the debrief. Is it the debrief or the brief? It is a debrief. Sorry, excuse me. So it says it's high factuality with center leaning coverage. So we'll go over here and we will get into the article. All right. A new AI model has revolutionized the dating of the Dead Sea Scrolls, revealing they may be older than previously thought, and aligning some fragments with their presumed time of authorship. While the Dead Sea Scrolls are immensely important documents to historical and biblical studies, the dating of the individual scrolls has remained elusive until international researchers developed Enoch, a new dating prediction AI model which has helped change our understanding of the material's age. I'm skeptical. Traditionally, I need to quit saying all the time. Traditionally, Jewish and Christian documents have been dated between the 3rd century BCE and the 2nd century CE. However, new research suggests that some may be significantly older, possibly even reaching back to the time of their presumed authorship. Enoch uses artificial intelligence to combine paleologic analysis with radiocarbon dating, producing the most precise age estimates to date the scrolls. Paleography, the study of ancient handwriting, has been the primary tool for dating manuscripts. However, it's an imprecise method lacking empirical evidence to support its assumptions. Only a few Aramaic and Hebrew documents from the 4th and 5th centuries BCE bear dated inscriptions. Likewise, a handful of dated documents from the late 1st and 2nd century CE exist, but the large temporal gap between them has limited the ability to compare handwriting styles across the periods. Training Enoch. That limitation is now being addressed through digital tools developed by the hands that wrote the Bible, a project funded by the European Research Council. So it sounds like right there we have some bias in who's creating this AI. So that's always something to look for. The project trained a machine learning model using Bayesian ridge regression and radiocarbon dated samples from 24 Dead Sea Scroll fragments, helping fill the gap in known writings from the 4th century BCE to the 2nd century CE. Using this data, researchers trained Enoch, their predictive model, which evolved from a prior neural network system called BiNet. BiNet had already been designed to detect patterns in handwriting ink traces. Enoch takes us further by replacing the human interpretation of the letter forms with mathematical and geometric analysis of curves and shapes at the micro level. Cross-validation tests confirm Enoch's accuracy, dating manuscripts within a 30-year margin of error, an improvement even over radiocarbon dating alone. So where we can test it, it seems like it's doing okay. But again, I don't know. I guess maybe because of all the stuff I've read about AI, I'm skeptical. I don't know. Dating the Dead Sea Scrolls. With the model complete, researchers have been applying it to nearly 1,000 documents that make up the Dead Sea Scrolls. Human paleographers reviewed Enoch's first 135 predictions to validate the AI's output. Due to the inherent subjectivity of traditional paleographic dating, Enoch's results offer a valuable comparative tool, sometimes referencing prior assumptions and promoting reconsideration. This marks the first time a machine learning model has successfully generated probabilistic dating predictions directly from raw manuscript images. Enoch's early results offered some surprises. Several scrolls were dated earlier than previously believed. Most notably, the model suggested that the Hasmonean and Herodian scripts styles may have coexisted as early as the late 2nd century BCE, contradicting the long-held belief that these styles had emerged in the mid-1st century BCE. impact of Dead Sea Scroll dating. Shifting the dating of the Dead Sea Scrolls affects not only the interpretation of their content, but also alters history's view of literacy, urbanization, and religious development in the ancient Judea. These changes rippled outward, influencing how scholars understand the political and intellectual histories of Hellenistic and Roman Eastern Mediterranean. One of the most remarkable breakthroughs involves identifying the first physical fragments of biblical texts created during the time of their presumed authorship. The pieces for Daniel C. and blah, blah, blah were dated to 160s BCE, aligning with the scholarly estimates for when the book of Daniel was composed. Similarly, fragments of Ecclesiastes date to the 2nd and 3rd century BCE, supporting the modern theories of scholastic authorship rather than traditional attribute to King Solomon in the 10th century BCE. With these compelling results, Enoch is bringing scholars closer to some of the oldest and most profound questions in religious history while expanding our toolkit to analyze ancient texts using modern technological innovations. The paper is dating ancient manuscripts using radiocarbon and AI-based writing style analysis appeared on June 4th, 2025 in PLOS 1. So that's the story about how we're giving everything up to AI. We're just letting AI do everything. No, this is good. This is a good use for AI as long as we can trust it. And that's really like my biggest thing is we've gotten to a point where we don't necessarily understand how AI is training itself, how the code is being written, how these things are coming to be. So we're putting it more and more in control. And the more that we do that, the more we just have to believe that it's doing the right thing. And everybody who is involved in this story seems to think that it is. So, that's a good thing. But we'll continue to bring you the latest on AI news as it develops. So, okay, that was story 1 in the bag. I'm on the struggle bus this morning, tubes. On the struggle bus. We should move beyond religion as a society. I agree, Loner Nick. I absolutely agree. It would be nice. I think that religion is a tool to make people feel better about themselves, like about dying, honestly. And I think that maybe, it's a mixture of that and oral histories and trying to keep a historical record of things and parables getting taken for word. But I digress. Okay, what's our next story going to be? I think before we get into the Musk bullshit, because there's so much of it, I'm going to do my story about everyone's favorite lobbyist and attorney general. So, yeah. Here we go. Story number 2. Everyone's favorite lobbyist and attorney general Pam Bondi accused of serious professional misconduct in Florida bar complaint. All right. So Pam Bondi, U.S. Attorney General and former lobbyist since February, faces a Florida bar complaint alleging serious professional misconduct. My story looks to be from, let's see here. Got my mouse configuration all different, so it's really throwing me off here. The Gazette Extra. So we will scroll down here. We've got a 64% high factuality with 50% center leaning, 21% left, 29% right. So not quite a blind spot issue. And my article from the Gazette Extra says it's very high factuality with center leaning distribution. So let's get over here and read about Miss Bondi's Florida bar complaint. During her Senate confirmation hearing for U.S. Attorney General, Pam Bondi tiptoed around whether she would stand up to President Donald Trump's pressure on the Justice Department, promising only in a broad sense that politics has to be taken out of this system. So this is going to be a follow-up to a story that we did earlier on Nightly News this morning about 100 attorneys leaving the Department of Justice in defiance of Pam Bondi. So Since her confirmation in February, Bondi has earned the praise of conservative Republicans for loyally following Trump's agenda while drawing the wrath of critics in the Democratic spectrum who say she's politicized the Justice Department on issues ranging from illegal immigration to public corruption. Now, a liberal and moderate-leaning coalition of about 70 law professors, attorneys, and former Florida Supreme Court justices is attacking Bondi's record in an ethics complaint filed on Thursday with the Florida bar. They accuse Bondi of violating her ethics duties as the U.S. Attorney General, saying she has committed serious professional misconduct that threatens the rule of law and the administration of justice. The complaint claims Bondi has sought to compel the Department of Justice lawyers to violate their ethical obligations under the guise of zealous advocacy that she exposed in the February 5th memo to all agency employees on her first day in office. The complaint further says that Bondi threatened agency lawyers with discipline or termination if they failed to zealously pursue the president's political objectives, alleging her conduct violates Florida bar rules and long-withstanding norms of the Justice Department. The coalition, which includes retired Florida Supreme Court Justice Barbara J. Pariente and Peggy Quincy, noted that the Florida bar rejected the two other recent ethics complaints against Bondi, saying it does not investigate or prosecute sitting officers appointed under the U.S. Constitution while they are in office. But the coalition countered that the Florida bar's dismissal is unsupported by history or precedent, arguing none of its rules exempt a Florida licensed lawyer from scrutiny who is accused of abusing her position as a federal public office official. Justice Department officials condemned the latest Florida bar complaint. The Florida bar has twice rejected performative attempts by these out-of-state lawyers to weaponize the bar complaint process against A.G. Bondi. The Justice Department Chief of Staff Chad Mazzilli said in a statement provided to the Miami Herald on Thursday. This third vexatious attempt will fail to do anything other than prove that the signatories have less intelligence and independent thought than sheep. Jesus. Bondi's role in the firings. The coalition complaint accuses Bondi, the 59-year-old former Florida Attorney General and state attorney in the Tampa area, of playing a center role in the improper firings and resignation of numerous government lawyers during her 4-month span, at the helm of the Justice Department. 3 examples are cited in the complaint. In mid-April, Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche fired a seasoned immigration lawyer who the Trump administration accused of sabotaging its legal case over a mistaken deportation of a Maryland man to his native El Salvador, which I believe that we've also spoken about on this show. Justice Department lawyer Erez Revenui argued that the government's case in the deportation of Kilmar Mardo Arbuego Garcia, who was sent to a Salvadorian mega prison in March due to an administrative error, despite an immigration court order that he not be removed from the United States. He was originally placed on administrative leave days after informing a federal judge. Our only arguments are jurisdictional. He should not have been sent to El Salvador. The U.S. Supreme Court affirmed the judge's order directing the Trump administration to facilitate Garcia's release, but he's still imprisoned in El Salvador. In mid-February, a longtime federal prosecutor resigned rather than carry out what she described as orders from Trump, appointed officials to pursue enforcement actions unsupported by evidence, according to a copy of her resignation letter. Denise Cheng, who was the head of the criminal division of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia, wrote in her resignation letter to an interim U.S. Attorney, Ed Martin, that she had always sought to offer sound and ethical counsel, and that she'd been asked to take investigative and law enforcement actions despite what she called the lack of suggestive evidence. She wrote that she was asked to review documents provided by the Office of the Deputy Attorney General to open a criminal investigation into whether a contract had been unlawfully awarded by an executive agency. The contract was reportedly granted by the Environmental Protection Agency during Joe Biden's administration. Of course, the Department of Justice isn't being weaponized. Come on, what are you thinking? Early in February, several senior federal prosecutors in New York and Washington resigned after they refused to follow a Justice Department order to stop the corruption charges against New York Mayor Eric Adams. They resigned after Emil Bove, the acting U.S. Deputy Attorney General, issued a February 10th memo ordering federal prosecutors in New York to dismiss the case against Adams, saying it hampered the mayor's ability to tackle illegal immigration and violent crime, which are two things that the Trump administration is worried about. Danielle R. Sassoon, the acting U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, resigned one day after appealing to Bondi. Sassoon said she attended a meeting on January 31st with Bove, Adams' attorney, and members of her office. Adams' attorney repeatedly urged what amounted to quid pro quo, indicating that Adams would be in a position to assist the department's enforcement priorities only if the indictment were dismissed. Jesus. Man, this is a pretty long article. I don't know how. Oh, it's not that long. Okay. Zealous advocacy. According to the Florida bar complaint, Bondi's principal ethical violations arise from her perversion of the concept of zealous advocacy into an overriding campaign, individually and through Mercer, Splanch, Bove, and Martin to coerce, intimidate the lawyers they supervise into violating their ethical obligations. I think that's pretty clear, it seems like. In each of the three examples, Bondi and her senior team ordered the department lawyers to do things those lawyers were ethically forbidden from doing under threat of supervision or termination, or fired them for not having done so, the complaint says. John May, a longtime South Florida criminal defense attorney who represented Panamanian strongman Manuel Noriega in his drug trafficking case in Miami, said he and others who authored the Florida bar complaint believe zealous advocacy operates within the rules of ethics, not outside them. Excuse me. But the Attorney General wrongly demands government lawyers abandon their ethical obligations and advance the administration's agenda no matter the cost of the rule of law. Since her first day on the job, Pam Bondi has made it clear that she plans to use the Department of Justice for political pursuits, and she has done just that, said Norm Essen, executive chair of the Democracy Defenders Fund, a nonprofit legal advocacy group in Washington, D.C. Eisen is the former ambassador to the Czech Republic during the Obama administration. While the Florida bar complaint focuses on the three examples of Bondi's alleged ethical misconduct, it does not capture Trump's latest executive order instructing the White House counsel and the Attorney General to investigate former President Biden and his staff. In his order issued Wednesday, Trump instructed them to examine whether some of Biden's presidential actions were legally invalid because his aides had enacted those policies without his knowledge, an attempt to stoke outlandish conspiracy theories about his predecessor, the New York Times said. Nor does the Florida bar complaint mention perhaps the most politically charged actions taken by the Justice Department in the weeks after Trump was sworn in on January 20th for a second term as president. Acting Attorney General James McHenry, Bondi's temporary predecessor, fired more than a dozen career prosecutors in the Justice Department and U.S. Attorney's Office in Miami who had worked on the classified documents case or the election interference case arising from the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol, both brought against Trump by the former special counsel Jack Smith during the Biden presidency. So anybody that worked for Jack Smith is just gone. Like, you worked on these two cases, you're gone. Bye. The firing by Trump's Justice Department conjured up then President Richard Nixon's controversial move to have special prosecutor Archibald Cox fired because he refused to withdraw from a subpoena for the Nixon White House tapes during the Watergate investigation. In what has become known as the Saturday Night Massacre, Nixon ordered Attorney General Elliot Richardson to fire Cox, but Richardson refused and resigned. Then the president ordered AG's deputy William. He also refused and resigned. Nixon finally prevailed when he ordered the Justice Department Solicitor General Robert Bork to terminate Cox, a move that backfired on Nixon and ultimately led to his resignation as president in 1974. In the aftermath, it was generally understood that there would be no contact between the president and the attorney general regarding investigations and prosecutions. But after more than 50 years, the Justice Department's wall of independence from the White House was officially torn down in July of 2024. And in a historic 6-3 opinion, the Supreme Court ruled that former President Trump was generally immune from criminal liability for his official acts, including his attempts to use the Justice Department to obstruct the results of the 2020 election, which he lost to Biden. Oh boy. The court's conservative majority found that the president may discuss potential investigations and prosecutions with his attorney general and other deputy Justice Department officials to carry out his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed under Article 2 of the Constitution. God. Okay, we're going to get through this last paragraph and then we'll talk about it here. Bondi pledges Justice Department won't be weaponized. During her Senate confirmation hearing in mid-January, Bondi said she would keep politics out of the Justice Department, which was a lie, despite refusing to say that Trump lost the 2020 election and previously saying prosecutors will be prosecuted. The partisanship, the weaponization will be gone, Bondi testified, while repeatedly saying the Justice Department had been misused under the Biden administration. America will have one tier of justice for all. That's such a lie. In her February 5th zealous advocacy memo to the Justice Department employees, Bondi advised prosecutors that their responsibilities include not only aggressively enforcing criminal and civil laws enacted by Congress, but also vigorously defending presidential policies and actions against legal challenges on behalf of the United States. But then Bondi said the discretion afforded to the department attorneys entrusted with those responsibilities does not include latitude to substitute personal political views or judgment for those that prevailed in the election. Nope, just our political views. When she concluded by warning that anyone who refuses to advance good faith arguments on behalf of the administration or impedes the department's mission will be subject to discipline and potentially termination. It's dystopian. I don't know what else to say. So, who would have thought that a political figure would commit any form of misconduct? Not me. Dear God. It's not great, Tubes. It's not great. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Okay. All right. Sorry. Here we go. All right. So, which one do I want to do next? Let's start with everyone's favorite political commentator. So, 2 seconds. I'm adjusting some settings here on my streaming software. I apologize. Okay. So in our next story, Mr. Steve Bannon, everyone's favorite political commentator, and everyone's favorite Trump toady, Steve Bannon. That should be silenced. We're gonna start this story over because I don't need a bleepity deep in my news story while I'm clipping it here. Okay. All right. So everyone's favorite Trump toady, Steve Bannon, says Elon Musk should be deported from the country immediately. This is yesterday was such a gift. I don't think anybody understands what a gift June 5th, 2025 really was. So Steve Bannon demanded that Elon Musk be deported from the country. So I can't. It's so funny. All right, let's get serious here for a second and get into it. So we have a huge thing happened yesterday between Musk and Trump. They got into a spat over social media, and we've seen all kinds of fallout. Everybody's had something to say about it. So Steve Bannon, who is a Trump loyalist, is now calling, and he was great the whole time that Musk was in Doge. He was dropping little bits like, oh, he's getting into physical fights with cabinet members, and oh this and oh that, and now he's calling him an illegal alien who said that he should be deported. So bias distribution it's pretty equal, 32% left, 42% right. This is just it's two kids on the playground that can't get along, and you see everybody else like picking sides because everybody has to get behind one of them. So we're going to come over to Newsmax here, and let's read the bias distribution for Newsmax real quick. So let's find it. Newsmax is a high factuality center leaning distribution, and Steve Bannon calls for Elon Musk to be deported as Trump feud erupts. Steve Bannon, former advisor to President Donald Trump, questioned billionaire Elon Musk's immigration status on Thursday and called for Trump to initiate a formal investigation because he believes Musk is an illegal alien. Newsweek reached out to Musk through X, formerly Twitter, via email on Thursday for comment. Musk was born in South Africa and has lived there for nearly 2 decades before immigrating to Canada with his family. Musk then lived in the United States while attending the University of Pennsylvania. He became a U.S. citizen in 2002, according to his biography written by Walter Isaacson. Okay. Musk was tasked to lead the Department of Government Efficiency during the early days of Trump's second term in office. The two have been tangling in a public feud this week related to what Trump has called his Big Beautiful Bill, which passed the House. The Republican Party's infighting could impede or imperil the bill due to GOP's narrow majorities in both chambers of the Congress, as well as the United Front Democrats have formed against the legislation. What to know? According to the New York Times, Bannon said in a phone interview they should initiate a formal investigation of Musk's immigration status because I am of the strong belief that he is an illegal alien and should be deported from the country illegally. Newsweek previously reached out to Bannon via text message on Thursday, so they've got his personal digits. That's pretty cool. Like, beep, boop, beep. Hey, Steve. So the Times also reported that Bannon said Musk's security clearance should be suspended amid the investigation and also urged the White House to probe allegations of his drug use and accusations that he attempted to obtain a briefing on China from the Department of Defense. Whoa. If those allegations are true, I might find myself agreeing with Steve Bannon here. Like, I don't know, man. So the drug use, the rampant drug use is a huge problem. Like, I have no issue with people using drugs in their own personal life or whatnot, but like you are the CEO of multiple companies, man, like multiple serious companies with government contracts. Anybody else would be subjected to these random drug tests anyway. Like, you're a government contractor, man. Like, what the fuck? And not only that, but like you like the ketamine, like he's disassociating like while he's in the White House and everything. It's pretty alarming, if you ask me. Musk disputed that he asked for a briefing on China, calling the Times pure propaganda. He also defended himself against allegations of drug use. Bannon has been a notable Musk critic and questioned his immigration status in the past, calling him a parasitic illegal immigrant. Look at that bastion of male physicality. I'm just kidding. He's a piece of shit. What people are saying. Trump on Truth Social Thursday. I don't mind Elon turning against me, but he should have done so months ago. This is one of the greatest bills ever presented to Congress. It's a record cut in expenses. These are all lies. It's not. It is a huge bill full of pork, like Elon said, but that doesn't mean that Elon is a good dude. It's a record cut in expenses, $1.6 trillion, and the biggest tax cut ever given. If this bill doesn't pass, there will be a 68% tax increase and things far worse than that. I didn't create this mess. I'm just here to fix it. This puts our country on a path of greatness. Make America great again. Musk on Thursday. The Trump tariffs will cause a recession in the second half of this year. What happens next? It's immediately unclear if Trump will move to investigate Musk's immigration status. Musk said that SpaceX will be decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately amid Trump's comments about potentially cutting contracts and subsidies for SpaceX. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. Boys and their toys, huh? I hope everybody is doing good on this Friday morning. I hope you got fun plans for the weekend. It's going to be 94 fucking degrees here. Like, I cannot believe it. This weekend is going to be hot. Got some birthdays coming up. A few of the people that I know have birthdays, and then hopefully trying to get my son to go for a motorcycle ride. I want to go to the coast and get some more footage for my travel shorts, because that's something that I've been having some fun with, making quick 30-second to 1-minute videos about places that I travel. So, all right, what to do next? Okay, so since that story ended with Musk talking about the Dragon SpaceX capsule, we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna try to do this quickly. It's a back and forth, so it's kind of like an updating thing. So we're gonna get into it here. All right, so we'll try to just kind of jump through with both of these stories really quickly because it seems to be kind of constantly updating. So I have a story from yesterday that said Musk says SpaceX will decommission Dragon spacecraft after Trump's threat, because Trump threatened to take away the contracts, the SpaceX contracts, the Tesla contracts, the government subsidies that Elon's been getting. And so in a response, Elon said, "Oh, well, I'll just take my toys and go home. You don't need to get to the International Space Station anyway." So yeah, at first he said that SpaceX will decommission the Dragon space capsule, and then this morning we had a story that said SpaceX will not decommission the Dragon capsule. So we'll read a little bit of the first story. I don't want to get like, I pulled it up from space.com last night. Like I was going to do a real thoughtful story about this and how it's affecting more than just that. But like I said, it was immediately nullified this morning when I got on and saw that he had walked it back. So this is the story from space.com about how Musk said that he will decommission the Dragon capsule, but we're going to go ahead and get into, oh shoot, well that sucks. We're going to get into this one. I can't look at the bias distribution because I just accidentally closed it. Anyway, we'll read this article from Mashable India. I don't know how I got to that. I think I was rating by factuality. So I know that I'm pretty sure I can go back and look at it, but I believe this was a high factuality article. So Elon Musk agrees not to decommission Dragon spacecraft, saving astronauts and NASA from disaster. The conflict between U.S. President Donald Trump and SpaceX CEO Elon Musk over the one big, beautiful bill is spilling into the space sector. It started when Trump, seemingly annoyed with Musk's criticism over the bill, threatened to cancel federal contracts to SpaceX and save billions and billions of dollars. In response to Trump's threat, Musk announced that SpaceX will be decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately, causing panic among the industry experts. In light of the president's statement about cancellation of my government contracts, SpaceX will be decommissioning the Dragon spacecraft immediately. Thankfully, he took back the threat after a user called him out to cool off and take a step back. Good advice. Okay, we won't decommission the Dragon. This guy just says whatever he wants. He just says whatever he wants. Like he needs a publicist. He needs somebody else in charge of social media. I don't know, man. Like they both do. Trump and Musk both need somebody else handling their social media so that when shit like this happens, there is a degree of separation from this tantrum throwing. This is ridiculous, and it makes the United States look fucking ridiculous. Anyway, that's my little tirade. Eric Berger of Ars Techna, who has written 2 books on SpaceX history, posted on X saying decommissioning would end the International Space Station and simultaneously provide no safe way to deorbit it. He also said that Musk may not be bluffing. This is not necessarily a bluff. Elon has been reluctant to take on new Dragon-related projects for a while now and would like to move to human missions to Starship as soon as possible. Of course, it would completely end the ISS and impair future commercial space stations. Would it though? Because I'm pretty sure that like Blue Origin is in the space business, and while they're not necessarily at the level of SpaceX, there are other space-related companies. Just because Elon's company is the highest rated right now, the best, so to speak, doesn't mean that we can't move on from this. Like maybe an American-backed company. I don't know. I mean, not that SpaceX isn't an American company, but I mean a company that's I'm don't want to get nationalist. That's not what I'm trying to do here. But I'm just trying to throw shade at Elon. Anyway, notably, SpaceX is the one company NASA heavily relies on to transport astronauts and cargo to and from the space on the Dragon spacecraft. Even Indian astronaut designate will launch on the space station on June 10th on a Dragon spacecraft. Boeing could be another option, but it is yet to have a successful cargo or crew flight of its Starliner spacecraft. There are also private missions like Polaris lined up, which will launch with 4 astronauts on Dragon. Notably, NASA also seeks Russia's help in launching its astronauts under the seat swap agreement, but it is not what the Americans would prefer in the long run. The debacle has started on the 1 year anniversary of Boeing's launch of Starliner with NASA astronauts Sunita Williams and Barry Wilmore. The spacecraft turned out to be faulty, and the duo returned home in March this year on the Dragon spacecraft over 8 months after it launched instead of 8 days. Northrop Grumman is another company that provides transportation services to NASA, but only for cargo. In June of 2024, NASA awarded SpaceX a contract worth almost $1 billion to develop a bigger Dragon spacecraft to deorbit the space station in 2030. As Berger said, without SpaceX, NASA may have to look for another option that could reduce its chances of crashing the station safely into the Pacific Ocean. So, yeah, not a good look, Elon, to be this back and forth on this. Why don't we just be a professional? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, that's what I've got. Lovin' is what I've got. I don't know. I'm not really optimistic about these people and what they're doing for humanity after yesterday, I gotta say. I'm gonna do one more story here. It's been a little bit of a long show. I don't normally go this long. What does it say I've been on for? 45 minutes, which like 5 minutes of it was probably my intro. So it's about the length of what our first few shows were. I was rushing through it before or something. I don't know. But yeah, we're gonna do one more story here. Tesla loses $152 billion in market cap after the Musk-Trump spat on social media in the biggest hit ever to the stock. So, yeah. Uh-oh. Am I having, no, we're good. Okay. So, our bias distribution here is right down the center. We got 40% center, 36% left, 24% right. So it's a little bit more left than right, but it's still enough that like the story is getting around. Tesla is the most overvalued car company in human history. The overvalued company, period. Like, it blows away the next biggest manufacturer by a lot, and like the numbers. It's a technology company. It's not a manufacturer. It's not a car manufacturer. Okay. So factuality is 83%, and we're going to go ahead and get into this article from NBC News. So Tesla shares sink as Musk and Trump ridicule each other. The stock slide comes as a multi-billionaire criticizes the GOP spending bill and seeks to refocus his own companies after leading deep federal workforce cuts. Tesla shares have fallen 16% since CEO Elon Musk began bashing President Donald Trump's massive spending bill last week, and the stock remains about 33% lower since Inauguration Day. The slide since May 27th follows Musk's departure from the Trump administration the next day. It comes as the two men's relationship began publicly unraveling on Thursday. Musk, the world's richest person until recently, Trump's Trump's cost cutter in chief, said he was leaving as the head of the Department of Government Efficiency project to refocus on his businesses, which is good because you can see that his businesses are losing money. Those companies, Tesla, the satellite company SpaceX isn't a satellite company, it's a rocket company. The satellite company is the Starlink. The social media platform X and the brain tech startup Neuralink have faced growing criticism as Musk oversaw deep cuts to the federal workforce. Tesla sales around the world have fallen sharply this year because nobody wants a Nazi mobile. Sorry if you're watching, Andy. Trump and Musk traded escalating insults Thursday afternoon, with the president threatening on his Truth Social platform to terminate Elon's government subsidies and contracts. Tesla stocks closed more than 14% lower Thursday. The automaker is Musk's only publicly traded company and the one that the president tried to boost as recently as March, drawing sharp criticism on ethical grounds for turning the White House driveway into a car showroom just as the company's stock was plunging. The Trump-Musk rift has dented Tesla's stock anew after Musk slammed the GOP spending bill as a disgusting abomination. in a post on X last week. Bankrupting America is not okay, he wrote in another post, part of an ongoing barrage of public ridicule. Musk began speaking out after an electric vehicle tax credit that would help incentivize Tesla's purchase was not included in the bill, which is estimated to add $2.4 trillion to the national debt over the next 10 years. Musk has lobbied congressional Republicans for that tax credit. I was disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which includes the budget deficit doesn't increase it, or which increases the budget deficit doesn't decrease it, and undermines the work that the Doge team is doing, Musk told CBS Sunday morning over the weekend. As Trump spoke about the former Doge chief in the Oval Office on Thursday alongside German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, Musk began firing off dozens of posts on X. And we're not going to go through all of the posts. We know what happened. But the gist of it is that the Tesla stock is down quite a bit because it's the only publicly traded company that people can voice their frustration with what's going on. And I think it's kind of crazy that the stock market is so in love with Trump that, like, if you go against Trump, like, the company just tanks. But we're in the upside down, we're in the darkest timeline, all that good stuff. So this is where we are. Anyway, that is all that I've got for today. I appreciate anybody that's still hanging out with me. Doesn't look like anybody is at this point, but that's cool. We'll get the show clipped up, thrown up, do all the things, and then we will be back next week on Tuesday, as far as I know, unless something changes. And if it does, I will post it on my communities tab so that everybody can see. Yeah, so thanks for hanging out with me. I'm Cousin Matt. This has been Nightly News This Morning, and I appreciate it. So take care, everybody, and we will see you next week. Have a great weekend. And good morning. Hello. Hi, everybody. It's 6:30 on, what is today? Tuesday, June 10th, 2025. What a day and age that we live in, huh? What a day and age that we live in. So I've only got, I normally have like 4 or 5 stories for an episode of Nightly News This Morning, but like with what's going on in Los Angeles, things are pretty dire right now. And the more time that I focus on that, the more dire it feels. So I'm going to try and just kind of breeze through today's episode. We will obviously be talking about what's taking place in Los Angeles right now. And it's happening in multiple cities, but like why Los Angeles is important is because the federal government's response to what's happening in Los Angeles, which is kind of unprecedented. I mean, I know that Nixon called in the National Guard for like Kent and all of that stuff back in, the 60s and whatnot, but this kind of thing has never happened in my lifetime, that's for sure. And it's not a great look. It's not a great look. So anyway, hello, good morning. Welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I am your host, Cousin Matt. I said last week on our last episode, I said, what an embarrassing day to be an American. And that still kind of holds true today. Oops. So, yeah, this is where we're at. But we're gonna look at the ground news agitator. We're gonna go through it here. We're gonna see what's going on, and we're gonna talk about some things. How about that? Okay. Let's go ahead and get into our first story here, which, like I said, has to do with Trump and ICE and protests and Los Angeles and all of that. So there's a lot going on. There's been a lot that's happened since the last episode. I'm not going to go over all of it. Most people should kind of know what's going on. ICE tried to raid a facility in Los Angeles. People protested. Clashes were had. And now Trump has called in, I think, like 4,100 troops total, including 700 Marines. So not the greatest look. On our ground news agitator, our headline here says 700 Marines deployed to Los Angeles. We have, when I last refreshed it, it was 374 articles. Let's see how many it is now. 436. So Definitely a lot of people reporting on this. It's a big story. This is kind of the top of the list of what's going on right now. So our bias distribution, as you can imagine, with a story this big, fairly even distribution. You've got 25% coming from the left, 20% from the right, 55% from the center, which is pretty much as you would expect. And then when you look at the factuality of our sources, we've got 88% high factuality or above. I rate my stories by factuality. When I pick them, I also try to look for center-leaning articles. My first article here is from the Associated Press, but it's kind of a short one. So we'll read through that one, and then we're going to read through this other one from Syracuse, NY. So let's go over to the Associated Press article here. It says live updates on the LA protests, and we'll go ahead and refresh it so we get the most up-to-date version here. So 8:59, President Donald Trump has authorized the deployment of an additional 2,000 National Guard members to respond to immigration protests in Los Angeles, according to the Pentagon chief spokesman, Pete Hegseth. The latest order brings the total number of Guard put on the federal order to the protests to more than 4,100. The news comes hours after the Pentagon deployed about 700 Marines to the protests to the city. What to know? Marines deployed. The troops will be used to protect federal property and personnel, including immigration agents, and are prohibited from performing law enforcement duties under the Posse Comitatus Act. The Pentagon is drafting guidelines that will explain to the Marines what they can and cannot do, a U.S. official said. California sues Trump. The state sued the president over his deployment of the Guard troops. Growing number of demonstrators took to the city streets on a fourth day. California's Attorney General Rob Bonta announced the lawsuit, telling reporters that Trump had trampled the state's sovereignty. Trump's threatens to arrest Newsom. I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great, Trump said, referencing Tom Homan, the administrator's border czar, who warned that anyone, including public officials, would be arrested if they obstructed federal immigration enforcement. Come after me, arrest me, let's just get it over with, tough guy, Newsom said in a response. This is crazy. Yeah, like I said, in my lifetime, there's never been a governor that's been arrested by a president. I can't think of a time that Marines have been deployed to the United States soil, so we're escalating things here, guys. We're escalating things. So let's read this other story from Syracuse, New York, or Syracuse.com. Get through it here. Trump administration to deploy the Marines to combat Los Angeles immigration protests. So, Los Angeles. The Pentagon planned to deploy about 700 Marines to Los Angeles on Monday to help the National Guard members respond to immigration protests, 3 U.S. officials said, as California prepared to sue President Donald Trump over his use of Guard troops, and a growing number of demonstrators took to the city streets for a fourth day. The Marines were moving towards L.A. from their base at 29 Palms in Southern California desert, the official said, on the condition of anonymity to discuss military plans. California Attorney General Rob Bonta announced a planned lawsuit by telling reporters that Trump had trampled the state's sovereignty. We don't take lightly to the president abusing his authority and unlawfully mobilizing California National Guard troops, Bonta said. He planned to seek a court order declaring Trump's use of the National Guard unlawful and asked for a restraining order to halt the deployment. Yeah. The smell of smoke hung in the air downtown on Monday, one day after crowds blocked a major freeway and set self-driving cars on fire as police responded with tear gas, rubber bullets, and flashbang grenades. It could take days to clear the debris from burned cars and to clean off the paint over graffiti sprayed on City Hall and other nearby buildings. The law enforcement presence was heavy, with police cars blocking the streets in front of the federal detention facility that was the focus of the protests, but clashes unfolded over just a few square blocks in an immense city of some 4 million people, most of whom went about their normal business on peaceful streets. And you know what? This is what we saw in Portland when the protests were happening there. You had it concentrated in a very small area of downtown, and yet the perception was the whole city was on fire. That's not what's happening. People are protesting in a very specific area for a very specific reason. So it's not like, oh, Los Angeles is a dangerous place and these cities are being set on fire. No, not happening. On Monday, thousands of people flooded the streets around City Hall to form a union rally ahead of a hearing for arrested labor leader David Huerta, who was freed a few hours later on a $50,000 bond. Jesus Christ. Huerta's arrest on Friday while protesting immigration raids has become a rallying cry for people angry over the administration's crackdown. He's the president of the Service Employees International Union of California, which represents thousands of the state's janitors, security officers, and other workers. Earlier in the day, which is probably a union that's like heavily filled with immigrants, you know? So earlier in the day, religious leaders joined the protests outside the downtown federal detention where Huerta was being held, working at times to quell outbursts of anger in an otherwise peaceful demonstration. Protesters linked hands and at times sang in front of a line of police officers who unsuccessfully asked people to move off the road and onto the sidewalk. Bonta accused Trump of fanning protesters' anger with his announcement of the deployment, saying that he set off Sunday's clashes with law enforcement in downtown Los Angeles. This was not inevitable, he said. Trump said on Monday that the city would have been completely obliterated if he had not deployed the guard. That is a lie. Verifiably false. Okay? Like we just said, small city blocks, like 4 or 5 blocks. Later at a White House event, he said, he added that state leaders were afraid to do anything. U.S. officials said that about 1,000 National Guard members were in the city under federal orders by midday Monday. The full 2,000 members authorized by the president were expected to be on the ground by the end of the day. The officials spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss details of the military operation. The arrival of the National Guard followed 2 days of protests that began Friday in downtown Los Angeles before spreading Saturday to Paramount, a heavily Latino city to the south of the city and neighboring Compton. Other protests were taking shape Monday afternoon in LA, and more protests were scheduled for cities across the country. Outside a Los Angeles clothing warehouse, relatives of a detained worker demanded a news conference where their loved ones be released. The family of Jacob Vasquez, 35, who was detained Friday at the warehouse where he worked, said that they have yet to receive any information about him. Jacob is a family man and the sole breadwinner of his household, Vasquez's brother Gabriel told the crowd. He asked that his last name not be used, fearing being targeted by authorities. I would also fear that. On Sunday, many protesters dispersed as evening fell, and the police declared an unlawful assembly, precursor to officers moving in and arresting anyone who refused to leave. Some of those who stayed threw objects at police from behind makeshift barriers. Others hurled chunks of concrete, rocks, electric scooters, and fireworks at the California Highway Patrol officers and their vehicles. Officers ran under an overpass to take cover at one point. Okay, like we shouldn't be trying to kill police officers, destroying their vehicles. That's a little funny to me, but you know. The guard was deployed specifically to protect federal buildings, including the downtown detention center where protesters concentrated. Los Angeles Police Chief Jim McDonnell said officers were overwhelmed by the remaining protesters. He said that they included regular agitators who show up at demonstrations to cause trouble. Several dozen people were arrested throughout the weekend. One was detained Sunday for throwing a Molotov cocktail at police, and another for ramming a motorcycle into a line of officers. That's messed up, okay? Governor says the guard's not needed. Newsom urged Trump to rescind the guard deployment in a letter Sunday, calling it a serious breach of state sovereignty. The governor, who was in Los Angeles meeting with local law enforcement and officials, also told protesters they were playing into Trump's plans and would face arrests for violent property destruction. Okay, so I was on Drunken Peasants last night, and somebody said like both people can be wrong, and like this is an example of I think Newsom is going in the right direction. He's saying, hey, don't play into Trump's hand. Don't be a violent protester because you're just going to give him an excuse to use the force that he's been waiting to use, the excessive force that he's been waiting to use. And of course, you know, Trump in doing this is wrong by deploying the military into the state and completely bypassing the governor who's supposed to be in charge of the National Guard. Trump wants chaos, and he's instigated violence. He said, "Stay peaceful, stay focused. Don't give him the excuse he's looking for." The deployment appeared to be the first time in decades that the state's National Guard was activated without a request from its governor, a significant escalation against those who've sought to hinder the administration's mass deportation efforts. Newsom, meanwhile, has repeatedly said that California authorities had the situation under control. He mocked Trump for posting on a congratulatory message to the Guard on social media before the troops had ever arrived in Los Angeles. The last time the National Guard was activated without a governor's permission was in 1965, when President Lyndon B. Johnson sent troops to protect a civil rights march in Alabama, according to the Brennan Center for Justice. This is not going to be looked at the same way, I can promise you that. In a directive Saturday, Trump invoked the legal provisions allowing him to deploy federal service members when there is a rebellion or a danger of rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States. Okay. All right. It's not looking good, Tubes. Do you know what I am saying? Okay. Well, I guess we move on to the next story. When Jeff and I were still doing this show together, he said something that kind of stuck with me, and at the time, I thought maybe he was being a tad bit hyperbolic, but now I think it kind of applies. He said, "Let this moment radicalize you." And I don't necessarily want this moment to like completely radicalize you and like make you disillusioned with the United States or anything like that. But this is a moment in time that everyone should be paying attention to. These are historical, unprecedented things that are taking place. And you want to be on the... You don't want to be on the side that history looks at and goes, what the fuck were they thinking? And maybe there's not a lot you can do. Maybe you're worried you're the sole breadwinner of your family. You've got to work. You can't go to protests. You can't do these things. What you can do is you can get involved at the local level. You can get involved with your local school board or your local city council, anything like that. These are the ways that people can enact change. And if you want the world to be more positive, you have to be the person to put that positivity out there. You have to be that person that goes out there and says, okay, this is wrong, and I'm going to stand up for what's right. So I'm not going to keep ranting on that. That's all I have to say about that subject. And this is why I don't want to focus on it too long. I want to keep moving on. So let's go talk about the next ridiculous freaking issue that I have pulled up here. So, all right. U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has decided to remove all the members of the CDC panel advising on U.S. vaccines. The news just keeps getting better and better. Okay. So looking at our ground news agitator here, it looks like this is a mostly center, if not a little bit left-leaning distribution here, just because there's only 14% of the right reporting on this. We've got 27% on the left, 59% on the center. 261 articles last night. We're up to 372. Again, like I said, I like to sort my agitator by factuality here. And then, hey, look, it's Benzinga. We read that before. And then I've already got an article pulled up here. I had it. There's like over 120 more articles here. So, but we're going to go over to the Anchorage Daily News because they said that they were a high-leaning factuality source with, or excuse me, center-leaning with high factuality. And I love this picture that they have of RFK up there. So he just look at that. Look at that guy. Look at that little guy. Okay. Let's get into it here. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on Monday removed every member of a scientific committee that advises the Center for Disease Control and Prevention on how to use vaccines and pledged to replace them with his own picks. Okay. Major physicians and public health groups criticized the move to oust all 17 members of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. Kennedy, who was one of the nation's leading anti-vaccine activists before becoming the nation's top health official, has not said who he would appoint to the panel, but said it would convene in just 2 weeks in Atlanta. Although it's typically not viewed as a partisan board, the entire current roster of the committee members were Biden appointees. Without removing the current members, the current Trump administration would not have been able to appoint a majority of new members until 2028, Kennedy wrote in a new Wall Street Journal opinion piece. A clean sweep is needed to reestablish public confidence in vaccine science. Dude, you're not the guy. You are not the guy who is going to instill any kind of confidence in vaccine science here, okay? When reached by phone, the panel's now former chair, Dr. Helen Keep Talbot of Vanderbilt University, declined to comment, but another panel member, Noel Brewer at the University of North Carolina, said he and other committee members received email late Monday afternoon that said their services on the committee had been terminated but gave no reason. I'd assume I'd continue serving on the committee for my full term, said Brewer, who joined the panel last summer. Brewer is a behavioral scientist whose research examines why people get vaccinated and ways to improve vaccination coverage. Whether people get vaccinated is largely influenced by what their doctors recommend, and doctors have been following ACIP guidance. Up until today, ACIP recommendations were the gold standard for what issuers should pay for, what providers should recommend, and what the public should look to, he said. But Kennedy already took the usual steps of changing the COVID-19 recommendations without first consulting the committee, a move criticized by doctors, groups, and public health advocates. It's unclear what the future holds, Brewer said. Certainly, provider organizations have already started to turn away from ACIP. Kennedy said the committee members had too many conflicts of interest. Currently, committee members are required to declare any potential such conflicts, as well as business interests that arise during their tenure. They must also disclose any possible conflicts at the start of each public meeting. But Dr. Tom Frieden, president and CEO of Resolve to Save Lives and former director of the Center of Disease Control and Prevention, said Kennedy's actions were based on false conflict of interest claims and a set of dangerous and unprecedented actions that makes our families less safe by potentially reducing vaccine access for millions of people. Make no mistake, politicizing the ACIP, as Secretary Kennedy is doing, will undermine public trust under the guise of improving it, he said in a statement. Yes, it absolutely will. 100%. We look back at this as a grave mistake that sacrificed decades of scientific rigor, undermined public trust, and opened the door for fringe theories rather than facts. No, it's opened the door for fringe theory to become fact in the public sphere. Dr. George Benjamin, executive director of the American Public Health Association, called Kennedy's mass ouster a coup. It's not how democracies work. It's not good for the health of the nation, Benjamin told the Associated Press. Benjamin said the move raises real concerns about whether future committee members will be viewed as impartial. He added that Kennedy is going against what he told the lawmakers and the public health association. He's going against what he told lawmakers and the public. And the Public Health Association plans to watch Kennedy like a hawk. He's breaking a promise, Benjamin said. He said he wasn't going to do this. This was all their game plan. Say whatever they had to get the seat and then do what they wanted to do. Dr. Bruce A. Scott, president of the American Medical Association, called the committee a trusted source of science and data-driven advice and said Kennedy's move, coupled with the declining vaccination rates across the country, will help drive an increase in vaccine-preventable diseases. Today's actions to remove the 17 sitting members of the ACIP undermines that trust and upends a transparent process that has saved countless lives, Scott said in a statement. Republican Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, a doctor who has expressed reservations about Kennedy's nomination but voted to install him as the nation's health secretary nonetheless, said he had spoken with Kennedy moments after the announcement. Of course, now the fear is that the ACIP will be filled up with people who know nothing about vaccines except suspicion, Cassidy said on a social media post. I've just spoken with Secretary Kennedy, and I'll continue to talk to him to ensure that's not the case. Okay, so now we just got to take Bill Cassidy's word for it that he's gonna. I'll make sure. I'll make sure he puts the right people on the board. God, the committee has been in a state of flux since Kennedy took over. Its first meeting this year had been delayed when the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services abruptly postponed its February meeting. During Kennedy's confirmation, Cassidy had expressed concerns about preserving the committee, saying that he sought assurances that Kennedy would keep the panel's current vaccine recommendations. The website that featured the committee's members was deleted Monday evening, shortly after Kennedy's announcement. Good times. Good times. Okay, well, looks like we've got one more story here to struggle bust through, and this is the one that I prepared for the least, because like I said, I was looking for stories last night, and I was like, oh my god, everything was about California and Los Angeles, and I was like, I can't do a whole episode about that. I just can't. So we'll do this this fun little story, and then we'll go ahead and wrap today's episode up, and maybe we'll do a little bit of a longer episode on Friday and see what's going on for the week, see how all the troop deployment has gone, all the good things, all the good things. Okay. All right. We're going to get into our last story here. A study finds little agreement between Republicans and Democrats on media sources they trust. I'm shocked. This is a fairly new ground news agitator. I'm going to start this over. Give me just a second. I'm sorry. Live shows, they're so fun. Excuse me. Had a little bit of a burp there. I've been chugging that Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, but we still throw it in. And I will also say, Ground News is not a sponsor either. Like, I talk about Ground News in every freaking one of my episodes, but they don't want to sponsor me. I don't have enough subscribers. But yeah, I did pay for a year of Ground News, and that's how I'm doing this show, is with that. So we're going to get into our last story here. Study finds little agreement between Republicans and Democrats on media sources they trust, which, wow, I'm shocked. So this is a fairly new story that popped up on the Agitator this morning or last night when I was looking for stories. So I had 12 articles when I first looked at it. Let's go ahead and refresh the page and see if we've got any more. We're up to 17 now. So 15% of right-leaning articles about it, 31% on the left, 54% means we've got mostly center distribution as far as our bias distribution here, and our factuality says 100% very high. I've got a story pulled up from the Associated Press. We'll burn through that, and we'll see what they have to say. So, study finds little agreement between Republicans and Democrats on media sources they trust. A new study that probes the level of trust the Democrats and Republicans have for news sources finds that business-oriented publications, Forbes and the Wall Street Journal share an unusual distinction. They're the only two of 30 news sources that sympathizers for both parties told the Pew Research Center that they're more likely to trust than distrust. The Pew's survey, released Tuesday, illustrates how the country's political polarization has members of both parties in different media silos, which is a huge problem, because then the bubble, the bubble that everybody is in just gets further and further apart and bigger, and you are literally just in an echo chamber of your own people. So Democrats trust more news sources than Republicans, and rarely do their tastes intersect. Of 30 news sources tested, people who said that they were Republican or leaned Republican were more likely to say that they trust 8 of them. Democrats had more trust than distrust for 23 different news sources. Forbes and the Wall Street Journal were the only two on both lists. They were the only 2 news sources tested that more than 3 in 10 Republicans said they were likely to trust. Fox News Channel with 56% and the Joe Rogan podcast with 31%. Meanwhile, 13 of the news sources had trust levels more than 30% among Democrats. The 3 broadcast news divisions, PBS, CNN, BBC, and the New York Times, the Associated Press, MSNBC, National Public Radio, US Today, the Washington Post, and the Wall Street Journal. Rogan's podcast illustrated some of the sharp differences between the parties and why President Donald Trump's interview there proved influential during the last election. Okay, let's stop here for a second. Joe Rogan's podcast is not a news source. Okay? He may talk about news things, but it's not a source for news. It's a podcast. It's a podcast by a guy who admits that, like, he doesn't know anything. He's just talking to people, okay? Like, the last episode of Joe Rogan that I watched was with AJ Gentile, the guy from the Y-Files, who's basically the Coast to Coast AM guy, you know, in the new age. Like, Joe Rogan is not a source for news. It is insane that people on the right are saying that Joe Rogan is their news source. Okay. 40% of Democrats say that they distrust Rogan's show as a source, while only 3% of Democrats trust it as a news source. Others say they didn't know enough about the show to offer an opinion. Nearly 2 of 3 Democrats say they distrust Fox News, but 19% said they trust it. These are just numbers. They're just throwing numbers at us here. Okay, the survey finds that 23% of Republicans said that they trust PBS, while 26% distrust PBS. Democrats trust PBS by a 59 to 4% margin. Trump, a Republican, is trying to eliminate most government spending for PBS, arguing that its news content shows a liberal bias. Pew's survey indicates Republicans are fairly evenly divided on that question. While it's not the case for NPR, which is also on Trump's chopping block, Pew finds that more than twice as many Republicans distrust NPR than trust it, while Democrats trust NPR by a 47 to 3% margin. The way that they're reporting these numbers on this make it very hard to understand what they're actually trying to say, like what the actual numbers are. And I don't know why the Associated Press has done this in this article. It's very confusing. It's not like when you say Pew finds that more than twice as many Republicans distrust NPR to trust it, while Democrats trust it by a margin of 47 to 3. Like that does not give me apples for apples of like what they like. Give me numbers of like this percentage and this percentage on both, or twice as many to half as many or something. See, like, I don't know. Anyway, it's still a very polarized media ecosystem, said Elisa Shearer, a senior researcher at Pew. It's too early to tell if there will be changes in the future. Well, how has it been in the past? Like, do we see a trend that's continuing here? A separate Pew survey from March found that 53% of Republicans expressed at least some truth in the information they get from national news organizations, up from 40% only 6 months earlier. But Shearer said it was tough to tell how much of that increase simply had to do with the new Republican administration taking charge. For the survey released on Tuesday, Pew said it questioned about almost 9,500 adults in mid-March. PBS said Trump's efforts to rescind public funding for media would disrupt an essential service it provides to the American people. Yeah. So, all right. Struggled through that one, but you've got divides that are getting bigger, it seems, and you've got the Republicans seem to distrust almost anything that you give them unless it's Fox News or Joe Rogan. That's kind of disheartening, but I don't know that I'm that surprised. So, all right, well, my Junior Berry Red Bull is gone, so I don't have any more stories. I guess that means that we're done. I appreciate anybody who was here hanging out, doing things with us, and we'll see you guys back on Friday, 6:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Nightly news this morning. I've been your host, Cousin Matt, where we look at ground news, check out all the things. If you're still hanging out, you're watching this, please make sure that you like this video, first of all. Subscribe to my channel if you aren't. And then also make sure that notifications are on, because how are you going to know when I release new content if notifications aren't on? Anyway, all the things. Thanks for hanging out, you guys, and we will see you guys on the next one. All right. Hello. Good morning. Welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I'm your host, Cousin Matt. This is episode 10. Holy smokes. I mean, it's not really episode 10 because we started this on Jeff Holliday's channel, and there have been more than 10 episodes, but this is episode 10 of me doing it on my own. So that's kind of cool. That's something, you know, it's definitely something. So I'm going to kick things off by opening my Juneberry Red Bull Not a Sponsor tubes. Oh, get it facing the camera here, because it's the best Red Bull, honestly. Like, let's not pretend. But that's usually how I kick the show off, so we'll go ahead and keep doing that. I am today wearing black. Kind of a somber day, if you ask me. So the yesterday it was reported that Trump was pulling people out of the Middle East, and then shortly after it was reported that Iran or Israel attacked Iran. So a lot of stuff going on with that. I'm gonna kind of go over the headlines because there are a lot of stories to cover in that, and I'm not going to cover all of them. I'm going to cover one specific story that just kind of breaks down in general, but there are a lot of specific stories involved with what's going on with that. And then we're going to go into some other stuff with the LA protests, Republican senators that want to sell off public land, and then the final story will be about a woman who spent 4 months in custody because she tried to smuggle frog embryos into the United States. So that's kind of weird, but that's what I've got lined up for you today. Today is Friday the 13th. My lucky day. I was born on Friday the 13th. Kind of weird, but yeah, today is Friday, June 13th, 2025. This is Nightly News This Morning, where we use the ground news agitator to try to get a little bit of bias out of the news, or at least acknowledge the bias that we're coming at, in the reporting that we're doing. So we'll go ahead and get into it here. So, like I said, we're going to start out and just kind of look at some of the headlines of what's going on. Over here in the daily briefing, you can see the first story says airlines halt many Middle East flights after Israel hits Iran. Right here in the middle, you got a big story about Iran suspends nuclear negotiations with the U.S. after the Israeli attack. Pakistan condemns illegitimate aggression from Israel. Iraq protests UN over Israeli airspace breach for Iran strikes. Yeah, so a lot of things that are going on with the attack with Iran, with Israel taking a preemptive strike against Iran. So a lot of people, not a lot of people, but I have seen some people say, oh, it's World War III, it started, here we go. I don't necessarily know that I believe that, but like it never hurts to be prepared, to make sure that you have emergency things on hand in your own house in case something happens, the power goes out, there are attacks, you've got, food, water, those kinds of things. If you can, some kind of backup communication power. I like a ham radio is really easy to buy. They're cheap. But anyway, so I'm not going to go too far into that. I just wanted to point out some of the headlines here on Ground News. I'm going to back over to the other screen just so that I can do a regular segment about just this next news story. So we will go ahead and get into today's first story. On the Ground News Agitator, it says explosions as Israel launches strikes on Iran. Center bias comparison is what it says here up at the top. And our bias distribution down here on the right, you can see it says 39% of the sources are center, with 29% coming from the right, 32% coming from the left. So you have a fairly equal bias distribution when it comes to this. It's a huge story. A lot of people are reporting on it. It's the biggest thing that's happening right now. 79% high factuality. And then my story comes from the Evening Standard, which says it's got a center-leaning distribution with very high factuality. I always like to sort by factuality when I look at my Ground News Agitator, just so that I know that I'm getting a good source that's going to know what's going on here. So we'll go over to this story from the Standard UK. It says, Israeli war with Iran explodes as nuclear sites targeted and Tehran hits back with a wave of drone attacks. Britain warned of dangerous moment in the Middle East. Okay, so Israel attacked Iran's capital Tehran early on Friday in strikes which targeted the country's nuclear program and raised the potential for an all-out war between the two bitter Middle East adversaries. It appeared to be the most significant attack Iran has faced since its 1980s war with Iraq. Iran had faced, with multiple sites around the country hit. The leaders of Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard was killed, Iranian state television reported. Another top guard official, as well as 2 nuclear scientists, were also feared dead. The chief of staff for the Iranian Armed Forces, General Mohammad Bagheri, was also confirmed dead by Iranian state television. Britain said the strikes were a very dangerous moment in the Middle East and called for restraint. Israeli leaders said the attack was necessary to head off what they described as an imminent threat that Iran would build nuclear bombs, as they warned of a reprisal which could target civilians in Israel. Within hours, the Israeli Air Force started intercepting some 100 drones over Saudi Arabia as Tehran hit back. Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei warned severe punishment would be directed at Israel. Wow. He said Israeli had opened its wicked and blood-stained hand to a crime in our beloved country, revealing its malicious nature more than ever by striking residential centers. In Washington, the Trump administration, which earlier cautioned Israel against an attack amid continuing negotiations, said it had not been involved in the attack and warned Iran against retaliations against U.S. interests or personnel. If we're allies with Iran, if we're allies with Israel, though, and Iran strikes against Israel, isn't that striking against U.S. interests? Like, this seems to be something that can get very convoluted very, very fast. So we definitely want to be watching it. So, multiple sites in the capital were hit, which Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said targeted both nuclear and military sites. Also targeted were officials leading Iran's nuclear program and its ballistic missiles arsenal. The assault came amid a warning from Israel that it would not permit Tehran to build nuclear weapons, although it remains unclear how close the country is to achieving that. Probably a lot less close now, I would imagine. Mr. Netanyahu said the attacks will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat from Iran. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, he added, stressing this is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival. I think that Netanyahu is a clear and present danger, but that's just me, tubes. The International Atomic Energy Agency confirmed an Israeli strike hit Iran's uranium enrichment facility at Natanz and was closely monitoring radiation levels. That's not good. The attack followed increasing tensions that led the U.S. to pull some diplomats from Iraq's capital and to offer voluntary evacuations for families of U.S. troops in the wider Middle East. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said Israel took unilateral action against Iran and that Israeli advised the U.S. that it believed the strikes were necessary for its self-defense. We are not involved in the strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region, Mr. Rubio said in a statement released by the White House that warned Iran against targeting U.S. interests or personnel. The attack comes as tensions have reached new heights over Tehran's rapidly advancing nuclear program. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said his country carried out the attack without saying what it targeted. In the wake of the state of Israel's preventative attacks against Iran, missile and drone attacks against Israel and its civilian population are expected immediately, he said in a statement. Both Iran and Israel closed their airspace. Well, that's not great. Hello, Bionic Beery. Thanks for being here. So, good news. Good news. I always do that at the end of a story. Before I click the screen over, I see that somebody said something in the chat, and I'm like, oh, hi, without realizing that it's going to make my editing harder later, but that's okay. I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad to see you. Yeah, we're just talking about how terrible things are. I mean, they're not. I mean, things could escalate very easily, and that's not great. That's not what we want. But okay. Got story one in the bag, so that's good. We're going to move on to story number 2 here. In our ground news agitator, it says DHS flies Predator drones over Los Angeles protests. This is a mostly left-leaning. If you look at our bias distribution down here on the right, it says we've got 78% coming from the left, 11% coming from the center, 11% coming from the right. Not very many people were reporting on this. This was a pretty new... I mean, it's not a pretty new story. It was published 4 days ago. But apparently people don't think it's that important. I think it's kind of important. I think it was worth reporting on. So The story that I have pulled up is actually from NBC Los Angeles. I wanted to pull up the 404 Media because they were the first ones to report on it, but they're behind a either like a paywall or a some kind of subscription wall that I wasn't going to sign up for this morning. So we'll read this article from NBC Los Angeles. It says Predator drones flown over LA protests. Video clips posted to social media by the Department of Homeland Security labeled as DHS drone footage appeared to confirm this week that unarmed MQ-9 Predator drones operated by the Air and Marine Operations Unit of Customs and Border Protection conducted high-altitude surveillance of protests that followed immigration enforcement operations around downtown Los Angeles. And look, they even posted it on their X account so you can watch it. Isn't that cute? The video clips were watermarked with the logo of CBP Air and Marine Operations, which is the DHS unit that operates its drones and a variety of other aircraft. DHS did not immediately respond to a request for a comment on drone use. Publicly conducted flight tracking data reviewed by NBC LA over the weekend shows an unknown aircraft marked with a light blue icon and flight track of the image below flying in hexagonal orbit over the downtown Los Angeles at an altitude of approximately 22,000 feet, which is a flight pattern and altitude previously associated with domestic drone surveillance flights. And then it's got a picture here that shows a hexagonal pattern over downtown Los Angeles where the protests are taking place. So you got to assume that that's exactly what's going on here. 404 Media, an independent outlet focused on technology, first reported on the flights after an aviation tracker posted on X that an air traffic controllers captured in recordings at stations along a mysterious flight pattern made references to the presence of Q-9 drones in communications with other aircraft. And then here is that X posting. DHS aircraft often use the call sign Troy, including several other DHS and CBP helicopters that conducted flights and operations around Southern California in recent days. DHS's Air and Marine Operations Center is based at March Air Reserve Base in Riverside, where flights of other manned DHS aircraft originated before arriving around downtown Los Angeles, the flight tracking records show. So we've got Predator drones being released in the United States to conduct surveillance operations on U.S. citizens. Just more good news, more good news. Nicholas Rosa said, yeah, I saw the video of Tel Aviv, Israel being hit. I haven't seen that yet. I saw the preemptive strikes against Iran, and Israel said that they thought that they were probably going to receive some retaliatory attacks, but I have not seen that yet. Like I said, there's a lot of information happening. It's a developing situation, so I don't have all of the news of what's going on with it, but it's definitely something to keep an eye on. I also wanted to say that with the story that I just did about the protests going on in downtown Los Angeles, tomorrow is what's being referred to as No King's Day. It's Trump's birthday. They're having a huge parade in Washington, D.C., but there's also going to be over 1,800 protests around the United States in different locations to protest what's going on in the United States government right now. So if that's something that you're interested in doing with this story that we just talked about, please make sure that you're protected. Cover yourself up. Don't take your phone if you can avoid not taking your phone. If you plan to be involved in like actual protests, and take steps to keep yourself safe. Facial coverings. Make sure that you have things in case smoke grenades and things like that are going off. So please don't let Trump's birthday be the nuclear holocaust. Gosh, I hope not, because it's also my son's birthday. So it's also Flag Day, but none of those things are related. So my son, yeah, I don't that's not what I want for his birthday for sure. So but yeah, we're gonna get going into our next story here. Let me get moving here. All right, so Utah Republican proposes a sale of more than 2 million acres of U.S. land. Senator Mike Lee from Utah is proposing to sell a bunch of public land. And if you look at our bias distribution over here, it says center up here, but that's because 50% comes from the center, but then the other 43% comes from the left. So not very many people on the right are reporting on this. And you would think that if the people on the right are conservatives and they're worried about conserving land, that this would be something that was a little bit more important to them. It's important to me. A lot of the state that I live in is federal land. The story that I have pulled up, I believe, is from Fox, Montana. Just because like I said, I like to sort my stories by factuality, and it's up here on the top. There's also like some paywalls and stuff up on these other articles. So we'll go ahead and get into our article here from ABC Montana. And it says at the top here, Mike Lee brings back proposal to sell public land in Utah and other western states. Utah Senator Mike Lee is bringing back a proposal that would allow the federal government to sell off millions of acres of public land in Utah and other western states. Lee said it will open up underused federal land for housing and help communities manage growth. Opponents, including a number of Democrats in Congress and environmental groups, say it's an attempt to pay for tax cuts and warn it will jeopardize access to public lands. Yes. Excuse me. Introduced Wednesday evening, Lee's amendment to the Congressional Republican budget bill, nicknamed the Big Beautiful Bill, renews an effort to initially spearheaded by Representative Celeste Malloy of Utah and Mark Amodei of Nevada that sought to dispose of 11,500 acres of Bureau of Land Management land in southwestern Utah and some 450,000 acres of federal land in Nevada. But Lee's proposal is much broader. Rather than earmark specific parcels of land for disposal like Malloy and Amodei's amendment, Lee wants to require the U.S. Department of Interior and the U.S. Department of Agriculture to sell off a percentage of land managed by the Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management. No. According to the amendment, both agencies would be required to dispose of between 0.5% to 0.75% of the land that they manage, which amounts to about 2.2 million to 3.3 million acres. State and local governments would be allowed to nominate parcels of land and would be granted priority to purchase. 11 states would be eligible: Alaska, Arizona, California, Colorado, Idaho, Nevada, New Mexico, Oregon, Utah, Washington, and Wyoming. Notably, Montana is exempt, and Montana Republican Representative Ryan Zinke was instrumental in sinking Malloy and Amodei's original proposal, stating that selling public land is a line he would not cross. Though the scope is much bigger, Lee's reasoning behind the proposal is the same as Malloy and Amodei's. Identify parcels of federal land near high-growth areas and sell them at market value to local governments to use for housing, water, infrastructure, roads, and other developments. The amendment prohibits the sale of land that is already designated, like national parks, national monuments, wilderness areas, or national recreation areas. Land that has an existing right, like a mineral claim, grazing permit, mineral lease, or right-of-way, is also off-limits. If it passes, the Secretaries of Departments of Interior and Agriculture would have to prioritize nominating land that's next to already developed areas, has access to existing infrastructure, or is suitable for residential housing. The amendment also directs the secretaries to nominate land that's isolated and insufficient to manage, and to reduce the checkerboard land pattern, the result of railroad grants in the 1800s that left small plots of private land scattered within swaths of federal and vice versa. We're opening underused federal land to expand housing, support local developments, and get Washington, D.C. out of the way for the communities that are just trying to grow, Lee said in a video address. We're talking about isolated parcels that are difficult to manage and that are better suited for housing and infrastructure. To our hunters, anglers, and sportsmen, you will not lose access to the land you love. Is that like when they... Never mind. Washington has proven time and again it can't manage this land. This bill puts it in better hands. But that reasoning didn't fly for a number of environmental groups, including Southern Utah Wilderness Alliance, which called Lee's proposal an attempt to pay for tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy. Senator Lee's never-ending attack on public lands continue. His hostility stands in stark contrast with America's deep and abiding love for public lands. Senator Lee's plan puts Utah's Red Rock County in the crosshairs of uncheckered development, said Travis Hamill, Washington, D.C.'s director for the alliance. In Utah and the West, public lands are the envy of the country, but Senator Lee is willing to sacrifice the places where people recreate, where they hunt and fish, where they make a living. The Center for Western Priorities, a public land advocacy group, called Lee's amendment a shameless ploy to sell off pristine public lands for trophy homes and gated communities that will do nothing to address the affordable housing shortage in the West. The National Wildlife Federation dubbed it a fire sale that is orders of magnitude worse than Malloy's proposal. The Wilderness Society said that it's a betrayal of future generations and folks on both sides of the aisle, and warned that it could spark political backlash. 100% agree. Malloy's proposal identified parcels owned by the Bureau of Land Management to sell to the Washington and Beaver counties, the Washington County Water Conservatory District, and the City of St. George. The land would have been used for water infrastructure like reservoirs and wells, an airport expansion in St. George, and new and widened roads, recreations, and housing. The proposal was widely celebrated by the water district and local governments, who said it would help them make adjustments to the region as the region continues to experience rapid growth. But nearby tribes, environmentalists, and politicians from both sides of the aisle were skeptical. As they should be. We should never, ever, ever be giving away our public lands. We need to be holding on to that for future generations, because it's not like it's for us to experience and enjoy, but it's also for them to have something in the future. Like, that's part of the American promise. Like, that's part of the American dream. Not only is the federal land the envy of like the rest of the country, but like it's the envy of other countries as well. I've seen people come from other countries and they're like, we don't have this where I come from. You guys don't understand how lucky you are. That's not something we should be willing to give up, especially for tax cuts for the ultra wealthy. So that's just my opinion. So Nick Rosa says, no worries and happy birthday to the good ones. I will pass word along. I appreciate everybody hanging out with me. Like the stream if you can. If you haven't already, I appreciate that. If you're not subscribed, subscribing definitely helps with notifications turned on so you know when I go live. I do this show on Tuesdays and Fridays. I was doing it at 6:30 a.m. This morning I had some things I had to take care of, so I got started late. I believe that we're going to be changing the time of it just for some things that are going on in my home, and make things easier with what's going on. So we'll probably start doing the show at either 7:30 or 8 o'clock in the morning. We're still going to do Tuesdays and Fridays at this point. And I will also make sure to post about it. I don't know that I'm necessarily going to do that change next week. Maybe I'll do 6:30 on Tuesday and then start at the new time on Friday. I'm not sure, but I did want to let anybody that's watching know that's coming. We're probably going to do a time change, do a little bit later, because not many people hang out during the super early live streams. So we'll try to do a little bit later and see if that gets us more viewers. So I have one more story this morning. Just one. My last story has to do with a Harvard researcher that was detained for 4 months for trying to smuggle frog embryos into the United States. So I have my ground news agitator pulled up, and it says that we have center-leaning distribution on this, but we don't. So looking at the bias distribution, it says 55% lean left, 38% center, 8% right. Maybe it's saying that the bias... It says bias comparison. I'm not sure what this means, but why it has center highlighted here. And you can't see my cursor on the screen anymore, so you don't even know where I'm pointing at. But yeah, so this is mostly being reported by the left, which means it's a blind spot story for the right. And with how a lot of people on the right feel about immigration, they may think that this is a good thing. I personally don't, which is why I picked this story out to highlight today. It says Russian-born Harvard researcher was detained for nearly 4 months after trying to smuggle in frog embryos. So I have my stories sorted by factuality. I believe I have this one from Mass Live pulled up, it looks like, which says it's very high factuality with a center-leaning distribution. We'll come over here and we'll read it. It says Harvard researcher released from custody after months in detention. Harvard University researcher Ksenia Petrova smiles after being. Oh, this is just the caption. Okay. Ksenia Petrova, a Russian scientist at Harvard University's medical school who was detained after being accused of smuggling undeclared frog embryos into the United States, was released from custody Thursday. Petrova was arrested by ICE agents at Logan International Airport on February 16th after returning from a trip to France with what were described in court filings as non-hazardous, non-infectious, and non-toxic frog embryos. That sounds dangerous. She's remained in custody for nearly 4 months since her arrest. That is insane. The Department of Homeland Security, through a spokesperson, claimed Petrova knowingly broke the law and took deliberate steps to evade it. The statement read, the department claimed text messages revealed she planned to smuggle the materials through customs without declaring them. I wonder if they had a warrant to be searching her text messages and phones. This seems dystopian. I mean, how? Okay, we're just going to read the article. A federal court judge in Vermont ordered Petrova released last month, court records show. She was brought to Massachusetts for detention hearing on a single count of smuggling goods into the U.S. Following the hearing Thursday, Magistrate Judge Judith G. Dean allowed Petrova's release on conditions. I just want to thank everybody. Petrova said outside a federal building in Boston shortly after her release. A lot of people started contacting me and sending me letters, and it was a huge support without which I wouldn't be able to survive. I never really felt alone at any minute I was in custody, and it really helped very much. Petrova, 30, who was brought into court wearing an orange jumpsuit, has been in federal custody since February. Lawyers on both sides came to an agreement on the condition for Petrova's release, which included limiting her travel. Authorities are still holding on to her passport. Petrova must return to court next week for a probable cause hearing on the smuggling charge. George Romanovsky, Petrova's attorney, said his client hasn't decided whether she wants to stay in the United States yet. She has offers from different countries around the world, countries that are eager to support the important research that she's doing. She's weighing her options at the moment, and she's very grateful to be out. She told the Associated Press in an interview in April that she did not realize the items needed to be declared and was not trying to sneak anything into the country. In May, Petrova was charged with smuggling in Massachusetts as a federal judge in Vermont set the hearing date on her petition. That judge later ruled that the immigration officer's actions were all unlawful, that Petrova didn't present a danger, and that the embryos were non-living, non-hazardous, and posed a threat to no one. The judge released Petrova from ICE custody, but she remained in the custody of U.S. Marshal Service on the smuggling charge before her release on Thursday. Colleagues and academics have testified on Petrova's behalf, saying that she is doing valuable research to advance the cures for cancer. And that's a huge, huge part of this. I had another story pulled up that was talking about one of her colleagues from Harvard saying that she is doing research that nobody else can do. Like, she's trying to find ways to... It's like image identifying for cancer, and like she's got this whole algorithm or something that like she's the only one who knows how it works, and these people are like, this is a ridiculous arrest. But it just goes to show you that this is the kind of thing that's happening in the United States right now. I saw an article a few days ago about how the biggest TikToker in the world has left because like he was detained by ICE. What are we doing right now? Is this the 1950s McCarthyism? Is this like 1930s Germany? What is going on in the United States right now? It's not a joke. It's not hyperbole to say this when these kinds of stories are happening on a regular basis. So I don't want to go off on too much of a tangent. I think the story speaks for itself, but I think that it's an important question to ask. So those are the stories that I have for today. I do appreciate everybody who has been hanging out and watching Nightly News this morning. I'm Cousin Matt. I'm here Tuesdays, Fridays, and you can get me on all the socials. My Instagram is cousin_Matt1. I'm on Bitchute and Rumble. I'm on Bluesky. Nightly News this morning is the Bluesky. If you're on X, just search for Cousin Matt. You should be able to find me. I have a weird username on X because I had deleted my original X account. And then a friend wanted me to do something on there that I didn't really want to do, so I just made one as quick as I could. But yeah, Nicholas Rosa says pretty much, yeah, the majority did not learn history. It's sad, and it makes me worry about the future for my children and future generations and everybody out there. So just make sure that you let the people close to you know that you care about them, and try to be as much of a force for good as you can afford to be, as your time and your money allows you to be, because you have to take care of yourself. So prioritize taking care of yourself, but then also try to put as much good into the universe as you can, because that's the only way that we're going to combat what's going on. So from my family to yours, the bottom of my heart, all of that good stuff. I really do appreciate everybody. Again, if you're watching this later, you're not subscribed, please do that. Notifications, like my stuff. I'm not monetized. I don't have any sponsors or anything like this. I do this out of my own time, just to try to show people, again, like I said, the bias in reporting, and just try to pick stories. I have my own biases, of course, and I think that clearly shows in what I'm doing, but I try to come at what I present from as unbiased of a point of view as I can. So that's all that I've got for today. I really appreciate everybody. Please take care, and we will see you guys next week on Tuesday. If it's not at 6:30, I'll be sure to post on my communities tab what time that we're doing it. So take care. We'll see you next time. Good morning. Welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I'm your host, Cousin Matt. Today is Tuesday, June 17th. Yeah, Tuesday, June 17th, 2025. We're here to take a look at some ground news, see what the headlines are, what's going on, try to get some bias out of the reporting, if you will. You know, I have my own personal biases. We all do. But I try to look at the ground news agitator and show everybody what's going on, who's reporting on it, and then I typically come at it from a center-leaning point of view. But if not, I'll tell you before we read the article and what's going on. So, like always, I'm gonna get things going with my Juneberry Red Bull here, and not a sponsor, tubes. And like I said last show, ground news is also not a sponsor, just a service that I use. So. Had a lot of things happen, you know, since our last show on Friday. On Saturday, there was the biggest protest in the United States ever, as well as some Minnesota lawmakers one was killed, another one was shot, as well as their spouses. So a lot of news going on, a lot of things going on in the world. So I guess. I was at the protest. I went down to the No Kings protest in Eugene. I got some footage. It's all up on my YouTube. There's shorts. There's one long form video that kind of shows what the crowds were like, things like that. So also, I did want to say before we get started, if anybody ever has a subject that you would like me to cover, feel free to leave it in the comments, or you can follow me on Bluesky, Night News Morning on Bluesky. You can search for Cousin Matt on Instagram and X, and leave messages in the comments too. I do read those, so If you have an idea for a subject that you think that I should cover, if you'd like to see how either side is reporting on it or anything like that, let me know, and I'd be happy to do that. So we're gonna go ahead and get into things here, see what's going on, and get things moving. So my first story today has to do with a Democratic congressional lawmaker from New York, who we talk about a lot on this show. Someone that I hope is going to be running for president in the next election cycle. But that's just my hope personally, because I think that she is one of the first people in a group of people now who have the ability to change the party. So AOC is someone that we've talked about on the show multiple times. She's in the news for what's going on. There's a mayor race going on in New York City, a race for the mayor of New York City, and former mayor Andrew Cuomo is running again, and so let's look at our ground news agitator, and you can see, if you're looking at things here, this looks like it's a blind spot for the left. Actually, we've only got 14% reporting coming from the left, with 29% coming from the right, and 57% coming from, 29% coming from the center and 57% coming from the right, because the right loves to talk about AOC. I mean, let's not get it twisted. They cannot shut up about her. So when I do my ground news actuator here, I go and I sort by factuality. I've already got it sorted. So my story pulled up is from Politico, I believe, and we will go ahead and get into that. It says AOC rallies against Cuomo gentricy. So Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez ratcheted up the stakes in the New York City mayor's race on Saturday night during a rally for contender Zoran Mamdani. I hope I'm pronouncing that even close to right. Framing the contest as a referendum of the future of the Democratic Party nationally, because it is. It's a choice, she said, between gentricy, represented by the 67-year-old former governor Andrew Cuomo, and the change represented by Mamdani, a 33-year-old assembly member. When I say that it's not just about New York City, but that it's about the United States, I mean that literally, because Andrew Cuomo has made it clear that if he wins this race, he wants to run for president of the United States, Ocasio-Cortez, who's 35, said at Mamdani's event in Manhattan. And we should be asking ourselves why a man who had to step down as governor of New York, of the state of New York, had to step down for sexual harassment claims, is decided to throw his hat in for the mayor of New York. That seems kind of weird, kind of sus. Cuomo has not publicly said he would run in 2028, but he told Politico in May that he intends to be a national figure as mayor, organizing Democrats across the country. In a world and nation that is crying to end gentricy of our leadership and that wants to see a new day, that wants to see a new generation ascend, it's unconscionable to send Andrew Cuomo to Gracie Mansion, she said, or she added, referring to the New York City mayoral residence. Okay, let's think about the leadership that we have in the Democratic Party. We have Dick Durbin, we have Chuck Schumer, we have Nancy Pelosi, and now Andrew Cuomo. Like, all of these people, Andrew Cuomo, like 67 years old, is pretty damn close to 70. Like, I don't think that we need all of these old people. Like 50, 55 should be about the cap of where we're trying to put new people into office. These people... Okay, we're just going to get through the article here. Earlier this month, Ocasio-Cortez endorsed a slate of 5 candidates in the Democratic Party, making Mamdani her top choice under the city's ranked choice voting system. On Saturday, she mentioned that Mamdani and Brad Lander had recently cross-endorsed, with both encouraging supporters to rank their respective ally second. During her speech, Ocasio-Cortez also praised the 2 other candidates she had endorsed, Zelnor Miri and Scott Stringer, but did not mention the candidate she herself ranked second, Adrian Adams. She also specifically urged voters not to rank Cuomo on the ballot, becoming the highest profile supporter for the movement dubbed Dream. Don't rank evil Andrew for mayor. That's hilarious. Not ranking Andrew Cuomo is the right thing to do in solidarity with the survivors of sexual harassment, she said on the stage. Cuomo resigned as governor in 2021 after a report from Attorney General Letitia James' office determined he had sexually harassed 11 women, allegations Cuomo denies. Cuomo's campaign did not immediately respond to a request for comment on Saturday night. The former governor has honed recent attacks against Mamdani of his lack of experience and said in a recent debate that the Queens lawmaker would be ill-equipped to counteract President Donald Trump and his policies. Mr. Trump would go through Mamdani like a hot knife through butter, Cuomo said. He would be Trump's delight. Oh, you mean like Eric Adams? I don't think so, buddy. Ocasio-Cortez offered a much different perspective. Not ranking Cuomo, she said, is the right thing to do to turn the page for the future of the Democratic Party that does not want to continue to repeat the mistakes that have landed us here. We can never get past Donald Trump if we want to elect the same people and make the same decisions that got us here in the first place. Yes, absolutely, yes. Okay, more than 2,500 people filled the Terminal 5, the concert hall on the west side of Manhattan. The rally capped off the first day of early voting on the June 24th primary. Other speakers included Transport Workers Union International President John Samuelson, the leader of the New York Working Families Party, and State Senator John Liu. The Kid Miro, a media personality from the Bronx, emceed the event. Mamdani also presented the race as having implications far beyond the empirical concerns of New Yorkers. We stand on the verge of a victory that will resonate across the country and the world, he said from the stage. Make no mistake, this victory will be historic, not just because of who I am, a Muslim immigrant and proud democratic socialist, but for what we will do. Make this city affordable for everyone. I would love to see that. I have my doubts. It's one of it. If not the most expensive city in the world, it's one of the most expensive cities in the world. So yeah, skeptical of that claim, but still excited for the prospect of change. Polling in the race has consistently shown Cuomo in the lead, though Mamdani is within striking distance. His growing prominence has unleashed a torrent of spending against him, funding largely by business and real estate interests who oppose his lefty politics. After former Mayor Michael Bloomberg endorsed Cuomo and donated $5 million to a super PAC boosting his candidacy, the group started running ads accusing Mamdani of wanting to defund the police and move homeless people into subway stations, Politico reported. Mamdani and his allies urged supporters to volunteer to counter the messaging. This election isn't just about the future of our city, it's about the future of our democracy, whether billionaires and massive corporations can simply buy our elections, he said. But we know that this movement is more powerful than their money. I hope so. I hope so. So that was the article from Politico. We'll get back over to our other screen here. And I would say that this race absolutely, like AOC said, it signifies a wider issue of what's going on within the Democratic Party and what the possibilities are going forward. So we'll see what happens. All right. So I've technically got 3 stories left, but 2 of them are about the Minnesota shooting that happened. So we'll put those together as kind of the same story, and we'll do the next one first, and then we'll do the Minnesota stories last. The next one that I've got has to do with Canada. So, oops, hold on. Wait. Clearly not ready. Super professional. All right, story number 2 this morning has to do with a border bill in Canada that puts more reliance on the U.S., I think is what I was getting out of this. So complete blind spot issue again. So our first story was a blind spot for the left. This is a blind spot for the right. 57% left-leaning distribution, 36% center with a 7% right-leaning. And it says border bill raised questions about expanded data sharing with the U.S., and this is, like I said, it's a Canadian-based story. So we're coming at it from a Canadian point of view when they're talking about this. I always like to, like I said, sort my stories by factuality. And I have a story from The Conversation pulled up here. This is why Canada's Strong Borders Act is troublesome as Donald Trump's travel bans. Was it just a coincidence that within days of Canada's Liberal government announcing Bill C-2, the Strong Borders Act, Donald Trump's administration in the United States released its long-anticipated travel ban? Perhaps, but the timing should also highlight the long-time shared border saga between Canada and the U.S. and should compel Canada to carve its own path. Like Trump's 2017 travel ban, his 2025 directive significantly prevent or limit the access of U.S. citizens from 12 mostly African and Middle Eastern countries, with more possibly on the horizon. It's likely to face judicial challenges and may not survive for long. In contrast, Bill C-2 would lead to several significant and broad statutory changes that Canadians would contend with for years to come. Data privacy concerns. Days before the Trump announcement, the Canadian government advanced the controversial Strong Borders Act, covering a wide swath of proposed legislative changes, from intensified border security measures to more restrictive immigration and asylum policies. Embedded within the proposed legislation, as Canadian law professor Michael Gist and others have pointed out, are significant risks to digital privacy, along with increased executive authority, also known as warrantless powers, without judicial or civilian oversight. That's not troublesome. In these respects, proposed Canadian legislation could be considered more worrisome than Trump's travel bans. In the fog of the ongoing trade war between the U.S. and Canada, the focus on American tariffs and their economic impact, but little attention is being paid to Canada's long-standing coordination and cooperation with the U.S. in terms of border management. Unfortunately, Canada has a history of appeasing the U.S. border. And the period following 9/11 is worth noting. Increased coordination post 9/11. Successive Canada-U.S. border agreements have brought about significant institutional changes and reform. These include the Smart Border Declaration signed shortly after 9/11 and the Beyond the Border inked a decade later between Barack Obama and Stephen Harper governments. These agreements included greater reliance on biometric and surveillance technology, binational information sharing, and accelerated, robust, coordinated, and cooperative border enforcement, specifically the Shipwriter program and the Integrated Border Enforcement Team. The early 2000s saw the rise of new institutions such as the Canadian Border Services Agency and the Canadian Air Transportation Security Authority, along with the significant policy changes that included prolific and more robust American pre-clearance for people and goods, and authorizing CBSA agents to carry firearms, which was once controversial. Frequently, these reforms were in response to American pressure or reactionary U.S. policies. The Western Hemisphere Travel Initiative, for example, is an American policy that has compelled travelers to produce passports when crossing the U.S. border for almost 20 years. In contrast to the elbows-up rhetoric of the last several months, Canada hastily made changes to its border policy. The narrative of cooperative and collaborative U.S.-Canadian border management, however, has not always been as it appeared. Frequently, negotiations and cooperations were difficult and not without costs some autonomy in Canada's border management. Man, I am struggling this morning. I apologize. In the past years, there have been increasing concerns about the impact of potential increases in the asylum claims in Canada because of American policies. Those raising concerns often make reference to Roxham Road, the unofficial border crossing that thrived during the last Trump administration due to a loophole in the Safe Third Country Agreement. What? I don't know what the Roxham Road is. I guess I need to educate myself on that. Such gaps in legislation were modestly addressed, including the proposed Bill C-2, which would require arriving immigrants to claim asylum within 14 days of arrival. After that time, claimants will not receive a hearing and be subject to deportation. It's troubling to contemplate deporting asylum seekers amid the ongoing deportation spectacle in the U.S. being carried out by Immigration and Customs Enforcement during the Trump administration. Amid renewed American pressures under Trump and a history of border cooperation, it's not surprising Prime Minister Mark Carney is following his predecessor in trying to appease the U.S. president via Canadian border policy. And because asylum claimants often languish for up to 2 years in Canada's immigration and asylum system, it's clear there are problems. But that doesn't preclude the need to think critically about sweeping powers proposed in Bill C-2. In particular, enhanced executive powers in many cases by institutions that have no civilian oversight must be scrutinized. Many of these changes are reminiscent of the kind of cooperative and sometimes coercive border policies that emerged in the post 9/11 years, but it could be argued that Canadians have expressed elbows up responses to American pressures to reimagine our borders almost 25 years ago. Furthermore, these changes serve as a reminder that cooperative and coordinative management of our borders is increasingly baked in, and despite tariff rhetoric, that's unlikely to change dramatically without significant pushback from Canadians. Revisionist history. Holy smokes. It's worth reflecting on the nostalgic and revisionist accounts of the coercive and not truly cooperative and collaborative post 9/11 border security management, especially in the heat of the ongoing Canada-US trade war. Canadians should remember they live during a time of deep integration in borders management, but Canada can always assert its own interest and marshal its own resources to manage borders of those who cross it. In the long Canada-US relationship, coercion is often masqueraded as cooperation. There are far fewer coincidences in border policy than we might think, possibly including the timing of the Strong Border Act, but Canada must always evaluate its policies in terms of whether they serve Canadians, not American interests. Unlike Trump's administration travel bans and deportations, Bill C-2 introduces a wide swath of changes Canadians could grapple with for decades. So it sounds like a version of the Patriot Act for Canada. It doesn't sound great. I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't sound great. So our northern neighbors are also dealing with the ramifications of the Trump administration. I just kind of wanted to highlight that and point it out. So. All right. I'm just going to do one more story here about the guy in Minnesota. That story is so depressing and dark. I don't want to focus on it too long. Like I said, I had 2 stories. We're just going to do one. We'll do a short episode today, and then Friday I'll probably just do a longer episode to make up for it. I'll do like 5 stories or something like that. So, and again, if you have something that you want me to cover, please feel free to leave it in the comments or anything like that. So, all right, Congress is holding emergency briefings on security after the Minnesota shootings. Ground News says that this is a left-leaning. So I guess it's a blind spot for the right because it says 9% reporting on the right. Let's go ahead and refresh this here and just see if that's updated at all. So no, it still says right leaning is only 9%. So they really don't want to focus on this story at all. I don't know why. It's so weird. But yeah, so we'll get into our ground news agitator here. We'll sort by factuality. And the first story up is from the Associated Press. Love to see that. It is a left-leaning publication, but it's one of those publications that Trump calls fake news, so I always try to pull from it when I can. So we'll get into the story here from the Associated Press. Many lawmakers on the list of suspected Minnesota shooter vow to not bow down. From legislators in downtown Minneapolis to a veteran Ohio congresswoman, many lawmakers, including the suspected Minnesota gunman's list of targets, have vowed to not bow down. Vance Bolter, 57, has been charged with federal murder and stalking along with state charges following a nearly 2-day search that culminated in his capture in the woods near his home. He's suspected of shooting and killing former Democratic House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark in their home early Saturday. He's also accused of wounding Democratic Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette. Dozens of politicians included in Bolter's writings were Democrats, according to acting U.S. Attorney Joseph Thompson. About 45 were state and federal officials in Minnesota, while elected leaders in Michigan, Ohio, and Wisconsin said they were also mentioned in the writings. Authorities have not provided a motive for the shootings. Manny Atwal, Bolter's lead attorney, declined to comment, saying the office just got the case. Here's how some of the lawmakers in his writings are reacting to the violence. Minnesota State Rep Esther Abadie spent the weekend with friends and family after learning her name was on Bolter's list, and said she's still trying to make sense of the violence. But since his arrest, the lawmaker, whose district includes portions of northern and downtown Minneapolis, has returned home. She says she now feels more committed than ever to her work as a legislator. We cannot allow people to divide us and then use violence to keep up those divisions, she said. U.S. Representative Debbie Dingell from Michigan. A day after Dingell learned that her name was included in Bolter's writings, she held a town hall meeting Monday in a high school auditorium in Dexter, Michigan. We cannot let terror terrorize us, she told the audience who cheered. Dingell, who represents the Ann Arbor area, said that some people had wanted her to cancel the event. After the town hall, she reflected on her habit of going out in public with her staff because she always wants people to be able to talk with her. After the shooting, law enforcement officers have told her to be more careful. We can't let elected officials be cut off, she said. We can't let elected officials become afraid. Look, I'm going to keep fighting for the people that I represent. I'm going to keep being a voice for those that want me to make sure that their voice is heard at the table, she added. Minnesota State Senator Ann Rest. Rest, who represents New Hope in Hennepin County, said that she was made aware that the suspect had been parked near her home early Saturday. She said in a statement Monday that the quick action of law enforcement saved her life. While she was grateful for the suspect's apprehension, she noted in the statement that she was grieving the loss of the Hortmans and praying for the Hoffmans' recovery. U.S. Representative Hillary Scholten of Michigan, who represents Grand Rapids, said she was postponing a Monday town hall after learning she was a potential target. Out of an abundance of caution and to not divert additional law enforcement resources away from protecting the broader public at this time, it is a responsible choice, Scholten said in a statement. U.S. Representative Marcy Koptour of Ohio said her office said in a statement that her name was included in Bolton's writing, but that it will not get in the way of her work to make life better for families across Northwest Ohio. Uplifting those who she says have the honor to serve has been the sole focus of every single day she has served, and nothing will deter her from doing so now, in a statement. Minnesota State Representative Alex Faulkner, whose district includes a portion of the Twin Cities, said he woke up Saturday morning while on vacation with his wife and kids to a flurry of text messages about the shootings. The police chief then called to warn him about a list of targets. Faulkner said he later learned he wasn't on the list, but his family decided to stay away until the suspect was in custody. The police chief increased patrols in his neighborhood and stationed a police car outside his house, he said. While the question of whether to stay in politics was in the top of mind for him this weekend, Faulkner said, "They win if we quit." Faulkner and his Democratic colleagues in the state house gathered at the Capitol on Monday to seek comfort in one another and share stories of Hortman, Faulkner said. It was the first time they could meet since the shooting because they had been told by law enforcement not to leave their homes while the suspect remained at large, he said. And I think that this goes onto a wider subject about how what this does is this event, if we keep having political violence like this, it's going to do nothing but separate the classes even faster, because you are going to have the higher ups, the lawmaker class of people think that they need to be protected from people who may go out and shoot them. Political violence is never in this way is never ever going to enact real change, and it's typically only ever going to have the opposite effect of whatever this person intended. So I can get real heated on this subject. I'm just going to stop and say that I would rather put positive vibes out into the world than negative. So I think that I think that it's good that all of these lawmakers are choosing this time to double down and focus on the positive and focus on doing the good work that's going to make a difference for the people that they represent. Because that is what this guy was trying to do, was stop that from happening. And while he succeeded in harming people, and he succeeded in hurting people and taking lives, we need to show him that's not going to stop change. So anyway, that's all that I've got for that, and that's all that I've got for today. So Cousin Matt here, saying thanks for hanging out with me. This has been Nightly News this morning, and take care. We will see you guys on Friday. Sounds good. Cool. Good morning, YouTube. Hello, and welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I'm your host, Cousin Matt. Today is Friday, June 20th, 2025, and there's a lot going on in the world today. So we're gonna look at some ground news, and we're gonna figure out what's going on. So hope everybody's doing well. Had a good week. I'm gonna get things going here with my Juneberry Red Bull, as is tradition here on the show. All right. So yesterday, I put a message out on a couple Discords that I'm in for, like Drunken Peasants, Jeff Holiday, things like that. And I was like, hey, if anybody has any news stories that they'd like me to cover, please give me a suggestion. And I got a suggestion for a story about a woman in Georgia, and we're going to get into it. I do want to preface it by saying that, I tend to try to be a centrist as much as possible, and I'm back and forth on a lot of issues. When it comes to abortion, I have my own personal. I've had personal things that have happened to me in regards to abortion. I don't want to get too far into it. Hopefully, that's enough for people to kind of understand where I'm going with. But so. I have a little bit more to say about it than most men would, should, could. I don't know. I don't want to impose my views on anybody, and I don't want to sound like a dinosaur. I believe that the chance for life should be respected to some degree, but I also understand that a woman should completely be given autonomy to her own body. So it's a very nuanced issue. And it's something that I want to kind of take a little bit more in depth of a look at. I'm going to try to put my own personal biases about this story out of the way. And all I want to do is show the difference between the left and the right reporting on this. So we're gonna use this particular story, and we're gonna look at a story from the right's perspective, and we're gonna look at a story from the left's perspective, just to kind of see what the missing details are on both sides. And I'm hoping that that'll give people a little bit more clarity about it. So let me take a sip of this Red Bull here again before we get into this, because this is going to be one. Okie dokie. So we're going to get into our first story today here. And this is about a Georgia mother who was declared brain dead and taken off life support days after her child was born. We'll get into the details of the story here, but on our ground news agitator, you can see that the bias distribution here has got 50% left, 26% center, 24% right. But the right is talking about it a little bit, and the things that they have to say are, they're things. But I mean, again, we're using this particular story just to kind of try to get a clear view of the differences in reporting between the left and the right. So I have the stories pulled up here. My first story, we're going to look at these two stories right here. So we've got a story from the Federalist, and I'll put that at the top of the screen here. So it says, Adriana Smith's baby living upsets Dems more than her death. With an independent author, mixed factuality, and not right-leaning, but a right publication. And then we'll go and we'll read this article from the Global News that says very high factuality and leans left. So my biases aside, all I'm doing here is just trying to bring you guys the story. I want to read it to you. I'll let everybody else, you're a smart person. You can make your own conclusions and decisions about this, but let's get into this story here from the Federalist. So, survival of Adriana Smith's baby upsets Democrats and media more than her death. What a terrible fucking headline, first of all. But okay. The baby of a brain-dead woman is expected to be okay after he was prematurely born via C-section. His miraculous birth against all odds, however, was overshadowed by activists and corporate media who used the circumstances of his gestation and entry into the world to bash Georgia's pro-life protections. Adriana Smith was roughly 8 weeks pregnant when she suffered complications from multiple blood clots in her brain that left her unresponsive and ultimately put her on life support. The day before she was rushed to the hospital by ambulances and declared officially brain dead, the 30-year-old woman was reportedly sent home with medication but no further testing, according to her family, despite suffering intense headaches. I think that this is the biggest and most important point of the story, is that this story is a failure of the American healthcare system. Despite the trauma his mother's body endured, Smith's son spent the last 4 months growing in the womb under the direction and facility of doctors at Emory University Hospital in Midtown Atlanta, which attributed its decisions to keep Smith on life support to Georgia's abortion laws and all other applicable laws. The hospital reportedly hoped that the unborn baby would make it to 32 weeks of gestation before he was delivered, but ended up announcing his arrival closer to the 25th week of pregnancy. Smith's family named the 1-pound, 13-ounce boy Chance, an appropriate title for a baby who was given a chance at life outside the womb, despite a less-than-ideal circumstances that defined his gestation. Instead of celebrating the medical miracle of Chance's birth and ongoing survival in the neonatal intensive care unit at just less than 2 pounds, however, corporate media and Democrats are still shrieking about Smith and her family's lack of choice in the decision to give her baby more time to grow in the womb. Articles and Instagram posts alike claim that Smith was forced to carry her child, didn't get a say in the matter, and was reduced to an incubator due to the Peach State's heartbeat law. Representative Anya Presley's post about Smith's situation indicated the decision to keep her baby gestating was medical abuse and torture. Even Smith's family eventually bought into the narrative that they had no say regarding her lifeless body and unborn child. And that may be true. I mean, based on these laws, that may absolutely be true. Now, is it possible that if they would have had a say in the choice, that this is what they would have wanted? Very possible, but that's not what either one of the stories that I'm reading today focus on. So I just want to point that out. Adriana was only 2 months when she placed on life support, and we were given no choice to wait for months to find out the baby will suffer disease, which will lead to major disabilities, the GoFundMe organized by Smith's mom states. Never mind that the Office of Georgia's Attorney General confirmed the Life Act does not mandate keeping someone on life support and clarified that removing life support is not an action with the purpose to terminate a pregnancy. Never mind the law that most likely informed doctors' decisions to mechanically keep Smith's vitals functioning wasn't even the Life Act, but Georgia's Advanced Directive for Health Care Act of 2007, which prevents life-ending action against a pregnant woman based on the viability of her baby and the presence of an advanced directive, which Smith did not have. And never mind that the initial interviews with Smith's mother indicated, I just want to be clear on something. We want her to have her baby. We want her to continue throughout her children, April Newkirk declared. The leftist who took an interest in Smith's story over the last few months seemed more angered by her son's survival than the hospital allegedly choosing not to fully investigate what turned out to be the condition that killed the mother of two. And the rest of this is just relating it to another incident, which I'm not really interested in. I'm interested in about the facts of this story. So that's what we're going to read from the Federalist, and you can see that there is a lot of divisive talk in there. There are facts, absolutely, but it's trying to paint a narrative in a certain direction. And now we're going to go to this story that's from Global News. And we'll see what they have to say about it. Like I said, this is the left-leaning publication. So, a Georgia woman who was declared brain dead while pregnant and kept alive until the baby was born due to anti-abortion laws in the state has been removed from life support after delivering the son via C-section, her family says. Adriana Smith, a 31-year-old mother and nurse who had been in a vegetative state since February after suffering blood clots in her brain. According to her family, doctors were unable to humanely end her life due to Georgia's strict anti-abortion legislation, which came into effect in the Supreme Court's landmark ruling to overturn Roe v. Wade in 2022. Okay, so one of these publications is lying. That's it, because the Federalist is saying that the laws that kept her alive were the 2007 laws about terminating a pregnant woman's life if the fetus is still viable, and this article is saying that it's due to the Supreme Court's overturn of Roe v. Wade. So I'd be really interested to find out the details and figure out what the actual circumstances are, because this is literally just two publications using whatever they feel pushes the narrative that they're trying to push. That's what I see personally. So, though legally dead, Smith remained on life support for months until the birth of her baby, a boy named Chance, on June 13th. April Newkirk, Smith's mother, confirmed to Atlanta News Channel 11 Alive, an NBC affiliate, that her daughter was removed from life support Tuesday. Newkirk said she was frustrated that despite going to the hospital because of severe headaches, Smith was sent home after being denied proper medical testing that could have saved her life. Yes, that is the most important issue in both of these articles, and at least they both report on that, because this is a failure of the American medical system that just sends people home. They're like, oh, well, we don't have enough money to do the testing, and you don't have insurance, and we just don't want to go through all of that, so you're probably fine. Just here's some opiates. Don't even worry about it. All women should have a choice about their bodies, Newkirk said, and I want people to know that Adriana was a nurse, an RN. The same field that she worked in is the same people who failed her. Can you understand what I'm saying? They didn't go the extra mile. Not even that extra mile. They didn't even do a CT scan on her. That would have detected it. I'm her mother. I shouldn't be burying my daughter. My daughter should be burying me. I completely agree. Now, what I don't see in this is anything about... in this article is about April Newkirk saying anything about her daughter's choice as far as the pregnancy goes. There are people who say that in this article, but it's not her mother. So Newkirk told the outlet that her grandson weighs 1 pound 13 ounces and is currently being treated at the NICU at Emory University Hospital in Atlanta. He's expected to be okay. We're just fighting. We just want prayers for him. Just keep praying for him. He's here now, she said. Days earlier on Sunday, members of Smith's family and the community gathered in a somber celebration for Smith's 31st birthday. Smith's case gained widespread attention for highlighting the complexities and ambiguities of Georgia's stringent anti-abortion policy, which prohibits abortion after cardiac activity in the embryo can be detected generally around 6 weeks, except under circumstances where the pregnancy is medically futile, poses a threat to the mother's life, or is a result of grape, or the word that I'm not going to say, in which case it can be aborted up to 20 weeks of gestation, but both of these situations require a police report. Smith was about 9 weeks pregnant when she was declared brain dead. Her family is also upset the state law doesn't allow relatives to have any say in whether a pregnant woman is kept on life support. They didn't say that they wanted to take her off of it, though. Do you see that? They're upset that they didn't have a say in it, which is completely understandable. But you would think that if this publication is trying to push the left perspective so hard, and that was something that was important, that would have been part of it as well. Again, I'm not trying to put my personal how I feel about anything in this. I'm trying to point out the differences between the two articles and the difference in the reporting between the left and the right. Adriana Smith should be here today. Her voice trusted, her medical crisis treated, her life saved, her dignity honored. But instead, her body was made into an incubator for months following her death. Her family denied the right to make personal medical decisions, she wrote. That was Representative Anna Presley, a Democrat from Massachusetts. So not even the same state. Somebody who really shouldn't, I don't know. Georgia's ban, known as the Life Act, became law in 2019 but didn't come into effect until the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Georgia Attorney General Chris Carr said the law does not mean doctors can't take the patient off life support if they are brain dead and pregnant, because the intended outcome, as in Smith's case, was not to end her pregnancy. There's nothing in the Life Act that requires medical professionals to keep a woman on life support after brain death, he said in a statement obtained by the Georgia Recorder. Removing the life support is not an action with the purpose to terminate the pregnancy, he continued. Senator Ed Stetzel, the Republican who sponsored the Georgia anti-abortion bill, said he supported the hospital's actions. Of course he did. I think it's completely appropriate that the hospital do what they can to save the life of the child, he told the Associated Press in May. I think this is an unusual circumstance, but I think it highlights the value of innocent human life. I think the hospital is acting appropriately. Monica Simpson, executive director of Sister Song, the lead plaintiff in a lawsuit challenging Georgia's abortion law, said the situation is problematic. Her family deserved the right to have decision-making power about her medical decisions, Simpson said in a statement. Instead, they have to endure over 90 days of re-traumatization, expensive medical costs, and the cruelty of being unable to resolve and move towards healing. Okay, but when the family isn't calling for that, then all you're doing is politicizing this. You are using this to your political advantage, and I think the right and the left are both doing it, and I think it's reprehensible. Thaddeus Pope, a biochemist and a lawyer at Mitchell Hamline School of Law in St. Paul, Minnesota, explained that while few states have laws that specifically limit removing treatment of a pregnant woman who is alive but incapacitated or brain dead, Georgia isn't one of them. Removing the woman's mechanical ventilation or other support would not constitute an abortion, he said. Continued treatment is not legally required. Lewis Shepard, a biochemist or a bioethicist and law professor at the University of Virginia, also said she does not believe the life support was legally required in this case. Meanwhile, an Emory healthcare spokesperson told NBC that the hospital's top priority was to continue to be the safety and well-being of the patients and families we serve. Emory Healthcare uses consensus from clinical experts, medical literature, and legal guidelines to support our procedures or support our providers as they make medical recommendations, the spokesperson said. 12 U.S. states are enforcing bans on abortion at all stages of pregnancy, and 3 others have bans like Georgia's that kick in after about 6 weeks. Smith and her boyfriend also share a 5-year-old son. No further details on where the newborn boy will live were released to the media. Abortion is legal, regulated medical procedure in Canada, though each province... Oh, this must be an article from... Yeah, it's Global News Canada. So they're just telling you about what the laws in Canada are. So, yeah, okay, well, very nuanced, I would say, if I had to say, but I was asked if that was something that I might report on today, so I did. And what a first story. And I have to tell you, when I first looked at that story, I was like, oh my God, this is terrible. This is completely inhumane. But when you dig into it a little bit deeper, you don't hear any cries from her family saying, this is not what we wanted. In fact, what you do hear is her, they absolutely have a point that they should have had a say in the autonomy of what happened. But the biggest point in this whole story is that this woman was in the hospital, in the emergency room, the day before this happened. The day before. And it is a failure of the medical care system that she was sent home without having any testing, and that this was allowed to happen. But then once it happened, it became politicized from both sides. And now you have a family that has a tragedy that they have to deal with. But not only that, it's been blown up into this huge national issue. So, yeah, very complicated, very nuanced, definitely room for a lot of discussion on that topic, and should probably be getting more attention than it is, I think. Because like I said, I hadn't even heard of it. So anyway, how's everybody doing? Is everybody ready to go to war with Iran? Story number 2 today, Trump to decide on U.S. actions with the Israel-Iran conflict within 2 weeks. 2 weeks. What are you waiting for, man? The White House says. So in our ground news agitator here, we can see that our bias distribution, if you look over here on the right side of the screen, has a 15% left-leaning distribution, a 42% center, and a 42% right, with 42%, with a factuality rating of 64% or higher. Something that I've noticed before, and I've pointed out on this show before, is it seems that when the distribution is right-leaning, ground news tends to call the publications less factuality, and when it's a left-leaning story, it's a lot higher factuality. That shows, I don't know. It's weird. So, but I've sorted my stories by factuality here, and I've got a story pulled up by Reuters. It says that it's behind a paywall, but I was able to get it to pull up, and we will see if we can read it without anything popping up. That'll be fun. Okay, Trump to decide on U.S. actions in Israel-Iran war within 2 weeks, the White House says. And there's our press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, looking like she's about 45 years old in her late 20s now. I seriously, this job has aged her. It's not her. It's like, it's got to be the job, because every day that she comes out to do a press briefing, she looks about a year older. So What's funny is our last press secretary was in her like 50s or something, and she looked like she was in her 30s. But anyway, Washington, June 19th. President Donald Trump will decide within the next 2 weeks whether the U.S. will get involved in the Israeli-Iran air war, the White House said on Thursday, raising pressure on Tehran to come to the negotiating table. Citing a message from Trump, the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters, based on the facts, there is a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future. I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks. The Republican president has kept the word guessing on his plans. The Republican president has kept the world guessing on his plans. Sorry, I can't read. Veering from proposing a swift diplomatic solution to suggesting the U.S. might join in the fighting on Israel's side. Fuck, I hope not. On Wednesday, he said nobody knew what he would do. A day earlier, he mused on social media about killing the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and then demanded Iran's unconditional surrender. The threats have caused cracks in Trump's support base between the more hawkish traditional Republicans and the party's more isolationist elements. And if you want a perfect example of that, go watch the interview, Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz. It's 2 hours long, but it is amazing. It's great. The infighting between the Republicans, I'm here for it. But critics have said that in the 5 months since returning to office, Trump has issued a range of deadlines, including a warning to Russia and Ukraine and other countries in trade and tariff negotiations, only to suspend those deadlines or allow them to slide. Taco! I think going to war with Iran is a terrible idea, but no one believes this 2 weeks bit, the Democratic Senator Chris Murphy said on social media platform X. He used it a million times before to pretend like he might do something he's not. It just makes America look weak and silly. Leavitt told a regular briefing at the White House that Trump was interested in pursuing diplomatic solution with Iran, but his top priority was ensuring that Iran could not obtain a nuclear weapon. She said that any deal would have to prohibit the enrichment of uranium by Tehran and eliminate Iran's ability to achieve nuclear weapons. The president's always interested in a diplomatic solution. If there's a chance for diplomacy, the president's always going to grab it, Leavitt said, but he's not afraid to use strength as well, I will add. Leavitt declined to say if Trump would seek congressional authorization for any strikes on Iran. Democrats have raised concerns over reports on CBS and other outlets that Trump has already approved a plan to attack Iran by bypassing Congress, which has the sole power to declare war. Leavitt said the U.S. officials remained convinced that Iran had never been closer to obtaining nuclear weapons, saying it would take Tehran just a couple of weeks to procure such weapons. You know, maybe it's because I'm old enough to remember, but I do remember being told that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. He's got weapons of mass destruction. We got to go in and get the weapons of mass destruction. Now, granted, there are legitimate intelligence reports that show that Iran is enriching uranium. But this whole Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. How many countries have nuclear weapons? And even North Korea has nuclear weapons. I think that the sticking point here, the selling point that we're being sold, is kind of BS. And it just sounds familiar. It sounds familiar. Leavitt's assessment contradicted congressional testimony in March from Trump's intelligence chief, Tulsi Gabbard. She said then that the U.S. intelligence community continued to judge that Tehran was not working on a nuclear warhead. This week, Trump dismissed Gabbard's March testimony, telling reporters, "I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having one." On Wednesday, Trump's lieutenant Steve Bannon urged caution about the U.S. joining Israel in trying to destroy Iran's nuclear program. Dude, if Steve Bannon's telling us not to go to war, that's... Israel bombed nuclear targets in Iran on Thursday, and Iran fired missiles and drones at Israel after hitting an Israeli hospital overnight as a week-old air war escalated, and neither side showed any sign of an exit strategy. Leavitt said Trump has been briefed on the Israeli operation on Thursday and remained in close communication with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. She said that Iran was in a deeply vulnerable position and would face grave consequences if it did not agree to halt its work on a nuclear weapon. Iran has been weighing wider options in responding to its biggest security challenges since its 1979 revolution. 3 diplomats told Reuters that Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, and Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi have spoken by phone several times since the Israeli began its strikes last week. Wow. Okay. Trump is weighing his options. Seeing if he's going to get that Trump Gaza, Trump Hotel, Trump Tower Gaza deal or not. That'll probably be the determining factor on whether we go to war with Iran. Jesus fucking Christ. Excuse me. Sorry. Okay. This next story, I'm just going to kind of breeze through. I said I would do 5 stories today. I have one that was kind of 2. So this is going to be my quick little middle story here before we get into our last story, which kind of has to do with the story that we just talked about. So how's everybody doing today? I see that there's people watching the show, but nobody wants to talk. It's probably just like my 2 computers that I have pulled up for the show. Okay. All right. Our next story has to do with artificial intelligence, another subject that we seem to be talking about quite a bit on this show. Some AI prompts could cause 50 times more CO2 emissions than others, researchers find. There is no reporting from the right on this story because they don't care. Like they're gonna let Elon Musk build his Grok center in Atlanta and use up all the power and burn methane for turbines, and they don't care. I'm gonna refresh this just to see. Okay, now we have 8% reporting from the right now, so a little bit more. Yeah, and my story comes from Techsplorer, who was actually who broke the news. If you look down here, it'll tell you just underneath where it says the ownership here, where I am over here. This says Techsplorer broke the news 2 days ago on Wednesday. So we'll go ahead and read the article from the publication that broke this story. And it says some AI prompts cause 50 times more CO2 emissions than others, researchers find. No matter which questions we ask AI, the model will come up with an answer. To produce this information, regardless of whether the answer is correct or not, the model uses tokens. Tokens are words or part of words that are converted into a string of numbers that can be processed by the LLMs. This conversation, as well as other computing processes, produce CO2 emissions. Many users, however, are unaware of the substantial carbon footprint associated with these technologies. Now, researchers in Germany measured and compared CO2 emissions of different, already trained LLMs using a set of standardized questions. The environmental impact of questioning trained LLMs is strongly determined by their reasoning approach, with explicit reasoning processes significantly driving up energy consumption and carbon emissions, said first author Maximilian Donner, a researcher at the Hochschule I don't know how to pronounce either one of those words, University of Applied Sciences in Germany, and first author of Frontiers in Communication Study. We found that reasoning-enabled models produced up to 50 times more CO2 emissions than concise response models. Thinking AI causes most emissions. The researchers evaluated 14 LLMs ranging from 7 to 72 billion parameters on 1,000 benchmark questions across diverse subjects. Parameters determined how LLMs learn and process information. Reasoning models, on average, created 543.5 thinking tokens per question, whereas concise models require just 37.7 tokens per question. Thinking tokens are additional tokens that require LLMs to generate before producing an answer. Okay. Higher token footprint always means higher CO2 emissions. This doesn't, however, necessarily mean the resulting answers are more correct, as elaborate detail is not always essential for correctness. The most accurate model was the reasoning-enabled Cogito model, with 70 billion parameters reaching 84.9% accuracy. The model produced 3 times more CO2 emissions than similar-sized models that generated concise answers. Currently, we do not see a clear accuracy sustainability trade-off inherent in LLM technologies, said Donner. None of these models that kept the emissions below 500 grams of CO2 equivalent achieved higher than 80% accuracy on answering the 1,000 questions correctly. CO2 equivalent in the unit used to measure the climate impact of various greenhouse gases. Subject matter also resulted in significantly different levels of CO2 emissions. Questions that required lengthy reasoning processes, for example, abstract algebra or philosophy, led up to 6 times higher emissions than more straightforward subjects like high school history. Practicing thoughtful use. The researchers said they hope that their work will cause people to make more informed decisions about their own AI use. Users can significantly reduce emissions by prompting AI to generate concise answers or limiting the use of high-capacity models to tasks that genuinely require that power. Choice of model, for instance, can make a significant difference in the CO2 emissions. For example, having DeepSeek R1 with 70 billion parameters answer 600,000 questions would create CO2 emissions equal to a round-trip flight from London to New York. Meanwhile, Quinn 2.5, 72 billion parameters, can answer more than 3 times as many questions, about 1.9 million, with a similar accuracy while it generates the same emissions. Researchers said that their results may be impacted by the choice of hardware used in the study, as emissions factor that may vary regionally depending on local energy grid mixes and examined models. These factors may limit the generalizability, that I've never read that word before, of the results. If users know the exact CO2 cost of their AI generated outputs, such as casually turning themselves into an action figure, they might be more selective and thoughtful about when and how they use these technologies. Yeah, very, very important thing to think about is the CO2 impact and the impact on the environment that we're having when we're making these prompts. So Loner Nick says, I'm here just lurking. Thank you for being here, Loner Nick. I appreciate it. Nicholas Rosa, I'm here too. Majority of your viewers are named Nick. Hey, I'm cool with that. Like, I'm glad that you guys are both here. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. I don't know if you caught like the beginning of the show. I had a whole left versus right abortion story. That was kind of a thing. All right. And I do have one more story for this morning. So I said I would do 5. I did a story that was 2 stories. So I'm counting that as 2 stories. Sorry, it was a long segment. We're counting it as 2 stories. So that was story number 4, and we're gonna get going as soon as I can find where my cursor is here. I'm gonna get going on my last story. So hope you guys are doing great, Nick and Nick. Hope you guys have plans for the weekend. It's kind of gloomy here. I don't know what I'm doing, but yeah, I hope that it's nice where you guys are and that you're enjoying your summers or winters if you're in the southern hemisphere. So all right. All right, our last story today here has to do with what's been nicknamed the Doomsday Plane, which is a Boeing plane that's been outfitted to be able to survive a nuclear blast and be a command structure for the president. So on the ground news agitator, it says U.S. Doomsday Plane lands near Washington after Iran rejects Trump's surrender deal demand. Looking good, tubes. Looking good. Bias distribution. This is a blind spot story for the left. We've got 62%. The majority of the reporting is coming from the right. 24% is coming from the center, and 14% from the left. So my story pulled up here is from, I think it was the Staten Island Advance, because it was one of the highest factualities and it was center leaning. So we'll go over here and read what's going on with this doomsday plan. Trump's anti-nuke doomsday plane makes a mysterious flight amid Iran tensions. President Donald Trump's anti-nuclear doomsday plane made an unusual flight this week amid escalating tensions with Iran. The Daily Mail reported that the aircraft, a Boeing E-4B Night Watch, took off from Bossier City, Louisiana at 5:56 p.m. on Tuesday, traveled along the Atlantic coast, then looped around the border of Virginia and North Carolina. The plane, which is hardened against a nuclear attack and which serves as a flying military command center for the president and top aides, landed at Joint Base Andrews in Maryland at 10:01 p.m. The flight sparked online speculation because it lasted for more than 4 hours and because users noticed a never-before-seen call sign, Order 01, instead of the usual Order 6. While the so-called doomsday plane took off from Barksdale Air Force Base, the aircraft is traditionally stored at Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. The FlightAware aviation tracking website showed the aircraft first left from near Window Rock, Arizona at 10:37 a.m. on Tuesday, making the trip to Louisiana Air Base. The plane can be deployed to other bases for operational readiness and is a support for various missions, the Daily Mail said. Something about this aircraft, just to take a break and reading the article, I was looking into it, and this aircraft actually, like anytime the president travels out of country, this aircraft is deployed within like 200 miles of where he is in case there's a nuclear strike or something that happens while he's out of the country. But it seems like they're bringing this plane to Washington. So, but some observers suggested the mission on Tuesday may be... Oh, sorry. The American fleet of 4 E-4B planes makes routine flights throughout the year to maintain military readiness. But some observers suggested that the mission on Tuesday may be connected to stepped-up security for the commander-in-chief amid raising fears of nuclear escalations in the Middle East. Trump is reportedly ready to support Israel's military actions against Iran's nuclear program. The president this week demanded unconditional surrender from Tehran. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader, rejected the president's call for surrender. Khamenei has said that Iran would stand firm against an imposed war, just as it will stand firm against an imposed peace. Well, that doesn't look great. Eventually it'll be a spacecraft and it won't be returning. Just don't look up. Yeah. So that's where we're at right now. Tensions are heating up right now in the world, and I would just say, again, as I try to end the show most times, just try to put positivity out there. Do something like if you see a situation where you would normally get irritated, or somebody does something that you can't believe, maybe be a little bit more understanding with them, have a little more patience. Just try to do things that are going to make the world better, because it's our responsibility to put that positivity out there. And it spreads. The more negative that you are, the more that has an impact on the people around you and the people that you deal with. Just like the more positive that you are, the more that will impact the people around you as well. So I can't really offer much more than that right now, other than, I will keep bringing you guys the news. We'll keep taking a look at it. I will have my snarky input here and there, but I do want everybody to be good to each other. And I think that the way to move forward is together through unity. So that's all that I've got for this week. I really appreciate everybody hanging out with me. Make sure that you like the video if you haven't subscribed. Do all those things. This episode will get clipped up and released as individual segments throughout the week. And I'll try to get some more travel shorts going here. I've got some raw footage that I just haven't taken the time to edit and stuff like that. So I will try to get more time to do that, hopefully within the next week or two, and going back on tour next month. So yep, that's where we're at for this week. We will see you guys on Tuesday next week to do Nightly News This Morning. I'll make a post because I'm not sure. I've been kind of going a little bit later in the morning just because it seems like it's a little bit better for people when it's a little bit later, when it's not like the early crack of dawn. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, I appreciate everybody, and I will see you guys next week. Take care. Bum. Good morning. Welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I am your host, Cousin Matt. Today is Tuesday, June 24th, 2000. I almost said 2025. And we are here to talk about the news. All right. How's everybody doing this morning? I'm your host, Cousin Matt, like I said. And we get this show started off every day with my Sea Blue Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes. But without it, I'd probably be pretty useless. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, so we're here to look at my ground news agitator, kind of go through the bias, if you will, in the news reporting, and see what's going on in the world, and see if we can't cut through the bias. You know, like a hot knife through butter, just right through that bias. So anyway, how's everybody doing? Did everybody have a great weekend? Is everybody excited for war with Iran? I did a story on Friday about how Trump talked about how he was going to take 2 weeks to decide if he was going to do surgical strikes in Iran, okay? And literally the next day he decided to bomb Iran. So that was nice. I just didn't even bother cutting up any of my stories from Friday because I was like, well, this whole episode was pretty much irrelevant on Saturday. So thanks for that, Trump. But anyway, I do have I've got 4 new stories lined up for us. We're gonna go over some things and take a look here and see what's going on in the world today. So I keep trying to get Jeff Holiday back on this show. I'm like, hey man, look, this show is not what it was when you and I were doing it, okay? Like, I am limping along here. I have 1 live viewer right now, maybe. I don't know. But anyway, I'm really trying. I'm really trying to get Jeff back, or maybe at least some kind of co-host. Maybe what I'll do is like try to get guest co-hosts. I don't know, because like me just sitting here reading a computer screen, just it doesn't feel like that's it. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, but we do have some news to talk about today, so we should go ahead and get into it. All right. So my first story today has to do with Cyber News, a YouTube channel that I'm actually subscribed to, and I'm pretty sure that I'm training their AI on how to just completely do my job. Cyber News researchers say that billions of login credentials have been leaked online. This is a huge story with huge implications, and it more than likely, if you're watching this, it probably affects you. So if you're watching this, you might think about changing all of your passwords and not making any of them the same. So bias distribution, it seems to be more or less even. It's a little bit more reporting on the left than it is on the right, as you can see in our bias distribution over here on Ground News. Center leaning is 51%, 28% left, 21% right. So we have pretty fair reporting there. 86% of the sources are high factuality or above. And, excuse me, it's that Juneberry Red Bull, I'm telling you. Like always, I have my stories listed in factuality order, but I had to scroll down here a ways to get one that wasn't behind a paywall. So I've got this story from Lifehacker that says this massive data breach shows why we need to kill the password once and for all. And we'll get into this article here and start reading it. Passwords are a staple of both internet and computing at large. Even as new authentication protocols have emerged, from passkeys to biometrics, most of us use passwords to log into our daily accounts and websites using a code of made-up letters, numbers, and symbols. The problem is, the password was really a product of its time, and it doesn't really belong in the modern digital age. Cybersecurity threats have evolved so far beyond the capability of a password to protect them that they have actually become a liability, even when you follow best practices for creating them, keeping them secure. Case in point, news of the latest data breach, one of the largest ever, in which researchers discovered not millions, but billions of passwords floating around the web. Cyber News broke the story Friday. This year, the outlet's researchers found 30 data sets exposed on the internet, each containing anywhere from tens of millions to over 3.5 billion records. According to the researchers, they found a collective 16 billion passwords leaked on the internet. What's more, these passwords are newly leaked. None of them have been reported in previous data breaches, save for roughly 180 million passwords found on an unprotected database back in May. The researchers say they've continued to find massive data sets every few weeks, so the discoveries show no signs of slowing. According to researchers, the way the data is structured strongly suggests the leaked credentials were stolen via info stealers, a type of malware that scrapes your devices for just this type of information. Bad actors were able to obtain the login details for major accounts including Apple, Google, GitHub, Facebook, Telegram, and government sites. As Cyber News makes clear, this doesn't mean that those companies suffered data breaches themselves. Rather, the database contained login URLs from these companies' login pages that were scraped from individual devices, likely using malware. Some credentials also contained additional data aside from usernames and passwords, including cookies and session tokens. That means it's possible that this information could be used to bypass two-factor authentication for certain accounts, especially those that do not reset cookies after you change your passwords. If there's a silver lining in the story, it's the fact that 16 billion passwords leaked do not represent 16 billion individual records. There is some overlap, though it's not clear how much. While it's safe to say that fewer than 16 billion individual accounts were affected by these breaches, it's also tough to know the exact number. Could be 10 billion. What can bad actors do with this data? First and foremost, if your accounts are only protected by a password and you haven't changed your password recently, a bad actor could use this leaked password database to access your account. But the implications go beyond that. As previously stated, leaked cookies and session tokens could be used to break into your accounts with weaker two-factor authentication. If your account doesn't reset cookies after you change your password, it might be able to trick the 2FA system into thinking that you provided a proper 2FA code or credential. They can then use this information in phishing schemes. Hackers use your password to trigger 2FA code generation. When the code arrives on your end, they can trick you into handing it over, potentially posing as the company behind the account in question. And if and when you send the code, they'll gain access to your account. Why it's time to stop using passwords altogether. This level of sophistication and routine data breach wasn't a thing back when the passwords came into popular use as the primary digital security tool. For years, experts in tech security have preached the importance of using a combination of strong and unique passwords, password manager tools, and two-factor authentication to keep your accounts safe and secure. Those are still important today, but when malware exists that can scrape your credentials directly from your device, those tactics don't seem so bulletproof anymore. The fact is, a security system that relies on something that can be stolen isn't a secure system in 2025. Things need to change, and luckily they are. Passwords are much more secure, or passkeys, excuse me. Going forward, it's time to take passkeys much more seriously. Passkeys, unlike passwords, are not a risk of threat, nor can bad actors trick you into sending someone your passkey to them. The tech is tied to a device you personally own, like a smartphone, and locked behind strong authentication. Without a face scan, fingerprint scan, or PIN entry on said device, no one is getting into your account. Passkeys combine with the best parts of both passwords and 2FA. They're convenient since you quickly authenticate yourself with your smartphone, like autofilling with the password manager, but they also require a personal device to be in your possession to access the account, similar to how you need a secondary authentication method to log in with 2FA. More and more companies are starting to adopt passkeys as a form of authentication, including Apple, Google, Facebook, Microsoft, and X. If any of your accounts support passkeys, I strongly suggest you set them up. That way, the next time the inevitable data breach occurs, you will be protected. What to do for your accounts that don't accept passkeys? Of course, not all accounts can use passkeys right now. In those cases, you'll need to shore up password security as best as you can. First, make sure your account has a password that is strong and unique. That means something that cannot be easily guessed by either a human or a computer, as well as something you haven't used for any other account before, which is hard. It's hard, especially when you've got like one really good password and you're like, this is my password for everything, but that's not the way to do it anymore, okay? Like, that's the way to get your shit stolen. While you don't need to change your passwords as frequently as traditional security advice suggests, given the news, you might want to refresh your passwords just in case. It's impossible to remember all those strong and unique passwords, which is where a good password manager comes in. This service uses strong encryption to protect your databases of passwords. All you need to remember is one strong and unique password to access the password manager, and the app can remember the rest. But then you're giving your security over to an app, and we're still in the same spot, in my opinion. Some of the services come with tools as well, like authenticator code generators, so they're well worth investing in. PCMag has a list of the best password managers for 2025 if you're looking for hand-tested recommendations. Speaking of authenticators, set up 2FA for every account that supports it, which at the time should be most of them. While passkeys are the strongest form of authentication, 2FA still beefs up your security in the event the password is leaked. Without a code or authenticator tool like a security key, bad actors won't be able to access your account even with passwords in hand. Finally, with more websites and companies adding support for passkeys all the time, keep watching your accounts for the options and make the switch as soon as you can. Stay safe out there. Okay, well, that's not unfortunate at all. Oh boy. Okay. Give me just a second here. I'm doing some control stuff. All right. Okie dokie. So, yeah, story 1 in the bag. That's not dystopian or what we want to hear at all. But it is what it is, dude. You know what I'm saying? So, don't let your passwords get stolen, tubes. Do what you got to do. Change everything. 2-factor authentication. Yeah, things are not great. So, all right. Moving in to story number 2 this morning. NHS to sequence the genome of every newborn in England. This kind of blew my mind when I read it yesterday. So it says the Health Secretary Wes Sterling announced that within the next decade, the NHS will sequence the whole genome of every newborn in England to predict and prevent illness. So, welcome to Gattaca. You've got more reporting on this story from the right than the left. 33% with a hard right leaning article over here, and then you've got 22% on the left. 44% comes from the center, with 63% high factuality or above. My story is from the Independent because that's it leans left and it's got high factuality. I like to rate my stories by factuality before I read them. So let's get into this story from the Independent and see what's going on with the UK and Gattaca. All babies could have their DNA mapped for tests for future illnesses under a plan unveiled by the government, has been reported. Labour is set to pour £650 million into, I think that's pounds, into DNA technology in an effort to treat serious illness before they become a problem. In the comments first reported by the Daily Telegraph, Health Secretary Wes Streeting said new technologies in this area, such as genomics, would help leapfrog illnesses. The outlet says that within a decade, every baby will undergo whole genome sequencing as part of the drive. The investment in genomics is expected to support the government's 10-year plan for the NHS, which will see a greater focus on technology and prevention. This actually might be a good thing. I don't know. I'm so torn on this. Like it has very, like, there are implications that are good and bad for this story. So Mr. Steeding said the revolution in medical science means we can transform the NHS over the coming decade from a service which diagnoses and treats ill health to one that predicts and prevents it. Genomics presents us with an opportunity to leapfrog diseases, so we're in front of it rather than reacting to it. Mr. Steeding had previously spoken about his desire to make NHS more preventative, reducing rates of serious illness and saving money in the process. The plan is also likely to see a greater role for artificial intelligence and other technologies to predict illnesses and allow treatment or medication to be offered much earlier. He added, with the power of this new technology, patients will be able to receive personalized health care and prevent ill health before symptoms begin, reducing the pressure on NHS services and helping the people live longer, healthier lives. Sounds pretty good. Along with a greater focus on prevention, the government's 10-year plan is expected to include Mr. Steeding's 2 other shifts in the NHS. That will see a shift away from the hospital towards more community-focused care, from analog to digital services. It followed Chancellor Rachel Reeves' announcement that the government would increase NHS funding by £29 billion per year in real terms over the next 3 years as it tries to cut waiting lists in line with its election promises. So This is an example of a country trying to use technology to benefit its citizens, to benefit the lives of its citizens, to help people live longer and fuller lives. And in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with that. So anyway, maybe maybe Gattaca wasn't that bad of a movie. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, it wasn't a bad movie, but I mean, it would be kind of a dystopian outcome for sure. All right, we got two more stories left this morning. We're just breezing through shit here on Nightly News this morning. Let me tell you. Okay, how's everybody doing? It says I got two viewers. One of them's me. One of them's got to be somebody else, right? Maybe not. I don't know. I don't even know how YouTube works, dude. It's all crazy to me. All right. Getting into story number 3 here. Mom Donnie ahead of Cuomo in ranked choice voting in New York City. So I did a story last week about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez not supporting Andrew Cuomo for mayor, and her pick was Mom Donnie. And now we're going to do a little follow-up story about how Mom Donnie is ahead of the polls, which is amazing. That's so great. Andrew Cuomo should not be the mayor of New York City. He was the governor of New York, had to step down for sexual harassment. It was during COVID. Now he thinks he's going to come back and be the mayor of New York City. And like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez said, he's most likely doing this as a bid to become president. So you have all of these people, all of these Democrats who know that there's only 2 years left, and there's still 2.5, and there's still no front runner for the Democratic Party of who's going to take on the Republicans in 2028. And I see Cuomo out there trying to get his name out. I see Newsom out there trying to get his name out. Neither one of these guys are good picks, if you ask me. So I'm really happy to read a story like this where one of the establishment ball-washing Democrats who's geriatric and old and shit is not getting is not getting put back in. So that's really good. I like that. But we're going to look at our ground news agitator here, and we can see that this story is mainly being reported on by the left. It's got more left-leaning distribution than even center. So we've got 15% reporting coming from the right with sources like The Federalist and the New York Post. 23% coming from the center with publications like The Hill, PIX 11, and New York One. And then 62% of the reporting is coming from the left. I have my stories sorted by factuality like I always do. And it looks like my story here is from WSWG. It might have been, oh, here we go. The World Socialist website. Because Mom Donnie is a democratic socialist, I went ahead and pulled this story from the World Socialist website. Very far left leaning, but it does say it's got a high factuality. So we'll see what the socialists have to say about this. So, poll shows DSA candidate Mom Donnie ahead of former governor in New York City Democratic mayor primary. As early voting ends and election day voting begins in the Democratic mayoral primary in New York City, Democratic Socialists of America candidate Zoran Mamdani, a state assemblyman from Queens, is running slightly ahead of former Governor Andrew Cuomo. The latest major poll shows Mom Donnie is leading Cuomo by as much as 4 percentage points once all the other candidates in the ranked choice field are eliminated and their votes are redistributed based on voter preference. In the first place voting, Cuomo led only narrowly, 36% to Mom Donnie's 34%, with City Comptroller Brad Lander, also a member of the DSA, in third place with 13%. Mom Donnie and Lander have cross-endorsed. The surge in Mom Donnie's campaign over the last several months reflects the broad hostility to the Trump administration and the enormous social anger that is building up in New York and throughout the country. Mom Donnie has proposed a series of social reforms, such as a freeze on rent raises for almost 2 million apartments, free bus service, and universal daycare, which have won increasing support in a city that has become unaffordable for most of the population. That is very ambitious. I hope that he's able to achieve that if he does get elected, because that would be amazing. In the last week, Cuomo, who resigned from the governor's office in 2021 over a sexual harassment scandal, has received support from the Democratic establishment, including former President Bill Clinton. Oh, another sex pest endorsed him. Sex pests are endorsing sex pests. It's great. It's fantastic. Cuomo was housing secretary in Clinton's second term, and Clinton alluded to the housing crisis in the city, but in line with Cuomo's Law and Order campaign, noted his endorsement that public safety must be restored. This is a real concern with the ruling class over the prospect of Mamdani's victory, not because of the candidate himself, but because of the popular expectations that might accompany his victory. Not only are the economic conditions deteriorating for the working class, but for 20 months, the city has been roiled by protests against Gaza genocide, particularly on college campuses. Mass discontent with the Trump administration's assault on immigrants and democratic rights bring out hundreds of protesters daily against the kidnappings by immigration and customs enforcement. In the city, hundreds of thousands marched on June 14th in Manhattan, along with millions across the rest of the country, including myself, against Trump's dictatorship. Democrats like Clinton and others who have endorsed Cuomo, including the billionaire former mayor Michael Bloomberg, former New York Governor David Paterson, and a host of Democratic congressmen, understand very well that these conditions could bring about a social explosion in America's largest city. On the other hand, relatively late in the election, Mamdani was endorsed by fellow DSA member and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, along with Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders. Through the Mamdani campaign, this fraction of the Democratic Party is seeking to channel mass social anger back behind the political establishment. Ocasio-Cortez and Sanders, along with Brandon Johnson in Chicago, despite their rhetoric against the oligarchy, have served as critical instruments for the Democratic Party. Sanders and AOC were both among the chief promoters of genocide Joe Biden, and both supported Biden's partner in genocide, Kamala Harris. Oh my God! So this is where the socialist starts to shine through of this article. Mamdani has also been endorsed by the United Auto Workers and its president, Sean Fain. Fain, a prominent backer of Biden during the 2024 presidential elections, has turned to promoting Trump's economic nationalism. The UAW apparatus is confronting growing anger from rank-and-file workers after a series of sellout contracts and the revelations of corruption and thuggishness in recent reports from court-appointed monitor. One of their major concerns is the discrediting of the Democratic Party among broad sections of workers and youth. In New York, this has been augmented by the role of the current Democratic Mayor Eric Adams, which used the New York Police Department to beat and arrest students. Adams' alliance with Trump in prosecuting immigrants, part of the quid pro quo with the administration to dismiss federal corruption charges, has made him too hated in the city to be a viable candidate for the Democratic nomination. He's running as an independent instead in the general election in November, and he's not going to win. The ruling elite is concerned that Mayor Mamdani may not be able to carry out aggressive action to support deep and persuasive discontent that is growing in the working class in the city. His opponents, including the New York Times, have reportedly raised the DSA's supposed support for defunding the police, which Mamdani has hastened to deny in opposition to the Mamdani campaign. That was a weird paragraph there. Cuomo's forces have conducted a massive campaign on social media, indirect mail flyers, and television and radio advertisements in the last 2 weeks to smear and discredit Mamdani, which is never a good look. Particularly over his criticism of the Israeli genocide in Gaza. However, this seems to have the opposite effect, given that the enormous popular hostility to the genocide. Yeah, exactly. Nobody's on the side of Israel. I'm sorry. Like, most Americans are not on the side of Israel, especially after the Israeli aggressions that have been taking place over the last couple years. It's just how it is. Democrats should really pay attention to that. Especially the ones that are getting money from the AIPC or the Israeli lobby or whatever it is. The latest charge is that Mamdani has not condemned or sufficiently condemned the phrase global intifada. The phrase, frequently used by pro-Palestine protesters to appeal for international support, is being falsely portrayed as a call for attacks on Jews. Cuomo has supported Trump's unprovoked attack on Iran this week, only suggesting that Trump should have sought congressional authority before he began bombing. He has led the vilification of Mamdani by claiming the words global intifada fuel hate, they fuel murder among young people. In particular, such tactics have backfired. In addition to support from dominant sections of the ruling class, Cuomo has also been backed by the majority of the trade union apparatus. The union bureaucrats have lined up behind the candidate they view as best positioned to suppress any strike or any discontent among their members. Mamdani, for his part, has focused his campaign on proposal for modest and under-realized social reforms. Under conditions of massive social anger, he and the DSA serve as a lightning rod to channel any movement from below back into the Democratic Party. While Mamdani castigates Cuomo and appeals to popular hostility to Trump, he says nothing about the social system, capitalism, underlying the turn of the ruling class towards dictatorship. He has accurately accused Cuomo of defending the Metropolitan Transit Authority, MTA, which runs New York's transit system, the largest in the United States, but cannot address how the basic needs of the working class can be met without a massive redistribution of the wealth. He has defended himself from slanders of Cuomo advocates on the issue of anti-Semitism, but nowhere attacks Cuomo for his open support of the Gaza genocide or the reasons for the Zionist campaign. Cuomo and Mamdani, in the end, belong to the same ruling class party. They are both factions. They both function to support the authority of the party and the capitalist system that defends it, but by a different emphasis and with different tactics. Cuomo is the unabashed candidate of war and repression, while the DSA seeks to channel social opposition with talk about moderate reforms and kinder, gentler American imperialism. Huh. Well, that's a very interesting take from the socialists. So get back into my other screen here, but I always like to approach stories from a different angle sometimes, and just kind of say, hey, look, this is what these people are saying. Isn't this interesting? All right. So we just have one more story today. Just one. It kind of harkens back to the first story that I did on Friday, though. I did a story about abortion, something that I don't really necessarily like talking about, but it's definitely a hot button topic in the United States right now. So guess we're going to do another story about abortion. All right. So Republicans' pregnancy collides with abortion policies. On my ground news agitator, you can see, if you look at the bias distribution over here on the right, you can see 64% of the bias is coming from the distribution is coming from the left, while the other 36% is coming from the center. No right-wing news articles are reporting on this at all. And I wonder why. So what's going on with this? Well, in May of 2024, Florida Republican Representative Kat Camerick experienced a life-threatening corneal ectopic pregnancy where medical staff hesitated to give her the treatment because of an abortion ban. So let's read the story. We've got it pulled up by whowhatwhy.org, and if we scroll down here, Who What Why was my highest factuality, and they're a left-leaning reporting outlet. So let's get into the article. Kat Camerick doesn't blame the Republicans who passed a six-week abortion limit for throwing her miscarriage treatment into legal limbo. She blames the left for talking about it too much. Of course she does. Republican Representative Kat Camerick, co-chair of the House Pro-Life Caucus, found her own pregnancy care ensnared by Florida's new abortion ban last year when emergency room doctors, fearing jail time, hesitated to give her the drugs she needed to treat her life-threatening ectopic pregnancy. But she doesn't blame the Republicans who passed the 6-week limit that threw her miscarriage treatment into legal limbo. She blames the left for talking about it too much. It was absolute fear-mongering at its worst, she said in an interview with the Wall Street Journal published Sunday, failing to reckon at all with the actual consequences of these draconian abortion bans. Florida's 6-week ban had just gone into effect that May in 2024 when Camerick said she woke up bleeding heavily. The law, which prohibits abortions before many women could even realize that they're pregnant, technically carves out exceptions for protecting the life and health of the mother, but the phrasing is so unclear that the doctors and hospitals have been afraid of being sued for doing anything that could be constructed as an abortion, including miscarriage care. Camerick needed the drug methotrexate, which can be used for medication abortions to clear her ectopic pregnancy, and she was estimated to be at least 5 weeks along, so the staff worried that they could lose their licenses or go to jail for treating her life. Camerick's experiences echo what countless women and medical professionals have been sounding the alarm about in the wake of the Supreme Court's overturning of Roe v. Wade in 2022, which sparked a crackdown on legal abortions across red states. A Louisiana woman whose fetus was missing the top of its skull, which would kill the baby within minutes or hours of birth, had to travel many states away for an abortion because Louisiana's law doesn't explicitly make the exception for that condition called chronia. A pregnant Texas woman was forced to bring her own foul discharge into a hospital to prove an infection was killing her in order to qualify for the state's life of mother exception. Ugh. A 14-year-old girl in Arizona was suddenly denied the drug, the same that Camerick needed, which the teen had been taking for her debilitating arthritis and osteoporosis in 2022 because it can induce abortions in girls of childbearing age. Arizona's ban, which took effect that year, threatens 2 to 5 years in prison for providing an abortion. Jesus Christ. At least 2 other women have died in Texas, ProPublica and the Texas Tribune co-reported, because their miscarriages fell into a gray area under the state's strict abortion laws, and doctors were too afraid to treat them until it was too late. 2 more have died in Georgia. This is terrible. This is so terrible. Some states have moved to loosen their abortion laws, or at least clarify the exceptions in those laws after the news coverage of harrowing tragedies like these. Florida issued guidance months after Camerick had her health scare, explaining that doctors can treat ectopic pregnancies. A Georgia judge lifted the state's 6-week ban. But it's not fear-mongering by the left that created this situation. It's the laws themselves. And the legal threats to the medical staff aren't hypothetical. Abortion providers and women who self-administer medication abortions are legally being sued and criminally charged. Texas went so far as to sue a doctor in New York for prescribing abortion pills by mail to a woman in Texas, taking the fight across state lines. It was only a matter of time before Republican members of Congress had a personal run-in with one of these new laws that caused her caucus has enabled. In this case, Camerick was so frustrated by the denial of emergency health care that she called the governor's office to pull some strings for her, to no avail. One might assume that such a moment would cause a woman to rethink being the co-chair of the House Pro-Life Caucus, which champions laws that force these kinds of situations and worse on women across the country. But the medical staff eventually gave in and provided Camerick the necessary drug, and she went on to become pregnant again. Ugh. Considering the maternal mortality rates in Florida, it almost certainly helped that she's a congresswoman and white. Black and Latino women are not having the same kind of luck convincing doctors in the South to take risks on them, which is why women like Amber Thurman are in the grave. Camerick's Wall Street Journal interview concludes by noting that she voted against the bill proposed by 2 women colleagues that would have allowed new parents in Congress to vote remotely for what? That would have allowed new parents in Congress to vote remotely for a few weeks after birth? What the fuck does that even mean? Okay, I'm going to read this again. Camerick's Wall Street Journal interview concludes by noting that she voted against a bill proposed by 2 women colleagues that would have allowed new parents in Congress to vote remotely for a few weeks after birth. It seems her support for becoming a mother only goes so far. That's okay. So I get what they're saying. They're saying that like this is just for people that are in Congress, this particular bill, but like that's not relevant to the story at all. So, but yeah, draconian things going on all over the world, it seems. Hey, what's up? Low energy. How you doing, man? Just got done with my last story here, so I'm switching back over, and yeah, fuck. It's not great, tubes. It's not great. So that's the state of the world right now. That's how things look. I don't know what else to say. Every day I do this show, I get more depressed about what's going on. I'm just like, I don't know how to handle this, but like I said at the end of the broadcast, I'm really trying to get Jeff back. I would like it to be Jeff, but I am definitely in the market for a co-host. This show has this show is kind of hard to do by myself, but it has been a shitstorm, man. It's always a shitstorm. Every day I do the news, it's just like, what the fuck is going on in the world today? Like, we started doing this show around the election. I think it was like right before the election, because it was my coping mechanism, and it's just the accelerationism towards the floor. Like, we've got the gas pedal down, and we're heading towards that brick wall as fast as we can. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyway, Low Energy, I'm glad you're here, man. Thanks for checking out the show. I'm gonna go ahead and call it. I gotta get up and help my son do some work on his motorcycle. He's about an hour and a half north of me, and so I gotta get packed up and get my gear on, and then going to work with the boy on the bike today for a little bit. So, but we will be back on Friday with more news, like always. I'll try to get this clipped up. I'm a little bit behind on that. I didn't clip up my last episode either, but there's definitely some videos on the channel you can check out. And then also Drunken Peasants, Jeff Holiday, all that stuff. So, hey, thanks, man. I appreciate you stopping by. It's cool. I appreciate having somebody to talk to. So, take care, everybody. If you're watching this later, I appreciate it. Nightly News This Morning. I've been Cousin Matt. Please check us out. We're here on Tuesdays and Fridays, and we'll see everybody on Friday. Dun, 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 dun. Good morning. How are you? Hello. Welcome to another episode of Nightly News This Morning. I'm your host, Cousin Matt. It is episode 13 already of doing this on my own. So, episode 13 of Nightly News This Morning. Today is Friday, June 27th, 2025. And, you know, there's always a lot going on in the world, and so the whole kind of basis of Nightly News This Morning here is we look at ground news, we see who's reporting on a story, look at bias distributions, things like that, and just try to come at the news from a little bit less bias of a place. Everybody's got their own bias. You have your own bias. I have my own bias. So, good morning, Loner Nick. Glad to see you here. I appreciate you being here. Like the stream if you haven't. I did post everywhere not everywhere. I posted on Bluesky and X, so you know, maybe we'll get some more viewers today. See how it goes. We got a couple things to talk about. Nothing too serious. There's a lot of serious stuff going on in the world. There wasn't like a whole lot of news that broke, you know, last night, this morning when I checked. So we're gonna go over some stories that I picked out and just kind of see what ground news has to say about them. So we'll go ahead and get started here. Get going on our first story today. Ground News says the world's richest 1% increased their wealth by 33.9 trillion since 2015. Oxfam says. And lo and behold, if you look at our bias distribution here at this Ground News story, we have a completely left-leaning bias on this story. 44% coming from our left-leaning distribution, and 56% are coming from our right, or not from the right, excuse me, from the center. We have no reporting coming from the right on this story at all. I wonder why. For some reason, the right seems to really love to ball wash the billionaires these days. So 20 articles reporting. I'll go ahead and refresh this page just to see if anybody else has picked it up at all. So now we've got 63%. So 23 articles. We've got 3 more. Mostly center leaning, 63% center. Left is 37%. And I sort my stories by factuality because you can sort them by most recent. You can sort them by bias. You can sort them by location. I like to sort by factuality, and I like to get the most factual places that I can get my articles from, so that I know that I'm trusting the articles that I'm reading. I have a degree of trust in it. So number 1 is the Spokesman Review, and I've got that article pulled up. We'll go ahead and read it here. It says it's by Kelsey Abels. And this is a Washington Post, which is strange. Maybe this is a repost from the Washington Post, which normally on our bias distribute, or on our agitator there, it would say on the article if it was reposted by somebody else. But regardless, we'll go ahead and read through here. So, over the past decade, the world's richest 1% have increased their wealth by at least $33.9 trillion, according to a new analysis from the global anti-poverty group Oxfam International. That amount is more than enough to eliminate annual poverty 22 times over when calculating the World Bank's highest poverty line of $8.30 per day, the group said in a news release, which also called for the governments to invest in state-led development and to tax the ultra-rich, among other requests. Billionaires alone, about 3,000 people worldwide, the overwhelming majority of whom are men, have gained $6.5 trillion since 2015, according to the report, which was released ahead of the International Conference in Spain on Development Financing. These immense concentrations of wealth have translated to political power and a movement towards oligarchy that sees ultra-wealthy individuals able to shape political and economic decision-making in ways that increase their wealth, Oxfam said in its briefing paper titled From Private Profit to Public Power, Financing Development, Not Oligarchy. Concerns in the wealth inequality have risen in recent years, Oxfam said in early 2024 that the world could have its first trillionaire within a decade if current trends continued. Independent Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont has suggested, is he an independent? I swore that he was still playing for the Democrats, but has suggested in a fair society, billionaires should not exist, and he and others leaders, including former President Joe Biden, have warned of an oligarchy taking shape in the United States and other countries. Those frustrations coalesced this week in Venice ahead of the star-studded wedding of Amazon founder and Washington Post owner Jeff Bezos to Lauren Sanchez, which has sparked a variety of demonstrations pushing back against what protesters see as the manifestation of the era of the 1%. One protest sign unfurled on St. Mark's Square on Monday said, if you can rent Venice for your wedding, you can pay more tax. And I 100% agree with that. The proposal in the Oxfam report dovetailed with such calls. Discussing how private investment has affected development, it urged a rejection of what some scholars are calling the Wall Street consensus, which pushes for greater involvement in the private sector and public services, such as education and healthcare. Instead, the report calls for a public sector first approach, starting by taxing the very wealthiest, who the reports say have transformed themselves from tax-paying stakeholders to creditors and shareholders insulated from democratic demands. This is very true. This is hitting on absolutely true points. Oxfam points to a proposal introduced by economist, Gabriel Zuckman at the Group of 20 Summit in Brazil in 2024, which called for a minimum 2% tax on the assets of the world's 3,000 billionaires with an annual revenue estimated of 200 to 250 billion. The idea of taxing the fortunes of wealthy has been debated for years. In an interview last year, Chris Evans, not Captain America, a professor of taxation at the University of New South Wales, described gross inequality in wealth as a disaster for social cohesion. There is certainly an argument for using some of the excess money at the top end to help some of the people at the bottom, he said, and we might just find that they have a much fairer and more efficient society. Eric Zolt, a professor of law at the University of California in Los Angeles and an expert on taxation, said in an email that despite the apparent appeal of using wealth taxes to reduce income or inequality, over the last 20 years, the trend is against the increased use of wealth taxes. Yeah, because the wealthy have gotten into the lawmaking and are able to change the rules so that they don't have to. The revenue yields are remarkably low for all types of wealth taxes, he added, noting that any sort of global wealth tax would struggle to find support in the U.S., where a remarkably large number of the 3,000 billionaires are residents. For me, the key question is whether or not countries should tax wealth to reduce social and economic disparities, but whether an individual country or coalition of countries can tax wealth effectively, he said. For almost all countries, the chances to succeed are low. Yeah, that's disparaging. It makes a good point though, because if you're gonna create a wealth tax, and it's going to be like a coalition of countries, who's going to implement that? Who's going to be in charge of redistributing the wealth? Like these are questions that need to be asked. If these are things that people are seriously considering, then these questions need to be asked. So, as always, today I've got my Juneberry Red Bull. So if you wanna be like me, you don't, and I don't have any sponsorships, so I'm not going to do an ad. But yeah, so Bezos is getting married today in Venice, and I think it's great that people are protesting. I commend them for it, and I think that they should stay on him and stay out there. So our next story is a follow-up to something that we've been talking to a couple different episodes, and yeah, let's just get into it here, huh? So, after losing the Democratic primary, Andrew Cuomo has decided that he will stay on the NYC ballot after he conceded to Mamdani. So, former governor and mayoral candidate Andrew Cuomo conceded to Mamdani in the Democratic primary for New York City mayor, but he's decided to stay on the ballot as an independent. Just like fucking Eric Adams, the current mayor of New York City, has decided to. I think that New Yorkers are going to like, they're really going to show these establishment politicians what's what when it comes to their election. I think this whole ICE raids and the Eric Adams corruption and the Andrew Cuomo resigning and then trying to come back in, like it's all a shit show. So but we'll go ahead and look at this here. We have a biased distribution. It's mostly coming from the center. You've got 71% coming from the center. It says 12% from the left, 18% from the right. I'm always going to refresh and see what the latest is. Looks like it's exactly the same. So we come down here and we sort by factuality, because that's what I like to do. If you have a Ground News subscription, I paid $50 a year. It's not very expensive, but you can sort however you want. And if you want me to sort differently, send me a message in the chat, send a message, comment in the video, whatever. But so we sort by factuality, and it says ABC 7 New York is the highest. I pulled, I think, ABC News, like the actual head ABC News, which is owned by Disney. I don't know. It says it's left, leans left, very high factuality. Let's get into the article here. By Orrin Oppenheim, and Brittany Shepard. Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo will stay on the New York City mayoral ballot in November in the independent ballot line that he qualified for, a source close to the campaign confirmed to ABC News. Cuomo qualified in May to run on the Fight and Deliver ballot line in the general election through an independent nominating petition submitted to the New York City Board of Elections, which at the time he said was meant to reach voters disillusioned with the Democratic Party. He would have been allowed to appear on both the Democratic Party and the Fight and Deliver lines on the general election ballot if he had won the Democratic primary. Wow. So he would have been able to be on there twice? That's fucked up, man. Like, that's such a confusing way to run your ballots. Anyway, CNN first reported on Thursday night that Cuomo, who conceded to State Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani, I can never say his first name right, in the Democratic primary for the New York City mayor on Tuesday, would not withdraw from the independent ballot line, but had not yet decided whether to actively campaign in the coming months. He's keeping his options open, just like Trump kept his options open on bombing Iran. In a speech to supporters Tuesday night, Cuomo told supporters, "Tonight was not our night. Tonight was Assemblyman Mamdani's night. He deserved it. He won. We're going to take a look and we're going to make some decisions." Bow out. Candidates have until the end of Friday, June 27th to withdraw from running on an independent ballot line they qualified for, according to the New York State Board of Elections calendar. A source close to the campaign told ABC News on Thursday that former governor is looking at all of the data, including the New York City Board of Elections, including that the New York City Board of Elections would only start releasing ranked choice voting tabulations on July 1st. Cuomo told CBS 2 New York on Wednesday, "So I have that independent line. I've qualified for that, and I'm on that line in November. And we're going to be looking at the numbers that come in from the primary. And we have to look at the landscape of the general election, which is a totally different landscape." He added later, "We'll take it one step at a time because we haven't even gotten the full numbers yet from the primary election, and we have some time." Do you, though? Because this says Friday, June 27th to withdraw, and that's today. So July 1st is just a couple days away. I'm not sure how much time you have there, buddy. Cuomo's run for mayor comes 4 years after he resigned as governor after several women accused him of sexual harassment and inappropriate conduct. He's denied the allegations and recently told the New York Times that he regrets resigning. On Thursday, incumbent Democratic Mayor Eric Adams, who's also running as an independent in the general election, officially kicked off his re-election campaign. Yeah, we'll see how it works for New York's most corrupt mayor in my lifetime. Republican candidate Curtis Sliwa and independent candidate Jim Walden will also be on the ballot in November. So again, just keeping an eye on the New York City mayor race. AOC said that Andrew Cuomo is trying to use this race as a springboard to run for president. Look at that guy. That's not who we know. No more geriatrics in politics, okay? If you're 65, you should be thinking about retiring and spending time with your family. Yeah, look at those lovely people behind you, Andrew. They want to spend time with you. Anyway. So, boy howdy. Okay. Okie dokie. I wonder if AI Joe is watching from Cyber News so that he can figure out how to look suave and appeal to the people. Sorry, I crack myself up sometimes. So yeah, it's almost the weekend. We've got the 4th of July coming, which is a holiday here in the United States. If you're not from the United States, it's our Independence Day. It's the day we say that we've won independence. But I mean, like, there's everything's in question, but it will mark the 249th anniversary of the United States, and next year, 1 year away, it's going to be a huge Big Bang 250 celebration. That's like a quarter of a millennia. That's pretty cool. So it's also, I think, like the average age of a country historically. So it's like usually when a country dies. So it should be a good time. Should be a great celebration, fireworks, and all the things. Anyway, let's get into the next story here. So in our next story, a House Oversight Committee representative, or the chairman of the House. I'm gonna start over here. I'm sorry. Okay. All right, in our next story, the chairman of the House Oversight Committee has subpoenaed Jill Biden's work husband. I think it's her chief of staff, who some people had come out in an interview recently saying that he was like secretly running the show when Biden was in office. So now the House Oversight Committee has decided to look into Joe Biden's mental capacities while he was president. Like, what is going to come of this? Anyway, this is a blind spot story from the right. It's got mostly right-leaning reporting on it, and if you come look down at our bias distribution, you can see 66% of the stories are coming from the right. You've got 25% coming from the center and 9% coming from the left. The left doesn't really care about the story. I like to highlight both sides just so that people can be aware of what's being reported, the kind of rhetoric that people are drawing up and things like that. So I did come down and pull my stories by factuality like I always do. I don't know if that was a good thing to do on a right-leaning story. And I think I got CBS. No, I got UPI. UPI is what I have up here. So GOP Comer subpoena Jill Biden aide and panel to probe of Joe Biden's mental health. Representative House Oversight and Government Reform Committee Chairman James Comer on Thursday issued a subpoena to former Jill Biden aide and his panel to probe Joe Biden's mental health. The subpoena targeted Anthony Bernal, former assistant to the president and senior advisor to the former first lady, calling for him to appear for a deposition on July 16th as part of Comer's probe into what the press announcement called the cover-up of Joe Biden's mental decline and potentially unauthorized executive actions. Or, as what it actually is, the weaponization of politics to hurt the people on the opposite side of you. Comer's announcement on the subpoena said Bernal was reportedly so close to the former first lady that he was referred to as her work husband. A day earlier, Bernal had notified Comer's panel that he would not take part in its requested interview. Comer on Thursday said that Bernal had previously confirmed that he would appear for a voluntarily transcribed interview on Thursday. However, Comer said the White House counsel's office informed Bernal that it was waiving executive privilege for the committee's investigation. At that, Bernal refused to appear. In a subpoena cover letter, Comer said in part to Bernal that the Committee on the Oversight and Government Reform requested that you, because of your role as a senior aide to former President Joe Biden, appear for a transcribed interview on July 11th, 2025, broadly regarding the extent of your influence over the former president and your knowledge of whether the former president was personally discharging the duties of his office. Given your close connection with both former President and former First Lady Jill Biden, the committee sought to understand if you contributed to an effort to hide the President Biden's fitness to serve from the American people, the letter continued. You have refused the committee's request. However, to advance the committee's oversight and legislative responsibilities and interests, your testimony is critical. Accordingly, please see the attached subpoena for testimony at a deposition on July 16th, 2025. Bernal was one of the sources cited in Jake Tapper's book, Original Sin, President Biden's Decline, Its Cover-Up, and His Disastrous Choice to Run Again. That book has also been referenced by Comer in his panel's investigation into Joe Biden's mental health. Is this all just a publicity stunt to sell books then? I mean, in May, Comer announced his investigation citing general concerns about Biden's age and mental capacity after the president's troubled performances and missteps on the campaign trail, which eventually resulted in Joe Biden withdrawing from his presidential run. Comer's investigation also launched as renewed interest into Biden's health erupted after the former president announced that he'd been diagnosed with prostate cancer. Earlier this month, President Donald Trump ordered an investigation into Joe Biden's cognitive state, alleging that White House aides covered up his mental decline. So again, we're just politicizing political retribution, it sounds like to me. So, but that's just me. And what do I know? I'm just some guy. All right. So I have a business call that I just missed, which is okay, but it means that I'm just going to jump into the next story here, get going, which I think is really something kind of exciting, and I wanted to end on a better note with a little bit more of a hopeful glance for humanity. And again, this is also a follow-up to something that we talked about on Tuesday as well, which was the NHS in England said that they were going to start mapping the DNA of every single person who was born at a certain point. So this is kind of a follow-up, kind of the same subject. So we'll get into the last story here. It says, work begins to create artificial human DNA from scratch. Work has begun on a controversial project to create the building blocks of human life from scratch in what it believed to be the world's first. Research has been taboo until now because of concerns it could lead to designer babies or unforeseen changes for future generations. But now the world's largest medical charity, the Wellcome Trust, why has it got two L's? I don't know, has given an initial £10 million to start the project. And it says it has the potential to do more good than harm by accelerating treatments for many incurable diseases. Dr. Julian Sale of the MCR Laboratory of Molecular Biology in Cambridge, who was part of the project, told BBC News the research was the next giant leap in biology. The sky is the limit. We're looking for therapies that will improve people's lives as they age, that will lead to healthier aging with less disease as they get older. We are looking to use this approach to generate disease-resistant cells that we can use to repopulate damaged organs, for example, in the liver and the heart, even the immune system. But critics fear the research opens the way for unscrupulous researchers seeking to create enhanced or modified humans. Dr. Pat Thomas, director of the campaign group Beyond GM, said, "We like to think that all scientists are there to do good, but the science can be repurposed to do harm and warfare." Details of the project were given to BBC News on the 25th anniversary of the completion of the Human Genome Project, which mapped the molecules in the human DNA and was also largely funded by Wellcome. Every cell in our body, with the exception of red blood cells, contain a molecule called DNA, which carries the genetic information it needs. DNA is built from just 4 much smaller blocks referred to as A, G, C, and T, which are repeated over and over again in various combinations. Amazingly, it contains the genetic information that physically makes up who we are. The Human Genome Project enabled scientists to read the human genes like a barcode. The new work that is getting underway, called the Synthetic Human Genome Project, potentially takes this giant leap forward. It will allow researchers not just to read the molecules of DNA, but to create parts of it, and maybe one day all of it, molecule by molecule from scratch. This has huge medical implications. This can solve aging. This can solve everything. This can solve all disease. Like, this is how we propel ourselves into the Star Trek post-scarcity utopia that it could be. So the scientists first aimed to develop a way to build even larger blocks of human DNA up to the point where they have synthetically constructed a human chromosome. These contain the genes that would govern our development, repair, and maintenance. These can then be studied and experimented on to learn more about how genes and DNA regulate our bodies. Maybe my kids won't have to die. That would be amazing. You know, I probably still will, but like maybe they'll be the first generation that don't. Maybe we'll be the last generation that do. Who knows? Many diseases occur when these genes go wrong, so the studies could lead to better treatments, according to Professor Matthew Hurls, director of the Wellcome Sanger Institute, which sequenced the largest portion of the human genome. Building DNA from scratch allows us to test out how DNA really works and test out new theories, because currently we can only really do that by tweaking DNA and DNA that already exists in living systems. The project's work will be confined to test tubes and dishes, and there will be no attempt to create synthetic life, but the project will give researchers unprecedented control over human living systems. Although the project is hunting for the medical benefits, there is nothing to stop unscrupulous scientists misusing the technology. They could, for example, attempt to create biological weapons, enhance humans, or even creatures that have human DNA, according to Professor Bill Earnshaw, a highly respected genetic scientist at the Edinburgh University, who designed a method for creating artificial human chromosomes. So fear-mongering, thanks, that's going to get us everywhere. The genie is out of the bottle, he told BBC News. We could have a set of restrictions now, but if an organization who has access to appropriate machinery decided to start synthesizing anything, I don't think we could stop them. Mr. Thomas is concerned about how the technology will be commercialized by healthcare companies developing treatments emerging from research. If we manage to create synthetic body parts or even synthetic people, then who owns them, and who owns the data from these creations? Given the potential for misuse of the technology, the question for Wellcome is why they choose to fund it. The decision was not made lightly, according to Dr. Tom Collins, who gave the funding go-ahead. We asked ourselves what the cost of the inaction was. What was the cost of inaction? He told BBC News. This technology is going to be developed one day. So by doing it now, we are at least trying to do it in a responsible way and at least we're trying to do it in a responsible way as possible, and to confront the ethical and moral questions in as upfront of a way as possible. A dedicated social science program will run in tandem with the project's scientific development and will be led by Professor Joy Zhang, a sociologist at the University of Kent. We want to give the views of experts, social scientists, and especially the public about how they relate to the technology and how it can be beneficial to them, and more importantly, what questions and concerns they have, she said. So again, this is a story that has huge implications on the future of humanity, the future of health science, things like that. So very important, definitely something to pay attention to. But anyway, with that, I'm going to go ahead and just quickly wrap things up. Like I said, I've got a business call, and now I'm getting text messages from them too saying, hey, what's going on? Need to talk to you. So we'll go ahead and wrap things up for today. I am Cousin Matt. I appreciate you hanging out, watching Nightly News this morning with me. And we'll be back on Tuesday. And I will be on Drunken Peasants tonight. If anybody wants to watch that, we'll do. They're doing a regular show, and then I think it's like a Patreon show later tonight or something like that. So that'll be around 6 p.m. Pacific time. Drunken Peasants, and then Nightly News this morning will get in on Tuesday. Thanks everybody. Take care. From me to you. Take care of yourselves. Have a great weekend and have fun.
Toxic, baby, saves me from my pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. Been chewed up, let down by a girl. You made a man your property, and you ripped away his world. I don't wanna admit it, but there's a man to blame. For feeling all this pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. And I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. Cuts me to my soul, though your love just tender, doll. Your heart is black as coal. And I'm so sick and tired of all your little games. But I still need you, babe, to save me from my ace. Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me? Spending a long, lonely day and it simmers. Content with my love and sun rays and it simmers. Yeah. Needlessly knowing that darkness is slowly and surely flowing into my head. Deep down it simmers. I know that someday too soon the top will blow off. And I'll be left freaking and screaming with all of these thoughts. And everyone and every little thing you could possibly know will someday turn to dust and ruin just as my own. Till then it simmers. Going along with the trees and it simmers. Struck by a cool ocean breeze and I shiver. Yeah. From the cold so bold, its tiny little tips of this weakness that timidly take hold makes me shiver. Yeah, someday too soon, the top will blow off. And I'll be left breaking and screaming with all of these thoughts. You could possibly know will someday turn to dust and ruin just as my own. Till then it simmers.
All right, and good morning. How are you, YouTube? It is, what is today? Tuesday? Tuesday, July 1st. Yeah, Tuesday, July 1st, 2025. A great day to be alive, or so they say. I don't know. Anyway, hey, what's going on? I'm your host, Cousin Matt. Welcome to Nightly News this morning. If you were there listening before the show started, that was some music that I produced for my little brother, actually. So that's him and his band. I don't know if he still does music these days. He's in school getting his doctorate right now, so he might be a little bit too busy for music. So anyway, what's going on? I know that there have been some things going on in the U.S., like the Supreme Court ruling on federal judges not being able to stop executive orders anymore. And let's see, I wanted to Google real quick before the show, but I didn't get the chance. So, big, beautiful bill passed. I can't tell if it passed or not. Like, so that's what I'm trying to find out real quick. Give me just a second. Final Senate, awaiting final Senate vote 45 minutes ago. So if you're watching this, call your senator as quickly as you can and tell them to get this bullshit out of here. Like, it's going to set the U.S. back quite a bit. It's not a good bill at all. He says it's big and it's beautiful, but it's not. It's not a big, beautiful bill. It's a bill that we don't want. So we should definitely tell our lawmakers, our representatives, the people who represent us, that this isn't something that we like. If you saw, I caught something on Instagram, a young guy who was probably early 20s, maybe even late teens, like pleading to fucking Mitch McConnell as he's walking down a corridor. He's like, please, Senator McConnell, do you not care about my generation? Like, why are you selling my future out to big oil? And Mitch McConnell wouldn't even look at this guy. Like, how are these the people that we have representing us when, like, they don't give a shit about us? Do we not see that we live in like a fucking... Okay, I've got to stop. I'm not going to go off on a rant. Okay, I'm not going to go off on a rant. I'm here to do the news. Let's do the news. So I've picked out some stories because, like, everything that's going on is just so terrible. I keep saying that every fucking episode. I'm like, oh man, it's so much worse than the last episode I did. I could use some good news, Tubes. I could use some good news. Anyway, we're going to get some Juneberry Red Bull in me because maybe that'll make the difference here in what's going on. And I've got 4 stories lined up this morning. So, average, same as every day. Just, I went into the Ground News Agitator and I saw like what was the daily briefings and things like that, and just picked out some stories that we could kind of look at from the left, look at from the right, try to see what's going on bias wise. So we'll go ahead and get going into our first story here. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt criticizes CNN over coverage of ICE tracking app, claims it could incite threats against agents. Oh no, not threats against the ICE agents, the modern day Gestapo. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt accused CNN of inciting violence by airing ICE Block app segment, despite not watching it, which tracks ICE officers' locations. And if you can see, this is we're going to call this a blind spot story for the left, okay? You've got 18% of the distribution coming from the left, 7% coming from the center, and then the right is really fucking, they're like, look at our law enforcement are unsafe. That's what they're using the story as, which is, I have a real problem with ICE, with the way that they're being used. Like, they didn't start out as a modern day Gestapo, but that's what they're being used as now. So 37 articles. I've always sorted by factuality, and excuse me, I didn't want to pull the story from CNN, so I pulled the story from Newsweek instead, which focuses more on Kristi Noem, who's the DHS secretary. So let's go ahead and read this news article, or this Newsweek article, that's titled "Kristi Noem Responds to ICE Block App." It's a obstruction of justice, by Theo Berman. That's his information there. He's based in London, but he writes on U.S. politics. Okay. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem has criticized an app that enables users to track the locations of immigration and custom enforcement agents, branding it an obstruction of justice. Noem issued a statement on X, formerly Twitter. I love that everybody keeps calling it formerly Twitter. I do that too. It's even on my in my YouTube. It says X, formerly Twitter. After the creator of IceBlock app, which uses anonymous reporting system to maintain a real-time map of ICE activity, described its purpose as helping people avoid contact with ICE officers. If you don't have this app and you're in the United States, probably should download it. Yeah. This sure looks like obstruction of justice, she wrote. Our brave ICE law enforcement faces a 500% increase in assaults against them. Did you know that they also get a five-fold increase in budget, according to the Big Beautiful Bill? If you obstruct or assault law enforcement, we will hunt you down, and you will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Nice. Threatening the American people. That's a great thing for the Department of Homeland Security Secretary to do. The app's creator, Joshua Aaron, told CNN that he did not want anyone to use the app to target ICE officers and that it was designed to help people avoid them altogether if they want. Newsweek contacted Aaron and the Department of Homeland Security via email for more information on the legality of the app. Why it matters. The IceBlock app emergence highlights growing tensions over U.S. immigration enforcement as the Trump administration intensifies deportation efforts across major cities and continues to use ICE as their own personal Gestapo. The DHS says assaults on ICE agents has risen more than 500% in the past year, a statistic cited by both Nome and ICE acting director Todd Lyons. Well, I wonder why. Maybe it's because their activity has increased by more than 500%. The app, known as IceBlock, launched in April and now has tens of thousands of users. It is designed to crowdsource sightings of ICE agents, allowing users to mark the locations on a map with optional notes such as vehicle description or uniforms. Other users within a 5-mile radius receive alerts. This is amazing. Aaron told CNN that he developed the app in response to what he described as a frightening increase in immigration raids. We are literally watching history repeat itself, Aaron said, likening the government's actions to Nazi Germany. When I saw what was happening in this country, I wanted to do something to fight back. The IceBlock app is currently only available on iOS. That sucks, in part because the app's privacy infrastructure. Aaron told CNN the platform collects no user data, no IP addresses, device ID, or geolocation beyond sighting proximity to protect those who use it. This is 100% anonymous and free for anybody who wants to use it. If you're an app developer, please find a way to make this work for Android too. Please. White House officials have accused CNN of sabotaging federal operations through its coverage of IceBlock. Aaron has denied encouraging any interference with ICE actions, noting the app's explicit warning that it is for notification only and not for inciting violence. What people are saying. ICE acting director Todd Lyons said in a statement given to Newsweek, CNN promotion of an ICE spotting app is reckless and irresponsible. Advertising an app that basically paints a target on federal law enforcement officers' backs is sickening. My officers and agents are already facing a 500% increase in assaults, and going on live television to announce an app that lets anyone zero in on their location is like inciting violence against them with a national megaphone. Well, guess what you guys just did? The Barbra Streisand effect. I love it. CNN is willfully endangering the lives of officers who put their lives on the line every day, enabling dangerous criminal aliens to evade U.S. law is simply reckless journalism or overt activism. Newsweek reached out to CNN via email for a comment. A statement on the IceBlock app tells its users, please note that the use of this app is for information and notification purposes only. It's not to be used for the purpose of inciting violence or interfering with law enforcement. Stephen Miller, a huge douche cuck, and White House Deputy Chief of Staff who got cucked by Elon Musk after his wife left him to go follow Musk into the private sector and leave the White House. Sorry, I got to add that in there. Send a post on X. CNN is openly helping invaders and insurrectionists sabotage ICE. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters Monday, it's certainly unacceptable that a major network would promote such an app that is encouraging violence against law enforcement officers who are trying to help keep our country safe. That was a really long sentence. What happens next? Nome's language suggests the administration may explore prosecution for aiding and abetting or interfering with law enforcement duties. Huh. Well, like I said, if you've got an Apple phone, I would recommend putting this on your Apple phone. If you know how to develop apps, see if you can't think about helping getting this over onto Android, because this is something that we desperately need right now when our president is using federal law enforcement as his own personal Gestapo to deport people through channels that are not the correct channels. So anyway, that's the end of story number 1. We're going to switch back over to this screen. I'm going to chug some more Red Bull. And we'll get into story number 2, huh? Well, let me switch my screen over. All right. So story number 2, the Dalai Lama to confirm a successor born outside of China. This is what Ground News says, but like what I read earlier when I was researching all my news stories said that the Dalai Lama suggested that his successor could be born outside of China, not that he is looking to name a successor who was born outside of China. And I think that like historically, hasn't the Dalai Lama been born pretty near Tibet? I don't know. I'm not like super entrenched in the lore, but I do like this just simply because I think that like there's arguments to be made for reincarnation more than just about any other suggestion of afterlife. So I think that like the Dalai Lama and Buddhism and stuff like that I find very interesting. So in our Ground News agitator, though, it says that the Dalai Lama to confirm the successor born outside of China. I'm just going to read through the Ground News agitator real quick before I look at the bias distribution, just because I want to see what they're reporting, and then when we get into the story, what it says. So the 14th Dalai Lama, Tenzin Gyatso, who I only know how to pronounce that name because of Avatar. I have no idea if this is working, so give me a minute to find out. Okay, and we're back. Just some technical difficulties, tubes. You know, it is what it is. But yeah, so we'll start the story about the Dalai Lama back over again here and get back into it. All right, so Dalai Lama Tenzin Gyatso. On Monday, he expressed his intention to keep focusing on helping the Dalai Lama. I'm sorry, I'm all completely flustered. My whole everything was messed up. So give me just a second here. We're gonna have to start this news story from scratch. So, all right. So the Dalai Lama is considering a successor to be that could be born outside of China. Bias distribution has got more right-leaning reporting than anything else, with 34% coming from the center, 24% coming from the left, with 42% coming from the right. And I've got my stories sorted by factuality here usually. So we do that, and we come down and we find that Reuters, excuse me, is at the top of the list here. So we'll get into that story. All right. Dalai Lama set to reveal succession plan as China watches. I'm not even going to try. The Dalai Lama will address a major 3-day gathering of Buddhist religious figures this week ahead of his 90th birthday, as his followers wait for the Tibetan spiritual leader to share details about his succession in a move that could irk China. Beijing views the Dalai Lama, who fled Tibet in 1959 after a failed uprising against Chinese rule, as a separatist and says it will choose his successor. The Dalai Lama has said that his successor will be born outside of China and urged followers to reject anyone chosen by Beijing. This could be like one of those things that seriously separates a religion in the future. Like you've got Shiite Muslims and Sunni Muslims, or Catholics and Protestants. This could be one of those moves if China installs a Dalai Lama of their own, and the Dalai Lama has his own successor. You could have two offshoots of this religion that may both rival each other in the coming future. Who knows? So, Tibetan Buddhists hold that enlightened monks are reborn to carry forward their spiritual legacy. The 14th Dalai Lama will turn 90 on Sunday and has said that he would consult senior monks and others at the time to share possible clues on where his successor, a boy or a girl, could be found following his death. The rest of my life I will dedicate for the benefit of others as much as possible, as extensive as possible, the Dalai Lama told the gathering of his followers on Monday as they offered prayers for his long life. Now, something just as a side note here, the Dalai Lama said a few years ago that maybe the world doesn't need a 15th Dalai Lama, or that maybe the Dalai Lama isn't needed anymore. So it seems that he's changed his views and decided that his message must go on. So there will be some kind of framework within which we can talk about the continuation of the institution of the Dalai Lamas, he said, without elaborating on the framework. He's previously said that he could possibly reincarnate in India, where he lives in exile near the northern Himalayan town. He was identified as the reincarnation of his predecessor when he was 2. Dolma Turing. I cannot pronounce these Tibetan names. The deputy speaker of the Tibetan parliament in exile said it was important for the world to hear directly from the Dalai Lama on the issue because while China tries to vilify him at every chance, it is trying to frame rules and regulations on how to have reincarnation of the Dalai Lama in their hand. China is trying to grab this institution for its political purpose, she said. We want the incarnation of the Dalai Lama to be born not only for the survival of Tibet as a distinct culture, religion, and nation, but also for the well-being of the whole of humanity, which, the Dalai Lama has come to be a symbol of. Tibet's chief state oracle said typically such discussions on reincarnation do not take place when the monk is still alive, but things are different now mainly because the Chinese government is interfering. Beijing said in March that the Dalai Lama was a political exile who had no right to represent the Tibetan people at all. China said it is open to discussing his future if he recognizes that Tibet and Taiwan are inalienable parts of China, a proposal the Tibetan government in exile has rejected. As if he's not there. The religious conference this week, being held for the first time since 2019, will be attended by more than 100 Tibetan Buddhist leaders and will feature a video statement from the Dalai Lama. Hollywood star Richard Gere, former Hollywood star Richard Gere, a longtime follower of Tibetan Buddhism, will be among those attending, organizers have said. The Dalai Lama will attend prayers called by the Tibetan government in exile on July 5th and participate in his birthday celebrations a day later, according to a schedule shared by the organizers. He will speak at the celebration for about an hour and a half. India's Parliament Affairs Minister, Kiran Rijiju, I think, and some other Indian officials are expected to attend. I hope that his security is well there, because this is an opportunity for the Chinese government to be shady. Anyway, Tibetans have been praying for his long health, especially since knee surgery in the U.S. last year, although the Dalai Lama told Reuters in December that he could live until he was 110. The previous Dalai Lama died earlier than expected at 58. The Dalai Lama and Tibetan officials have said that there is a system in place for the government in exile to continue its political work, while officers of the Dalai Lama's Gaden Phodrang Foundation search and recognize the next Dalai Lama. The current Dalai Lama set up the foundation in 2015, and its senior officers include several of his aides. Other Tibetan officials have said that the Dalai Lama has been preparing his people for the day when he is gone, especially through his 2011 decision to hand his political role to democratically elected government, ending a 368-year tradition of being both the spiritual and temporal head of Tibetans. Since he has come in the form of a human, we have to agree that there will be a moment that he is not with us. His Holiness has prepared us for that day. He's made us act as if he's not there. Huh. Interesting story. With wide-reaching implications for the world. If you're back with us, thank you. I do appreciate you hanging out through the technical difficulties. For some reason, mid-show, my laptop decided to completely uninstall my Wi-Fi driver or have some kind of issue, and it wouldn't even recognize my device. my Wi-Fi device on there at all, and so I had to go in and uninstall and reinstall everything, and then I was like, oh, the show's ruined. But fortunately, OBS still had the same show up, so I was able to just keep it rolling. Keep it rolling, keep it rocking, keep it going. You know what I am saying, bro? Okay. Are we ready to get into story number 3, I believe? Story number 3? Yeah. Story number 3, Musk-backed government efficiency unit retains God-tier data access. Now, this is a story that should be getting a lot more attention than it is. Maybe it's because it's new. It was reported 20 hours ago. I'm going to refresh this because, still only 7 articles reporting on this. This is terrible. I've got it sorted by factuality here, but you can see that this is a complete blind spot issue, with 57% of the reporting coming from the left, 43% coming from the center, and no reporting coming from the right at all. So, huge blind spot issue for the right. What does that mean? Continued access to competitor trade secrets across 7 departments raise fresh conflict of interest fears. And we have our story sorted by factuality, and the top story is from a center-leaning distribution called Brookings. So we'll go over here and read the article from Brookings. I wonder if it's the Brookings Institute. The department, let me move this here a little bit so it's easier to read for everybody. The Department of Government Efficiency, according to reporting in the Washington Post, recently set its sights on creating a single centralized government database that would enable broad access government agencies to vast amounts of information currently collected and held by individual federal agencies. Government data adjuration and unification on this scale is antithetical to purpose-driven requirements for data sharing among government agencies that lie at the heart of the Privacy Act, a 1974 law passed in the aftermath of Watergate and the FBI's counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO, scandals. Then Senate Judiciary Chairman San Irvine, the Privacy Act's primary sponsor, recognized that one of Watergate's primary lessons was the need to place limits upon what the government can know about each of its citizens. The Privacy Act established a code of fair information practices that governs the collection, maintenance, and use and dissemination of information about individuals that is maintained in a system of records by the federal agencies. Systems of records is defined as a group of any records under the control of an agency from which information is retrieved by the name of the individual or by some identifying number, symbol, or other identifying particular assigned to the individual. Federal agencies are prohibited from disclosing Privacy Act covered records absent written consent of the individual to whom the records pertain, unless the disclosure is pertinent to one of the Act's 12 statutory exceptions. Oh my God, this is like reading a law article. Those exceptions include disclosure to other officials within the agency who have a need to know or have a need for the record in performance of their duties, or disclosure that constitutes a routine use. Significantly, the Act allows agencies to define routine use for each system with the records that allow the disclosure without individual consent. The statutory standard, compatibility with the purpose for which the record was collected, is vague and thus supports broad defined disclosures established by the agencies. Okay. The current DOGE data merger enterprise tracks efforts by DOGE, some successful, to gain access to and integrate information from multiple government agencies. According to a letter from recently deceased Representative Gerald Connolly of Virginia, the former ranking member of the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, a whistleblower reported that DOGE engineers have tried to create a specialized computer for themselves that simultaneously gives full access to network and databases across different agencies, and have assembled backpacks full of laptops, each with access to different agency systems that DOGE staff is using to combine databases that are currently maintained separately by multiple federal agencies. This is bad news. This is bad news. DOGE efforts to build a centralized government database comport with President Trump's executive order requiring government agencies to break down information silos to the maximum extent consistent with the law, for the purpose of eliminating bureaucratic duplication and inefficiency while enhancing the government's ability to detect overpayments and fraud. These efforts, it would appear, are part of the current administration's stated goals for improving government efficiency and eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. When framed broadly and abstractly, these are worthy goals. Executing changes to government operations consistent with the law that increase efficiency and cut waste and improve federal government's service to the public. In this instance, however, there are dangers in accepting the rhetoric of efficiency and eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse at face value. This rhetoric obfuscates the substantial growth in the government surveillance powers. This project incidentally or intentionally promotes. The creation of a single centralized government database will allow the aggregation of and broad government access to extremely sensitive data, including social security numbers, federal tax returns, health records, birth dates, and income, assets, and demographic information. Should this database be built, it would constitute an enormous expansion of government surveillance powers that can be directed towards more efficient targeting of individual Americans. This is not the first time the federal government has pursued a system capable of integrating and searching vast multiple types of transactions, records, and data across different sources and databases. In the wake of the September 11th, 2001 attacks, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, DARPA, proposed a program called Total Information Awareness, TIA, later named the Terrorism Information Awareness Program. This is a really long article. Basically what we're getting at here is that Doge is trying to get unprecedented access to information. And I will link this article from the Brookings Institute. It's a long read. I'm not going to read the rest of this. Like I said, we were just trying to get to the bare bones of it. But basically, what's going on is that Elon Musk was given access to unprecedented information, and this government department is trying to subvert the law and create access to multiple different platforms that they're not supposed to have access to. So something to be weary of and be aware of what's going on. That article was just too it was just too much this morning after technical difficulties. So we're getting my screen sorted here, and then we will get into the last story of the morning. And if anybody has any suggestions or anything that they want to talk about, feel free to let me know. You can leave it in the comments. You can leave it in the live stream. You can send me a message on Discord, on Bluesky, on Twitter, on all of the things. If you think that there's something that you would like to see, the reporting the left versus the right, things like that, we can do things like that. What's going on, Andy? Good morning, man. Had some technical difficulties this morning, but I powered through it. We're gonna get through this last story here about the big beautiful bill. So, which when I looked this morning, they said that the Senate was still working on passing the last version of. I implore everybody, call your senator, tell them it's a fucking joke. It's ICE spending gets increased by 500%. People get kicked off Medicaid and Medicare. Not beautiful, that's for sure. Anyway. Last story of the morning, Trump warns of a whopping 68% tax increase if the Senate fails to pass this historic bill. President Trump warned of a whopping 68% tax increase. The Senate Majority Leader John Thune noted that voting session could last into late into the night due to multiple amendments. Elon Musk criticized the GOP as the pork pig party, to which Trump responded calling for an investigation into Musk's businesses. God, the infighting, man. All right, if we look at our bias distribution, we can see that this is mostly being reported on by the right. We've got 57% coming from the right, 29% coming from the center, and only 14% coming from the left. So a little bit of a blind spot issue here for the left. And I have stories I usually sort by factuality on my Ground News Agitator here. And if we scroll down, we see that Newsweek is actually the second story here, and we'll go ahead and read the story from Newsweek. So President Trump has issued a warning to Congress over his spending mega bill as the Senate continues its marathon voting session. The Senate's ultimate amendment vote series, known as a vote-a-rama on the Trump-backed One Big Beautiful Bill Act, began around 9 a.m. Eastern on Monday and continued throughout the day into the evening. The president has set a deadline of Independence Day, July 4th, for lawmakers to deliver the finished bill to his desk. Republicans, the One Big Beautiful Bill, perhaps the greatest and most important of its kind in history, gives the largest tax cuts to billionaires. And border security ever, jobs by the millions, military vets increase, and so much more, Trump lied on a post on Truth Social. The failure to pass means a whopping 68% tax increase, the largest in history. Why it matters. The fate of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act carries a far-reaching consequence for American taxpayers, the nation's fiscal health, and political fortunes in Congress ahead of the 2026 midterm elections. The legislation boasts spending on border security, defense, and energy production, offset in part by cuts to healthcare and nutrition programs. According to a Sunday estimate from the Congressional Budget Office, the bill would add nearly $3.3 trillion to the federal deficit over the next decade. According to the Joint Committee on Taxation, the Senate's revised plan includes around $4.45 trillion in tax cuts versus the $3.8 trillion in tax cuts passed by the House of Representatives in May. What to know? Republicans, who control both chambers of Congress, pressed forward to fulfill Trump's self-imposed July 4th deadline. The Senate's vote-a-rama began early on Monday and extended into the night, featuring consecutive votes and heated discussions over proposed amendments. Despite the flurry of proposed changes, none have succeeded as of late evening. Senator Majority Leader John Thune expressed hope that voting would conclude before midnight, though disputes and negotiations continued to slow the progress. The bill includes provisions for funding on border security, military and veteran services, and domestic energy productions, with partial offsets from cuts to healthcare programs like Medicaid and welfare programs like the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, both of which Democrats have seized upon their objections to the bill. This is ridiculous, okay? We should not be spending more on military and cutting money from actual citizens. We spend more on military than any other country in the world by a lot. This is fucking ridiculous. I hate this. Tech entrepreneur and former White House aide Elon Musk called the bill political suicide for Republicans, criticizing a provision raising the national debt limit by $5 trillion. Senate Republican leaders, however, have stressed the importance of passage to secure tax breaks and fund key priorities championed by Trump. Yeah, the Republicans think that it's important because Trump is telling them that it is. And for some reason, the GOP has laid down like little bitches and decided that this man, this peak masculinity on screen right here, is the best person to lead the Republican Party. You guys are fucking idiots. What people are saying. The White House, in a press release regarding the bill on June 29th, the One Big Beautiful Bill delivers the largest middle and working class tax cuts in U.S. history. The president's legislation will put more than $10,000 a year back in the pockets of typical hardworking families. That's a lie. This is the most pro-growth, pro-worker, pro-family legislation ever crafted. Also a lie. Like, they're just allowed to lie now, and nobody calls them out on this bullshit. Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla and SpaceX, said on X, formerly Twitter, every member of Congress who campaigned on reducing government spending and then immediately voted for the biggest debt increase in history should hang their heads in shame, and they will lose their primary next year if this is the last thing I do on this earth. I don't like Elon Musk, but this is a sentiment that he and I can definitely agree on. Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer publicly criticized the efforts of the bill on working families and vowed the American public will remember the outcome of these proceedings. Yes, they will. Senate Republican leader John Thune said on X, the bill is good for Americans. This is good for the American people. It's good for working families. We need to get this done so the country is safer, stronger, and more prosperous. These are just the talking points that they tell people when they want to force stuff through. It used to be, like last time when we had a different president, it was, we need to cut spending. We need to cut spending. We need to cut spending. Now it's, this is good for the American people, so we have to do it because Daddy Trump says to do it. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders said on X that the bill is the most dangerous piece of legislation in the modern history of our country. It's a gift to the billionaire class while it causes massive pain for working families, he wrote on June 29th. What happens next? With the Independence Day deadline set by Trump looming, the Senate leadership continued late-night negotiations in hopes of a final passage. If the One Big Beautiful Bill Act advances, the House of Representatives will take up the measures for its final approval before it can be signed into law. And let's not kid around here. The House, the Republicans in the House, they're going to pass it. They're going to pass whatever the Senate does because they just want to get this pushed through. Call your senators, call your congresspeople. Tell them this is not what the American people want. This is not what you want. This is not what veterans want. This is not what hard working families want. Nobody wants their grandpa's fucking Medicare to be cut, man. Nobody wants a pregnant woman's SNAP to be taken away. This is ridiculous. Help the American people before you're helping billionaires and corporations. But that's just me. And, you know, what do I know? I'm just some asshole. Anyway. Yeah, that's what I've got for this morning. Sorry, it was kind of split up between two shows. I have no idea how like YouTube did it, if like that 20-minute period there while I was figuring out my computer got recorded and put on part of this or what. But anyway, that's what I've got for Nightly News this morning for today. I appreciate everybody hanging out with me. Andy, it was good to see you. Nick, I'm glad you're in the chat, man. Always good to see you too. I will be back on Friday as always. I don't think that I'll be on Drunken Peasants tonight, but I am a participant in Actual Mania, which will be on Drunken Peasants tonight. So if you're not doing anything this evening, be sure to go watch that and vote for me. I'm going up against Egghead and Ratlord for the cringe weight title on Drunken Peasants. So should be fun. And then yeah, so we'll see everybody on Friday. Thanks for hanging out. This is Cousin Matt. This has been Nightly News this morning for Tuesday, July 1st, 2025, and I'll see you guys on Friday.
Moonlit nights, I'm feeling blue. Been trying to call you, but I couldn't get through. And I'm crying, baby, you drive me insane. Though your love is toxic, yeah, save me from this pain. My brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me? Well, I've been chewed up, let down, and torn up by your girl. You made a man your property, and you ripped away his world. And I don't want to admit it, but there's a man to blame. Well, I can only hate myself for feeling of his pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me? Your mouse eraser cuts me to my soul. Though your love feels tender, your heart is black as coal. And I'm so sick and tired of all your little games. Oh, but I still need you to save me from my aims. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me? tethered. She got no reins. You can try to control her, but she's beyond your ways. Yeah, well, she's in love. She can't be tamed. She's in love. She can't be tamed. You can try to bring her down. You only get kind of game. You can try to control her, but it's futile to try. She'll set your soul on fire and make you wanna die. Yeah, well, she'll hold you and then she'll use you. Yeah, she'll consume you and abuse you. Yeah, well, she's in love. She can't be tamed. She's in love. She can't be tamed. You can try to bring her down. You only get kind of game. Hey, baby, don't you know I tried so hard to let her go? The more I try, the more I fail. Guess I can't escape this jail. She's love, and I wish I could tame her. Give her a shove, 'cause I truly hate her. You can try to bring it out, you only get kind of game. Toxic, baby, saves me from my pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. I've been chewed up, let down by a girl. You made a man your property and you ripped away his world. I don't wanna admit it, but there's a man to blame. I can only hate myself for feeling all this pain.
All right, and good morning. Hello. Welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I am Cousin Matt. We are live. Today is July the 4th. July the 4th. It's the 4th of July. It's a holiday here in the United States. Independence Day, Declaration of Independence. So, how you doing, Lono Nick? Good to see you this morning. I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that somebody's here at the start of the show because that's not a very common occurrence. So, I'm glad to see you. Hopefully, you got the day off. You got some cool plans. Hopefully, maybe. I don't know. I don't have plans today. I think I'm going to work today, and then tomorrow, my girlfriend and I, she got a kayak for her birthday. Well, I helped get her a kayak for her birthday. And then I already had one. My brother and his wife both have one. And then so we got her a kayak, and then we also got a life vest for our dog. So we're gonna go try out all the kayaks and life jackets and see how the dog feels about being on the water tomorrow. I'm excited. We're gonna go out to the lake and do some paddling and have some fun. So it should be a good time. My hair's sticking up a little bit on the side, but oh well. We're just gonna roll with it today. So again, good to see you, Loner Nick. I'm gonna start my recording here because I forgot to do that, and then we'll go ahead and get started on some nightly news this morning. How about that? Let me get switched screens here. All right, getting into our first story today on our Ground News Agitator. We have a story about a Republican senator from Tennessee calling for Trump's face to be added to Mount Rushmore. And I picked this story for a very particular reason. But if you can see here, this is a blind spot article for the left. We have 57% of the distribution on this story coming from the right, 21% from the center, 21% from the left. So these geniuses think that they're gonna put Trump on Mount Rushmore. I don't know if you know this about Mount Rushmore or not. It's not finished. It was never finished. So maybe like go back and finish your work before you start talking about decimating sacred native land even further. It's called Grandfather Mountain. That's what the natives refer to it as, because it was a very important monument to them. It was a very important mountain. It's where all their ancestors would be buried and stuff like that. And we just dynamited that shit. So let's get into this story here and see what's going on. I have my stories sorted by factuality like I always do on my Ground News Agitator, and Newsweek popped up first. It's it's an outlet that we actually read a lot of stories from here on Ground News because they are center leaning, as you see here, with a high factuality rating. So we'll get into this story from Newsweek. Fresh push to add Donald Trump to Mount Rushmore is essential, they say. Yeah, okay. House Republican Andy Ogles of Tennessee. So it's the House, excuse me, not the Senate. I said the Senate earlier. So House Republican Andy Ogles of Tennessee has asked Interior Secretary Doug Burgum to put Trump on Mount Rushmore, the South Dakota-based national memorial celebrating four iconic presidents to mark his recent achievements. And it's not the first time that someone has suggested the addition. No, I think they started talking about this during his first presidency, which is ridiculous. Why it matters. Ogle's proposal indicates the strength of the grassroots Republican loyalty to President Trump, with a survey conducted between June 23rd and 26th finding 79% of registered GOP voters approve of his performance. However, this was down from 86% in March, so it's dropping. Approval is dropping. The National Park Service has previously said that any fresh carvings on Mount Rushmore would be impractical, and any official move to add Trump would almost certainly spark serious opposition. Yes, because they have looked at this mountain and it cannot support another face on it. Like, it's just not going to happen. What are you going to do? You would have to carve half of the fucking mountain out to make it, like, okay. All of the presidents were supposed to have like their entire torsos on Mount Rushmore, and if you go there, you can actually see like what inside one of the buildings there. They have a miniaturized version of what Mount Rushmore was supposed to look like, and then literally right out the windows next to it, you can see what Mount Rushmore actually looks like. So, what to know? Ogle sent a letter to Burgum, a copy of which was sent to the Hill on Thursday, urging him to explore the addition of Trump's sculpture to Mount Rushmore to recognize the president's accomplishments in restoring America's greatness. When did that happen, though? Like, okay. The Tennessee Republican added that such a move would have benefits of elevating the dignity and relevance of the site, thus increasing both its grandeur and visitor traffic, will occur to South Dakota and the Lakota Sioux and the broader area. No, that area is busy enough. Sturgis is there. Millions of people go there every single year. This is ridiculous. I have been to Mount Rushmore either 3 or 4 times since 2019. I can't remember how many times, but I took my son there in 2019 because I was like, I've never been there in my entire life. We're on this road trip. I don't know when I'll ever get the chance. And now I have a job where I go there like once a year. So I go there a lot. I'm at Mount Rushmore a lot. There is no shortage of tourists in that area. And in all honesty, like they're pushing the infrastructure the way that it is. So this is ridiculous. The reasoning behind this Tennessee Republican who's probably never even been there, has no idea about the area at all, has done no research as to whether the mountain could even support Trump's face being put on it. But let's go ahead and do this because it sounds good and the MAGA movement might like it. Like what is going on? Are we really in that much of a cult of personality? Like okay. In an ex post made on Thursday, Ogle said, I'm asking Secretary Bertram to put Trump on Mount Rushmore. Given the scale of the scope of the President Trump's recent achievements, especially the impending enactment of the Big Beautiful Bill, the historic act that will ignite America's golden age, it is essential that we immortalize President Trump's likeness on Mount Rushmore. And here is a mock-up that they put on it. In that spot, there isn't even enough mountain where they have Trump's face right now. They're like, and it's got like his whole head sticking out. That's ridiculous. That's never going to happen. And you can see in the very middle of this picture right now, right where my hand is, all of this is all gravel from like the original thing that they did there that was never removed. So Thursday saw the White House approve Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill in a 218 to 214 vote, meaning the president will now be able to sign it into law as it narrowly passed the Senate earlier this week. We're fucked. The package includes tax cuts, additional funding for border security and the military, cuts to Medicaid and food stamps, and a $5 trillion increase in the U.S. debt ceiling. So we're taking money away from like poor Americans that need it, that can't afford food, can't afford health care. But we're giving tax cuts to the rich. We're increasing military funding, border security, and the debt ceiling. I hate to have to ever agree on anything that Elon Musk says, but he's right. It is not big and beautiful. It cannot be both things. So Mount Rushmore was constructed in South Dakota's Black Hills between 1927 and 1941 and features the head sculptures of iconic presidents George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Theodore Roosevelt, and Abraham Lincoln, none of which who were alive when this project started. So maybe that's something that we should take into consideration. Like maybe we can consider this once Trump dies. That's when I'm okay, like having this conversation. The site is controversial as it was taken from the Sioux Nation illegally, and in the 1980s, the Supreme Court ordered the federal government to pay $105 million in compensation, which doesn't seem like nearly enough. In January, Florida House Republican Anna Pauline Luna announced a bill calling for Trump to be added to Mount Rushmore, though it didn't proceed to a hearing. Yeah, that's who I remember hearing about this from. She is an idiot. Which is funny because she looks like almost exactly like one of the Portland city councilors who I really like, who's doing great things for Portland right now. Angelina Marino, I believe is her name. In his ex-post, Ogles added, like Washington, Trump did not seek his position for glory, but out of love for his country. That is bullshit. Championing American independence and reshaping the presidency with dynamism, clarity, and purpose. Like Jefferson, he's expanded Americans' horizons by pursuing new frontiers and breaking away from deep state tyrants. Can you give us some examples of this, please? Teddy Roosevelt Trump took on entrenched interests, reinvigorated America's industry, and avenged the working class against bureaucratic bloat and corporate corruption. The legacy of Mount Rushmore cannot remain frozen in stone. It must evolve to reflect the full arc of American history, including the most recent and transformative chapter. Yeah, transformative in taking all the wealth from the people and giving it to the rich. Speaking to the Black Hills Pioneer newspaper in 2020, Mount Rushmore National Memorial Chief of Interpretation and Education, Maureen McGee Ballinger, said, "The rock that surrounds the sculpted faces is not suitable for adding carving." That's true. What happens next? There's no indication that the federal government has any immediate plans to add Trump to Mount Rushmore, and any such move would almost certainly spark controversy and legal challenges. But the reason that I highlight this story is because we know that this administration doesn't give any shits about controversy or legal challenges. They just don't care. They just don't care. They do what they want. So I am going to continue to highlight this story anytime that I see it, because I do not want this to happen. Like I said, I go to Mount Rushmore quite often for my job. I understand how the locals feel about it. I understand how the natives feel about it. And I think that we, as American people, should be a lot more respectful about the fact that we stole this. We stole this land from people, and not just like go altering it any way that we want. And again, we want to talk about this. Fine. Let's wait until Trump's dead, and then we can have this discussion. So that's my 2 cents. Good times. Or is it fast times at Ridgemont High? Are we ready to get into the next story? I think we're ready to get into the next story. We're just gonna keep rocking and rolling here on Nightly News this morning. So, in our next story, the House passed Trump's mega spending bill, sending it to the president's desk. So, this is a huge story because it has implications for everybody who lives in the United States, and honestly, people everywhere worldwide. So, it's basically what everybody's talking about right now. I can't remember how Katie Stroll called it, the one big beautiful bill act or something like that. So if we look at our bias distribution, bam, 50% right down the center, 21% on the right, 29% on the left. So pretty equal distribution. And you can see, I'm going to highlight here the amount of articles. Oh, I need to move out of the way. Everybody's talking about this. Over 1,000 articles. Let me refresh it, because I just picked these stories this morning, so it hasn't even been that long. But when I refresh my news agitator, it's already up to 1,100 articles. So I'm going to sort this by factuality just so that you can see where I got my story from. And I might actually have to scroll down for a little ways because there's a lot of reporting on this. So I picked up, a story from the National Post, which is a right-leaning publication with very high factuality. But let's go ahead and read what the National Post has to say about Trump's big beautiful bill. So, again, this is a right-leaning reporting article. So we'll see how they're spinning this. House Republicans propelled President Donald Trump's big $1 trillion tax breaks and spending cuts bill to the final passage Thursday in Congress, overcoming multiple setbacks to approve his signature second-term policy package before the 4th of July deadline. The tight roll call, 218 to 214, came at a potentially high political cost, with 2 Republicans joining all Democrats opposed. GOP leaders worked overnight, and the president himself leaned on a handful of skeptics to drop their opposition and send the bill to him to sign into law. Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries of New York delayed the voting for more than 8 hours by seizing control of the floor with a record-breaking speech against the bill. "You get tired of winning yet?" said House Speaker Mike Johnson, invoking Trump as he called the vote. "With one big, beautiful bill, we are going to make this country stronger, safer, more prosperous than ever before," he said. Republicans celebrated with a rendition of the Village People's YMCA, a song the president often plays at his rallies, during a ceremony afterwards. A ceremony for a bill passage. Dude, where the fuck are we as a country right now? The outcome delivers a milestone for the president by his Friday goal and for his party. It was a long-shot effort to compile a lengthy list of GOP priorities into what they called his one big beautiful bill, an 800-plus page measure. With Democrats unified in opposition, the bill will become a defining measure of Trump's return to the White House, aided by a Republican control of Congress. At its core, the package's priority is U.S. $4.5 trillion in tax breaks enacted in 2017 during Trump's first term that would expire if Congress failed to act, along with new ones. This includes allowing workers to deduct tips and overtime pay, unless you're a private contractor, and a U.S. $6,000 deduction for most older adults earning less than $75,000 a year. There's also a hefty investment, some $350 billion, in national security and Trump's deportation agenda to help develop the Golden Dome defensive system over the U.S. Are we worried about getting bombed now? Is that why we have to do this? Like, why is our military spending going up? This is so ridiculous. To help offset the lost tax revenue, the package includes a U.S. $1.2 trillion in cutbacks to the Medicaid health care and food stamps, largely by imposing new work requirements, including for some parents and older people, and a major rollback of green energy tax credits. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office estimates the package will add $3.3 trillion to the deficit over the decade and 11.8 million more for people to go, and 11.8 million more people will go without health coverage. This was a generational opportunity to deliver the most comprehensive and consequential set of conservative reforms in modern history, and that's exactly what we'll be doing, said Representative Jody Arrington of Texas, a House Budget Committee chairman. Democrats unified against the bill as a tax giveaway to the rich, paid for on the backs of the working class and the most vulnerable in society with what they called trickle-down cruelty. Jeffries began the speech at 4:53 a.m. and finished at 1:37 p.m., 8 hours and 44 minutes later, a record. He argued against what he called Trump's big, ugly bill. We're better than this, Jeffries said, who used the leader's prerogative for ultimate debate and read letter after letter from Americans writing about their reliance on the healthcare programs. I never thought I'd be on the House floor saying that this is a crime scene, Jeffrey said. It's a crime scene going after the health and the safety and the well-being of the American people. And as Democrats, he said, we want no part of it. Tensions ran high. As fellow Democrats chanted Jeffrey's name, top Republican Representative Jason Smith of Missouri, chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, called his speech a bunch of hogwash. Hauling the package through Congress has been difficult from the start, for Republicans have struggled mightily with the bill nearly every step of the way, quarreling in the House and Senate and often succeeding only by the narrowest of margins, just one vote. The Senate passed the package days earlier with Vice President J.D. Vance breaking the tie vote. The slim majority in the House left Republicans little room for defections. Once Johnson gavelled the tally, Republicans cheered USA and flashed Trump-style thumbs up to the cameras. So our legal system has become a reality TV show now. Despite their discomfort with various aspects of the sprawling package, in some ways it became too big to fail, in part because Republicans found it difficult to buck Trump. As Wednesday's stalled floor action dragged overnight, Trump rallied against the delays. "What are Republicans waiting for?" the president said in a midnight post. Johnson relied heavily on the White House cabinet secretaries, lawyers, and others to satisfy skeptical GOP holdouts. Moderate Republicans worried about the severity of the cuts, while conservatives pressed for steeper reductions. The lawmakers said they were being told the administration could provide executive actions, projects, or other provisions in their districts back home. So you don't like this bill, don't worry. We'll put in an executive order later that fixes whatever you don't like for your particular state. That is so ridiculous. The alternative was clear. Republicans who staked out opposition to the bill, Representative Tommy Massey of Kentucky and Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina, were being warned by Trump's well-funded political operation. Tillis soon announced that he would not seek re-election. Jesus. Massey voted against it, as did Representative Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania, who was concerned about cuts to Medicaid. In many ways, the package is a repudiation of the agendas of the last two Democratic presidents, a chiseling away at Medicaid expansion from Barack Obama's Affordable Care Act, and a pullback of Joe Biden's climate change strategies in the Inflation Reduction Act. Democrats have described the bill in dire terms, warning that cuts to Medicaid, which some 80 million Americans rely on, would result in lives lost. Food stamps that help feed more than 40 million people would rip food from the mouths of hungry children, hungry veterans, and hungry seniors, Jeffrey said. Republicans say the tax breaks will prevent a tax hike on households and grow the economy. They maintain that they are trying to right-size the safety net programs for the population they were initially designed to serve, mainly pregnant women, the disabled and children, and root out what they describe as waste, fraud, and abuse. The Tax Policy Center, which provides a nonpartisan analysis of the tax and budget policy, projected the bill would result next year in a U.S. $150 tax break for the lowest quintile of Americans, a $1,750 tax cut for the middle, and $10,950 tax cut for the top. That's compared to what they would face if the 2017 tax cuts expired. So tax cuts for the top more than anything, it seems, but that's where we're at. So I was going to get an EV. Now I have to rush to get one to get the federal tax cuts. Yeah, my brother bought an electric Fiat, I believe, and he did that because he was worried about this kind of stuff and the tax credits expiring and everything. But he got like almost like $8,000 off of it. It was really good. He bought it brand new, and it's a really nice looking car. He loves it. So I hope that you're able to get it. EVs are fun, I hear. I don't know much about them, so. All right. Next story. Gavin Newsom is traveling to South Carolina next week to meet voters amid 2028 speculation. So, if you don't know, if you've been living under a rock, Gavin Newsom is the governor of California. California, not where is this? If I could get my fucking mouse to work here. Not this state? Yeah, that doesn't say California. So, bias distribution, we've got left 38%, center 38%, right is 25%. I think the right cares a lot less about this than the left, maybe, which is weird because they're the ones who like to push him as a boogeyman. I don't like Gavin Newsom. I do not want him to be the front runner of the Democratic Party, so I am going to highlight this story because he should be focusing on his fucking state and taking care of what's going on. So now we have 13 articles. Ooh, Breitbart is reporting on it now. We'll sort by factuality here. And my story is from... Who is my story from? Let's go over and look at it. Palmetto Politics. I don't know. Post and Courier. Okay, Post and Courier. So Post and Courier is is the third top. It's the first center leaning. Factuality is very high. And let's read this article here. So Gavin Newsom is taking his message straight to South Carolina's most pro-Trump territory. Why? Why aren't you worried about those fires? And like, do you know that people in Malibu still can't rebuild their houses because they can't get fucking building permits? Do you know that Highway 1 has been falling into the ocean in Big Sur for like 3 fucking years? We haven't been able to do our PCH tour through there. Like, why are you not taking care of stuff at home, Gavin Newsom? You're not the man to be president, buddy. Look at it. Just a man of the people, like a modern day Ronald Reagan. No. California Governor Gavin Newsom, a 2028 Democratic presidential prospect, will take his blue state politics deep into South Carolina's Trump territory with a visit next week. I hope they boo the fuck out of you there. Newsom is headed into some of the state's reddest strongholds in a 2-day tour that is part of a broader effort to show Democrats what it looks like to take their fight deeply into conservative ground in 2025. Except for this article is bullshit because Bernie Sanders and AOC have been doing that for months. 4 months. This is Gavin Newsom being a Johnny-come-lately and like realizing that that Bernie and AOC are actually gaining traction and gaining ground, and he's like, oh shit, maybe I should do this. But you're not the guy, Gavin. You're not the fucking guy. So conservative ground in 2025 and maybe in 3 years. His 8-stop on the road tour on July 8th through the 9th will hit Midlands, PD, and upstate regions. The schedule includes a stop deep inside the MAGA's lion's den of Pickens County, where President Donald Trump won in 2024 with 76% of the vote. Nestled along the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains in the northwest corner of the state, this small but fiercely conservative county is where Trump has consistently posted his largest margins of victory. It's also where the support ran so deep that a Trump campaign rally became the main event of the 2023 Independence Day Festival in Pickens. Secret Service shut down Main Street, and thousands crossed state lines and stood for hours in the blistering July heat for the chance to hear from him. Some fainted. According to the itinerary shared with the Post and Courier, Newsom on January, it says January, but it should be July 8th, I believe, will shake hands and take some questions in the decidedly intimate setting: cafes, coffee shops, churches, and even Crenshaw County Council on Aging, because he can't sell out any big crowds, like not in that area. The day includes stops in Bennettsville, Camden, Chesterfield, Florence, and Mullins. This is literally just a publicity thing. Like, he's going there. Like, the difference, like I said, again, AOC and Bernie, people are actually coming out and they're getting big crowds and like filling places. That's not happening with Newsom. He's got to go to these smaller little places because he's not popular enough. Like, he does not have the national popularity that Bernie or AOC have. The South Carolina Democratic Party, which had announced Newsom's tour, is billing the effort as a way to bring national Democratic leaders directly to communities that it says have long been overlooked by the Republicans. These are places, the party says, that have been left behind in the wake of devastating natural disasters like Hurricane Helene, as well as economic downturns and failing infrastructures. The state party said that Newsom will be listening to local concerns and making the case for how federal support and investment can help communities not just recover but come back stronger. His visit carries a clear political weight in a state that, for now, remains the lead-off contestant on the Democratic presidential primary calendar. As governor of the nation's most populous state, Newsom has emerged as one of the Democratic Party's most visible Trump critics. And that's the other thing, too, is that, like, Newsom is only good at like being against Trump. He's not good at actually being a Democratic leader. Like, his whole focus has just been fighting Trump. That's it. That's literally it. We need more than that. We need somebody who can actually bring policies and show us what their agenda is and be honest about what they're doing and not be two-faced when the state is locked down and going out to fancy restaurants with your friends, dude. Nobody forgot about that, Newsom. Nobody forgot about the French Laundry or whatever it was. After Trump took the extraordinary step of federalizing the National Guard and sending Marines to Los Angeles over Newsom's objections, the governor responded by suing the Trump administration, alleging abuse of power that he argued mark an unmistakable step towards authoritarianism. His South Carolina trip also isn't the first time Newsom has sought to forge inroads in redder parts of the country. In 2022, he purchased ads in Texas and Florida criticizing the state's Republican governors. Did he purchase them, or did the state of California purchase them, I wonder? Republican governors on abortion rights, and followed up by channeling millions of dollars into a PAC intended to play in GOP-controlled states. In late 2023, he debated Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who was then a GOP presidential candidate. Many political observers saw this as a 2028 preview. In 2024, Newsom visited South Carolina to campaign for Joe Biden at the Sun City Retirement Community in Bluffington and at Morris College, a historically black institution in Sumter. In addition to Newsom's return, another California Democratic will soon visit the Palmetto State. U.S. Representative Ro Khanna, a Silicon Valley congressman, is set to appear at a July 19th town hall in Goose Creek alongside the progressive group Protect Our Care. The event is being billed as an effort to hear from people directly impacted by Trump's mass firings, the Republicans' $880 billion in Medicare cuts, and other egregious attacks by the administration and its allies. All right. Well, like I said, I want to highlight that because I don't think that Gavin Newsom is a good Democratic candidate for president. I think that there are much better people out there. So just something that I wanted to highlight. Anyway, get my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes. But you know who is a sponsor? Today's episode. I forgot to go into that. Let me pull up my sponsor thing here real quick. And we'll do a quick little ad here. All right, now that I got that pulled up, let's get into our ad. So, Thanks for watching excuse me. Thanks for watching Nightly News this morning. Today's episode is sponsored by my YouTube channel because that's the only person who would sponsor me. Have you subscribed to my YouTube channel yet? If not, I would definitely appreciate it. I have right now currently 199 subscribers. I'm literally only one subscriber away from 200. I don't get monetization. I just do this for the fun of it. I like to bring people the news from as much of an unbiased opinion as I can, or at least point out my own personal bias when I'm reporting the news. And I've got all kinds of cool things. I've got, if you go into the videos tab, you can see all of the past news stories, the individual things that I've done as far as stories. We've got a story here about Rand Paul going up against Mike Johnson. And you can see if you look at the description of the story, I actually even have the individual article that I was reading in the description of the story. So you can always go back and read the story yourself if you don't like the way that I read it. And you can see there I had less of a beard because I had just gotten back from tour. But so under the videos, yeah, we've got individual articles. You can go into the live tab here and see all of the past episodes of Nightly News this morning that I've done on this channel. And then if you go into my YouTube shorts, I think this is the really fun part. You can see all the travel shorts that I've done when I'm on my motorcycle tours. So those are pretty cool. My favorite, well, I have a couple favorites. This one's pretty good. There's this one where you drive through a tree. That's pretty nifty. Did you know there's a tree you can drive through? So that's pretty interesting. If you haven't checked that out, that's pretty awesome. There's also this one, which has got some really cool views of Highway 1 in California on my trip back from Los Angeles. I drove up the coast and got some footage there. When I was on my Route 66 tour, I was able to stop at quite a few places. This guy's really cool. His name's Harley. He's from Eric, Oklahoma. He's kind of a hillbilly who plays music. And he's got all of these signs from Route 66. Really neat, really neat. So, like I said, today's episode of Nightly News this morning is sponsored by the Cousin Matt YouTube channel. So please go check it out, subscribe, and like all of my videos if you haven't already. And check out Harley and all the traveling that I've done and all that good stuff. So anyway. All right. Let me get out of that there. Hope you like that ad. We're definitely not sponsored by Ground News. We pay Ground News so that we can do this show. I say we like it's anybody but me. All right, I got one more story this morning. It's about aliens. Aliens? Well, kind of. ESA confirms A11PL3Z as the third known interstellar visitor. So I picked this story because it had to do with Oumuamua. The thing that what was that, 2017 or 2014, very weird shaped object that entered our galaxy, our solar system for the first time that we knew about. So we've got fairly center leaning distribution with 52% coming from the center, 32% coming from the left, 17% from the right. So there is definitely more left leaning reporting than right, but it's mostly center. Factuality basis is 93%. When we sort by factuality, I don't even know what I have pulled up. The Conversation, very high factuality, center leaning, and let's go in and read about it. Astronomers have discovered another puzzling interstellar object. This is the third one, is big, bright, and fast. Astronomers manning a asteroid warning system caught a glimpse of a large, bright object zipping through the solar system late on July 1st. The object's potential interstellar origins excited scientists across the globe, and the next morning, the European Space Agency confirmed that this object, first named A11PL3Z and then designated 3I Atlas, is the third ever found from outside the solar system. Current measurements estimate that Atlas is about 12 miles wide, and while its path won't take it close to Earth, it could hold clues about the nature of a previous interstellar object about a planet formation in the solar system and planet formations in the solar system beyond ours. On July 2nd, Mary Magnuson, an associate science editor at The Conversation US, spoke to Daryl Seligman, an astrophysicist at Michigan State University who has been studying Atlas since its discovery. What makes Atlas different from its predecessors, 3i Atlas? We discovered 2 interstellar objects so far, Oumuamua and Comet 2i Borisov. Oumuamua had no dust tail and a significant non-gravitational acceleration, which led to a wide variety of hypotheses regarding its origin. 2i Borisov was very clearly a comet, though it had a somewhat unique composition compared to the comets in our solar system. All of our preparation for the next interstellar object was preparing for something that looked like Oumuamua or something that looked like a Borisov. And this thing doesn't look like either of them, which is crazy and exciting. This object is shockingly bright and is very far away from Earth. It is significantly bigger than both of the interstellar objects that we've seen. It's orders of magnitude larger than Oumuamua. For some context, Oumuamua was discovered when it was very close to the Earth, but this new object is so large and bright that our telescopes can see it even though it is still much farther away. This means that observatories and telescopes will be able to observe it for much longer than we could for the previous 2 objects. It's huge and it's much farther away, but it's also much faster. When I went to bed last night, I saw an alert about this object, but nobody knew what was going on yet. I have a few collaborators who figured out the orbits of the things in the solar system, and I expect to wake up to them saying something like, yeah, this isn't actually interstellar, because a lot of times you think that many have found something interesting, but as more data comes in, it becomes less interesting. Then I woke up at about 1 a.m. My colleagues who are experts on the orbits were saying things like, no, this is definitely interstellar. This is for real. How can astronomers tell if something is an interstellar object? The eccentricity of the object's orbit is how you know that it's interstellar. The eccentricity refers to how non-circular an orbit is. So an eccentricity of 0 is a pure circle, and as the eccentricity increases, it becomes known as an ellipse, a stretched out circle. And then once you get past an eccentricity of 1, you go from an ellipse to a hyperbolic orbit, and that is unbound. So while elliptical orbit is stretched out, it still orbits and comes back. An object with a hyperbolic orbit comes through and leaves, but it never comes back. That type of orbit tells you that it didn't come from the solar system. When researchers are collecting data, they're getting points of light on the sky, and they don't know how far away they are. It's not like they see them and they can just say, oh, that's eccentric. What they're seeing is how far away the object is compared with other stars in the background, what its position is, and how fast it's moving. And then from that data, they try to figure out the orbit. This object is moving fast for how far away it is, and that's what's telling us that it could be hyperbolic. If something is moving fast enough, it'll escape from the solar system. So a hyperbolic unbound object inherently has to be moving faster. This is a real-time process. My collaborators have pre-existing software which will every night get new observations from the small bodies and objects in the solar system. It'll figure out and update what the orbit is in real time. We're getting data points, and with more data we can refine which orbit fits the points best. What can scientists learn from this interstellar object? Objects like this are pristine, primordial remnants of the planet formation process in other planetary systems. The small bodies in our solar system have taught us quite a lot about how the planets in the solar system formed and evolved. This could be a new window into understanding planet formation throughout the galaxy. As we're looking through the incoming data, we're trying to figure out whether it's a comet. In the next couple of weeks, there will likely be way more information available to say if it has a cometary tail like Borisov, or if it has an acceleration that is not due to a gravitational pull like Oumuamua. If it is a comet, researchers really want to figure out whether it's icy. If it contains ice, that tells you a ton about it. The chemistry of these small bodies is the most important aspect when it comes to understanding planet formation, because the chemical compositions tell you about the conditions the object's solar system was in when the object was formed. For example, if the object has a lot of ice in it, you would know that wherever it came from, it didn't spend much time near a star because those ices would have melted. If it has a lot of ice in it, that could tell you that it formed really far away from a star and then it got ejected by something massive, such as a planet the size of Jupiter or Neptune. Fundamentally, this object could tell astronomers more about populations of objects, a population of objects that we don't fully understand, or about the conditions in another solar system. We've had a couple of hours to get some preliminary observations. I suspect that practically every telescope is going to be looking at this object for the next couple of nights, so we'll get much more information about it very soon. All right, well, that's interesting. More interstellar objects. It's the third one, and that's kind of crazy. So that means, in my opinion, that either our technology has gotten to a point where like we're actually finally able to discover these things, or for some reason we're starting to get a lot more interstellar visitors. So yeah, it definitely points to one of two things. But anyway, that's an EV6 from Kia. I haven't heard of that. I'm gonna look that up, Nick, and see. But I bet it's gonna be fun to drive, and I bet you're gonna appreciate those fuel costs, man. I do gig deliveries as like a side job when I'm not doing my motorcycle job or other things, and so I have thought a lot about how nice it would be to have an electric vehicle to do those gig jobs, because man, gas is expensive and the rent is too damn high. You know what I'm saying, tubes? Anyway, that's what I've got for this episode of Nightly News this morning. I do appreciate you hanging out, checking me out on the 4th of July. Happy Independence Day, tubes. And if you're not in America, well, happy Freedom Day regardless. So happy Freedom Day from the authoritarian country. Anyway, I really appreciate all you guys. I appreciate you hanging out with me. If you're watching this later, please drop the video a like, put a comment in. Let's have a discussion. You liked something that I said, you didn't like something I said, you got to comment on one of the stories, drop a like. I typically try to cut the episodes up and put them out as individual segments, you know, from like 5 to 10 minutes long. I haven't had a chance to do that for like the last 2 or 3 episodes. I am going on tour in about a week, a little more than a week. And hopefully while I'm on tour, I'll have some time to get all of those previous episodes cut up. This is going to be the first time I'm taking all of my gear with me on tour so that I can try to hopefully do Nightly News this morning from the road while I'm doing it. I'm testing out my portable green screen. If you look, I'm going to move this here so you can see. It's not as big as my regular one, so it doesn't cover as much area. But I was able to get it to work today. So I was testing out my portable green screen there. So everything looks like it's gonna work. So I'm gonna try. We're gonna try to do Nightly News this morning on the road. So we'll see what Jeff Holiday has to say about that, since he's gonna be my roommate on the road. But anyway, I will be back on Tuesday, and we will do another episode. We've got Tuesday and Friday next week, and then I'm headed to Seattle. Gonna hang out with Ben from the Drunken Peasants for a day, and then we start our tour in Seattle, and we go from Seattle to Los Angeles. So that should be pretty fun. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. Anyway, tubes, from me to you, stay kind, be nice to each other, put positivity in the world if you can, where you can, and we'll see you guys next week. Thanks for watching. Toxic, baby, it saves me from my pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me.
there's a man to blame. I can only hate myself for feeling all this pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. And I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. Your mouth's a razor, cuts me to my soul. Though your love feels tender, doll, your heart is black as coal. And I'm so sick and tired of all your little games, but I still need you, babe, to save me from my aches. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me? Spending a long, lonely day and it simmers. Content with my love and sun rays and it simmers. Yeah. Needlessly knowing that darkness is slowly and surely flowing into my head. Deep down it simmers. I know that someday too soon the top will blow off. And I'll be left freaking and screaming with all of these thoughts. Everyone and every little thing you could possibly know will someday turn to dust and ruin just as my own. Till then it simmers. Going along with the trees and it simmers. Struck by a cool ocean breeze and I shiver. Yeah. Though not from the cold so bold, its tiny little tips of its weakness that timidly take hold. Makes me shiver. Yeah, right, and someday too soon, top will blow off. And I'll be left breaking and screaming with all of these thoughts.
Alrighty. Good morning. Welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I'm your host, Cousin Matt. Today is Tuesday, July 8th. I didn't even know the date. Tuesday, July 8th, 2025. Here we are doing it live. All right. How are we doing, everybody? We having a good morning? We doing all right? We have a good weekend. You have a happy 4th of July. I know Shani didn't. She said that she did not have a happy 4th of July. But that's neither here nor there. That's besides the point. We do that on a different channel. So anyway, hello, cousin Matt here. How's it going, everybody? I just had the birthday fairy come. I'm gonna be turning 41 in a couple days, and the birthday fairy brought me this nice DJI camera. So hopefully the next episode of Nightly News this morning, I'll be a little bit more crisp and clear, and got a camera to take with me on tour. So that was very nice of my girlfriend. She's very amazing, and I love her very much, and thank you. But anyway, we're gonna get started here. We've got some news stories to get through today. How is everybody doing? Are we ready for the onslaught? You know what I'm saying, tubes? The onslaught of just all the news. I'm gonna get all of my stuff here in a prepared manner, and then we'll get going on it. I do have to crack open my my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes, because I haven't yet. And I actually may have a sponsor coming up. I'm not sure. So my girlfriend bought a I think it's called a Fume, and they do this thing where if you give them a glowing review, they'll refund you 50% of the cost that you spent on it. So we're gonna see how she likes that, and then maybe I'll do a review in the show for Fume. We'll see how it goes. So all right, I think I've got everything ready here on my other screen. So I'm gonna take a couple sips of my Red Bull here, and we'll get going. I'm also trying to give it until like as close to 8 o'clock as I can in case anybody else comes in a little bit late. So I lost my YouTube studio controls on my OBS screen, but that's okay because we are struggle bussing through like always. So I got a couple more minutes. Nobody's got anything to say. Nobody has any stories they want to talk about. That's fine. That's all right. I am going to do one thing here real quick before we get started. So I will try to talk while I do it. I went to the lake this weekend. Took my brother and I and my girlfriend and our dog. We took Coat with us to the lake for the first time. She did so amazing. She stayed on my kayak. Okay, so she's my girlfriend's dog, and she's very protective of her. And there was a time where like my brother got a little, like his kayak got closer to her than we were, me and Coat. And so she bailed. She had a life jacket on, but she bailed off of my boat and shot like a bullet right over to my girlfriend's boat. But the rest of the time, she stayed on my on my boat like a good girl the whole time, and it was pretty great. It was a good time. We were out there for hours. It was fun because my girlfriend got a kayak for her birthday, so we're might try to go back out to another lake this weekend and see how that goes. So how am I gonna do this here, because I'd have to do it through my phone. Sorry tubes, I know everybody's waiting with bated breath here. So all right, I got that done. Now we'll get out of that. Got one thing to do on my phone here. You can tell that I'm a complete professional, that I do this all the time, and you know that I was completely ready for this show this morning, like always. I'm always ready. I prepare the night before. That's a lie. I get up at like 6 o'clock in the morning, and I very hurriedly try to do this as fast as I can and pick out stories and stuff like that. It's kind of funny, but you know, it's a good time. All right, and done. I think we're ready now. I think we're ready to get, let me turn my notifications on my phone off so that if something goes off during the show, that won't be interrupting things. Okay. All right. I promise. I promise for realsies and for truesies, I'm ready this time. All right. We're going to get into it. We're going to get Nightly News this morning going here. It's 8 o'clock. It's time to go. Let's do it. All right, story number one. Department of Justice and FBI have concluded that Jeffrey Epstein had no client list and he committed suicide definitively. 100%, no questions. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. So You can see that this is a fairly popular story going on here with 228 articles reporting. Our bias distribution over here says that 42% of the distribution is coming from the right. So more right-leaning than left-leaning, but it's still pretty even. 25% coming from the center, 33% coming from the left. So it's not a blind spot story at all. However, pretty important. So let's go over here. I've got my articles sorted, or do I? I do have my articles sorted by factuality. And the outlet that I picked is this. It's my highest leaning, very high factuality, but it leans right. So I decided that today on this particular topic, would go ahead and pick a right-leaning news source. However, it is a German reporting outlet, so the article had to be translated from German. So sometimes when we do translated articles, it's a little bit weird English to read. But I did, like I said, sometimes I like to pick stories from the right just to see kind of like how the difference in reporting here. But now this is not only from the right, but also from another country. So let's see what Welt had to say about it here, huh? There is new posts on the homepage. Well, that's cool. So, FBI releases surprising statement in Epstein case. Client list, none. No murder evidence. High-ranking U.S. authorities suddenly deny all theories in the Jeffrey Epstein case. The U.S. billionaire was not murdered, but killed himself in custody. There is also no secret list with names of prominent customers. The MAGA fan base is stunned. Well, I mean, this isn't a change in the official narrative, because this has always been the official narrative, is that there's no client list, that there's, it has always been the official position that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. And nobody, besides conspiracy theories, no official was ever like, yeah, I think maybe Trump said something, like, oh, it's curious how he died in custody because it was under the other side's watch, wasn't it? I don't remember. It was 2019. I guess Trump would have been in charge, huh? The U.S. Department of Justice and the U.S. Federal Police, FBI, have conspiracy theories about this U.S. billionaire Jeffrey Epstein dissented. Man, this is so weird. Like I said, it was translated from German, so it's going to be kind of weird for me to read. After careful investigation, the FBI has concluded that Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide in his prison cell, authorities said in a joint statement on Monday, which was first reported by the news portal Axios. Furthermore, no incriminating customer list of Epstein's was found. Video footage from the prison did not show anyone trying to get into Epstein's cell. Furthermore, no evidence was found that Epstein tried to blackmail prominent personalities. At the same time, a large number of photos and videos prove that Epstein damaged more than 1,000 victims, the statement continued. Epstein was found dead in his prison cell in 2019. The investment banker was accused of abusing numerous girls and young women and bringing them to celebrities such as the British Prince Andrew. Actually, Jeffrey Epstein never existed, rages Alex Jones. What? The statement caused a real outcry in the right-wing conservative media and political scene, which had previously sympathized with Donald Trump's MAGA movement. Influencer Jack Posebic posted, "We were told there would be more to come, that there were answers and they would be given. It's unbelievable how badly this Epstein chaos was handled, and it didn't have to be." Conspiracy theorist Alex Jones etched that the Justice Department would probably say next, actually, Jeffrey Epstein never existed. He called it absolutely disgusting. Elon Musk again shared a set of photos of a clown who puts on makeup, seemingly mocks the Justice Minister Pamela Bondi. She's the Attorney General. She's not the Justice Minister. Because she now claims that the customer list didn't exist after she said months ago that it was on her desk. Ooh. In fact, the current fuss over the customer list began when Bondi was asked in an interview with Fox News whether the DOJ or whether the AG would publish such a document. At that time, she replied, "It's on my desk right now for consideration." And then this is the tweet by Elon Musk. "Just need more time. It's on my desk. There is no list." White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt and Justice Department spokesman Chad Gilmartin dismissed Monday, saying Bondi had referred to the entire files on the Epstein case. Another interview passage by Bondi is currently being widely quoted in the USA. Before taking office, politicians had talked about the existence of tens of thousands of videos on the case, which, according to them, showed Jeffrey Epstein with children or child porn. Elon Musk had threatened Trump with the Epstein list. Also, tech billionaire Elon Musk had last month, U.S. President Donald Trump accused an online service X, God, this is so hard to read, of appealing in classified Epstein files without providing any evidence to support his claims. The name Trump also appears in the declassified documents relating to the Epstein affair, but the incumbent president was not accused of any misconduct. Musk later deleted his post. The arrest of Epstein, who had systematically abused minors for many years, caused a stir in the USA and worldwide. Epstein's death caused wild speculation in parts of the U.S. society because of the financier had the best contacts in American high society. He had presidents and billionaires come and go. According to the FBI, the federal police audit confirmed that Epstein had harmed more than 1,000 victims. However, the files contained sensitive information about these people. Further publications were therefore not appropriate. The authorities emphasized that the spreading unfounded theories does not help either to come to terms with or combat sexual exploitation. The U-turn on the new FBI director, Dan Bongino. The FBI also released a video from the hallway of a correctional facility that is intended to prove that no one entered Epstein's cell the night of his death. Vice FBI Director Dan Bongino had recently left no doubt that he considered Epstein's suicide to be proven. There's no DNA, no audio recordings, no fingerprints, no suspects, no accomplices, no clues, nothing, he told Fox News, because they told us the cameras were turned off. Like, this is so ridiculous. But anyway, in his previous job as an ultra-conservative radio presenter, Bongino himself had spread the word that Epstein's death may have been a murder by influential elites so that he could not betray them in the upcoming trial. Bongino had promised his listeners that he would bring clarity to the infamous case. As deputy FBI chief, he is now distancing himself from previous claims. So, according to previous reports, please put your heads in the sand. There's nothing to see here. There's definitely no client list. Don't worry about it. Sorry about that. The beatings will continue until morale improves, basically. So, yeah. How about that? That's fun. No Epstein list. I'm sure. I'm sure it just doesn't exist. Well, I love how they just expect people to believe what they say. Just believe what we say. It's fine. It's fine. Go back to sleep. Nothing to see here. Don't even worry about it, tubes. Okay. So, we'll get into story number 2 here. Russian transport chief dismissed by Putin found dead in suspected suicide. Isn't that so weird how the people that disappoint Putin end up killing themselves or poisoned or dead in a prison cell somewhere? It's so strange. Anyway, so what we have here, mostly right-leaning reporting, which is weird because it's about Russia. You've got 23% coming from the left, 36% coming from the center, 41% from the right. It says 77% of the sources are high factuality on our ground news agitator here. And then I always have my stories pulled up by factuality. And I thought that it was really weird this morning that the highest factuality story is coming from the Idaho Press. So little potato Idaho is reporting about what's going on in Russia. So let's go ahead and get into it, huh? Coming from the Idaho Press. The apparent suicide of the Russian transportation minister brought expressions of shock and sorrow Tuesday from the Kremlin, but no clues as to why Roman Starovit, probably, might have taken his own life amid media speculation that he potentially was facing corruption charges. Starlovit, who served in his post for a little over a year, was found dead from a gunshot wound. News that broke hours after a decree was issued Monday by President Vladimir Putin that dismissed the 53-year-old cabinet minister. Starovet's body was found in the Odentsovo district just west of the capital that is home to many members of Russia's elite, according to the investigative committee, the country's top criminal investigation agency. It said that the criminal probe was launched into his death, and investigators saw suicide as the most likely cause. The agency said Starovet's body was found in his car, but Russian media that carried images from the scene later reported that he was found dead in a small park next to a parking lot where he left his Tesla, and a pistol presented to him as an official gift was at his side. The report said that Starovet's personal assistant was asked to identify his body. She was seen weeping afterwards. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov refused to comment on the circumstances of Starovet's death, saying that investigators will have to determine the details. Such information is always a tragedy and sad, Peskov said, noting that Putin was immediately informed about it. Naturally, we were shocked by it. Naturally. Russian media reported that Starovet's dismissal and his death could have been linked to an investigation into embezzlement of state funds allocated for building fortifications to the Kursk region, where he was governor for 5 years before becoming transportation minister. Starovet's successor as governor, Alexei Smirnov, stepped down in December and was arrested on embezzlement charges in April. Some Russian media has claimed that Smirnov had told investigators about Starovet's alleged involvement in the corruption scheme, and his arrest appeared inevitable. So this might have been a large corruption thing that was going on. Corruption in Russia? You don't say. The alleged embezzlement has been cited as one reason behind the Russian military's failure to stem a surprise August 2024 incursion into the region by Ukrainian troops that quickly overwhelmed lightly armed Russian border guards and inexperienced army conscripts. The incursion humiliated the Kremlin, the first time the country's territory was occupied by an invader since World War II. The Russian military announced in April that its troops had fully reclaimed the border territory nearly 9 months after losing a chunk of the region. Ukraine has disputed that assertion. On July 1st, former Deputy Defense Minister Timur Ivanov was convicted on charges of embezzlement and money laundering and sentenced to 13 years in prison on a high-profile case that exposed rampant military corruption, widely blamed for Moscow's military setbacks in Ukraine. Wow. So what happened, it seems, is that Putin suffered a huge embarrassment, and now he's, throwing the hammer down on all of the people who could have had anything to do with that. So, Ivanov was the most visible figure in a far-ranging probe into alleged military graft that also targeted several other top officials who were close to the former defense minister Sergei Shoigu. A veteran official who had personal ties to Putin survived the purge of his inner circle and was given a high-profile post of Secretary of Russia's Security Council. Ivanov, 49, was named Deputy Defense Minister in 2016 and oversaw military construction projects, as well as property management, housing, and medical support for troops. He was known for his lavish lifestyle that outraged many in Moscow, just as the fighting in Ukraine exposed glaring deficiencies in the Russian military organization and supplies that resulted in battlefield setbacks. Putin named Andriy Nikitin, who served as deputy transport minister to replace Starovet. Lawmakers in the lower house of Russia's parliament quickly endorsed his appointment on Tuesday. Starovet, who is divorced, is survived by 2 teenage daughters. So maybe it was a suicide, but anytime that somebody mysteriously dies in Russia, especially the circumstances show that this was a pretty wide-reaching corruption deal. But it also shows that the guy who was at the very top of the corruption knew Putin personally and completely survived and just got put into a different position is what it looks like. So, but yeah, that's the hypocrisy that's taking place in Russia right now. Anyway. What do we got next, Tubes? What's going on in the world? It's Tuesday, so not many people in the chat, which is, to be expected. I usually get more people on Friday because I tend to do Fridays a little bit later. My girlfriend uses our office on Tuesday for her job afterwards, so I have to go a little bit earlier in the morning on Tuesdays than I do on Fridays, but that's cool. The episode will be up for anybody to watch or listen to that they want, All right, so the Mediterranean heat wave fuels persistent wildfires in Greece, Turkey, and Syria. Just a kind of a story that highlights, what's going on in the world all over the place. This is a big problem here in the United States. We have heat waves. We've been having really bad wildfires for like the last 5 years or so, or longer even. But I mean, like, I know that 5 years ago there was that one in Oregon that made like everything look apocalyptic, and it affected a large portion of the entire world. So just gonna kind of highlight what's going on the opposite side of the world right now, because everybody should still be paying attention to this. So wildfires spread across large parts of Syria, province and neighboring regions before July 4th, forcing evacuations and killing 2 people. So we have 32% of the distribution is coming from the left, 27% is coming from the right, 40% coming from the center. And in my factuality sorting, I found that CNN had very high factuality. I typically pull stories from CNN when I can. They do lean left. Warner Brothers Discoveries, who they're owned by. So that's our bias information there, and we'll go over and get into the article here. So massive wildfires have torn through Syria's coastal mountain region of Jabal Turkman since Thursday, destroying thousands of hectares of forest and overwhelming emergency services. The director of civil defense in Latakia province said efforts to control the fires have been hampered by strong winds, rugged terrain, and the dangers of landmines left behind from years of war. The fires come as Syria's new government tries to drive the country's recovery after more than a decade of war and crippling sanctions, with basic services non-existent in many parts of the country. And that's something that should really be taken into consideration, is that Syria has been fighting a civil war for like a decade or longer. And so, yeah, of course, their resources are going to be very depleted. And it's unfortunate because even here in the United States, where we have some of the best resources in the world, our firefighting efforts sometimes don't do very well either. I mean, look what happened in California, with Los Angeles, and then in is it Georgia or South Carolina on the East Coast as well? We don't want to forget about them, because a lot of those people felt like they were overshadowed by the Los Angeles fire. So the fires have burned along a line of 20 kilometers, cutting off roads and forcing thousands to flee their homes. They have also left some areas without power. Drone video showed fires advancing along a broad front in rugged territory, occasionally flaring up as they encounter tender, dry woodland. This fire is extremely difficult, CNN was told Saturday, adding that reinforcements have been called in from across the country. The fires have now been spreading to parts of Tartarus province, despite the efforts of more than 60 firefighting units. Syrian authorities have appealed for international assistance. Turkey has sent 2 helicopters and 11 firefighting vehicles, and on Sunday, Jordanian civil defense teams crossed the border to join the efforts to contain the fires. We like to see that. We like to see borders being ignored when it's to help other countries, when it's natural disasters and people need to come to each other's aid for humanitarian reasons. So maybe Israel could help them out. Satellite data from NASA's FIRMS service indicates the burned area now exceeds 180 square kilometers, an area larger than the capital of Damascus. The capital, Damascus, not of Damascus. According to the Syrian government figures from 2023, the country's forest cover stands at around 5,270 square kilometers, suggesting that these fires have consumed more than 3% of the country's total forested land in just 3 days. That's crazy. The country is also in the grip of a long-running drought. The Carnegie Endowment Middle East program reported last year that the entire Euphrates Basin region, particularly the southern and eastern desert areas in Syria, have suffered from low rainfall and exceptionally high temperature for 4 years. So, more wildfires, more droughts, more climate change. But, the data's not there or whatever. So, anyway. We'll do one more story today. How about that? I like this one. I'm a big fan. All right, let's get into it here. And the last story for today. Lawmakers seek to unmask ICE agents and mandate visible credentials. You love to see that. 54 articles reporting. Looks like a fairly even distribution of left, right, and center. 37% center, 34% right, 29% left. Representative Nadia Velasquez, from New York, introduced legislation called the No Masks for ICE Act, which would mandate Immigration and Customs Enforcement officials to reveal their identities during arrests. And then I have my story pulled up from the Sacramento Bee because it's the highest factuality on my list. When I sorted, it does lean left. Let's go over and read what they say. California Senator Alex Padilla's bill. That's weird because this says that it was Nadia Velasquez from New York. Anyway, maybe it's because this is a California reporting. I don't know. Anyway, California's seeks to maybe he's a co-sponsor of the bill. Sure. I wonder who this guy is. Oh, doesn't have a badge number. Can't see his face. Although, his features are definitely pretty defined through that mask. But I bet the right kind of facial tech recognition software could figure out who he was. Anyway, let's get down into the article here. Immigration enforcement officers would be required to display clearly visible identification while engaging in public action, according to legislation being introduced Tuesday by Senators Alex Padilla and Cory Booker. Padilla listed several incidents in California recently which news reports said immigration officials did not identify themselves when they went into neighborhoods looking for undocumented immigrants. When federal immigration agents show up and pull someone off the streets in plain clothes with their faces obscured and no visible identification, it only escalates tensions and spreads fear while shielding federal agents from basic accountability, said Padilla, top Democrat in the Senate's Immigration Subcommittee. You want to know something else that's dangerous about this? The kind of equipment and the kind of clothing and vehicles and everything that they're using to pull these people off of the streets are all available to the public. Think about that. Somebody could be dressing up as a fake ICE agent to go and fucking kidnap people off of the street. This is another reason why that should be necessary, in my opinion. Anyway. Tricia McLaughlin, Homeland Security Assistant Secretary, tweeted last week that the agents verbally identified themselves as ICE or Homeland Security. They wear vests that say ICE, ERO, Enforcement and Removal Operations, or Homeland Security, and they are flanked by vehicles that also say the name of the department. Not enough. Padilla and Booker say that the officers have been seen engaging with the public while wearing unmarked tactical gear, concealing clothing and face coverings that obscure both agency affiliation and personal identity. ICE did not respond to questions about the statement by deadline. Actions in Sacramento. The Senate effort is the latest of several similar developments. In Sacramento, legislation to bar law enforcement from covering their faces while conducting their operations was introduced by Senator Scott Weiner of San Francisco and Jesse Araguin of Berkeley. Officers also must be identifiable by their uniform with their name or other means of identification. A hearing on the bill is scheduled for next week. Padilla and 13 other Democratic senators, including Senator Adam Schiff of California, wrote to ICE Monday asking, why are U.S. immigration and custom enforcement policies with regards to wearing masks while on, or what are the immigration policies with regards to wearing masks while on duty? And what are the U.S. immigration and customs enforcement policies with regards to wearing uniforms or other identifiable markers while on duty. Last week, Governor Gavin Newsom tweeted, at Real Donald Trump, immigration agents are parading around masked in unmarked cars and snatching hardworking people off the streets, ripping them away from their families and disappearing them into federal detention labyrinths just to meet indiscriminate arrest quotas. This is true. They're just snatching people off of the streets. I never thought that I would be at this point in America. This is crazy. McLaughlin replied that immigration law enforcement is facing a 700% increase in assaults against them because of the attacks and demonizations like this, at Gavin Newsom. We went over this in one of our previous episodes. They are facing that because they are performing more actions and they are doing things with Gestapo tactics that shouldn't be happening in America. So, officers being doxxed online, and even their families and children are being targeted. When at ICE.gov, law enforcement officers conduct operations, they clearly identify themselves as law enforcement while wearing masks to protect themselves from being targeted by highly sophisticated gangs like Tren de Aragua and MS-13. Criminal rings, murderers, and rapists, she said, adding that many officials are working undercover. So stupid. Handcuffing Padilla. Padilla, the son of Mexican immigrants, has been a leading voice for immigration reform in Congress. On June 12th, he got national attention when he was handcuffed by law enforcement officials after he tried to ask a question at a Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem's Los Angeles news conference. He's heard from constituents that were unaware immigration officials were targeting their communities. The practice of staying anonymous, Padilla and Booker said in a statement, endangers public safety by causing widespread confusion and fear, especially in communities already subject to heightened immigration scrutiny. It also increases operational and safety risks for law enforcement personnel by creating an opportunity for immigration and enforcement impersonators and compounding uncertainty in high-stress situations, they said. They listed several incidences, each time citing Los Angeles Times reports. At Dodger Stadium recently, the senator said plainclothes immigration agents parked outside the stadium lot without identifying themselves. In Pasadena, an agent exited an unmarked vehicle in the middle of the road and aimed his pistol at a group of pedestrians without identifying himself. Jesus. Details of the Padilla plan. The legislation, which has no Republican sponsor at this point, would require immigration enforcement officers, including DHS personnel such as Customs and Border Protection and ICE federal agents, to detailed to immigration operations and deputized state or local officers to display clearly legible identification. That includes the agency's name or initials and either their name or badge number in a manner that remains visible and unobscured by tactical gear or clothing. Bar none medical face coverings that hide one's identity or facial visibility, with the exceptions for environmental hazards or covert operations, requires DHS to establish disciplinary procedures for violations, report annually to Congress or on compliance, and investigate complaints through its Office for Civil Rights and Civil Liberties. The bill does make exceptions, including covert actions. It doesn't matter because without any Republican sponsors or any Republican support, it's not going to get through both houses. So it's a nice effort. It's nice to see that they're doing something, but this is the problem with the way that we have our two-party system set up in the United States. So what can you do? And with that, it's about 8:30 almost. And I had one more story that I could read, but we'll save it for Friday. You know, got lots to talk about. There's not really many people here anyway. So I want to thank you guys. If you watched any part of this live, if you're watching it later, we do nightly news this morning on Tuesdays and Fridays here on the Cousin Matt YouTube channel. I do have a second channel called Mind for Lease. It's about where I do internet drama stuff, kind of related to Drunken Peasants, Watch Lol Cows, things like that. Over here, I try to stick to just the news and my travel shorts and things like that. So anyway, like I said, we will be back on Friday morning, doing it again live here on Nightly News this morning. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you guys later. Take care, have a good one, and we'll see you on Friday.
toxic, baby. It saves me from my pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. I've been chewed up, let down by a girl. You made a man your property, and you ripped away his world. I don't wanna admit it, but there's a man to blame. I can only hate myself for feeling all this pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. And I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. Your mouth's a razor, cuts me to my soul. Though your love feels tender, doll, your heart is black as coal. And I'm so sick and tired of all your little games, but I still need you, babe, to save me from my ace. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me?
Good morning, YouTube. How are you today? Welcome to July the 11th, July 11th, 2025. How are you doing this morning? Is everybody doing great? Glad to be here. Good to see you. Here we are, ready to kick it off with episode 17 already. Can you believe that? Episode 17 of Nightly News this morning, and that's not the previous episodes that we did on the Jeff Holiday channel. That's me doing it on my own, just on this channel. That's pretty crazy. So anyway, settings may be a little bit different, might look a little different today. There might be more of me on the screen, I'm not sure. I got a brand new camera for my birthday, and I'm using it as a webcam for this episode, so we're gonna see how it goes. So anyway, welcome to Nightly News this morning. I am your host, Cousin Matt, the ghost of Paul Harvey. This is the only news show that's brought to you by it's brought to you by nothing, but it's brought to you in no pants. I'm just kidding. But would you know? Anyway, what's going on, tubes? It's Friday. This is the last episode of Nightly News this morning before I go on tour for 2 weeks. I'm doing the Pacific Coast Highway from Seattle to Los Angeles with my company Orange and Black motorcycle tours. And I'll be on the road with Jeff Holiday, the YouTube star and legend himself. And so I'll be taking my mobile studio with me this time. The last time that I went on tour, I had a 2-week hiatus, didn't do any of the show. We're not going to do that this time. Man, it looks like my vest is uneven, but like I pull it this way and it feels uneven. So Maybe I'm just sitting at the camera in an uneven way. But anyway, so yeah, we'll be on tour for 2 weeks. We're gonna hit up Seattle, Astoria, San Francisco, Los Angeles. It's gonna be a good time. We're gonna do that whole West Coast thing. So that should be fun. Like I said, I will be taking my studio with me this time, so I will be bringing you nightly news this morning. Now I'm not sure, depending on my location. It may come to you as a live show, or it may come to you as a video that does a premiere so that people can still chat and everything. Not that many people chat in my news show, but regardless, we'll do that, and then we're gonna try to bring you some more travel shorts from the West Coast while we're on tour this time too. So with that being said, I have the name of the episode today is three AIs and an Epstein. Kind of like the song Two Turntables and a Microphone, 3 AIs and an Epstein. So anyway, if we're ready to get into it, we can jump into our first story and get going here this morning. Let me get a sip of my refreshing Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes. But I said something last week, or the week before, I don't remember. Fume. Maybe doing an advertisement for Fume, because my girlfriend bought one of those in an effort to stop vaping as much. And they do this thing where if you give them a glowing review on social media, they'll refund 50% of the cost, which they're not cheap, but she seems to really like it. So we're still giving it a little bit of time and see how it does. And then when I get back from tour, we might collaborate on something and try to make a little ad there. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing good. We're going to go ahead and get going, get moving into the stories here and start burning through it. So, nope, that's not it. Just got a preview of what the last story is. Okay, now let's get back into it. All right. So, AI surgical robots achieve flawless gallbladder removal on a pig cadaver. Now, this is a big deal, and it's a big deal for what's not said. Robotic surgery has been taking place for years, but that's all like human controlled. This was Chat GPT doing surgery, removing a gallbladder on its own. There were people there observing and making sure, and apparently GPT was like responding to it like like an entry-level surgeon would. But this is a huge first step for artificial intelligence. So on July 9th, Johns Hopkins researchers announced that a robot autonomously performed a gallbladder removal on a pig carcass with 100% accuracy in laboratory settings. Bias distribution, we've got 56% coming from the center, 22%, 22% from the right and the left, respectively. Scrolling down to factuality, we have 95% of the sources coming out are high factuality. And just because it's how I am, I like to sort all of my stories by factuality. In my ground news agitator, you've got all kinds of choices here. You can sort by most recent. You can sort by bias, location, alphabetically. You can rank which factualities you're willing to read, the ownerships that you want. Excuse me. All kinds of cool things about ground news, about the agitator, so that you can kind of get to the source of like where your stories are coming from, which is always a good thing. So I sort by factuality, and the second highest factuality we have on here is Cosmos Science. I typically try to look for names that I know, and usually if this icon right here is here, that means that it's translated from another language. So you can see that it looks like a little Chinese character with an A on it. That means that there's a translation on it. So Cosmos Science says it's from the Royal Institution of Australia with a very high factuality and center-leaning distribution. So we'll come over to the article here and get into it. Painful gallstones and recurrent infections mean that sometimes your pesky gallbladder has to go. The minor laparoscopic keyhole surgery is performed by a surgeon today, but one day those and other soft tissue surgeries could be the domain of robots. A robot trained on videos of surgeries has performed a lengthy phase of gallbladder removal, or cholecystectomy, almost autonomously. This was done on a lifelike model, the gallbladder of a pig cadaver. During the operation, the robot responded to and learned from voice commands given by the surgical team. The findings are published in a study in Science Robotics. This advancement moves us forward, or this advancement moves us from robots that can execute specific surgical tasks to robots that truly understand surgical procedures, says Axel Krieger. A medical robotist with one of the coolest names I've ever read, and associate professor at Johns Hopkins University in the U.S. This is a critical distinction that brings us significantly closer to clinical viability, autonomous surgical systems that can work in messy, unpredictable reality of actual patient care. Cosmos reported on the smart tissue autonomous robot when it was unveiled in 2016. It performed a supervised intestinal anastomosis, a surgery where two segments of the bowel are stitched together. This was done in a live pig, but the feat required a large incision to access the intestine and significant guidance from humans. Pigs are useful stand-ins for the human body in preclinical research because their organs are of similar shape and size. In 2022, an updated STAR iteration performed the surgery in 4 live pigs using a laparoscopic approach. However, it required specifically marked tissue, operated in a highly controlled environment, and followed a rigid, predetermined surgical plan. The latest insertion of the system uses a surgical robot transformer hierarchy framework to adapt individual anatomical features in real time, make decisions on the fly, and self-correct when things don't go as expected. Oh, look, they've got video of it. That's not what I want to watch personally, but SRTH is interactive too. It can respond to spoken commands. Grab the gallbladder head and corrections. Move the left arm a bit to the left, and learns from this feedback. It was trained through imitation learning on videos of Johns Hopkins surgeons doing gallbladder removals on pig cadavers. The visual training was reinforced with captions describing the tasks. The robot carried out the clippings and cutting portion of a cholecystectomy. The string of 17 tasks involved grabbing the gallbladder, identifying ducts and arteries, strategically placing clips, and severing parts with scissors. It performed the surgery on 8 pig gallbladders with 100% accuracy, but took longer to do so than a human surgeon. Just as surgical residents often master different parts of an operation at different rates, this work illustrates the promise of developing autonomous robot systems in a similar modular and progressive manner, says co-author and Johns Hopkins surgeon, Dr. Jeff Jopling. It even adapted to unexpected conditions such as altering starting position and blood-like dyes, which changed the appearance of the gallbladder and surrounding tissues. To me, it really shows that it's possible to perform complex surgical procedures autonomously, Krieger said. This is proof of concept that it's possible, and this in imitation learning framework can automate such complex procedures with such a high degree of robustness. The team now plans to train the systems on more types of surgeries and expand its capabilities to perform these completely autonomously. Well, all right. That is definitely good in some regards. In other regards, I can see why it might seem a little bit dystopian or scary. But we want progress. You know, we want humans to progress. We just don't want to end up like Idiocracy, where we go to the hospital and it's like just a clerk that gives you things. Put this one in your mouth, this one in your nose, and this one in your butt. You know, or in your ear. Maybe, I don't remember. It's been a while since I've seen that movie. My point still stands. We're giving a lot of our agency up to machines, it seems. And while on the one hand, it gives us a security in that if people don't go into these fields, we're still going to have people that can, or we're still going to be able to have these surgeries and complex procedures and things performed. But at the same time, it means that we rely completely on the machines. And as the generations go by, I can see an idiocracy situation playing out where you have maybe a small group of humans who are still like really smart and in control, but the majority of the people are just dumb cattle living their lives because like machines can do everything for us now, and we don't need people to drive trucks across the country. Machines do that. We don't need people to deliver your food. A drone does that. Like we don't need people to answer phones because AI does that now, you know? And so we need to find something that will stimulate humans. Like we need to find a way to continue to better ourselves, because we can have Star Trek or we can have Idiocracy, but it's good. Like to me, it really seems like that's where we're going with AI, is one of the two. And I really want it to be Star Trek. Like that's what's good for humanity. That's what's good for my descendants. Like I'll be long gone, so it won't matter for me, but I'd like to pretend at least that I'm a little bit less selfish. So anyway, that's just me. So we got two more stories about AI to get through. So, but AI is one of those things that I want to continue to point out with this show, with this platform. I know it's not huge. Not many people watch it. Maybe someday I'll do something ridiculous where people will come back and like analyze episodes of the show or something like that. But in the meantime, like if anybody's listening, you know, like I want to continue to highlight this because it's advancing at a rate where most people aren't even aware of how fast it's advancing. And it has the potential to very quickly completely change humanity. So anyway, that's where I am with that. So let's now rant has ended. Let's get into the next story. So OpenAI to release a web browser to challenge Google Chrome. Okay. So I guess like typing and telling your web browser what you're looking for is too archaic, and we need to have something that anticipates what we're going to be browsing the web for. I'm not really sure where OpenAI is going with this, but let's get into the articles and find out. So in the Ground News Agitator, you can see there is definitely more left-leaning reporting than right on this. We've got a center bias distribution of 59%, with 27% reporting coming from the left and 15% coming from the right. So what's going on? I think that I have Reuters. I've got the article by Reuters pulled up. And Reuters says that it is very high factuality with a center-leaning distribution. I had thought about pulling up, where was it? The Motley Fool, because we've read that one before. But let's see what Reuters has to say. OpenAI is close to releasing an AI-powered web browser that will challenge Alphabet's market dominating Google Chrome. 3 people familiar with the matter told Reuters. The browser is slated to launch in the coming weeks, 3 of the people said, and aims to use artificial intelligence to fundamentally change how consumers browse the web. Excuse me. It will give OpenAI more direct access to the cornerstone of Google's success, user data. And there it is, people. That's the key. Don't use this fucking browser. If adopted by the 500 million weekly active users of ChatGPT, OpenAI's browser could put pressure on key components of rival Google's ad money spigot. Chrome is an important pillar of Alphabet's ad business, which makes up nearly 3/4 of its revenue, as Chrome provides user information to help Alphabet target ads more effectively and profitably, and also gives Google a way to route search traffic to its own engine by default. OpenAI's browser is designed to keep some user interactions within ChatGPT, like native chat interface, instead of clicking through to websites, 2 of the sources said. The browser is part of a broader strategy by OpenAI to weave its services across the personal and work lives of consumers, one of the other sources said. OpenAI declined to comment. The sources declined to be identified because they are not authorized to speak publicly on the matter. Led by entrepreneur Sam Altman, OpenAI upended the tech industry with the launch of its AI chatbot ChatGPT in late 2022. After its initial success, OpenAI has faced stiff competition from rivals including Google and startup Anthropic, and it's looking for new areas of growth. In May, OpenAI said it would enter the hardware domain, paying $6.5 billion to buy IO, an AI device startup from Apple. Former chief Jony Ive. The web browser would allow OpenAI to directly integrate its AI agent products, such as Operator, into the browsing experience, enabling the browser to carry out tasks on behalf of the user, the people said. The browser's access to a user's web activity would make it the ideal platform for OpenAI agents, or for AI agents that can take action on their behalf, like booking reservations or filling out forms directly within the websites they use. Tough competition. OpenAI has its work cut out. Google Chrome, which is used by more than 3 billion people currently. Okay, population's around, what, 8 billion? So almost half of the people in the world use Google Chrome. Jesus Christ. Currently holds more than 2/3 of the worldwide browser market, according to the web analytics firm StatCounter. Apple's second place Safari lags behind with a 16% share. Last month, OpenAI said it had 3 million paying business users for ChatGPT. Perplexity, which has a popular AI search engine, launched an AI browser Comment on Wednesday capable of performing actions on the user's behalf. Two other AI startups, the browser company and Brave, have released AI-powered browsers capable of browsing and summarizing the internet. And just so you know, not a sponsor, not like really an endorsement, but I use Brave as the browser that people look at on the show. So take that as you will. It's still got ads. Everybody's like, oh, it's got ad pop-up, but it doesn't. I mean, it does to some degree, but there's still ads. Chrome's role in providing user information to help Alphabet target ads more effectively and profitably has proven so successful that the Department of Justice has demanded its divestiture after a U.S. judge last year ruled that Google parent holds an unlawful monopoly in online searches. OpenAI's browser is built atop Chromium, Google's own open source browser code. Two of the sources said Chromium is the source code for Google Chrome, as well as many competing browsers, including Microsoft Edge and Opera. Holy shit. Last year, OpenAI hired 2 longtime Google vice presidents who were part of the original team that developed Google Chrome. The information was first reported to their heirs at OpenAI, previously considered building a browser. An OpenAI executive testified in April that the company would be interested in buying Chrome if antitrust enforcers succeeded in forcing the sale. Google has not offered Chrome for sale. The company has said it plans to appeal the ruling that it holds a monopoly. OpenAI decided to build its own browser rather than simply a plugin on top of another company's browser in order to have more control over the data it can collect, one source said. Because in the future, data is the most valuable asset. I remember when I was growing up, my best friend had this book that he ranted and raved about called Appleseed. And I tried to get into it. I tried to read it then. I read it as like a young adult, I think, because like I remember him ranting and raving about it as a kid. And the thing that I remember the most about that book is that data is so valuable that like when misinformation and data corruption happens, it literally fucking kills the whole planet. Like the whole planet just completely runs on data. That like I said, that was the only thing that stuck with me. So I remember it's a sci-fi book called Appleseed, about it's not like Johnny Appleseed or anything like that. It was just a sci-fi book. So anywho's, so OpenAI is developing their own web browser so that they can get that sweet data. It's not dystopian, tubes. I promise. All right, 2 more stories to get through, and then it's the weekend, and then I'm going to Seattle. Probably be on Drunken Peasants on Sunday. Sunday's my birthday. That's pretty cool. So, I guess maybe. Anyway, one more story about AI here. So, story number 3, Malaysia removes AI deepfake video after a couple travels to visit a fake cable car site. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw the story, and I know that maybe that's terrible of me, but I'm not going to get too much into like the bias distribution. It's right down the middle. Factuality is mixed. But I pulled from the Independent, which is left-leaning, high factuality. So what's going on here? An elderly Malaysia couple reportedly traveled more than 370 kilometers from Kuala Lumpur to enjoy a cable car ride they had seen online, only to realize upon arrival that the video was generated through artificial intelligence. And this is part of the dangers that we need to highlight for like why artificial intelligence can be dangerous, like why it's important to use it properly, where the problems are going to start coming from. So the couple traveled from Pengkualan Hulu in the western state of Perak last month to enjoy the joyride, according to a viral post on social media platform Threads, reported by several local media outlets. In a post shared by a local hotel employee in Garek Pedek named Dea on the 30th of June, she recalled the couple allegedly asked her if she had visited the cable car in Kuakulu. The couple told her that they had seen the cable car in a video featured during a news segment of a local channel. Is this let's watch it.
Okay, sekarang ni kami nak ke lokasi di mana kereta kabel telah siap sepenuhnya dibina di Kampung Kuak Hulu di puncak Gunung Lang.
Yeah, so this is the video. We can't pause it. This is the video that's AI generated.
Kami dah sampai di puncak Gunung Lang. Boleh dilihat ramai orang mula memenuhi kawasan ini untuk merasai sendiri pengalaman Kuak Skyride. Gunung Lang kini jadi tarikan utama Pengkalan Hulu. Kuak Skyride menghubungkan Pengkalan Hulu dengan
It's definitely a little unsettling. You can tell it seems a little bit off to me. There's still that uncanny valley just a little bit, but very convincing and definitely not hard to convince old people who, you know, are more susceptible to stuff like this. The AI generated video, a woman with a mic introduced the Kuak Sky Ride, a purported scenic cable car ride in the quiet town of Kuakulu. The video showed people forming queues outside a ticketing booth while tourists clicked photos of the attraction. The AI-generated video showed the reporter interviewing visitors, including tourists from Thailand, having a luxurious meal. The cable car journey against the picturesque mountains culminates at a deer petting zoo in the AI-generated video. I was so shocked. I explained to the auntie that the video was made by AI and not real, the hotel worker wrote in a post. The auntie then asked, "Why would anyone want to lie? There was even a reporter in the video." The employee added. I'm sorry, this isn't funny and I shouldn't be laughing, but like I have a hard time not finding this. It's terrible. It's terrible. The elderly woman said she did not come across comments under the video to indicate it was fake and expressed their wish to sue the journalist. However, the employee said she had to remind the woman that the journalist in the video also did not exist. When asked why they did not check with their children before visiting, the couple said they were embarrassed. "Please, all of you diligently ask your parents who are traveling. Ask where you are going from." So yeah, she's just telling people in that area, like if you're going there, like if you got elderly people, like ask them. The viral AI video has prompted authorities to issue clarifications stating that such a cable car project does not exist in Perak. Of course it doesn't exist, but I admit it, I was excited to watch. We were entertained, even if it was just AI generated content. The newspaper quoting the Bulling officer Yaslin Sundry. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe one day it will become a reality. After all, Bailing and Pengkalan Hulu do have mountains and scenic views that are suitable and beautiful, he said. Baling's acting district police chief Ahmed Salami Imdiali cautioned the public against sharing content on social media before verifying. To date, we have not received any reports of involving losses, fraud, or public concern related to the AI-generated videos. Checks concluded in both Baling and Pengkang Hulu have confirmed that no such cable car projects exist, he said, according to the Malay Mail. Police could take action under existing laws if such content caused public alarm or disrupted order, he said. So that was story number 3 about possible dangers of artificial intelligence and the future, and what we may see, what may be to come. So all right, I got 3 AIs and an Epstein. All right. In what can only be called a case of Barbra Streisand effect, more and more people over the last few days have been getting outraged about Pam Bondi and Donald Trump and the Department of Justice and what everybody's saying about Jeffrey Epstein for some reason. It's like if you insult the Americans' intelligence too much, like, this is such a big, beautiful bill. It's going to be great. We're going to round up all the illegals. We're going to do such great things. Your taxes are going to go down. But Epstein, that was exactly what they said it was. Like, that was the straw that broke MAGA's back. So CCTV gap and still hanging around text fuel renewed questions on Jeffrey Epstein's suicide ruling. Last Tuesday, the Department of Justice and FBI released a memo ruling Epstein's 2019 death a suicide, denying the existence of a client list, prompting Mark Epstein to reject the report. Following Bondi's claim of a client list, the DOJ found no such list and identified a missing minute in the prison footage, fueling skepticism. Wright is reporting on this a little bit more than anybody else, which is kind of what you would expect, because they are definitely the ones who are the most outraged about this. They're the ones whose faces are getting ate. The leopards are just eating their faces left and right. I voted for Trump and this is what I got? So 47% coming from the right, 25% from the center, 28% from the left. My story comes from... who does my story come from? WPBF, which is the highest factuality on here. It says it's center leaning. It's Hearst Communications, and I will actually hopefully be going to the Hearst Castle in a couple weeks, like a week and a half for my tour. So that kind of works out. But anyway, let's get into it here. Jeffrey Epstein's brother slamming newly released surveillance video from the federal jail where the disgraced financier died, calling it bullshit and more of a cover-up. Mark Epstein spoke exclusively to WPBF 25 investigative reporter Terry Parker, saying the FBI footage does not rule out foul play. It shows nothing, Epstein said. There's a gap around midnight for like a minute, and even then it doesn't prove somebody already inside there didn't kill him. In the tier didn't kill him. The video shows guards escorting Epstein downstairs across a common area and disappearing off camera to the right towards the cell, but those green doors close up in the footage are not Epstein's cell door. His cell was down a locked corridor out of view of the cameras. Federal investigators say no one entered or left Epstein's tier overnight, but Mark Epstein argues that doesn't mean that if the cell doors were left unlocked inside the tier, that another inmate couldn't have left a cell and killed Epstein and returned undetected. There are two possibilities. One, somebody killed him before they locked up the tier, or two, somebody already on the tier went into his cell. Epstein said. Nobody coming in from the outside doesn't mean he wasn't murdered. Adding to his doubts, Epstein says the cameras aimed directly at his brother's cell weren't working that night. When I first asked for the footage, they told me it was part of an ongoing investigation. Later, they admitted those cameras don't even show that area. Really? Mark Epstein says he's convinced his brother was killed and is demanding the government release every second of video surveillance to prove otherwise. He's also outraged that FBI Director Kash Patel for saying that, according to his experience, this was clearly a suicide, a turnaround from what Patel had claimed before being tapped to lead the agency. Does he have a medical degree? Does he have a certificate that he passed a CPR course? I mean, what makes him the expert? Also, what suicides has he seen? Asked Epstein. Epstein pointed out that other world-renowned forensic medical examiner Dr. Michael Baden, whom Epstein hired to observe his brother's autopsy, concluded that Epstein died of a homicide. And Dr. Baden, who's done like 500 autopsies from prison, all right? He says it's a homicide, said Epstein. Epstein said he will request more footage from the prison, including video of his brother's body being taken from the tier, which he also found suspicious. He's been dead for hours, yet they took him to the infirmary. Who takes a dead body to the infirmary? Epstein asked. I think as far as the prison goes, everybody body? Because like, isn't that where they store dead bodies until like they get taken to a morgue or something like that? So, but yeah, so this was the news site that reported on it first, that had the exclusive with Epstein's. Oh, this just tells about the reporter. So yeah, so Epstein's brother doesn't buy Pam Bondi's bullshit excuse. I don't think the American public should either. So that's just me, tubes. You know, I'm not a medical doctor. I do have CPR certification. Maybe that's more than Kash Patel. I don't know. But with that being said, I think that we should always question the official narrative. And yeah, let's not forget that you can find Epstein's little black book. You can apparently find it unredacted. I watched a YouTube video that proved that it has been on the internet for like 10 years, the better part of a decade. So, nah, dead bodies are usually left in the warden's office to run the place. Ooh, that's a good one. But that's all I've got for today. So, like I said, we're gonna be going on tour. Me and Jeff Holiday are gonna be heading up to Seattle early next week. I think, since my next show is supposed to be on Tuesday is the day that we leave Seattle, which means that I was worried because we go out onto the peninsula and stay in like a wooded area out there, and I was like, oh shit, if I have to do the first show from the peninsula, I don't know if the internet will be good enough. But hopefully whatever hotel we're staying at in Seattle should have good enough internet that shouldn't be a problem. But we'll see how it goes. If it's too bad, if it's not great on like the hotel Wi-Fi and stuff like that, I may just record the show, like I said, and then throw it up as an episode that premieres. Because we'll be having to do stuff in the morning too, as far as tour goes. You know, get our van ready, get the group ready, and stuff like that. So the episodes while I'm on the road will probably happen a little bit earlier. Probably go back to like 6:30 as opposed to 8ish. But we'll see how it goes. So, should be on Drunken Peasants with Ben on Sunday, I believe. I mean, we didn't talk about doing the show, but I figured that since I'm up there, we'll probably do it. And Sunday is my birthday, so I'll definitely get some footage of walking around Seattle with my new DJI Action 4 camera that my girlfriend got me for my birthday, because I'm really excited about that. I've been using it this episode. Colors look a little bit different. The lighting, it's not as easy to light the office as it is. The webcam picks up like really well. I have to like do all the settings manually, so still got some stuff to work on, but you know how it is. Anyway, Cousin Matt saying thanks for watching Nightly News this morning. I do appreciate it. We're going to be back on Tuesday, and if you guys have anything that you think that we should report on, you'd like to see how it's reported on from one side or the other, you can leave a comment. You can catch me when I'm live, and please like the video if you haven't, and we'll see you guys next week. Take care. Have a great weekend.
I couldn't get through, and I'm crying, baby, you drive me insane. Though your love is toxic, yeah, save me from this pain. My brain's on fire, oh, and I can't sleep, so I'm begging you, baby, down and torn up by your girl. You made a man your property and you ripped away his world. And I don't want to admit it, but there's a man to blame. Well, I can only hate myself for feeling of his pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. begging you, baby, would you stay with me? A razor cuts me to my soul. Though your love feels tender, your heart is black as coal. And I'm so sick and tired of all your little games. Oh, but I still need you to save me from my aims, 'cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me?
Okie dokie. Welcome. Good morning to Nightly News This Morning. I am your host, Cousin Matt. This is my first episode, not in my own studio. It is my studio, but my studio is modular, and I designed it so that I could take it with me places. And this is the first episode that I've ever done from not like in my home with my studio. So I'm excited. I think it's pretty cool. It may look a little bit different today. I only have one monitor. I normally have two, so that's going to kind of scrunch my screen up a little bit as far as like the news stories that we're reading. When we go through the ground news actuator, it's going to look a little bit different for the next couple days. But we roll with the punches. That's kind of how things go. So that's just what it is. We're just gonna deal with it. And if you hear a little bit of background noise, I'm in a hotel, so I'm doing the best that I can here. We're struggle busting through, but we're doing it. I promised you guys I would take you on the road with me this time, and I'm doing it. So here we are. We've got some stories to talk about this morning. It's gonna be great. So yeah, let's see if we can't get started here, tubes. Let's see what's going on. What's happening. I've been hanging out in Seattle the last couple days. I live in the Pacific Northwest, but I've never really spent much time in Washington. All of my time has been in Oregon, Northern California, a little bit of like Southern Washington, maybe Eastern Washington, but like this has really been my first time hanging out in Seattle. And my buddy Ben from the Drunken Peasants took me around, took me downtown. We went to the fish market. We went to Alki Beach. We rode the water taxi, did a lot of cool stuff. And now we're gonna start a motorcycle tour of the Pacific Coast Highway and go out to the peninsula and then all the way down to Los Angeles. So it should be a lot of fun. But today we're here for the news. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to get it started, and I'm going to try to probably breeze through these next few episodes because I have a lot of stuff to do for my other job. Plus I have a whole studio that I have to take apart. It's going to be great. So anyway, well, let's get going. Let's get moving here, and let's get into our first story. Like I said, things are going to be a little bit different for these road shows, but we're still going to get kind of the same information. I'm still going to go through the ground news agitator. We're still going to look at the bias distribution before we look at a story and things like that. So story number one that I've got today, it says, Andrew Cuomo announces third-party run for New York City mayor, setting up a rematch against Zoran Mamdani. And if you remember months ago, a few weeks ago, time is just a blur to me anymore. I did a story about Cuomo going up against Zamdani and AOC endorsing Mamdani. I said Zamdani. And how AOC was telling people that Cuomo was trying to use this New York City mayor run as a push for Democratic presidential candidacy. And so I really think that Cuomo is a bad option and that like he needs to be not New York's mayor at any cost. So Andrew Cuomo announces a third-party run. So he couldn't hack it as the Democratic primary contestant. He wasn't able to win the primary against Mamdani. So now he's trying to run as an independent. And if we look at our factuality here, I've got my cursor on the screen on this one so you can actually see what I'm pointing at now. So if we look at our factuality, we've got 91% of high factuality, and then our bias distribution, mostly center and left. So this is kind of a right-wing blind spot. Not many sources on the right are reporting on it. We've got 13%. So it says the Las Vegas Sun broke the story on the 14th. And my story is by the Associated Press. I always sort by factuality, and then I try to grab by sources that I think that deserve to be highlighted. So let's get down here and read the article. So former Governor Andrew Cuomo launched an independent run for New York City mayor on Monday, restarting his campaign after a bruising loss to progressive Zoran Mamdani in the Democratic primary. In a video, Cuomo announced that he would remain in the race to combat Mamdani, a Democratic Socialist state lawmaker, while previewing a strategic reset that would bring more personal approach to the campaign that has been criticized as distant from voters. The fight to save our city isn't over, Cuomo said. Only 13% of New Yorkers voted in the June primary. The general election is November, and I aim to win it. We hope not. Critics of Mamdani's progressive agenda, which include higher taxes on the wealthy, have called on donors and voters to unite behind a single candidate for the November election. Instead, Cuomo joins a crowded field that also includes current Mayor Eric Adams, who is also a Democrat running as an independent. These candidates now face a complex task in cobbling together enough voters to in an overwhelmingly Democratic city where Mamdani has amassed significant momentum. Yeah, because he's the guy that people want. Like, nobody wants these established Democrats who have literally just fucked us over in the past. And it's like, oh, well, if you give us another chance, we're the best people for the job. No, you're not. Fuck you. Jesus Christ. In a statement, Jeffrey Leonard, a spokesman for Mamdani, criticized Cuomo and Adams while emphasizing that the Democratic nominee is focused on making the city more affordable for New Yorkers. Cuomo's decision to press on in the latest chapter in his comeback attempt, launched almost 4 years after he resigned as governor in 2021 following a barrage of sexual harassment allegations, which I do not think that people should forget. He denied wrongdoing during the campaign, maintaining that the scandal was driven by politics. Then why'd you drop out? Why'd you resign? The former governor was the presumed frontrunner for the March primary. His juggernaut campaign drew heavily on his deep political experience, universal name recognition, and a powerful fundraising operation, but at the same time limited media interviews, held few unscripted events, and avoided mingling with voters because he doesn't want to be asked about the sexual harassment. So anybody that interviews him, if he has any interviews, press him on that issue. Okay? Let people remember what kind of a guy this guy is. The guarded strategy was in heavy contrast with Mamdani's energetic run, which was centered around making the city more affordable place to live and amassed a legion of volunteers, all while the candidate's savvy social media persona won him national acclaim. Mamdani's massive win sent a lightning bolt down through the Democratic Party, energizing young progressive but also unveiling moderates who worried the candidate's criticism of Israel and socialist label could alienate centrist voters. It's New York City. What are you worried about centrist voters for? Cuomo, in a video Monday, appeared to acknowledge his campaign's shortcomings, splicing his latest pitch to return to the political stage with clips of him shaking hands with people and a vow to run a more grounded campaign. I saw on Bluesky yesterday a clip. Somebody had edited all of the clips that are spliced in of him like shaking hands with people, and they played them on their own. And they're like, if you edit out all the other stuff and just show the clips, the slow motion clips of Cuomo shaking hands with people, it becomes a short film about depression. It's pretty bad. Every day I'm going to be hitting the streets, meeting you where you are to hear the good and the bad, the problems and the solutions. He said, because for the next few months, it's my responsibility to earn your vote. Mamdani had been a relatively unknown when he launched his mayoral candidate, but picked up heavy momentum before trouncing the former governor by more than 12 percentage points. Cuomo conceded the race on the night of the election. Despite the loss, Cuomo had qualified to run an independent ballot line in November under a party he created called Fight and Deliver. Cuomo began losing support from traditional allies as he weighed whether to remain in the race, with key labor unions and political leaders starting to line up behind Mamdani. Reverend Al Sharpton, an influential black leader, has urged Cuomo to step aside. That's good, at least. I'm glad that there's leaders who are like, hey, dude, Maybe you should rethink this. Some deep-pocketed contributors have meanwhile aligned behind Adams. Although he's still a Democrat, Adams pulled out of the primary shortly after a federal judge dismissed a corruption case against him at the request of President Donald Trump's Department of Justice, arguing that the case had sidelined him from campaigning. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Adams, in a statement released by his campaign, said that Cuomo is wasting time and dividing voters. So are you, dude. The people spoke loudly, he lost, and yet he continues to put himself over the number one goal, beating Mamdani and securing our city's future, said Adams. Jim Walden, a former prosecutor, is also running as an independent candidate. Curtis Silwa, the founder of the 1970s-era Guardian Angels Anti-Crime Patrol, is on the Republican line. Cuomo's campaign released a statement later Monday that said the former governor had agreed to a proposal by Walden that in mid-September we will determine which candidate is strongest against Mamdani, and all other candidates will stand down rather than act as spoilers and guarantee Mamdani's election. When is that? By mid-September? It's July, so months now. You guys are still dividing voters. You're being dumb. You're making a bad decision. This is part of the fucking problem with the Democratic Party right now. Like, Jesus. How are you guys this unself-aware? I don't get it. Cuomo's campaign released a statement. Okay, yeah. Both Adams and Silwa have insisted they would not drop out of the race. It's all fucked. Anyway, tubes. We're just going to pop into the next story. There's nobody watching live right now, so but we're going to do this so that it hopefully goes up and, everybody's able to watch it later. So President Trump floats stripping Rosie O'Donnell of U.S. citizenship. So ground news agitator here. On July 12th, President Donald Trump escalated his long-standing conflict with Rosie O'Donnell by announcing on Truth Social, that from Washington, D.C., that he was contemplating revoking her U.S. citizenship. 84% high factuality, mostly left and center distribution. Again, kind of a blind spot for the right, only 21% leaning. But you always have that on stories that, make Trump look bad. So, sorted by factuality, I have Oregon Live pulled up just because I'm an Oregon citizen. So we'll go over here and read it. I don't think it's a very long article, but we'll burn through it real quick and we'll get moving on the next one. President Donald Trump says he's considering taking away whatever the fuck that means. Excuse me. It's that Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes making me burp. See, I can't do a show without my Red Bull. So, taking away the U.S. citizenship of longtime rival, actress and comedian Rosie O'Donnell, despite the decades-old Supreme Court ruling that expressly prohibits such an action by the government. So, as far as I know, Rosie O'Donnell was born in the United States, and, both of her parents were born in the United States, right? Is this literally just, threatening to deport citizens now? Is this where we're at? Because if this is where we're at, we are fucked. We have a king. What are we doing? What is it going to take for people to stand up? That's what I want to know. What is it going to take? Because this is serious. This threatens anyone. If he can do this to people that he doesn't like, he can do it to anyone. Because of the fact that Rosie O'Donnell is not in the best interest of our great country, I am giving serious consideration to taking away her citizenship, Trump wrote on a social media post on Saturday. He added that O'Donnell, who moved to Ireland in January, should stay in Ireland if they want her. The two have criticized each other publicly for years, an often bitter back and forth that predates Trump's involvement in politics. In recent days, O'Donnell on social media denounced Trump and recent moves by his administration, including the signing of a massive GOP-backed tax break and spending cuts plan, also known as the Big Beautiful Bill. It's just the latest threat by Trump to revoke the citizenship of people who he has publicly disagreed with, but most recently his former advisor and one-time ally, Elon Musk. But O'Donnell's situation is notably different from Musk, who was born in South Africa. O'Donnell was born in the United States and has a constitutional right to U.S. citizenship. The U.S. State Department notes on its website that U.S. citizens by birth or naturalization may relinquish U.S. nationality by taking certain steps, but only if the act is performed voluntarily and with the intention of relinquishing U.S. citizenship. So he has no authority to do this at all. Not in his power. If he gives himself the power to do this, I'm going to stop short there of saying what I think should be done, because I'm not making any calls to action. I'm not going to get myself fucking Gestapo'd by ICE. Amanda Frost, a law professor at the University of Virginia School of Law, noted that the Supreme Court ruled in 1967 case that the 14th Amendment of the Constitution prevents the government from taking away citizenship. The president has no authority to take away citizenship of a native-born U.S. citizen, Frost said in an email Saturday. In short, we are a nation founded on the principle that the people choose the government cannot choose the people. I'm going to say that one more time. We are a government of the people. The government cannot choose the people. People choose the government. So, I thought that that was an important story to highlight because, again, these are the signs that we need to be watching for the authoritarianism, for the fascism, for the dictatorial, matriarchal takeover of the United States. The country that was founded as the greatest country in the world with the most freedom. How much fucking freedom do you have today, man? But I digress. All right. 2 more stories, and they both have to do with, you guessed it, Jeffrey Epstein. Ghislaine Maxwell reportedly offers to testify before Congress on the Epstein sex trafficking scheme. All right. Well, I like that. I like to hear that. 47% high factuality, mostly right-leaning. That's surprising to me. You've got a kind of a blind spot for the left and the center. 73% from the right, 14% from the center and the left. So, and again, with ground news, when you see that you have more right-leaning news sources, you typically tend to have lower factuality. I don't know why that is, but that's how it is. Okay, so I have a story from Newsweek pulled up, and we're just going to get into it here. So, Donald Trump ally reacts to Ghislaine Maxwell testifying about Epstein. Roger Stone, what? A longtime political ally of President Donald Trump has welcomed reports that Ghislaine Maxwell might be willing to testify to Congress about her ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Why? In a post on X, Stone said Epstein's former associate has nothing on Trump, pushing back on the speculation that Maxwell's testimony could implicate the president. You know, when he was probably one of the people responsible for her boyfriend being, you know, unalived. Just saying, man, there's some shady shit going on. Why it matters. Epstein, a wealthy financier, died by suicide in jail on August 2019, weeks after his arrest on sex trafficking charges. His case has assumed reviewed significance after the Trump administration ordered a review of the case and said it would publish names and evidence of the associates of Epstein. However, a recent memo by the Department of Justice and the FBI said there is no client list and there will be no more charges. He has triggered backlash among those who want transparency about Epstein. Last Monday, the Department of Justice and the FBI also published an 11-hour prison video to support their conclusion that Epstein died by suicide in his jail cell, but some claim a portion of the video was missing. Meanwhile, some called for Attorney General Pam Bondi to be fired. But she loves Trump so much, he'll never get rid of her. What to know? According to an anonymous source speaking to the Daily Mail, which is a rag, Maxwell, who was convicted in 2022 over her leaks to the Epstein illicit activities and is serving 20-year prison sentence, has expressed a willingness to testify before Congress about her experiences. Newsweek could not verify this report. That's important. It means it's just a rumor. The source reportedly told the publication, despite the rumors, Ghislaine was never offered any kind of plea deal. She would be more than happy to sit before Congress and tell her story. For a plea deal, though? Is that what she's asking for, or looking for time off? Because I don't know that they're going to offer her that. No one from the government has ever asked her to share what she knows. She remains the only person to be jailed in connection to Epstein, and she would welcome the chance to tell the American public the truth. Stone, a prominent conservative commentator, responded to the report, writing, "Personally, I like the news that Epstein's pimp Maxwell is ready to testify before Congress. Bill and Hillary are going to be very embarrassed. She has nothing on Trump." It was rumored that Bill Clinton was tied to Epstein, though the former president denies it. They all deny it. What people are saying, the FBI and Department of Justice sent a memo. While we have labored to provide the public with a maximum information regarding Epstein and ensured examination of any evidence in the government's possession, it is in the determination of the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation that no further disclosure would be appropriate or warranted. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, in a statement to The Hill, President Trump is proud of Attorney General Bondi's efforts to execute his Make America Safe Again agenda, restore the integrity of the Department of Justice, and bring justice to the victims of crime. The continued fixation on sowing division in President Trump's cabinet is baseless and unfounded in reality. I don't know. Trump wrote on Truth Social on Saturday. I call it that because that's what he calls it. What's going on with my boys and in some cases gals? They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is doing a fantastic job. We're on one team, MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. We have a perfect administration, the talk of the world, and selfish people are trying to hurt it. All over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. For years, it's Epstein, over and over again. Yeah, buddy, yeah. I watched the Fox News interview this morning where he actually said that he would release the Epstein files. He's so full of shit. And I hope that MAGA starts to see that. What happens next? Speculation about the case will likely continue despite the Trump administration's efforts to quash it. Because it's the Streisand effect, man. It's the Streisand effect. You try to bury it, and it's all that people want to talk about. It was stupid. Stupid. So, anywho. One last story, tubes, and then we're going to call it a day. I got shit to do. A lot of shit to do. So I'm going to burn through this here, and we're going to see you on Friday, I think. Yeah. So, all right. Trump says he spoke to FBI Bongino amid Epstein uproar. So on July 15th, which this article came out last night, so they're talking about the 15th for the eastern part of the world. It was actually the 14th for here in the United States. So this was yesterday, even though it says on the 15th. President Donald Trump mentioned that he had a conversation with Deputy Director Dan Bongino, confirming Bongino was doing well amid the controversy surrounding the Epstein investigation. All right, and I think that Bongino had threatened to resign or something over this, but now they're all buddies again. So this is literally just showing you the sycophantic behavior behind the Trump administration. 43% high factuality, mostly equal between the right and the center, with a little bit of a blind spot on the left, only 23%. And then my article, I thought was from CNN, but I might be wrong. News Nation. What? Oh, okay. All right. So I sorted by factuality, and News Nation was the highest. I thought that was a right-leaning, but it says it's center with very high factuality. So let's go read it here. Deputy director back at work after reports he threatened to quit. All right. So FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino returned to work